Madman of the Sword Chapter 1226 to Chapter 1309. Ruffian Dragon. Lin Xian let out a furious roar before he came to a stop with much difficulty. Don't worry, I've already set it up. The dark red divine dragon's voice rang out as he waved his claws. Immediately, a huge array appeared in front of the heavenly netherbird and enveloped him. Humph, you want to stop me with just a broken array? How ignorant. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold and carried a domineering aura. Then, he slammed into the array in front of him. Immediately, the light screen formed by the array shattered like glass. Humph, I've already said that your methods are nothing in front of me. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The heavenly netherbird looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon with a cruel smile. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared. This was because the broken array had reformed and formed a new light screen that enveloped him. Humph, stupid bird, it's not that easy to break through my array. The dark red divine dragon snorted. If my dragon essence hadn't disappeared, you wouldn't be so arrogant. He was too depressed. Originally, he was not weaker than the heavenly netherbird, but now that he had lost his dragon essence, he could not use much of his strength. He could only rely on the array to delay the heavenly netherbird's attack. Brat, it's up to you. Seeing that the array had stopped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he was like a sword god as a huge sword aura surged from his body. Gale lightning sword, fourth sword, heaven and earth collapse. Lin Xian used his most powerful attack as soon as he attacked. 4 giant swords formed in the sky. Each of them was extremely terrifying and exuded an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the 4 giant swords fell and slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. Boom, boom. Thunder rumbled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The entire void was collapsing rapidly. The power of the 4 swords was too terrifying. Even an 8th level honorable would be sliced in half in an instant. Damn worm, you've really angered me. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's angry voice could be heard. Then, a pitch-black figure with flames rose from the ground. In the next moment, the light screen of the formation shattered, and the 4 gigantic swords were also sent flying. The heavenly netherbird was furious. Its body was covered in black flames. The terrifying attack just now did not break through its defense at all. However, Lin Xian's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly netherbird raised its giant claw and countless black flames gathered to form a huge black fireball the size of a small mountain. Whoosh, the next moment, a huge black fireball flew out. This attack was too terrifying, and even Exalt Realm experts would probably be unable to resist it. Bloodthirsty frenzy. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He didn't dare to take the blow head-on and could only dodge quickly. Then, he used the blood sword secret technique, Bloodthirsty Tide, to quickly increase his body's potential. Using the thunderstorm wings and illusory demon steps at the same time, his speed reached the limit as he quickly moved horizontally. Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and finally moved horizontally at the last moment. However, although he managed to dodge the black fireball, he did not manage to dodge the aftermath of the energy. The huge black fireball smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Then, countless waves of flame spread out in all directions. The impact was very wide, and more than half of the pine forest was affected. Therefore, no matter how fast Lin Xian was, he could not dodge it. He was swept by the wave-like black flames, and it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying. The blood in his body roiled, and many of his bones were broken. It was too terrifying. This was only the aftermath of the energy. Moreover, Lin Xian was wearing the red lotus armor, but he was still severely injured. The heavenly netherbird was indeed an ancient demonic beast. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Exalts could resist. Lin Xian controlled the injuries in his body and quickly retreated to avoid being affected again. Moreover, his bones and blood were quickly recovering. From this, one could see the difference between Lin Xian and other Exalts. One had to know that Lin Xian usually consumed a lot of treasures. The medicinal effects were left in his body and had not been refined. Now that he was injured, the remaining medicinal effects were quickly decomposing and repairing his body. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to move after this attack. The remaining medicinal effects in his body, coupled with the amazing recovery ability of the art of longevity. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian had recovered 70 to 80%. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, the heavenly netherbird was very surprised. It knew that even the aftermath of the black fireball was not something that exalts could resist. However, Lin Xian was still alive. What a strange kid. The heavenly netherbird's face darkened, and it waved its giant claws. Suddenly, the remaining black flames in the sky turned into countless black fire dragons and rushed toward Lin Xian. His surroundings were sealed once again. This time, Lin Xian would not be able to escape this calamity. The dark red dragon was also anxious. It waved its claws and created a few formations to block some of the fire dragons. However, its strength was limited and it could not trap all of the fire dragons. Therefore, although it was relieved, Lin Xian was still in great danger. "Humph, kid, let's see how you escape this time." The heavenly netherbird revealed a cruel smile. Even if he was not hit by the fire dragons, as long as he was hit by the shockwaves, he would not be able to survive. Unless the opponent was a king. However, Lin Xian clearly did not have the cultivation of a king. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird thought that he was dead meat this time. Looking at the black fire dragons rushing toward him from all directions, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He did not expect the heavenly netherbird to be so powerful. He was heavily injured as soon as they exchanged blows. It seemed that he could only use his trump card now. With a flip of his hand, the 10,000 beast cauldron appeared in his hand. Then, he held the 10,000 beast cauldron and charged forward. The 10,000 beast cauldron had absorbed many terrifying flames in the cave. Now, under Lin Xian's control, all of the flames surged out to fight against the black fire dragons. The flames burned the sky, and the entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the entire void to crackle and crumble. In the sky, the boundless sea of refined swords collided with the black flaming dragon, causing crackling sounds to resound. Every single explosion was capable of annihilating an Exalt Realm cultivator. Seeing a small human reptile resist the black fire dragons, the heavenly netherbird was surprised. Then, it looked at the sky with a trace of surprise. The aura of these flames, could it be? It seemed to have thought of something, and its gaze became uncertain. After seeing the black fire dragons disappear, the heavenly netherbird was sure that the flames were as it had guessed. "Kid, you entered old Devil Xianxia's weapon refining cave." The sea of flames was extremely terrifying. Even the heavenly netherbird's black fire dragon was burned. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. This scene caused the heavenly netherbird's expression to change. It asked in a deep voice, "Brat, did you enter the weapon refining cave before?" To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was not too afraid of these flames. After all, it had its own ways to deal with them. However, it was afraid of the fact that the other party could subdue these flames. A human brat with only the cultivation of the 7th heavenly layer was able to subdue such terrifying flames. It couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that the weapon refining cave had a peerless divine weapon that even it was afraid of. If the other party obtained that peerless divine weapon, the threat to it would increase greatly. However, Lin Xian sneered, "I know what you're afraid of. There's no need to guess. The sword is in my hands. So, as long as you obediently hand over the essence blood and the black flame, I can let you go." From the current situation, Lin Xian was certain that the heavenly netherbird was afraid of the peerless divine sword in his hands. "Brat, you're too ignorant." The heavenly netherbird sneered, "If it was old Devil Xianxia who had that peerless divine sword back then, I might be very afraid. But now, with your cultivation, you can't pose any threat to me. Moreover, that peerless divine sword has been shattered. I'm very sure of this. So now, that broken sword is of no threat to me." Although the heavenly netherbbird's words were filled with disdain, its movements were not slow. It once again launched a fierce attack at Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian did not use his own strength to resist. The difference between the two was too great. The heavenly netherbird was a monster that even kings had to retreat from. He could not fight against it. Therefore, he used the Sea of Flames to resist the heavenly Netherbird. Although he was at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. Haha, you're afraid. Although you say you don't care, you care a lot in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have launched such an attack. Lin Xian sneered. He now understood that the peerless divine sword in his hands was absolutely terrifying. Even if it was broken, the heavenly Netherbird was still afraid of it. In the distant past, the heavenly Netherbird must have suffered at the hands of this peerless divine sword. After figuring this out, Lin Xian no longer hesitated. He lightly patted the thousand-beast cauldron with his palm, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Clang, the 10,000-beast cauldron trembled, and a green longsword emerged from the cauldron. Ashen Pine Sword. The heavenly Netherbird's pupils shrank when she saw the jade sword. Lin Xian's guess was correct. He had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of this peerless divine sword, and it was a great loss. Back then, he had fought old Taoist Song Song to a standstill. Originally, with old Taoist Song Song's strength, they could only fight to a draw. However, it was precisely because he possessed the Ashen Pine Sword that Tian Yu was defeated. It could be said that the bird hated and feared that Song Pine Sword at the same time. Now that he saw this sword again, he was naturally shocked. However, when he saw the sword clearly, he started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, I told you. That Song Pine Sword is already damaged. It can't unleash the power of the past. Indeed, that Song Pine Sword was broken in half, and the rest of the sword was covered in cracks. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. More importantly, old Taoist Song Song was no longer here. There was only a broken sword and a seventh sky supremacy brat. They could not unleash the power of this peerless divine weapon. Therefore, the heavenly Netherbird was not worried at all. Brat, no wonder you were so arrogant before. You even dared to talk about conditions with me. I guess this Song Pine Sword is your greatest trump card. Unfortunately, your trump card is useless against me. Now, I'm going to send you on your way. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll slowly torture you until you beg for death. This is what you get for messing with me. The heavenly Netherbird let out a sinister laugh. As an ancient demonic beast, he revealed his cruel nature. With that, he stretched out a finger and viciously pressed it down. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush Lin Xian like an ant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, he crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi rushed out like giant dragons and wrapped around his arm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the Song Pine Sword. Buzz, the broken Song Pine Sword seemed to have come alive. It emitted a dazzling light that dyed the entire space green. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the Song Pine Sword and swept through the world. At this moment, the Song Pine Sword had come alive. What, this is impossible. The smile on the heavenly Netherbird's face disappeared. His finger also stopped in the air. Shocking, this was too shocking. He did not expect that Song Pine Sword to be able to fully recover. This was completely out of his expectations. One had to know that the Song Pine Sword was an Earthrank treasure. This treasure was very powerful, but it also required a lot of energy. From what he knew, only kings and above could use Earthrank treasures. Therefore, he was not worried at all because Lin Xian was only a 7th rank supremacy. He could not use that Song Pine Sword at all. But now, he had done it. Not only did he do it, but he had also completely recovered that Song Pine Sword. Damn it, how is this possible? What method did he use? A trace of panic appeared in the heavenly Netherbird's eyes. After all, that Song Pine Sword had traumatized him too much. Humph, it's a bluff. It must be a bluff. How can a puny 7th rank supremacy completely recover that Song Pine Sword? He must have used an illusion. Go to hell, brat. The heavenly Netherbird roared. Its huge claws were covered in endless black flames. Then, it slammed down fiercely. A monster's physique was already very strong. In addition to the heavenly Netherbird's terrifying black flames, he did not need to use any spells. He only needed to use his body's strength to cause endless destruction. Looking at the huge black claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian roared. Then, he waved his arm and the Tsong pine sword in his hand quickly slashed out. In the next moment, a dark green sword aura flashed. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed green. A green sword light was extremely sharp and quickly slashed forward. This sword chi was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his heart palpitate in fear. This was because he had never seen such a sharp sword aura. He was afraid that only a king could use such an attack. The green sword aura slashed fiercely on the huge black claw. Then, the heavenly netherbird let out a miserable cry. The boundless black flames were cut open by the green sword aura. Even the huge black claw had a huge wound. One could even faintly see the white bones. An endless amount of blood spurted out. Every drop could pierce through the void. The heavenly netherbird was indeed an ancient beast. The blood in its body was too powerful. The space could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. He quickly cast a formation and collected all the blood that dripped down. This was not the essence blood of the heavenly netherbird. It was just ordinary blood. However, it contained a shocking amount of energy. If he could collect enough blood, the dark red dragon god could refine it into essence blood. Therefore, he did not waste any of the blood. Instead, he collected as much as he could. Damned reptile, you think you can get my blood? Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird was enraged. He did not think that a worm would dare to covet his blood. He was courting death. In the next moment, the black flames on his palm rolled and quickly stopped the bleeding. Then, he looked at an Hong dragon god and snorted. Despicable worm, die. An endless amount of demonic beast king aura surged towards the dark red dragon god. To the heavenly netherbird, the other party was just a small worm. He could not withstand his aura. In the next moment, the other party would be crushed into a bloody mist by the invisible aura. But soon, he was stunned. Because the dark red dragon god was completely fine. His aura was like a stone sinking into the sea. What? How is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He realized that the two people in front of him were too strange. First, it was a mysterious brat who could control the Tsong sword. Now, it was a worm who was not afraid of his aura. Impossible, how is this possible? Demonic beasts have a strict hierarchy. With my strength, just my aura alone is enough to crush him. But why is he fine? Did I sleep for too long? Has the world changed? The heavenly netherbird was extremely angry. As a demonic beast on the ancient heaven ranking, he was infamous in the ancient times. Even a king would have to bow down to him. But now, he had just broken out of his seal and suffered a great loss at the hands of two worms. He could not accept this. However, the dark red dragon god sneered, "Stupid bird, you want to use your aura on me? You're too inexperienced." With that, he raised his head and roared at the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar rang out. Endless dragon aura swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird's huge body trembled slightly. Impossible, how is this possible? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't think that a snake could make him tremble. This was not a suppression of power, but a suppression from the depths of his bloodline. This suppression of Netherbird's heavenly netherbird. Dragons, this is dragon's aura. The heavenly netherbbird's face was filled with shock as it stared at the dark red dragon. You're not a snake, you're a dragon. Of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragons of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon of dragon A. Furthermore, judging from the other party's bloodline power, it seemed to be extremely pure. But soon, he began to laugh wildly. Furthermore, it's a weak dragon clan. Little thing, wait until I eat you. Not only will I recover my strength, but my bloodline will also improve. By then, I might become another great Xia dragon finch. The heavenly netherbird was too excited. He was the descendant of the great Xia dragon finch, but the bloodline in his body was very thin. If he could obtain the bloodline of dragons, he might be able to become the great Xia dragon finch again and reach the ancestral realm. Once he became the great Xia dragon finch, he would be the true overlord of the world. No one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, his eyes shone brightly. He clawed down with his terrifying claws, determined to catch the dark red dragon god. The dark red dragon god dodged quickly like a bolt of lightning. "Stupid bird, although I'm not as strong as before, I'm still not someone you can catch." The dark red dragon god snorted. Although his strength was greatly reduced, he still had countless secret techniques that allowed him to escape successfully. On the other side, Lin Xian slowly waved his ashen pine sword, preparing to attack again. He realized that as long as he injured the heavenly netherbird and allowed the dark red dragon god to collect enough blood, it would be able to condense essence blood. That way, he would have accomplished half of his goal. Furthermore, the dark red dragon god's actions had given him inspiration. Since blood could condense into essence blood, then the countless black flames could also condense into true origin flames. Therefore, Lin Xian held the ashen pine sword while activating the thousand-beast cauldron to absorb the black flames on the heavenly netherbirds body. "You're courting death." The heavenly netherbird was furious. He did not expect that not only did he not catch the dark red dragon god, but that brat also dared to target his flames. This made him furious. Therefore, he gave up on capturing the dark red dragon god and decided to kill Lin Xian first. After all, the ashen pine sword in his opponent's hand was still a great threat to him. Seeing the heavenly netherbird's gaze shift again, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He quickly waved his ashen pine sword and slashed forward. Compared to the previous slash, he only used the power of the great dragon sword's soul and the sharpness of the ashen pine sword. He did not use the energy within the ashen pine sword. This was because he knew that the energy within the ashen pine sword could only be used 3 times. He had to use it at the most crucial moment. Now was not the time. Although he could not use the energy within the ashen pine sword, the power of the great dragon sword's soul combined with the sharpness of an earth-class treasure was beyond imagination. Sword chi spread across the sky and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird roared again and again. A surge of energy surged into the sky, instantly shattering the thousands of sword lights. Then, it quickly bombarded Lin Xian. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The entire sky was annihilated by the energy. However, this time, the heavenly netherbird was prepared. Therefore, Lin Xian found it difficult to succeed. Seeing his opponent's aura grow stronger and stronger, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and decided to use the energy within the ashen pine sword. In the next moment, the ashen pine sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. The sword light was like a green flame that lit up the entire sky. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly waved his sword. A huge beam of sword chi slashed forward, and wherever it passed, the sword chi would be destroyed. Wherever it passed, dozens of palaces were turned into ashes. These palaces were the buildings of the Ashen Pine Palace. They were extremely sturdy and could not be damaged by anyone below the king level. But now, under the aftermath of the sword chi, countless palaces were shattered. This sword was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword's soul and the ashen pine sword. Everything in its path was turned into nothingness. As if it felt the terror of this energy, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. It did not expect its opponent to be able to use this kind of sword chi. "No, this is definitely not that brat's energy." The heavenly netherbird's expression changed drastically. Although the sword chi from before was spiritual energy, it could feel that it was the power of an honorable. But now, the sword chi was so sharp that it made it tremble in fear. Moreover, there was a power that surpassed the honorable realm within it. Damn it, he used the power of the Xianxia sword. The heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked. It was too familiar with this power. Back then, Xianxia had used this power to seal it. It did not expect to see this power again after a few thousand years. Sensing the threat, the heavenly netherbird roared. The flames on its body spread out like the flames of hell, burning everything. The entire void quickly collapsed under the flames. So what if it's the power of the Xianxia sword? I didn't waste my time underground for thousands of years. Today, I'll let you see the sword technique I created. 9 Underworld Demonic Sword, come out. The heavenly netherbird roared. Suddenly, the black feathers on its body burned fiercely. Then, it rose into the air and quickly formed a huge black sword in the air. The black sword was extremely huge. It was more than 100 feet long and was formed by the black feathers on the heavenly netherbird's body. Its surface was covered with black flames that burned fiercely and emitted a terrifying and violent power. The black flames were like the flames of hell, strange and terrifying. The black sword was like a demonic sword from hell. It carried with it endless killing intent as if it wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly netherbird stretched out its huge beast claws and grabbed the 9 underworld demonic sword. Then, it swept it out. Monstrous flames surged out and boundless killing intent surged. This sword directly cut the void open. Clang! In the next moment, the Xianxia sword and the 9 underworld demonic sword collided and let out an earth-shattering sound. The entire ground crumbled, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Lava spewed out from the cracks, reaching hundreds of feet high. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was also struck by the shockwave and was sent flying. Huge cracks appeared on the red lotus armor on his body. It wasn't that the armor wasn't strong enough, but that the sword chi was too terrifying. Even with Lin Xian's red lotus armor, which was condensed using his spiritual energy, it couldn't withstand it at all. Unless it was the true red lotus armor, it might be able to block the sword chi. Wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body, so deep that his bones could be seen. Other than these sword marks, there were many places on his body that had been burned by the black flames. There was nothing he could do about it. The 9 underworld demonic sword was too terrifying. Moreover, it came from the heavenly netherbird, so its power was unimaginable. Fortunately, Lin Xian had used the power of the ashen pine sword to block most of the sword chi. Otherwise, that sword strike from before would have been enough to take his life. Even so, he was still in a very dangerous situation. This was because he could only use the ashen pine sword's power 2 more times. After that, the ashen pine sword would shatter. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird was different. It was a peerless vicious beast, and it had a demonic weapon like the 9 hell demon sword. Its power could be used without limit. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not waste the next 2 waves of energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian used the art of longevity to quickly heal the injuries in his body. Then, he rose into the air, and the ashen pine sword in his hand quickly drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, 5-sword demonic annihilation. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian used the Gale Lightning Sword, and it was the final 5th sword. Originally, the 5th sword required the power of a king to use, but now that he had the ashen pine sword, he could use it earlier. Even so, Lin Xian's body had reached its limit. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. However, Lin Xian was fearless. He gritted his teeth and waved his arms with all his might, unleashing a terrifying martial path sword chi. 5 giant swords rapidly appeared in the sky, as if they had been unleashed by a god. It was terrifying to the extreme. Not only that, but a desolate aura was emitted from those sword shadows. The 5 sword shadows were like heavenly swords that surrounded Lin Xian, temporarily isolating the aura of the underworld demonic realm. Looking at the 5 sword shadows, the heavenly netherbird narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the human boy in front of it had indeed exceeded its expectations. His opponent was clearly only a 7th heavenly layer venerable, but the battle strength he displayed was not weaker than a king. This shocked the heavenly netherbird. Especially his sword chi. Apart from the power of the ashen pine sword, there was also an unusually sharp offensive aura. That aura made the heavenly netherbird feel uneasy in the depths of its heart. It had only felt this uneasiness when it fought Taoist Xianxia in the past. Moreover, it had lost that battle, and it had been utterly defeated. Therefore, when it felt this uneasiness again, killing intent surged in the heavenly netherbirds' heart. Therefore, it would not let Lin Xian go. Boy, it's useless. Although your strength has exceeded my expectations, it's not your strength. Therefore, you can't defeat me. Moreover, once the underworld demonic sword appears, even if you have the ashen pine sword, you have no chance. However, Lin Xian ignored it. Even now, he had no reason to give up. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and slashed down with the ashen pine sword. Immediately, the 5 sword shadows in the sky slashed down together with his movement. The 5 sword shadows were like the swords of the heavens, containing an invincible aura. It was as if nothing could stop it. Even if it was a god or a demon, it would still be killed. The heavenly netherbird roared as it held the underworld demonic sword. Its body emitted a monstrous demonic aura, as if it was a peerless demon. It slashed out several sword chi. The terrifying underworld demonic sword chi soared into the sky and clashed with the giant sword in the sky. When the two energies collided, an apocalyptic energy erupted. Then, the entire space was affected. The Ashen Pine Palace shook incessantly, and countless buildings were turned to ashes by the energy. Lin Xian was also sent flying by the energy. The heavenly netherbird's enormous body was also sent flying. It was like a giant mountain. Every step it took caused the entire world to tremble. Not only that, but there was also blood in the sky. Some of it belonged to Lin Xian, and some of it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. The dark red dragon was like a red lightning bolt. It shuttled through the endless torrent and accurately captured the heavenly netherbird's blood. However, this energy was too violent. He was sent flying dozens of times, but every time, he would fly back again without any regard for his life. In the end, the heavenly netherbird's blood was completely absorbed by it. The violent energy gradually weakened and disappeared. More than half of the buildings in the Ashen Pine Palace were destroyed. The ground was pierced through, and there were countless black cracks in the sky that had yet to heal. "Brat, how are you?" The dark red dragon quickly rushed to Lin Xian's side. Cough cough, Lin Xian kept coughing, and every time he coughed, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This time, his injuries were even worse. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. Fortunately, he had the art of longevity, and his body was very strong, so he did not die immediately. "I have dragon blood here, drink it quickly." The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw. This was a critical moment, and he had to let Lin Xian recover quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger. "No need." Lin Xian shook his head and said with difficulty. "I took all the storage rings of the people from the Palace of Gods of War. Duan Tianqing's storage ring had an immortal golden pill. With that pill, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can recover instantly. So don't worry, you won't die." That shocking attack had affected both Lin Xian and the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird's huge body kept retreating, and it only stopped after retreating a few hundred feet. Deep craters were formed on the ground one after another. Not only that, but the heavenly netherbird was also injured. There was a terrifying sword wound on its body that was dozens of feet long. At this moment, endless blood flowed out of the wound and seeped into the ground. However, the blood was quickly transferred to another place because the dark red dragon had set up a formation to collect the heavenly netherbird's blood. "Brat, you dare to hurt me?" The heavenly netherbird's voice was ferocious. It did not expect a human brat to be able to injure it. It was simply beyond its expectations. Of course, it knew that the culprit was the Ashen Pine sword. "I want to see how many times you can use that broken sword." It realized that the Ashen Pine sword was severely damaged, and it could only use it a few times. Therefore, as long as the Ashen Pine sword was broken, it had 100 ways to make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, its face turned ugly again. This was because he realized that Lin Xian, who was standing opposite him, had been severely injured. However, he had recovered in an instant. Even the spiritual energy that he had consumed had been completely replenished. "Damn it, this guy really has a lot of things in his hands." The heavenly serene bird's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, flame surged all over its body and healed its wounds. At his level, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, he could heal it immediately. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird's wounds had also healed, Lin Xian's expression became extremely serious. But now, the arrow had already been knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. Thus, in the next moment, he once again gripped the azure pine sword, and his entire body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved, and at the same time, a cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly condensed in front of him. This time, Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul. At that moment, his great dragon sword soul had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. It had become very clear, and he could even see the dragon scales on it. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, countless dragon roars resounded. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed at the pressure. Damn it, what is this thing? Why does it make me feel terrified? The sky serene bird's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that there was something else besides the ashen pine sword that he was afraid of. This was beyond his expectations. Who is this kid? Why is he so strange? No, I have to kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be a great threat to me. The sky serene bird's killing intent surged. The kid in front of him couldn't be left alive. Therefore, he gripped the 9 darkness demonic sword tightly and quickly slashed forward. The black sword chi streaked across the void like a thunderclap, causing the entire void to shake. This was the demonic sword chi, the sky serene bird's most powerful weapon. When he used it now, even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Perhaps even a true king would have to retreat in the face of such power. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. The red lotus armor on his body condensed again, making him look like a god of war. At that moment, he held the ashen pine sword tightly in his right hand and the great dragon sword soul in his left. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the ashen pine sword and the great dragon sword soul merged together. The combination of the two exploded with a dazzling light. Countless dragon roars resounded, and a shocking sword chi shot into the sky. At that moment, not only did the ashen pine sword come to life, but it also seemed to have recovered to its peak. An azure-green longsword appeared in the void, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Xian held the longsword in his hand and stood in the void like a peerless king. His entire body emitted a powerful sword aura. In the next moment, he swung his arm and unleashed a shocking sword attack. The sword chi was like a rainbow that streaked across the void, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The green sword shadow transformed into a giant dragon that roared and charged forward. The dazzling light was so bright that no one could look directly at it. The powerful aura caused the entire sky to tremble. What? This power is even stronger than before. Feeling the sword chi in the air, the sky serene bird's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to unleash an even stronger sword chi. The sword chi was a huge threat to him, so he snorted coldly and gripped the 9 darkness demonic sword tightly again. He quickly unleashed several sword chi, forming a huge sword net that pressed forward. However, he still underestimated the power of the great dragon sword soul and the ashen pine sword. The combination of the two was still more powerful than a king. Therefore, the black sword net in the sky was instantly shattered, and the terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi quickly enveloped the sky serene bird. Rumble, in front of him, the entire ground caved in. Countless sword chi pierced through the heavens and earth like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the sky to shake. The sky serene bird's body was completely submerged in the sword chi. Blood dyed the ground red and the sky shook. The sky serene bird was even more severely injured, but in the next moment, he let out a mournful roar. Brat, I didn't want to use my true power, but this is what you've got. As the sky serene bird roared, a terrifying power exploded from his body. Not only that, the countless sword chi in front of him retreated as if they were pushed away by something and flew in all directions. In the next moment, the sky serene bird's terrifying body appeared again. Beside him, there was a flickering black domain that seemed to be an independent space of flames that surrounded him. Brat, you've angered me. You're dead. Even with the ashen pine sword, you won't be able to escape death today. The sky serene bird became extremely ferocious. Originally, he didn't care about dealing with an ant. However, he didn't expect this ant to injure him twice, forcing him to use his true power. Not good, this is the power of a domain. The dark red godly dragon exclaimed as his face turned serious. Damn it, I was too careless. Previously, I thought that he was bound by the star chains and couldn't use much power. I didn't expect him to be able to use a domain. This is really surprising. Lin Xian's face was also pale. With his outstanding soul power, he could naturally feel how terrifying that flame domain was. That flame domain made his hair stand on end. A domain is also called a king's domain. It's something that can only be obtained after entering the king realm. Sovereigns cultivate their martial spirits as a source of energy, while kings cultivate domains and use them as a source of energy. A king's domain is an independent domain developed from the martial spirits. Within this domain, the opponent's battle power can be multiplied. The dark red dragon's explanation shocked Lin Xian. He realized that this domain was similar to a small independent space. Of course, it hadn't become a real space, but it was still terrifying. Once he fell into the other party's domain, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "Brat, you should be proud that you can die under my 9 underworld devil flame domain." The heavenly netherbird's voice was cold. Around him, countless black flames formed a unique domain that was like hell. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, his huge body charged towards Lin Xian with the 9 underworld devil flame domain. The domain's power was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. It could be said that the domain contained the essence of a king's energy. It was extremely powerful, and even sovereigns couldn't resist it. Facing the heavenly netherbird's king's domain, Lin Xian's face was extremely solemn. There was only a bit of energy left in the azure pine sword. He had to kill it in one strike. Otherwise, without the azure pine sword, he wouldn't be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Looking at the heavenly netherbird getting closer and closer, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly raised the azure pine sword. "Haha, it's useless. You can't break my king's domain." The heavenly netherbird sneered, "I'll let you know what hell is in a moment." "Damn it, brat. Why don't we leave? Don't fight with him anymore. He can use the king's domain. His battle power is definitely super strong." The dark red dragon's face was also unsightly. However, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. In this situation, they had to continue fighting. There was still a chance of survival if they fought, but running away meant certain death. Looking at the 9 underworld's devil flame domain that was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian's sword god erupted with a resplendent light. In the next moment, just as he was about to slash out with his sword, an old sigh came from the void. Sigh, this voice was low, but it was incomparably clear. As soon as it appeared, it caused the entire deep pine hall to tremble violently. Even the heavenly nether bird that was flying in front of them suddenly stopped. Its face was filled with fear as if it had seen a ghost. "Damn it! Who is it? Get out here!" The heavenly nether bird seemed to have been provoked as it roared crazily. Its roar caused the entire void to boil and set off countless shockwaves. Lin Xian's arm also stopped in midair. He could clearly hear that the sigh came from the azure pine sword. Could it be? Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and looked at the azure pine sword in his hand with a bewildered expression. At that moment, the old voice sounded again. "Tianyu, I didn't expect that after thousands of years, you would really come out." Hearing this voice, the heavenly nether bird immediately exploded. It screamed in fear, "Old man Xianxia, how is this possible? Aren't you already dead?" Humans and monsters were not the same. Monsters had a long lifespan, so it was not a problem for them to live for thousands of years. Humans, on the other hand, were different. Even the strongest kings could only live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was impossible for them to live any longer. Therefore, even though the heavenly nether bird could not defeat Xianxia, it was still alive while Xianxia was dead. Impossible. Old man Xianxia couldn't have lived for so long. "Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Get out here. Back then, it was because you were too cruel. That's why I sealed you. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, not only did it not erase your ruthlessness, it even made you worse. You've really wasted my painstaking efforts." The old voice sounded again. Then, a pale figure leisurely floated out from the azure pine sword. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. "Old man Xianxia, it's really you." Seeing the illusory figure, the heavenly nether bird could not help but scream. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. "Damned old man Xianxia, you actually dared to seal me for thousands of years. This time I'll definitely destroy your nest." With that, the heavenly nether bird coldly snorted and the 9 underworld demon flame domain burned fiercely. Carrying the king's domain, he charged towards Lin Xian in an even more violent manner. Feeling this energy, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. The pale figure in front of him sighed. Then, with a grab, the azure pine sword in Lin Xian's hand flew into the old man's hand. In the next moment, the azure pine sword exploded with a bright light. It was like a green sun, shining in all directions. A shocking aura exploded from the longsword. This sword chi was too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone caused a 1,000-meter-long crack to appear in the space. Xianxia held the azure pine sword in one hand and quickly slashed out a ray of sword chi. The sword chi was thousands of feet long. It was like a green dragon roaring in the sky. This sword slashed directly towards the heavenly nether bird. It fiercely hit the 9 underworld demon flame domain in front of him, causing a shocking explosion. The demon flame domain was mercilessly torn apart, causing a terrifying crack to appear. The heavenly nether bird was even more affected. Its mountain-like body was sent flying backwards. Damn it, this is impossible. You're just a broken soul. How can you have such powerful strength? The heavenly nether bird went crazy in disbelief. That sword chi was too terrifying. It had almost split open its 9 underworld demon flame domain. Although his strength had been greatly reduced in the past few thousand years, and he was no longer as powerful as he was in the past, not just anyone could split open his domain. Moreover, the opponent was just an afterimage of Xianxia's soul. It could not use much power. Xianxia was also very surprised. He looked at the azure pine sword in his hand. His eyes flashed. What a powerful sword spirit. It's rare. Young man, is this your sword spirit? Xianxia looked at Lin Xian. Greetings, senior. That is indeed my sword spirit. Lin Xian answered honestly. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Even I didn't have such a sharp sword soul back then. Young man, your future is limitless. Xianxia said. Senior is too kind. Lin Xian and Xianxia were talking. On the other side, the heavenly nether bird was going crazy with anger. Ever since he had broken out of the seal, he had not encountered anything that went smoothly. Now, even Xianxia's afterimage had appeared. This made him feel very uneasy. Old man, you're just an afterimage. You can't use much power. Once I kill you, I'll destroy your entire Azure Pine Palace. Indeed, you're right. I'm only a broken soul. I can't stop you. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. Senior, please use your full strength to subdue this ancient demonic beast. Otherwise, if he escapes, the entire Tianwu continent will be in chaos. The dark red dragon stomped its feet in anger. Fuck, this old man's strength isn't enough, but he still dares to come out. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He slowly said, although I can't kill him, I can still teach him a lesson. Then I'll have to ask Senior to do it. Lin Xian said. He didn't want to fight with the terrifying Heaven Netherbird anymore. It was a King Realm expert, and it even had a King Realm domain. It was too terrifying. However, old Taoist Xianxia stared at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice, Young man, do you want to try beating up Tianyu? What? Both Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned when they heard that. Beating up the Heaven Netherbird? How was that possible? Unless Lin Xian was a King Realm expert, the Dark Red Dragon also muttered, It's over, it's over. This old man has gone crazy. In the distance, the Heaven Netherbird laughed crazily, Old man Xianxia, I think you've really gone crazy. A broken soul imprint wants to beat me? What a joke. The Heaven Netherbird's expression was one of disdain. If Xianxia was at his peak, he might be afraid. But now, his opponent was just a broken soul imprint. He didn't need to worry. Lin Xian also had a strange expression on his face. Senior, you're not joking, right? Beating up the Heaven Netherbird was indeed exciting, but Lin Xian knew that it was impossible. After all, the Heaven Netherbird was an existence that even kings feared. How could he beat it? However, Xianxia smiled, Don't worry. Since I said so, I naturally have a way. Although I can't raise your cultivation to the King Realm, I can suppress the Heaven Netherbird's cultivation to the Sovereign Realm. You're talking about the astral chains. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he thought of a possibility. That's right, it's indeed the astral chains. Back then, I used the astral chains to trap him, just in case. I didn't expect that I would finally have to use it now. Xianxia said slowly. In the distance, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed when it heard this. He realized that the old Taoist Xianxia's words were very likely to come true, because the 4 astral chains on his body were too miraculous. They had been suppressing him all these years, and not only had his cultivation not improved, it had actually weakened. Now that old Taoist Xianxia's broken soul had recovered, and with the help of the stellar key, his cultivation might really be suppressed. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. Damned old ghost, go to hell. The heavenly netherbird went crazy. It held the netherworld demon sword and used its king's domain to quickly charge forward. This time, he was truly determined to kill. He was determined to kill all of them. However, old Taoist Xianxia took the stellar key from Xianxia and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, the stellar key released a dazzling light and formed a starry sky map in the air. Stars were floating and spinning in the void, flickering in and out of existence. When the starry sky map appeared, the heavenly netherbird screamed in pain. The astral chains on his body seemed to have come alive and were making clanking sounds. The originally pitch-black chain had shed its black outer layer and was now emitting an azure light. Every ray of light formed a star. In the end, the 4 astral chains carried a sky full of stars and completely surrounded the heavenly netherbird. No. The heavenly netherbird roared crazily and used its king's domain to resist. However, it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and its strength was not as strong as before. Moreover, the astral chains were specifically used to suppress it. Therefore, it did not struggle for long before it was surrounded by the stars. The direct result was that the king's domain around the heavenly netherbird quickly disappeared. Not only that, its aura plummeted, and it quickly fell to the honorable realm. In the end, the heavenly netherbird's cultivation stopped at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, the stars in the sky disappeared and the heavenly netherbird's huge figure appeared. However, at this moment, its aura was no longer as strong as before. Not only that, but its eyes were filled with fear because it was no longer invincible. It was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. It will not be able to maintain this state for long, so you should end this quickly. After using the secret technique, old Taoist Xianxia's figure became abnormally blurry, as if it would disappear at any time. Thank you, Senior. Xianxia said respectfully. Then, he turned to look at the heavenly netherbird, his eyes shining. If the heavenly netherbird was not a match for him before, it was different now. The heavenly netherbird was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was the same strength as him. Therefore, he was not afraid of it at all. With a clang, Xianxia pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and quickly attacked. Astral sword technique. As he waved his long sword, countless sword rays shot into the sky, turning into meteors one after another and bombarding the heavenly netherbird. This sword technique was comprehended by Xianxia in the astral pavilion. When he used it now, it could be said to be extremely powerful. Ah, reptile, go to hell. The heavenly netherbird fought with all its might. Although the king's domain was gone, its 9 underworld demon sword was still there. Therefore, it held the huge black demon sword and quickly met the attack. Bang, 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 the two exchanged dozens of blows, and the heavenly netherbird was defeated. Ah, this is so infuriating. The heavenly netherbird was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. It was an ancient beast and a peerless beast on the heaven ranking. Now that it was defeated by a young human, it could not accept it. However, its cultivation was completely suppressed and it could not use it at all. Therefore, even if it was angry, there was nothing it could do. Moreover, the human youth in front of it had truly shocked it. Previously, it thought that the other party could only fight it with the power of the Xianxia sword. But now, its cultivation was suppressed to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm, which was one level higher than the other party, but it still could not defeat the other party. Moreover, the other party was not using the Xianxia sword. This made it understand that the young man in front of it was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He should be a genius among the human martial artists, someone who could fight above his level. After being sent flying again, the heavenly netherbird was in an extremely sorry state. It gritted its teeth and roared, "Brat, I'll spare your life today. Once I recover my strength, I'll tear you to pieces." With that, it turned around and flew into the sky. It spread its huge wings and was about to fly into the sky. It had been too frustrating today, and its cultivation had been suppressed. It did not want to fight anymore. It wanted to find a place to break the suppression of the astral chains and then come back to kill these people. At that time, no one would be able to stop it. Therefore, Lin Xian used the dragon-catching hand the moment the sky serene bird flew into the sky. Two huge dragons coiled around each other, forming a giant hand that grabbed towards the sky. In the next moment, the sky serene bird was caught by the dragon-catching hand. "Get lost." The sky serene bird struggled as black flames burned all over its body. It wanted to retract the giant hand. However, the dragon-catching hand was extremely mysterious. Legend had it that it could even capture a giant dragon, let alone a sky serene bird. Furthermore, the dragon-catching hand was infused with the power of the great dragon sword spirit by Lin Xian. It was extremely powerful. The two real dragons roared. They were so lifelike that they looked as if they were real. They quickly coiled around the heavenly netherbird and pulled it downwards. Boom, the sky serene bird crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian waved his hand and four huge light swords of wind, thunder, water, and fire appeared, surrounding the sky serene bird and trapping it. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. "I'll give you a chance. Hand over a little bit of essence blood and a trace of flame origin and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you up." Lin Xian was very excited. He never thought that he would be able to beat the sky serene bird up one day. This feeling was too good. "Brat, you're courting death." The sky serene bird roared in anger. However, what awaited it was a sharp sword. The sword landed on the sky serene bird's body and made a huge sound. However, what was shocking was that such a sharp sword did not leave a single mark on the sky serene bird's body. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. However, he quickly understood. This was because the sky serene bird was very similar to the dark red divine dragon. They both had strong physiques but their cultivations were suppressed. The sky serene bird screamed and roared. He knew that his opponent could only hurt him because of the ashen pine sword. Without the ashen pine sword, his opponent could not break through his defense. Knowing this, he completely relaxed. "Ha ha ha ha, lowly worm. So what if you've trapped me? With your strength, you can't break through my defense." The sky serene bird sneered. "Humph, I really don't know what you have to be so proud of." Lin Xian coldly snorted and quickly waved his sword. Sword chi shot out like rainbows and ruthlessly slashed the heavenly netherbird's body. The sky serene bird forgot one thing. Although Lin Xian's longsword couldn't break through its defense, it didn't mean that the sword chi wouldn't hurt. Therefore, it didn't take long for the heavenly netherbird to start screaming. "Damned brat, I'll definitely tear you to shreds later." The heavenly netherbird gritted its teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. "You dare to threaten me?" With another slash, the heavenly serene bird wailed again. However, what shocked Lin Xian the most was that the heavenly netherbird's physique was too strong. Even after slashing so many times, he still couldn't hurt it. This was simply inconceivable. "Brat, stop. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break through his defense if you continue like this." The dark red dragon shook its head. As an ancient divine beast, it naturally knew how strong the heavenly netherbird's physique was. In order to break through the heavenly netherbird's defense, one would need to be at least at the king level or Lin Xian could use the Xianxia sword. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to use the Xianxia sword because there was no more energy inside. If he used it, the Xianxia sword would shatter. At that time, the old Taoist Xianxia's figure might also disappear. At that time, who knows if the starry chains would still be effective. How about I set up a killing formation? I don't believe that I can't break through this guy's defense. The dark red dragon was also thinking, should I set up the immortal slaying formation or the demon slaying formation? The names of these formations caused the heavenly netherbird to tremble. These were all famous formations from the ancient times. Although it didn't believe that Lin Xian could set them up, it was still very surprised. This was because it realized that the dark red dragon was just like him. It was also an ancient divine beast, but it had lost its cultivation. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll try using the 10,000 beast cauldron. With that, Lin Xian took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. When the black cauldron appeared, the heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank and it shrieked. An earth rank artifact, it didn't notice it during the battle, but now that it was so close, it immediately felt that the 10,000 beast cauldron was extraordinary. With its knowledge, it naturally recognized that the black cauldron was an earth rank artifact. Moreover, it was a complete earth rank artifact. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird broke out in cold sweat. It didn't think that a few humans would have a complete earth rank artifact. Moreover, Lin Xian was only an honored realm expert. Even the old Taoist Xianxia's figure was shocked. An earth rank artifact requires a lot of power. It's impossible to use it without reaching the king realm. The heavenly netherbird held on to its last glimmer of hope. However, it soon despaired because Lin Xian didn't use it at all. Instead, Lin Xian swung the 10,000 beast cauldron towards it. Clang, Lin Xian used the black 10,000 beast cauldron as a brick and smashed it onto the heavenly netherbird's body, causing a deafening sound to resound. The heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it started to cry. Lin Xian's arm was numb as well. Damn it, its defense is so strong. I don't believe that an earth rank artifact can't break through it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used all the strength in his body to grab the 10,000 beast cauldron and smashed it again. This time, the heavenly netherbird was in so much pain that it wanted to die. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy because he still hadn't broken through it. Brat, you're hitting the wrong place. Hit its head. The dark red dragon decisively grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron and swung its claw at the heavenly netherbird's head. The heavenly netherbird saw stars and almost fainted. After this attack, the heavenly netherbird was completely convinced. It was too painful. Unlike the Lone Star Sword, the 10,000 beast cauldron was a true earth rank artifact. Its power was no joke. Although it didn't have any external injuries, it had suffered internal injuries. Many of its bones had been broken. Stop. I'll promise you, okay? The heavenly netherbird roared, isn't it just a drop of essence blood and a trace of flame source? I'll give it to you. It was completely terrified. You should have done this earlier. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, you didn't have to force me to use my last resort. The dark red dragon's eyes also widened. It had finally obtained the heavenly netherbird's essence blood. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird reluctantly handed over a drop of essence blood. A drop of essence blood was only the size of a fist. Although it looked small, the energy it contained was incomparably pure. The dark red dragon's face was filled with ecstasy. It hugged the essence blood and quickly dived into the beast bag. Brat, I'll go into seclusion for a few days. The dark red dragon roared excitedly. His roar woke up the little white monkey. The latter rubbed its eyes in dissatisfaction and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. The heavenly serene bird gritted its teeth and unwillingly pulled out a black feather from its tail. It contained a trace of the origin flame. The heavenly serene bird threw it to Lin Xian. However, it was snatched away by the little white monkey. Little White looked at the feather and shook its head. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care because he felt that Little White must have its reasons for doing so. As expected, the little white monkey threw the feather to the ground and quickly scanned the heavenly serene bird's body with its black gemstone eyes. Damn monkey, what are you doing? For some reason, the heavenly serene bird was scared by the little white monkey. However, the little white monkey didn't care at all. It stared at a black feather on the heavenly serene bird's tail and quickly flew over. Damn monkey, you're looking for death. Get out of my way. Seeing the little white monkey's actions, the heavenly serene bird almost went berserk. Although the feather that it gave Lin Xian contained the origin flame, it was very rare. It didn't give anything good. However, it didn't expect the little white monkey to find it and target the feather on its body. How could it tolerate this? Therefore, it tried its best to dodge. However, in the next moment, a furry paw gently patted its head. Then, it saw stars. The world was spinning. It was a terrible feeling. It didn't faint. However, it couldn't move at all. The dizziness lasted for a short time. However, it was enough for the little white monkey to pull out the black feather. Therefore, when the heavenly serene bird woke up again, Lin Xian still had the origin feather. You. The heavenly serene bird stared at the little white monkey and Lin Xian with murderous intent in its eyes. That was a origin feather. It contained a large amount of origin flame. Now that it was taken away, its strength was definitely affected. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied. He could naturally sense that the black flame aura contained within the feather before him was much denser. The origin flame contained in this black feather was clearly much stronger than the previous one. It seemed that the heavenly netherbird was only trying to deal with him and didn't plan on giving him a good origin flame. He didn't expect the little white monkey to discover it. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this feather must be extremely important to the heavenly netherbird. Since that was the case, Lin Xian happily accepted it. After obtaining the primordial feather, Lin Xian should be able to condense a flame martial soul in no time. At that time, he would have 4 martial souls. His combat strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. However, he didn't leave immediately because Lin Xian knew that once the heavenly netherbird regained its strength, it would chase him all over the world. Therefore, he had to come up with some life-saving methods. In the next moment, Lin Xian controlled the 10,000 beast cauldron and planted a beast slave seal in the heaven netherbbird's body. Although he knew that the beast slave seal couldn't completely control the heavenly serene bird, it could still restrict it. Moreover, if he was really anxious, he could use the 10,000 beast cauldron and the beast slave seal. After doing all this, Lin Xian no longer cared about the heavenly netherbird. Instead, he turned to old Taoist Song and bowed seriously. Then, he turned into a sword radiance and left the place. Damn brat, you dare to steal my primordial feather and plant a beast slave seal in me? No matter where you run to, I'll kill you. The heavenly netherbird roared at the sky. It had never suffered such a huge loss before. On the side, old Taoist Song looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the illusory figure disappeared into the stellar key. Then, the stellar key exploded with a dazzling light. Old Taoist Song used the last of his energy to cast a spell to suppress the heavenly netherbird's cultivation. When all this was done, old Taoist Song's figure was no longer there. The Song sword had also turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the sky. Damn you, old Taoist Song, damn you. The heavenly netherbird was extremely furious. It naturally knew that it wouldn't be able to recover its strength in a short period of time. It didn't expect old Taoist Song to be able to suppress it even after his death. However, even though it was roaring, there was nothing it could do. In the distance, ever since Murong Qingqing and the others left, they heard a series of roars coming from the Song palace behind them. The sound was extremely terrifying. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the soul-stirring sound. Naturally, they knew that it was the heavenly netherbird's roar. Therefore, Murong Qingqing, Zhao Shui, and the others were all worried. This was because Lin Xian was still inside. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War sneered, "Who does that brat think he is? How dare he negotiate with the heavenly netherbird? He's courting death. Don't worry, he's dead for sure. This time, he won't be able to come out. It's just a pity about those treasures." Thinking about the stolen storage rings, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War gritted their teeth. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because the heavenly netherbird's terrifying aura was still present. Moreover, they soon felt an intense energy fluctuation coming from behind them. It seemed that there was a battle going on. The battle was extremely intense. It was even more intense than the honorable realm. This power, how is it possible? Could there be kings fighting? One of the powers belonged to the heavenly netherbird, but who was the other one? Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible, that brat is only a 7th level honorable realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't display the battle strength of a king. Could there be other experts inside? Thinking of this, everyone felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they had left quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape if they had encountered such a terrifying expert. Everyone was paying close attention to the battle at the Pine Palace because it would determine whether they would be safe for the next few days. However, they soon realized that the terrifying energy and aura had disappeared. The battle is over? Everyone was shocked. Because they were very far away, they didn't know what had happened at the Pine Palace. Both powers had disappeared. Could it be that they had perished together? If that was the case, that would be great. The people from the Palace of Gods of War were excited. Without the threat of the heavenly Netherbird, they didn't fear anyone. However, Morong Qingqing was very worried because they didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. I'll go take a look. Sensing the changes ahead, Zhao Shui prepared to go take a look. I'll go with you. Morong Qingqing was also worried. However, the elders from the Morong clan all stopped her. Young miss, we don't know the situation ahead. Why don't we wait patiently? Morong Qingqing was their clan's hope, so they didn't want her to take the risk. Just as the two sides were arguing, a sword light suddenly streaked across the sky. Someone came out of the Pine Palace. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked forward with bewildered expressions. After such an intense battle, could someone still be alive? They were certain that it wasn't the heavenly nether bird. If the heavenly nether bird was here, it would definitely be a scene of destruction. However, such a scene didn't appear, so it couldn't be the heavenly nether bird. Why does that figure look so familiar? F*CK, isn't that Lin Xian? Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian? How could it be Lin Xian? How could he survive such an intense battle? The people from the Palace of Gods of War didn't believe it. They didn't believe that an honorable realm martial artist could survive a battle between kings. It was simply impossible. But in next to no time, their expressions became extremely unsightly because they'd already seen the figure clearly. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, he's still alive. How is this possible? What kind of luck does this guy have to be able to survive? The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked as if they had seen a ghost. Morong Qingqing cheered. Zhao Shui also let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her cold face. She was relieved that Lin Xian was fine. Morong Qingqing also mumbled in a low voice, I knew it. This guy would be fine for sure. Lin Xian naturally saw Morong Qingqing and Zhao Shui. His figure flashed and landed in front of them. Lin Xian, it's really you. It's great that you're fine. What could happen to me? Lin Xian shrugged. How did you get out? What's the situation in front? Is the heavenly nether bird still alive? A group of martial artists surrounded him and kept asking questions. There's a remnant soul left behind by a peerless martial artist in the Pine Palace. He fought with the heavenly nether bird. The heavenly nether bird is still alive, but he's injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Lin Xian said. Of course, what he said wasn't the entire truth. At least, he didn't tell everyone about his battle with the heavenly nether bird. Knowing that the heavenly nether bird was heavily injured and would not be able to fight for a while, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As for the Palace of Gods of War's side, their expressions were unfriendly as they all surrounded him. When Lin Xian took their storage rings, they didn't dare to do anything because of the pressure from the heavenly nether bird. But now that the heavenly nether bird was gone, they had nothing to worry about. Even though Lin Xian was strong, they had 2 8th level venerables on their side. Moreover, they had many other experts as well. Thus, they weren't afraid of Lin Xian if they really fought. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come back alive. However, don't think that you'll be fine just like that. How dare you steal our storage rings? Spit them out right now. Not only that, you'll have to hand over all your treasures to make up for your crimes. Duan Tianqing had no intention of letting Lin Xian go. Looking at the group of people from the Palace of Gods of War, the Morong clan was also very cautious. After all, the other party was a powerful force. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He wasn't even afraid of the heavenly netherbird, let alone these people from the Palace of Gods of War. Moreover, the battle with the heavenly netherbird had benefited him a lot. It could be said that his battle experience had greatly increased. The people in front of him were no match for him at all. Last time, I was in a good mood and allowed you to use your storage rings to buy your lives. I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson and still dare to provoke me. But this time I'm very curious. What do you want to use to buy your lives? You're courting death. Attack! Duan Tianqing roared. Then, the martial artists from the Palace of Gods of War and the Palace of Divine Birds surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng faced off against Lin Xian, while the others stared at the people from the Morone clan and Merry Woods. Brat, you're dead this time. I'll kill you with my own hands. Yan Feng stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a human-shaped lightning bolt charging towards him. Boom, Yan Feng was caught off guard. He didn't expect Lin Xian to attack him so quickly. There was no warning at all. Therefore, he could only passively defend. In the next moment, the boundless power of thunder and lightning quickly surrounded him. The powerful force numbed his entire body. You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian defeat Yan Feng with one move, Duan Tianqing roared. He quickly unleashed his martial soul and pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he summoned the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, he held it in his hand and quickly slammed it forward. Clang, the sound of metal vibrating rang out. Suddenly, everyone's scalp went numb and their faces turned pale. Duan Tianqing bore the brunt of the impact and was directly sent flying. Damn it, this is impossible. What exactly is that thing? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. Duan Tianqing was an eighth heaven honorable. How could he be sent flying with one move? This was unbelievable. The people from the Palace of Gods of War looked at Lin Xian with cold sweat on their faces. They regretted provoking him again. In an instant, those martial artists were all stunned. They didn't dare to move at all. Tell me, how do you want to buy your life this time? Lin Xian stepped on Duan Tianqing's body and said coldly. Duan Tianqing was trembling with anger. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never been humiliated like this before. However, Lin Xian was too strange. Especially the small black cauldron in his hand. It almost shattered his martial soul with one move. This made him extremely terrified. However, he had already lost his storage ring. At this moment, he didn't have anything left to lose. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and lie on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lin Xian naturally understood that the other party had nothing left. However, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Moreover, he thought of something. He had to clarify this matter. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. There's something I need you to tell me. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can let you go. Otherwise, you can stay here forever to accompany the heavenly netherbird. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear. Duan Tianqing also gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, what's the problem? Why do you want to kill me? Logically speaking, even if I offended young Master Ling Feng, the Palace of Gods of War shouldn't have sent experts like you, right? Yes, this was the question that Lin Xian had been wondering. He realized that Duan Tianqing and the others weren't on the same side as young Master Ling Feng. Although both sides wanted to kill him, they weren't on the same level. Therefore, he thought that there must be some reason that he didn't know. You don't know? Duan Tianqing was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know about this matter. It seems like those people didn't tell you. Who? Speak clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian said coldly. You should know that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War is in seclusion. The vice palace master is preparing to seize power. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War is divided into two factions. Duan Tianqing took a deep breath and continued, when the palace master was in seclusion, he drew a painting and asked all the martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War to welcome and assist him. The person in the painting is you. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The ordinary martial artists in the Palace of Gods of War were also stunned because this painting was only seen by the higher-ups of the Palace of Gods of War. And those higher-ups didn't spread the news, so ordinary martial artists didn't know at all. This Lin Xian actually had such a close relationship with the Palace of Gods of War. The martial artists from the other factions were even more shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "What's the name of your palace master? What does he look like? Hurry up and tell me." He thought of a possibility. Although it was unbelievable, he had to ask clearly. Lin Xian was very excited because he thought of a possibility, so he had to confirm it. Duan Tianqing didn't plan to hide it because this matter couldn't be hidden at all. After Lin Xian went out, the other people in the Palace of Gods of War would definitely come looking for him. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War is called Lin Zhan. As for what he looks like, I think you should know. Lin Zhan, hearing this name, Lin Xian's body trembled. It was just as he thought. Although he was very shocked and didn't dare to believe it, it was probably the truth. Lin Zhan was his father's name. Lin Xian didn't expect his father to be the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. But how was this possible? One had to know that his father had only left him for about 3 years. Before that, his father had always been in the Xia country of the Tiannan region. How could he suddenly become the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War? The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was at least a king. What kind of opportunity could allow a spirit transformation realm martial artist to become a king in such a short period of time? Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine at all. However, the facts before his eyes showed that the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War was really his father. Thinking about the sword heart pendant his father gave him and the words left in the ancestral land, Lin Xian felt that his father might not be as simple as he looked. There should be some shocking secret on him. As for what the secret was, he would probably only know when he met his father. With news of his father, all his problems were solved. Lin Xian finally understood why Duan Tianqing and the others wanted to kill him. Because Lin Xian's real identity was the young master of the Palace of Ares. In the future, if there were no accidents, he would be the one to inherit the Palace of Gods of War. How could the vice palace master allow such a threat to exist? That was why there was a series of pursuits. Lin Xian did not expect that he would be involved in this kind of power struggle for no reason at all. He was afraid that there would be many fierce battles in the future. Duan Tianqing gritted his teeth and said, "I'm done. Can you let us go now?" Scram. Lin Xian kicked him away. "Tell your vice palace master to not have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Also, it won't be long before I personally make a trip to the Palace of Ares." Everyone gasped. Judging from Lin Xian's tone, it seemed like he wanted to start a war with the Palace of Ares. Now, many people had already guessed some terrifying news, and their eyelids twitched. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a shocking origin. Duan Tianqing crawled up from the ground and led the Palace of Gods of War away. This time, he would definitely not dare to provoke Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also sat to the side to rest, but he was constantly thinking. He had already found his father's whereabouts. All he needed to do was meet up with them at the Palace of Gods of War. Furthermore, after doing this, he still needed to return to the Tiannan region and rescue the entire Lin family from his ice seal. After dealing with the matters of the Tianwu continent, Lin Xian would fulfill his promise to Zero and leave the Tianwu continent. He would go to a wider world and fulfill his promise. This promise was naturally related to King Danyu and the legendary Pill sect. Lin Xian would not forget this. In the next few days, no one ran around. Instead, they waited quietly because the day of departure was approaching. However, on the day before they left, there was another change. That was because in the distant Deep Pine Hall, an extremely berserk demonic aura surged out. It swept through the 9 heavens as if a peerless beast had awakened. Following that, a roar like thunder rang out, "Damned brat, where are you? Come out, I'll definitely kill you." This voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the cultivators in the distance heard this, their expressions changed and they even began to tremble. "The Heaven Nether Bird, that's the Heaven Nether Bird's voice. Damn it, it's revived again. Not good, the Heaven Nether Bird is coming. Everyone, run." Everyone panicked and began to flee. There was no way around it. The heaven nether bird was too powerful. Even kings were not its match, let alone them. Thus, they chose to hide. As long as they could hide for another day, they would be able to leave safely. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the heaven nether bird to recover its strength so quickly. This was not good news for him. Furthermore, if the heaven nether bird also left this place and arrived at the Tianwu continent, there would be a storm of blood. Furthermore, his current strength was not enough to contend against the heaven nether bird. If they met again, it would be very troublesome. On the side, Zhao Shui and Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. The brat that the heaven nether bird was talking about, could it be you? What did you do to make it so angry? Morong Qingqing was puzzled. Zhao Shui was also very curious. Lin Xian said indifferently, it's nothing. I only plucked a feather and let it bleed a little. What, you injured the heaven nether bird? The two were shocked. This was shocking news. What kind of existence was the heaven nether bird? It was a peerless demonic beast. It was at least a king realm beast, however, such a terrifying existence was actually injured by Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. It's not that exaggerated. I wasn't the one fighting. I only took advantage of the situation. Seeing that Lin Xian did not want to say more, the two did not continue to ask. However, they did not stay here and quickly escaped. Right now, the only thing they could do was to leave safely and not let the heaven nether bird find trouble. The heaven nether bird searched around and did not find Lin Xian. It was extremely angry and began to bombard everything around it. Immediately, the mountains and forests were all flattened. However, this situation only lasted for half a day before the heaven nether bird disappeared. Not only that, the terrifying pressure also disappeared. This allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, that night, the terrifying aura surged out again. According to his guess, the heavenly nether bird had not completely removed the suppression of the astral chains. Furthermore, the suppression had become extremely unstable, causing its strength to fluctuate. This allowed Lin Xian to heave a sigh of relief. At least the heavenly nether bird was not an invincible existence. It still had its weaknesses. This way, even if it went out, it would not dare to be too flamboyant. Otherwise, it would be surrounded by the kings of the Tianwu continent. A night of danger passed. The next day, just as the sun rose, the entire remote sky secret realm became different. Everyone felt a mysterious force repelling them. They knew that the remote sky secret realm was about to close, and they were going to be teleported out. The force grew stronger and stronger, and finally, someone disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was ecstatic. The last 2 days were like a nightmare. They had spent it carefully, afraid that the heavenly nether bird would discover them. Now that they could leave this place and escape this danger, they were naturally happy. Lin Xian, I'll leave first. When I return to the Tianwu continent, I'll look for you. Morong Qingqing waved her hand and left with her clansmen. On the other side, the people from the Palace of Gods of War also looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions before they were teleported out. Zhao Shui, how did you get in? Lin Xian was very curious. Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Lin Xian was very familiar with that smile. This was clearly the Zhao Shui that he knew. But in the next moment, that smile disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. The Zhao Shui in front of him did not notice the change in his expression. Instead, he said in a deep voice. I sneaked in from a rank 6 sect. I should be teleported back to where I came from. But don't worry, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Xian was not worried about this. After all, Zhao Shui was not weaker than him. Even an 8th level venerable might not be able to do anything to him. However, what really worried Lin Xian was Zhao Shui's situation and that strange smile. At that moment, Lin Xian clearly felt that the Zhao Shui he was familiar with had returned. But in the next moment, that feeling disappeared. This made him extremely puzzled. However, he couldn't explain it now. He could only wait and see. There's something wrong with your friend. After Zhao Shui left, Zero's voice sounded. What? What is it? Lin Xian asked. The cultivation technique she practices is very strange. It seems to be able to produce a second soul. What? You're saying that there are two souls in Zhao Shue's body? Lin Xian was shocked. You could say that. Hearing this, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. He knew that there was something wrong with Zhao Shue's body, but he had never thought that there would be two souls in her body. This was too inconceivable to him. No wonder Zhao Shue's temperament had changed so much that she didn't even recognize him. It seemed that her original soul had been suppressed. Then is she in danger? Lin Xian asked. She's fine now. Her original soul should be asleep. However, she'll definitely be in danger in the future. Maybe the soul produced by the cultivation technique will replace her original soul. After all, the void sky eye was a very strange cultivation technique in ancient times. There were many amazing geniuses who practiced it, but they all died in the end. There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian frowned. He realized that Zhao Shue's situation was very bad. What can I do to save her? The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together, so Lin Xian couldn't sit idly by. Don't worry. With your current strength, you won't be able to save her. Moreover, I suspect that this cultivation technique itself is a conspiracy. This matter can't be explained in a short period of time. Leave here first. I'll explain it to you later. Zero's voice disappeared as a surge of energy enveloped Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared from where he was. A mysterious spatial force brought Lin Xian out of the hidden sky secret realm. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery around him had changed greatly. It was no longer the primitive forest of the hidden sky secret realm, but the scenery of the immortal martial academy. I'm back. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After more than 3 months, he was finally back. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He's out. Below, the crowd was excited. Endless shouts could be heard. Brother Xian. A group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples waved and shouted. The surrounding people's gazes also fell on Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. This aura, 7th Heaven Venerable. Everyone exclaimed because they felt a terrifying aura from Lin Xian's body. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made their hearts jump. The surrounding elders were also shocked. If they remembered correctly, Lin Xian's cultivation should only be at the 4th Heaven Venerable when he first entered. However, they didn't expect him to break through to the 7th Heaven Venerable in just a few months. This kind of breakthrough speed was truly shocking. Of course, they still didn't know that Lin Xian could beat up an 8th Heaven Venerable. If they knew, their jaws would probably drop. Headmaster Xian was astonished as well. But soon after, he revealed a smile. As expected of the legendary person. This kid's strength and talent are truly heaven-defying. 7th Heaven Venerable, Brother Xian, you're too strong. Wang Li and the other Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples rushed up and surrounded Lin Xian with exclamations. Don't worry, I brought back a lot of treasures this time. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you guys improve. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't be stingy to the people around him. Really? That's great. Thank you, Brother Xian. Brother Xian is domineering and mighty. A group of people cheered. At this moment, the void above fluctuated again. One figure after another appeared. Du Guotian, Li Yunfei, and the others were among them. Everyone exclaimed again because they realized that Du Guotian's aura had also reached the 7th Heaven Venerable. Although Li Yunfei's aura hadn't reached the 7th Heaven Venerable, it had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Venerable. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to enter the 7th Heaven Venerable. This made everyone exclaim. The 3 strongest disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy had greatly improved their strength at this moment. Those elders were also beaming with joy because the harvest this time was indeed not small. However, in the center of these people, there was an exceptionally shocking figure. It was a young man who was only a few years older than Du Guotian. He had a tall figure like a fiend god. At this moment, his body was emitting a monstrous aura. Even those elders were extremely shocked. 8th Heaven Venerable. Everyone exclaimed and looked at the figure with deep shock. Is he also a disciple of our academy? Why don't I recognize him? Oh my god, 8th Heaven Venerable. Such a young 8th Heaven Venerable. He's going to defy the heavens. The group of people was shocked and puzzled at the same time. I know. He's a disciple from the previous batch. He's only a few years older than us. He stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. I didn't expect him to enter the remote sky secret realm this time. And his cultivation has risen to the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Soon, Meng Tian's news spread among the crowd. He was ranked 3rd on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, a member of the punishment hall, and an 8th heaven of the honorable realm. Every piece of news shocked the crowd. Dean Xian and the rest smiled contentedly. Finally, someone had entered the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. This made them heave a sigh of relief. In fact, some people found it strange because the Immortal Martial Academy was also known as a king-level force. However, people like Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were still weaker than the core disciples of the king clans. However, this didn't affect the Immortal Martial Academy's status. Du Guoyan and the rest were still too young. The ones who could be compared to the core disciples of the king clans were people like Meng Tian. These people were very young and talented. However, according to the academy's rules, they couldn't become disciples of the academy and could only stay in the punishment hall. However, in terms of age, talent, and cultivation, these people could definitely compete with the core disciples of the other king clans. After Meng Tian bowed to Dean Xian and the rest, his gaze landed on Lin Xian. Du Guoyan, Li Yunfei, and the rest also looked at Lin Xian and were shocked. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's cultivation had also reached the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Looking at his strong spiritual energy, it didn't seem like he had just reached the 7th heaven. His aura was even stronger than Du Guoyan's. Among those present, only Meng Tian could suppress Lin Xian in terms of cultivation. This made Du Guoyan, Li Yunfei, and the rest very depressed. They originally thought that they would be able to surpass Lin Xian after coming out of the secret realm. However, they didn't expect that they were still lagging behind. Moreover, the gap seemed to have widened. Meng Tian was also amazed. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Xian's, he still felt a sense of trepidation when facing Lin Xian based on his martialist senses. This feeling was very strange. One should know that he was at the 8th heaven and Lin Xian was only at the 7th heaven. No one would believe him. However, Meng Tian didn't let his guard down because he believed in his intuition. Junior brother Lin, we didn't see you in the end. Where were you during that time? The elders shook their heads helplessly. Before they entered the remote sky secret realm, Dean Xian had reminded them to protect Lin Xian. But not long after entering the mystic realm, they would lose Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also apologetic. He thanked the elders and everyone for their concern. He had made them worry. I went to Pine Hall at the end, Lin Xian said. What? Pine Hall? You really went there? Meng Tian and the rest were shocked. The elders were also covered in cold sweat. Although they didn't go to Pine Hall, they knew a thing or two about the situation there. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go to such a dangerous place. Junior brother Lin is indeed bold. Meng Tian was shocked. He had hesitated for a long time before, but he didn't go in the end. Not only Meng Tian, but Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were also surprised. The surrounding disciples were at a loss. Pine Hall? What is that place? Is it dangerous? It seems quite dangerous. Didn't you see that even senior brother Meng Tian was full of praise? It can't be. Is Lin Xian the only one who went in? The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion also asked, Brother Xian, what is Pine Hall? Can you tell us about it? Lin Xian scratched his nose helplessly and smiled bitterly. At this time, Meng Tian spoke again. Although I didn't enter Pine Hall, I know the situation there. Pine Hall is the core area of the remote sky secret realm. There are countless treasures inside, far more than outside. What? The core area? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Although they hadn't entered the remote sky secret realm, they still understood what the core area meant. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so lucky. He actually entered the core area. Yeah, didn't you see that senior brother Meng Tian and the rest didn't go in? The group was envious. Lucky? Du Guotian and the rest had strange expressions. You're wrong. Wrong? How is it wrong? Isn't there countless treasures in the core area? The crowd was puzzled again. There are indeed countless treasures, but there are also countless dangers inside. Moreover, it's even more dangerous this time. Because there's a peerless beast inside, the heavenly netherbird. That's an ancient ferocious beast, and it's a peerless demon on the heaven leaderboard. What? The heavenly netherbird, an ancient ferocious beast. Hearing this, the crowd trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. Needless to say, the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying just by hearing its name. No wonder Meng Tian and Du Guotian had such expressions. It turns out that Pine Hall is extremely dangerous. But Lin Xian actually dared to go in. I have to say, he's too daring. Junior brother Lin, what's the strength of the heavenly netherbird? Has it reached the 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Everyone was curious. They wanted to know how powerful the ancient ferocious beast was. 9th heaven of the honorable realm? Lin Xian shook his head. Ordinary kings are nothing in front of it. What? Even kings are nothing? No way, it's so powerful. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They realized that they had underestimated the ancient ferocious beast. It was definitely an ancient ferocious beast. Even Dean Xian was surprised. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the remote sky secret realm. Lin Xian was too daring. He dared to enter the same place as a king-rank ferocious beast. Fortunately, he was fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Palace of Ares. Dean Xian was also scared. Then how did you guys escape safely? Everyone was puzzled. They could not think of how they could escape from such a ferocious beast. Actually, it's not too bad. With the protection of the ancient ferocious beast's remnant soul, the heavenly netherbird did not cause much harm. Lin Xian explained briefly. Everyone came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. But thinking about it, it should be extremely dangerous. The disciples kept discussing and asking the disciples who had entered the secret realm. The scene was very lively. However, Dean Xian frowned and looked at the sky. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly as his face turned serious. The 1,000-beast cauldron in his body vibrated as if it was reminding him. Recently, he had only used the 1,000-beast cauldron to plant a beast mark on the heavenly netherbird. Other than that, he had not done anything else. Now that the 1,000-beast cauldron was moving, it was obviously related to the heavenly netherbird. Did that guy come out again? Indeed, in the next moment, tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down from afar, attracting everyone's attention. Over at the Immortal Martial Academy, all the disciples looked up at the sky in shock. Not only the Immortal Martial Academy, but also the Palace of War, Morone Clan, Merry Woods, and Deity Sword Villa. All the major powers and clans looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. Countless lightning bolts danced in the sky like wild snakes. It was terrifying. Not only that, the sky suddenly cracked open, forming a crack that was thousands of miles long. It was as if the entire sky had been split into two. Endless black flames poured out from the huge crack, covering the entire sky. The black flames burned fiercely with a strange aura, as if they were the demonic flames of hell. In the next moment, a deep roar rang out, bringing with it endless anger and violent power. Finally, a huge figure flew out from the crack, filling the sky in an instant. It was a huge body, pitch black in color. Its black feathers seemed to be made of demonic iron, burning with black flames. Accompanying it was an earth-shattering demonic aura and a terrifying pressure. Heavenly Netherbird, it's the Heavenly Netherbird. Damn it, that guy actually came out. At this moment, the Palace of War, Morone Clan, Divine Bird Palace, and all the other major powers were shocked. Especially those who had just come out of the secret territory. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. They had personally experienced the terror of the Heavenly Netherbird, and naturally knew the consequences of such a peerless beast coming out. That huge body filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the Sky Martial continent. Is that the heavenly netherbird? It's too terrifying. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples looked up at the sky with pale faces. Some of them were even trembling slightly. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a sense of fear, as if that flame could tear them apart. Too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from Lin Xian and the others that the heavenly netherbird was terrifying, but that was all they knew. But now that the heavenly nether bird had appeared, they realized just how terrifying it was when they had to face it in person. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Lin Xian actually dared to stay with such a terrifying existence. It was simply too shocking. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the heavenly netherbird to come out so quickly. This was not good news for him, so he immediately hid the feather and cut off any connection it had with the outside world. Otherwise, the heavenly netherbird would definitely be able to find him. As for the beast mark, Lin Xian did not activate it. Instead, he hid it deep within the sky netherbird's body. The moment the heavenly netherbird appeared, it let out a loud roar and directly shattered the countless forests and mountains below. Countless mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Not only that, the countless black rocks in the sky turned into black birds and quickly flew in all directions, as if they were searching for something. In the academy, Dean Xian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Then, he quickly ordered, all disciples, return to the academy. At the same time, activate the academy's defensive array. No one is allowed to leave during this time. Facing a king-level demonic beast, the Immortal Martial Academy immediately sealed the academy and prohibited the disciples from leaving. There was no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. If they encountered it, there was no chance of survival. In fact, without Dean Xian's order, the disciples wouldn't dare to go out and seek death. However, the academy's activation of the defensive array made them feel more at ease. Countless disciples rushed out like a flood. They retreated to the back. A formation appeared around the Immortal Martial Academy, completely enveloping the academy. At the same time, the War God Palace, Morone Clan, Deity Sword Villa, and other major forces also went into seclusion and activated the formation. Lin Xian also returned to the academy. He didn't cultivate, but returned to the courtyard to have a good sleep. Entering the hidden sky secret realm this time was too dangerous. Throughout the entire process, his mind was tense and he didn't have time to rest. Now that he was out, he naturally needed to relax. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Lin Xian woke up with great energy. In the following days, the academy remained sealed. He didn't go out, but instead, he started to organize the harvest in his courtyard. Needless to say, the harvest this time was too great. First, his cultivation rose from the 4th sky of the Venerable Realm to the 7th sky of the Venerable Realm. Then, his dragon sword soul reached the 8th sky of the Venerable Realm. It could be said that his cultivation and combat strength had an earth-shattering change. Moreover, this wasn't his final form. He still had countless heavenly treasures. As long as he focused on cultivating, it wouldn't take long for his strength to rise again. Also, he obtained a primordial feather from the heavenly netherbird. It contained the origin flame and could allow him to condense a flame martial soul. However, he didn't plan to use it now. In addition, in the mysterious space in his body, there was a 6,000-year-old purple thunder divine bamboo. The power of thunder and lightning on it was shocking. What was left were various heavenly treasures. These things were kept in his white bone ring. There were 2 parts. One of them was collected by him. The other part was in the Pine Palace, where he robbed the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. This was the richest part. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He reckoned that the people of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace must be mad. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation around him. Then, he flicked the storage ring and countless heavenly treasures appeared in the void. Seeing these things, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. He took a deep breath. Each of these heavenly treasures could make a venerable go crazy. Now, he had so many of them. If these things were taken out, it would cause a stir in the entire Tianwu continent. Next, Lin Xian began to organize and put the same things together. This way, it would be easier to manage them. Spirit stones, pills, spirit fruits, weapons, armor, and all kinds of things. The only thing missing was a cultivation technique. Because they didn't enter the Pine Palace, they didn't get any cultivation technique left behind by Taoist Song Song. However, Lin Xian comprehended a star sword technique from the Star Pavilion. Its power was extraordinary. Although it wasn't as good as a real earth rank martial art, it was close. After finally organizing, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too shocked. He knew about the things he collected. What shocked him was the things in the storage rings of the War God Palace and the Divine Bird Palace. Especially the storage rings of Duan Tianqing and Yan Feng from the Palace of Gods of War. They were simply too rich, even more than what he had obtained. As expected of an 8th level supremacy. He's actually so rich. Lin Xian even found a total of 10 silver leaves and fire phoenix fruits in Duan Tianqing's storage ring. Presumably, Duan Tianqing had left these for the geniuses of the Palace of Gods of War. But now, they all belonged to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian sorted out everything. Among them, there were 30 superior-grade spirit stones. These superior-grade spirit stones were extremely rare and were usually only in the hands of a few sovereign families. The outside world could not see them at all. Lin Xian had 30 of them, which was already very shocking. There were also 13 half-earth rank treasures. Half-earth rank treasures were extremely precious weapons in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them could make countless supremacies go crazy. And now, Lin Xian had a total of 13 of them. Not only that, Lin Xian also had a total of 5 earth-rank treasures that were even more precious than half-earth-rank treasures. Even a 9th heaven supremacy would be envious of such a good item. There were also many spirit fruits and spirit herbs. It could be said to be extremely rich. Other than that, there were also countless metal materials. With these materials, Lin Xian would be able to refine a crimson lotus armor. In short, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of things this time. Next, he divided these things into 3 parts. One of them was for himself. These things were the essence of all the treasures. As for the rest, he left them for the people around him. These things were of no use to him, but to the cultivators around him, they were priceless treasures. The last part was for him to give to the academy. However, the things in his hands were far more than what the academy had. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to use the remaining to exchange for cultivation techniques. Of course, there was one more thing, and that was the dragon's blood that the dark red divine dragon had always wanted. Lin Xian had to exchange for this dragon's blood. This was his agreement with the dark red divine dragon. As for the cultivation technique, he needed it very much. As well. This was because he had only obtained the star sword technique in the remote sky secret realm. Apart from that, he did not obtain any other cultivation techniques. However, there were many cultivation techniques in the True Spirit Palace, and there were also some precious ones. Therefore, he only needed to use materials to exchange for them. After summoning Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian distributed the treasures to them. Older brother Xian, is this for us? The group of people looked at the treasures on the ground and trembled with excitement. That's right, this is for you guys, Lin Xian said, take it and distribute it. Let the brothers increase their cultivation and strength. Thank you, brother Xian. The group of people was excited. These were all true treasures of the heavens and earth, which were very rare in the outside world. They did not expect Lin Xian to give them to them just like that. It seemed that the benefits of following Lin Xian were huge. All of a sudden, these people became even more loyal to Lin Xian. After doing all this, Lin Xian made another trip to the True Spirit Palace. After handing over the treasures set by the academy, Lin Xian found the elder of the True Spirit Palace and told him the purpose of his visit. Oh, you want to exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique? The elder was also very surprised. One had to know that whether it was the dragon blood or the earth rank cultivation technique, they were both very precious, so their prices were also very high. Ordinary people would not be able to afford it. Even those who entered the remote sky secret realm would not dare to casually exchange for it. And now, Lin Xian wanted to exchange for both the cultivation technique and the dragon blood at the same time. It was too shocking. Do you know the value of these things? The elder of the True Spirit Palace asked in a deep voice. Elder, don't worry. I just came back from the remote sky secret realm. I still have some treasures with me that are enough to exchange for them. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, the elder of the True Spirit Palace nodded and said with a smile, It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip to the remote sky secret realm. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky. When the surrounding disciples heard that Lin Xian wanted to exchange for the dragon blood and the earth rank cultivation technique, they were all shocked. This Lin Xian is too generous. Even Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei are not as rich as him. What do you know? He has entered the core area of the remote sky secret realm. He must have obtained a lot of good things. The core area? He has entered? How lucky. What do you mean by lucky? He has the courage. It is said that anyone can enter that place, but it is extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. A few days ago, the heavenly nether bird suddenly appeared. Do you know that it is that peerless beast? At that time, that demonic beast was also in the dark pine hall. What? It is so dangerous. Many people exclaimed. It seemed that these treasures were indeed not easy to obtain. Now, everyone knew how dangerous it was for Lin Xian to obtain those treasures. As the crowd discussed, Lin Xian's expression did not change. He quickly followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall into the depths of the hall. There was a strong protective barrier that covered a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a palm-sized jade bowl. The jade bowl was crystal clear and incomparably verdant. It was actually carved from a high-grade spirit stone. Lin Xian knew how precious a high-grade spirit stone was, but he did not expect it to be carved into a jade bowl to contain the dragon blood. One could imagine how precious the dragon blood was. It was only because Lin Xian had entered the remote sky secret realm and obtained a large amount of treasures that he was qualified to exchange for it. If it were anyone else, they would not even dare to think about it. In the end, Lin Xian used 2 earth-rank artifact fragments to exchange for the drop of dragon blood. The drop of dragon blood was the size of a fist and emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, Lin Xian could feel that it contained an extremely pure energy. If a martial artist consumed it, it would definitely strengthen their physique, blood, and martial Dao foundation. After all, in the eyes of the world, dragon blood was an existence similar to a divine beast. However, Lin Xian did not want the dragon blood for himself, but to prepare it for the dark red divine dragon. Carefully keeping the dragon blood, Lin Xian followed the elders of the True Spirit Hall to another place. This place was where the cultivation techniques were stored. In the sky, there were many jade slips floating, emitting a misty light. Beside them was a huge wall that was carved with the names and introductions of countless cultivation techniques. On this wall, the worst cultivation technique was a peak spirit rank cultivation technique. Other than that, there was a large amount of half-earth rank cultivation techniques, and even a few earth rank cultivation techniques. Looking at the wall full of cultivation techniques, Lin Xian took a deep breath. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy, one of the top forces in the continent. There were so many precious cultivation techniques. There were also many earth-rank cultivation techniques that were incomparably expensive in the outside world. This was probably the foundation of a king's faction. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that what he saw was definitely only the tip of the iceberg. It seemed that the king's faction was much stronger than he had imagined. Thinking that he would have to fight against half of the Palace of Ares in the future, Lin Xian felt extremely heavy. Lin Xian skipped over the top spiritual level techniques and half-earth level techniques and locked his eyes on the earth level techniques. In the end, he chose 2 techniques. Void-shattering finger and 9 changes in the firmament. Void-shattering finger was a type of finger technique with terrifying power. When practiced to great success, it could penetrate all defenses, even the sky. 9 changes in the firmament was a powerful ability. When practiced to great success, it could evolve 9 ancient beasts to fight against enemies. It could be said to be ever-changing and extremely useful. Lin Xian was very satisfied with these two techniques, so without any hesitation, he spent a large amount of natural treasures to exchange for them. The elder of the True Spirit Palace waved his hand, and immediately, two jade slips turned into rainbows in the void above and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian did not hesitate either. With a wave of his hand, he directly put the two jade slips into his storage ring. Then, he left the True Spirit Palace. In the following days, Lin Xian began to practice void-shattering finger and 9 changes in the firmament. These two techniques were both earth-level techniques with great power, but they were also extremely difficult to practice. Fortunately, Lin Xian had experience in practicing earth-level techniques, so it was twice the result with half the effort. Among them, void-shattering finger required a special mental cultivation method to store spiritual power and use it at a critical moment. This spiritual power would be transformed into void-shattering qi and stored in Lin Xian's fingers. When it was time to use it, it would be used instantly. In theory, all 10 fingers could store void-shattering qi. However, this could only be achieved by the perfection stage. Lin Xian could only store it in one finger now. As for 9 changes in the firmament, it was 9 different seals. Each seal corresponded to an ancient beast. The 9 seals corresponded to 9 ancient beasts. Once they were used, their power could be said to be unparalleled. These 9 seals were Xianxia, Tianpeng, Dijiang, 9-headed snakelet, Zhuyan, white tiger, Hanwu, Huafeng, and Song Long. Each of them was extremely terrifying. During this period, Lin Xian had been in seclusion to practice these two techniques and had made some progress. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The heavenly netherbird had indeed caused some trouble in the martial sky continent. In the end, it had angered a king, resulting in a huge battle. However, the heavenly netherbird's condition wasn't good. It was often suppressed by the astral chains. Therefore, he did not gain any advantage in this battle. Very quickly, the news of the heavenly netherbird's defeat spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the news. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He knew that this wasn't the heavenly netherbird's true strength. It was only because of the star chain that it was defeated. However, this was good news for him. At the very least, he wouldn't be attacked by the heaven netherbird for a while. For a time, the various major forces also removed their defenses. And today, on one of the battlegrounds of the Immortal Martial Academy, an extremely intense battle was about to take place. The two sides of the battle were Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei, whom everyone was extremely familiar with. At that moment, Li Yunfei's aura was extremely powerful. He had also broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of the exalted realm. I didn't expect you to break through to the 7th heavenly layer so quickly. However, you're still not my match, said Du Guoyan. Whether I'm your match or not, we'll only know after we fight. Li Yunfei was confident and calm. In the next moment, he waved his palm and quickly attacked Du Guoyan. Palm shadows appeared one after another, descending from the sky and slamming down, instantly enveloping Du Guoyan. A terrifying power flowed as if it wanted to suppress Du Guoyan. Du Guoyan also let out a long roar and quickly raised his sword to meet the attack. An extremely dazzling light burst out from the longsword. A sword chi was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards the huge palm of light. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. After 50 moves, Li Yunfei was defeated. I lost. Li Yunfei retracted his hand. He wasn't very disappointed. Your improvement exceeded my expectations. If I hadn't entered the 7th heavenly layer in advance, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Du Guoyan said as he sheathed his sword. No matter what, you're still the first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. First? Du Guoyan shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. We'll only know after we fight. You mean Lin Xian? Li Yunfei's expression turned serious. Indeed. He has entered the core area of the secret territory. I think his improvement this time will be even greater. I just don't know who's better this time. Great. I also want to fight with him. Why don't we go together? Sure. Then, the two of them rose from the ground and flew towards the courtyard where Lin Xian was. At the same time, in the punishment hall of the Immortal Martial Academy, Meng Tian took a deep breath and strode out of the hall. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Junior Meng, where are you going?" A handsome young man asked. "Senior Zhua, you're back." Meng Tian smiled. "How was it? Did the mission go smoothly?" "It was all right. Although there were some hiccups along the way, it was completed successfully." The handsome young man, Shuadong smiled and asked again, "Where are you going? Why do you look so serious?" "I'm going to fight with someone," Meng Tian said. "Oh, who is it? Why are you taking it so seriously? Could it be the boss?" "How could it be the boss? Since I lost to him in one punch, I don't dare to challenge him again." Meng Tian smiled bitterly and said, "It's a junior brother." "Oh, junior brother, could it be Dugu Outyan? Why? Has he improved so much in the remote sky secret territory that he can fight with you?" Shuadong was puzzled. "No. It's someone called Lin Xian." "Lin Xian? I've heard of him. He's quite famous recently. However, he doesn't seem to have the strength to fight with you. After all, there's a big age gap between the two of you." Shuadong was surprised. However, Meng Tian shook his head. "Senior Zhua, you haven't seen him before. You don't know that he's very mysterious. When he was in the remote sky secret territory, he was able to fight against the 11th young master of the Shin family with his 6th sky venerable cultivation. Now that he had advanced to the 7th sky venerable realm, he should be even stronger." "Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian can also fight against peerless geniuses?" This was quite interesting. Shuadong was also interested. "I didn't expect our academy to have such a magical disciple. I must take a look." "Alright, let's go together." Meng Tian nodded and then set off with Shuadong. In the courtyard, many people had gathered. Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. "Brother Xian, thanks to the heavenly treasures you gave us, our cultivation has improved greatly in the past 2 months." He was very excited because this time, he had directly advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. It could be said that he had improved at a godly speed. In addition, Dongfang Xiong had also advanced to the 6th sky venerable realm. The other's strength had also increased greatly. Many of them had reached the 5th sky venerable realm. Although they could not be compared to Dugu Outyan, Li Yunfei, and the others, increasing their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels in just 2 months would shock everyone. The group of people looked at Lin Xian gratefully. Without the treasures that Lin Xian had given them, they would not have been able to improve their cultivation so much in such a short time. "Brother Xian, we will never forget your kindness. As long as there's anything you need us to do, just say the word. We'll do anything." The group of people swore their loyalty. Lin Xian waved his hand. "Don't be like this. We're all brothers. Of course, we'll share our blessings. As long as you don't betray me or the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we'll be brothers for life." As Lin Xian was speaking, 2 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Soon, 2 figures landed on the ground like lightning. "It's them." When Wang Li and the others saw that it was Dugu Outyan and Li Yunfei, they immediately became nervous. After all, they were the top geniuses in the academy. Why are you 2 here?" Lin Xian was also very surprised. "Nothing, we just wanted to spar with you." Dugu Outyan did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Immediately, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He realized that the other party's cultivation had become stronger. On the other side, Li Yunfei's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the Honorable Realm. It seemed that their cultivation had increased again. No wonder they wanted to spar with him. "Alright, it's time to change the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard." Lin Xian stood up. He was still ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, but his strength had already surpassed Dugu Outyan and the others. Now, he could use this opportunity to advance to 1st place. Junior brother Meng, it seems that you're late. Someone made a move before you." At that moment, another voice was heard. 2 more figures descended from the sky. They were 2 young men. One of them was Meng Tian, and the other was a handsome young man who was standing with a smile. Greetings, senior brother Meng Tian, the group shouted. Meng Tian nodded. Then pointed at the young man beside him and said, "This is Zhuo Donglai, senior brother Zhuo." Greetings, senior brother Zhuo. The crowd shouted, then they were shocked. Could this be the genius who was ranked second on the previous Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? They were shocked. They didn't expect that not only had Meng Tian come, but he had also brought someone even more powerful. Zhuo Donglai had been ranked second on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had stayed in the punishment hall after graduation. Furthermore, he was even more powerful. He had reached the 8th heavenly layer of Exalted a long time ago. It could be said that he was even more powerful than them. No one expected that such a powerful person would actually come here. "Senior brothers, why are you here?" Lin Xian asked. "It's nothing. I just want to spar with you. Senior brother Zhuo is just here to watch the show." Meng Tian explained his intentions. What, sparring with older brother Xian again? Everyone was stunned. If Du Guoyan and Li Yunfei were here to spar, it would be normal. After all, everyone's strength was about the same. They would have to compete to see who was first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were different. After all, the two of them had graduated and were no longer disciples of the college. They would not compete with Lin Xian for the sake of ranking on the Mystic Honorable Board. Furthermore, the two of them were both 8th heavenly layer exalted. They could be said to be incomparably powerful. Even the older generation would admit that they were not as powerful as them. Although Lin Xian and Du Guoyan were peerless geniuses, they were still young and were only 7th heavenly layer exalted. They were no match for them at all. Of course, Wang Li and the rest did not know Lin Xian's current strength. They also did not know about Lin Xian's performance in Pine Palace. That was why they were so confused. Although Meng Tian and the rest had entered the remote sky secret realm, they were basically in another area and were not with Lin Xian. Therefore, they were not very clear about Lin Xian's combat strength. Therefore, these people did not know about Lin Xian's true strength. Furthermore, they did not think that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an 8th heavenly layer exalted. After all, the further one progressed, the harder it was to fight someone of a higher level. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, please wait for a moment, senior brother Meng. Let's spar after Dugu and I are done." "Alright." Meng Tian nodded and retreated to the side. Zhuo Donglai was also very interested. In his opinion, Du Guoyan and Lin Xian's strength were about the same. It should be a fierce battle between the two of them. This way, he could observe more clearly what was so special about Lin Xian. Seeing this, Li Yunfei and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side to give them enough space. Everyone held their breaths and waited patiently. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also excited. After all, both of them were top geniuses. This kind of battle was not common. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Du Guoyan drew his sword and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the long sword shone brightly. Du Gu 9 swords. The moment he attacked, it was an extremely fierce killing move. 9 rays of sword chi shot out like rainbows. The long sword slashed across the void. At the side, Zhuo Donglai smiled and said, "Du Guoyan is very cautious. He used his ultimate skill right from the start." "Good. Let's see what Lin Xian is going to do." Meng Tian nodded slightly. Du Guoyan's sword was not bad. It already had an invincible aura. Not many 7th level honorables could take it. Wang Li and the others were also shocked. They had heard of the Du Gu 9 swords. It was Du Guoyan's famous ultimate skill. He was a very powerful killer. They did not expect him to use it right from the start. At that moment, they could not help but worry about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked calm. There was not a trace of nervousness. His palm moved and quickly formed a strange seal. Then, he slowly pressed it forward. Buzz, strong winds blew and the void trembled. Endless spiritual energy formed a huge body and roared in all directions. It was a ferocious beast. It looked like a cow, but its body was full of spikes. Its whole body emitted a powerful aura. As soon as the ferocious beast appeared, it created a terrifying aura and rushed toward the 9 rays of sword chi. This is? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were surprised. If I'm not wrong, this should be the 9 changes of the firmament from the True Spirit Palace. This should be the Xianxia transformation, Meng Tian said. I didn't expect him to exchange for the 9 changes of the firmament. Yes. Not only did he exchange it, but he also cultivated it. Look at how powerful the Xianxia's shadow is. I'm afraid a 7th level honorable will not be able to resist it. Zhuo Donglai was also very surprised. He did not expect Lin Xian to have mastered the 9 changes of the firmament. What a magical kid. Looks like Du Guoyan is going to be unlucky. As expected, the huge Xianxia in the sky flew past and immediately blasted the 9 rays of sword chi away. Then, it quickly rushed toward Du Guoyan. Du Guoyan's pupil shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a strange technique. It could actually break his Du Gu 9 swords in an instant. This surprised him. However, he was after all a top genius. Although he missed, he would not be defeated. Telepathic sword technique. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, Du Guoyan did not hesitate and executed a powerful sword technique. This was also an earth-grade sword technique that he had exchanged from the True Spirit Palace. It was called the telepathic sword technique. The power of this sword technique was boundless. Although he had just obtained it and had yet to reach the small success stage, the power of an earth-grade sword technique was not to be underestimated. As expected, the moment the telepathic sword technique was executed, sword light filled the sky and quickly blocked Xianxia. Seeing this scene, Du Guoyan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Lin Xian exclaimed softly. He did not expect Du Guoyan to have an earth-grade sword technique. However, he did not care. In the next moment, his hand seal slowly changed and he shouted in a low voice. Xianxia transformation, sky-shaking roar. Following his hand seals, the huge phantom of Xianxia in the void above also moved quickly. Although it was an illusion, the 9 celestial transformations was incomparably mysterious. The Xianxia that was executed at this moment was like a real peerless beast. It roared towards the sky as if it was executing a supreme skill. As expected, in the next moment, the spiritual energy in the sky shook and a materialized sound wave quickly surged forward. This sound wave was blue like the sea. It was incomparably terrifying and contained a terrifying power. If one was hit by this sound wave, even an 8th level venerable would not be able to withstand it. This sound wave was too terrifying, so even if Du Guoyan had the telepathic sword technique, he could not resist it. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared and Du Guoyan kept retreating. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary spar and Lin Xian did not kill him, so Du Guoyan was not injured. However, the blood in his body was also surging and he could not mobilize his spiritual energy for a short period of time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. 2 moves, just 2 moves and Du Guoyan was defeated. That was Du Guoyan. He was the top genius among the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but he was defeated just like that. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Impossible, how is this possible? This brat's strength has increased to such a level. At the side, Li Yunfei was panicking. Before he came, he was still guessing whether Lin Xian or Du Guoyan would win. Because in his opinion, the battle between the two of them would definitely be a battle between a dragon and a tiger, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. However, he did not expect that the situation would be one-sided. In 2 moves, Du Guoyan was defeated. He found it hard to believe for a moment. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were even more excited. They clenched their fists and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Older brother Xian defeated Du Guoyan in 2 moves? It can't be, this is too shocking, isn't it? Is older brother Xian already so powerful? Older brother Xian is mighty and domineering. The group was excited. In the distance, Meng Tian and Zhuo Donglai were also shocked. They had not expected such a thing to happen. His improvement was indeed godly. Meng Tian's voice was grave. Zhuo Donglai was shocked. No wonder you thought so highly of this little boy. He was so mysterious, and his fighting abilities were so strong. His battle prowess was probably close to that of the 8th heavenly layer venerable realm. The two of them quickly conversed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased once again. On the stage, Du Guotian was struggling to stabilize the blood in his body. Until now, his mind was still blank. This was because he could not accept the current situation. 2 moves, only 2 moves, he was still full of confidence and thought that he would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would defeat him in 2 moves. Thinking of this, his body started to tremble. In the end, he sighed and said with a desolate expression, "I lost. Thank you for letting me win." Lin Xian said indifferently, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. The 9 changes of the firmament was indeed powerful. He had only used the first change, the Xianxia transformation, and defeated Du Guotian in 2 moves. This was really out of his expectations. At the same time, in the Immortal Martial Academy, the rankings on the black stone tablet changed again. Lin Xian, who was originally ranked 3rd, suddenly shone brightly like the sun. He rose quickly and finally jumped to the 1st position. His name also turned purplish gold. Du Guotian, who was originally ranked 1st, dropped to 2nd place. After him, Li Yunfei and the others dropped 1 place. Big news, shocking news. Look, there are changes on the Mystic Sovereign ranking. Countless disciples went crazy. Isn't it normal for there to be changes? After all, many experts have improved a lot in the remote sky secret realm. No, it's Lin Xian and Du Guotian. Lin Xian's name has jumped to 1st place. What? You mean Du Guotian lost? Everyone was shocked. Although they did not see the battle between Lin Xian and Du Guotian with their own eyes, the change in the names had already explained the result. That was Du Guotian. He had always been the top genius in the academy and was an existence that countless people looked up to. However, he had been defeated. Moreover, he was not defeated by his strong opponent, Li Yunfei, but by a new student who had just entered the academy for a year. He had successfully reached 1st place on the Mystic Sovereign ranking after just 1 year of entering the academy. This result had never happened before. It could be said that Lin Xian had created a miracle. It can't be. Didn't Du Guotian's strength increase greatly after entering the remote sky secret realm? Yeah, I remember that he has already reached the 7th heaven honorable realm. Could it be that he can't defeat Lin Xian with such strength? Oh my god, Lin Xian is too scary. How old is he? He's only 20 years old, but he's already a 7th heaven honorable realm. Moreover, his combat strength is so strong. I'm afraid his future is limitless. On this day, the entire Immortal Martial Academy went crazy. However, they did not know that something even crazier was about to happen in Lin Xian's courtyard. Du Guotian had already recovered from his initial shock. He looked disappointed and retreated to the side. That was because there was still one more battle. Senior brother Meng, please. Meng Tian nodded. Then, his figure flashed and he entered the arena. In the next moment, the aura in his body exploded. Junior brother Lin, let me see how much you've grown. Meng Tian's voice was steady. Then, the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm exploded. When they felt the aura, everyone's body stiffened. The aura was too terrifying. Even Du Guotian and Li Yunfei could not withstand it. There were only 2 people who were not affected. They were Zhuo Donglai and Lin Xian. Zhuo Donglai was an 8th heaven honorable realm. His strength was above Meng Tian's. Therefore, he was not affected at all. However, the other person caused everyone to be extremely shocked. That was Lin Xian. Although he was only a 7th heaven honorable realm cultivator, he was not afraid of the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. This kid is indeed strange. He can actually ignore the aura of an 8th heaven honorable realm cultivator. Zhuo Donglai squinted his eyes. Meng Tian let out a low roar and quickly attacked. 8 extreme divine fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle-intent sword. 8 divine fist. Meng Tian's hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a divine demon as his battle-intent sword. As soon as he attacked, he displayed a powerful fist technique. Suddenly, the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any time. Looking at the terrifying scene, Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, Xianxia's figure appeared in the sky again. The huge figure was as majestic as a mountain. Its aura was majestic and terrifying. Xianxia walked forward step by step. Every step it took caused the space to tremble. It quickly charged toward the fist shadows that filled the sky. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the terrifying fluctuation was only limited to Lin Xian's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, it was abnormally quiet. As expected of a peerless expert. His technique was indeed heaven-defying. In the next moment, Lin Xian's palms changed. Xianxia in the sky also let out a deafening roar. Xianxia transformation, sky-shaking roar. The blue sound wave was like a vast ocean that surged out. It was this move that had defeated Du Guoyin. Now, Lin Xian was using the same move against Meng Tian. At that moment, everyone was extremely nervous. In the face of the terrifying sky-shaking roar, Meng Tian let out a long roar. The fist technique in his hand shone even brighter. When he threw out a punch, the wind blew in all directions. The powerful fist force carried terrifying energy as it resisted the blue sound wave. After all, he was a level 8 expert. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he resisted the sound wave that Xianxia released. Not only that, Meng Tian continued to throw punches and finally shattered all the sound waves. Then, he charged toward Lin Xian in an extremely violent manner. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a level 8 honorable realm expert. He was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He put away the 9 changes of the firmament seal. Then, he bent his finger and flicked it forward. Void-shattering finger. A ray of finger. Light shot out like a dragon. The ray of light was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it disappeared in the sky. The crowd could not see its trajectory at all. They could only see the endless space shattering rapidly. What? Seeing this, Zhuo Donglai stopped smiling. His expression became extremely solemn. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying technique. The finger beam was like a dragon as it moved swiftly. In an instant, it collided with the countless fist shadows and pierced through them. Not only that, but it also quickly ran toward Meng Tian. Seeing his fist technique being penetrated, Meng Tian's pupils shrank as a great sense of crisis rose in his heart. It was as if a single ray of light could take his life. Not good, retreat. Meng Tian's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated in an attempt to evade the attack. However, this finger light was too strange. It followed him like a shadow and caught up to him in an instant. With a cold snort, Meng Tian's spiritual energy surged and quickly condensed into an armor. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because he was wearing a half-earth rank armor, and this light was emitted by that armor. The power of a half-earth rank artifact was boundless. Moreover, his spiritual energy was abundant, so he should be able to withstand this finger light. At the next moment, a shocking vibration was heard. Following that, Meng Tian kept retreating, and his face became extremely pale. The shadow of the armor in front of him was penetrated, and the finger light hit him directly. Fortunately, he was still wearing the half-earth rank armor, so it was not immediately penetrated. Even so, the enormous power still forced him to retreat. Moreover, he sensed in horror that the half-earth rank armor on his body seemed to be unable to withstand it. Meng Tian gritted his teeth and quickly activated the armor to resist it. Fortunately, the armor on his body resisted the finger light in the end. After doing all this, he was completely drenched. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves, it was as if he had gone through a very difficult battle. Is this his power? Meng Tian's heart pounded wildly. He realized that he had no hope of winning against Lin Xian. In particular, the last move almost took his life. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked, and their minds went blank. 2 moves again. Meng Tian lost. This was too shocking. One had to know that Meng Tian was not Du Guoyin, but a powerhouse from the previous generation. Now, he was a peerless powerhouse in the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Even so, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei's faces were even paler. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was far more powerful than they had imagined. It was laughable that the two of them wanted to compete with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of technique was that finger light? It's so terrifying. Li Yunfei's body was still trembling. Du Guoyin also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He realized that he could not understand Lin Xian at all. Void-shattering finger, you've even learned the void-shattering finger. On the side, Zhuo Donglai was shocked. He was too shocked. Originally, he was just curious about Lin Xian and wanted to see what was so special about this mysterious young man. But now, he was completely stunned. Meng Tian was too powerful. He was not weaker than an 8th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had mastered 2 earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they were 2 extremely powerful earth-rank martial arts. The 9 changes of the firmament and the void-shattering finger were 2 famous martial arts techniques in the True Spirit Palace. They were extremely powerful, but they were very difficult to learn. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, it seemed that he had only exchanged for them after the Hidden Sky Secret Realm. It had only been 2 months, but he had already cultivated 2 earth-rank martial arts to such an extent. It was too shocking. This guy's talent is too strong. Zhuo Donglai was shocked. No one could cultivate 2 earth-rank martial arts in just 2 months and have some success in both. Junior brother Meng, it seems like you didn't lose this battle unjustly. Hearing Zhuo Donglai's words, Meng Tian felt much better. He knew that Zhuo Donglai was stronger than him and had a unique vision. Since Zhuo Donglai had said so, it seemed like Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. He could not judge him by his cultivation level. Lin Xian was also very happy. He had wanted to test out the power of the void-shattering finger, but he did not expect it to be so effective. He had defeated Meng Tian with 1 move. This was only the result of 2 months of cultivation. If he continued to cultivate, the power of the void-shattering finger would be even stronger in the future. When he used the void-shattering finger, he might be able to kill an 8th heaven venerable. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was very excited. This was really a powerful weapon. However, the only regret he had was that he could only use the void-shattering finger once. After that, he would have to accumulate more power. That was the void-shattering finger. You didn't lose unjustly. Zhuo Donglai looked at Meng Tian and said in a low voice, the void-shattering finger is very powerful. It is said that when it is cultivated to perfection, it can destroy everything. Luckily, this guy has only cultivated it for 2 months. Otherwise, you would have been seriously injured today. Hearing Zhuo Donglai's words, Meng Tian was scared. Zhuo Donglai shook his head. Based on his current strength, there shouldn't be a problem. But I don't think he's that weak. So, if we really fight, I don't have the confidence to win. If you want to have complete confidence, I'm afraid only boss can do it. What? He's so strong? Meng Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that even Zhuo Donglai didn't have complete confidence. After that, everyone left with complicated emotions. Zhuo Donglai and Meng Tian invited Lin Xian to join the punishment hall after graduation. Du Guoyin and Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian with respect. The other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited because Lin Xian was their boss. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger they would be. Soon, the news of Lin Xian and Meng Tian's battle spread throughout the Immortal Martial Academy. Suddenly, the entire academy was in an uproar. It was extremely lively. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong. Even the elders were surprised. Hearing this, Dean Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he said in a low voice, it seems like it's time to let him know the truth. After Meng Tian and Du Guoyin left, Lin Xian's courtyard returned to its peaceful state. However, a few days later, a strange cry broke the silence. The voice was arrogant, like a peerless demon. However, Lin Xian smiled when he heard it. Because he knew that it was the voice of the dark red dragon. It should be awake now. Previously, the dark red dragon had refined the blood essence of the heavenly netherbird. It had been cultivating for more than 2 months. Now, it seemed like it had finally succeeded. Indeed, in the next moment, a red figure flew out from Linxian's demonic beast pouch. Then, it roared towards the sky and rushed towards the clouds. Its body had already expanded to 100 feet long. The entire Immortal Martial Academy heard the dragon's roar. Instantly, everyone was excited and started searching for it. That's the roar of a dragon. In the Immortal Martial Academy, the elders were all excited. Each of them emitted a powerful light and rushed towards the sky. Even Headmaster Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Like 2 sharp swords, they pierced through the void and stared upwards. It couldn't be helped. They were simply too shocked. One had to know that dragons were mysterious existences. Although they had a drop of dragon blood in the True Spirit Palace, they had paid a great price to obtain it. And there was only 1 drop in total. Thus, how could they not be shocked when they heard the dragon's roar? Lin Xian also looked at the sky in surprise. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was 300 meters long and looked extraordinarily mighty. Not only that, but its body was also filled with an enormous pressure. 8th Heaven Venerable Realm, who would have thought that a drop of the heavenly netherbird's essence blood would allow the dark red godly dragon to recover from the 5th firmament of the Martial Saint Realm to the 8th firmament of the Martial Saint Realm? This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. It seemed that the dark red divine dragon was also very excited. He roared at the sky again, and his voice spread in all directions. This directly alarmed the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy. They all extended their perception outwards. There were even people who took action to search for the mystical dragon. Ruffian Long, hurry up and come down. Otherwise, you'll be captured and refined into medicine. Lin Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. Although the 8th firmament of the Martial Saint Realm was powerful, it wasn't invincible. One had to know that the Immortal Martial Academy was a king faction. There were definitely 9th firmament of the Martial Saint Realm, half-step kings, and even king realm existences. If those people were to make a move, the dark red divine dragon would definitely be captured. Don't worry, kid. They won't be able to capture me. The dark red divine dragon laughed weirdly again. Then, his body kept shrinking. Finally, he turned into a bolt of lightning and landed in Lin Xian's courtyard. Strange, the dragon's roar disappeared? Damn it, I didn't notice it. The group of elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were very angry. They were so close, they could have seen the legendary dragons. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked because there were no lack of 8th firmament venerables among the elders. There were even a few 9th firmament venerables. They were all extremely powerful existences. However, these people were very disappointed because they had missed the mystical dragon. On the other hand, Dean Xian narrowed his eyes with a suspicious look. This was because he only saw a blurry figure and didn't see the real dragons. However, as a king, his strength was extraordinary. Therefore, he saw the illusory figure land in the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, the direction it landed in seemed to be where Lin Xian was. Could the dragons be related to that kid? Dean Xian was shocked. In the courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the dark red divine dragon and rolled his eyes. You made such a big commotion the moment you came out. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Hee, I'm not afraid. Even a king might not be able to catch me now. The dark red divine dragon was very confident. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he took out a crystal ball from his storage ring and threw it to the dark red divine dragon. This is for you. See if you like it. What's this? Kid, you prepared a gift for me? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. Then, he received the crystal ball. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. His body started trembling slightly. This is dragon's blood. You exchanged it for dragon's blood. Ha, that's great. With this dragon's blood, I can recover my strength again. The dark red divine dragon was like an old monster as he roared towards the sky. This time, it was too good. First, he had the heavenly netherbird's blood essence. Now, he had the dragon's blood. It wouldn't take long for him to recover his true strength. At that time, he would be like the heavenly netherbird, causing the entire Tianwu continent to tremble. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't go into seclusion first. Help me set up a formation. I want to absorb the source of the black flame in the feather." Lin Xian had a heavenly netherbird feather in his hand. It contained the origin flame. He had long wanted to absorb it, but he was afraid that it would attract the attention of the heavenly netherbird. If that happened, the entire immortal martial academy would be in trouble. Now, with the dark red divine dragon, he could set up a formation to prevent the black flame's chi from leaking out. This way, even the heavenly netherbird wouldn't be able to find it. "Don't worry, leave it to me," the dark red divine dragon said. Then, he started to set up the formation. Now that he had recovered his strength, the speed at which he set up the formation had increased. In just one day, he had set up an ancient formation that covered Lin Xian's entire courtyard. With the dark red divine dragon's formation, Lin Xian was completely at ease. Then, he took out the origin silk feather and prepared to cultivate. The feather was as long as a chopstick. It was completely black, like a black jade. On top of it, there was a ball of black flame that burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. In the next moment, he activated his spiritual energy and began to absorb it. Finally, a few days later, a few old men arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. They were all experts, so their arrival didn't attract the attention of the ordinary disciples. Other than Din Xian, no one knew that there were experts from the War God Palace. This time, there were a total of more than 10 people. All of them were old men with white hair. Some of them were even holding crutches. These people had powerful auras. The weakest was at the 8th heaven, and some were at the 9th heaven. "I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I called you all here," Din Xian said in a deep voice. "You're saying that the young master has grown to the point where he can take charge and we can meet?" The group of old men were excited. "To be honest, his growth has surprised me. He's no weaker than an 8th heaven reverend now," Din Xian said slowly. "What? The young master's strength has grown so fast?" The group of old men were shocked. "Quick, let me see the young master." They were too excited because they knew of Lin Xian's existence. However, Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak at that time. In order to protect Lin Xian from being hunted down, they didn't meet him immediately. Instead, they let Lin Xian enter the Immortal Martial Academy. Now, Lin Xian had just entered the academy for a year and he was already able to fight against an 8th heaven reverend. This was beyond their expectations. One must know that even a peerless genius wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Therefore, the group of old men wanted to see Lin Xian immediately. "Everyone, don't panic. That kid is now in seclusion. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for a few days," Din Xian explained. "What? The young master is in seclusion again? He's really hard-working. No wonder he can improve so much in such a short time." "Din Xian, don't worry. We won't disturb the young master. We'll just watch him from afar." These old men couldn't hold it in anymore. "All right." Din Xian knew that these old men were anxious. Moreover, he believed that these old men wouldn't do anything to harm Lin Xian. Instantly, the group of people flew towards Lin Xian's courtyard. The speed of these people was simply shocking. With a step, they had already appeared on the horizon. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to arrive above Lin Xian's courtyard. "Let me see if young master looks the same as the portrait." A red-robed elder was excited. "Nonsense, of course young master looks the same as in the painting. If not, what else could he look like?" At the side, an old man in a green robe retorted. "Old 8, what do you know? Of course, young master was much more handsome than in the portrait. If you don't even know this, what are you doing here?" The red-robed old man snorted coldly. Everyone was already used to these two old fellows, so no one tried to stop them when they quarreled. The other elders all looked down, but soon, they cried out in alarm. There's actually a protective formation. The Institute of Heavenly Arts has been looking for you. You are protecting our young master so carefully." The group of old men looked at Headmaster Xian gratefully. "But since we're all here, let's open the formation." Ding Xian shook her head slightly. I think you are mistaken. I didn't set up this array formation. You didn't set it up? Could it be that young master set it up himself? As expected of young master, he is indeed cautious. Forget it, I'll do it myself and break the formation. The old men finally couldn't take it anymore and were ready to do it themselves. But soon, they were shocked again. Because they realized that they couldn't break the formation at all. What a strange formation. I can't break it. The red-robed old man was shocked. Go away. Watch me. The green-robed old man snorted and quickly made his move. However, he frowned. This isn't an ordinary formation. It seems to be an ancient formation. Young master is indeed extraordinary. He actually knows such an ancient formation. Many old men tried to break it, but they couldn't. Of course, they could use their powerful battle prowess to forcefully blast it open. However, doing so would definitely alarm Lin Xian, who was below. So, they could only wait patiently. Forget it. For young master's safety, let's wait patiently. The red-robed old man sighed, then sat cross-legged in the void. When the other old men saw that, they also waited quietly. Even the Xian courtyard didn't leave. The group of people stayed above Lin Xian's courtyard and stayed there for 7 days. After 7 days, a scorching aura suddenly came from below. It was like a heat wave that quickly surged into the sky. Immediately, the old men above all opened their eyes. What a terrifying fire attribute energy! Could it be that young master is a fire attribute martial artist? You don't say. This fire attribute is really pure. I'm afraid it's rare in the world. They were all experts, so they could sense the fire attribute energy in the air with just a little bit of perception. Immediately, they laughed because Lin Xian was their young master. The more powerful Lin Xian was, the happier they would be. In the courtyard, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 balls of black flames burned in his eyes. It was very strange. The next moment, he turned his gaze and looked at a rockery in front of him. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. A ball of black flames quickly surged out and instantly pounced on the rockery in front of him. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, the rockery was burned clean, leaving only a ball of black flames dancing. Not only that, the black flames seemed to be inextinguishable. They stayed there for a long time and showed no signs of weakening. In the end, Lin Xian waved his hand and collected the black flames on the ground. The flames in Lin Xian's eyes were the flame martial soul that he had condensed. Furthermore, the black flames came from the heavenly netherbird's body. Its power was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian had unleashed it, its effect was no weaker than the heavenly netherbird's. This made him very happy. With the black flame martial soul, his strength had increased by a lot. He believed that if he faced Meng Tian now, he would only need a glance to set his opponent's body ablaze. Furthermore, the flames could not be extinguished. Ordinary 8th level honorables would not be able to resist such means. However, he quickly frowned and looked up into the sky. This was because he could sense that there were dozens of powerful auras above him with his soul power. These auras were very strong. The weakest one was an 8th level honorable. There was even a king's aura. This caused him to be extremely shocked. With so many experts above him, it seemed that there was something important going on. However, he was not too worried. This was because he could sense that the king's aura should belong to Ding Xian. Presumably, these people would not pose any threat to him. Therefore, Lin Xian asked the dark red divine dragon to remove the array. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Seniors, please come in." Above him, Ding Xian and the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were waiting patiently. Suddenly, they realized that the array below them had been opened. Furthermore, a voice entered their ears. "Seniors, please come in." Ding Xian smiled faintly as she turned around. In the courtyard, a gust of wind blew and more than 10 elders appeared. These people had powerful auras and strength. Their eyes were especially dazzling. Moreover, they were all staring at Lin Xian. Being stared at by so many powerful elders, even Lin Xian couldn't help but feel scared. However, those elders didn't care. They all ran forward and hugged Lin Xian as they burst into tears. Young lord, we finally meet you. That's great. We have hope now. Young lord, you must lead us to take back the palace of Ares. The group of elders was excited. When Lin Xian heard these words, he was also shocked. At this moment, he realized that these powerful elders were all from the palace of Ares. Of course, they should be on his father's side and not on the vice palace master's side. Seniors, let's talk nicely. Don't be so agitated. Young lord, don't call us seniors anymore. You're making us feel bad. The group of elders quickly shook their heads. The red-robed elder said, "We're all elders of the palace of Ares. I'm the 7th, this is the 8th, 11th, 12th, and 14th. The red-robed elder introduced. Lin Xian then realized that these were all elders of the palace of Ares. They were all core elders. Alright, elders, don't cry anymore. Tell me about the situation in the palace of gods of war first, and how is my father? Lin Xian asked. The situation of the palace of Ares isn't optimistic. Overall, we're at a disadvantage and completely suppressed. But don't worry, young lord. Although we're suppressed, they can't destroy us. Moreover, now that you're back, I believe that you'll be able to lead us to take back the palace of Ares soon. As for the palace master, he's still in seclusion. Don't worry, the vice palace master and those people can't hurt him at all. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard the 7th elder's words. Overall, the situation on their side was not good. It was very bad, but as long as the vice palace master didn't become a true king, they wouldn't lose. Looks like I have to hurry up. What can we do to turn the tables and defeat them? Lin Xian asked. The 7th elder thought for a moment and said, there are two main aspects. First, resources. As long as we have more resources than them, we can slow down the vice palace master's breakthrough. As long as he doesn't break through and become a true king, we still have a chance of winning. Secondly, allies. Now, the palace of gods of war has many powerful allies. Among them, the Shin family of the King family also supports them. But luckily, we have immortal martial arts on our side, so it can be considered a draw. However, the clans below are far inferior to them. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood. How about this, 7th elder, you go back and take charge of the situation. I'll do my best to conquer the entire blood realm as soon as possible. I think it will definitely be of great help in terms of resources. Subdue the blood realm. Hearing this, the 7th elder and the others were shocked. Even the headmaster Xian was surprised. Although this idea is good, the blood realm isn't so easy to conquer. In the past few hundred years, the blood realm hasn't been truly unified. Yes, young master, the blood realm is too chaotic. The forces inside are too complicated. Not only that, the vice palace master has already intervened in the blood realm. Among them, Wu Zun and young master Ling Feng are in the blood realm. I'm afraid they're in charge of more than half of the blood realm. Indeed, the blood realm was a very special place in the Sky Martial continent. It was very chaotic, so it wasn't truly unified. However, the resources inside were very rich, so many forces were fighting here. But the biggest force was still Wu Zun and young master Ling Feng's faction. Don't worry, since I said so. I'll definitely be able to do it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. Don't worry, after all, there's still our immortal martial academy here. With us here, Lin Xian won't be harmed. At this moment, the headmaster Xian also spoke. Alright, then we'll leave behind a few elders to assist young master. The 7th elder and the others discussed and finally agreed. In the end, they left behind the 9th elder and the 10th elder, while the rest returned to take charge of the situation. Young master, what should we do next? The 9th elder asked. After all, subduing the blood realm wasn't a simple matter, and they didn't have much time left. I still have some cultivators under me. Many of them are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, and some of them are from other small forces. Although it's not much, it's enough for now. How about this, 9th elder, you go to the Immortal Martial Auction and take charge of the situation. You have to make sure that the Immortal Martial Auction's reputation is completely spread. 10th elder, I'll give you some cultivators. You guys quickly go and gather the scattered forces and increase our strength. The 10th elder nodded, but the 9th elder was somewhat puzzled. Young master, are we going to manage the auction? Although the profits from the auction were very high, the cycle was too long. And if there weren't any treasures up for auction, the reputation of the immortal martial auction would quickly decline. Lin Xian didn't explain this point. Instead, he took out 2 pill recipes from his storage ring. The 9th elder and the 10th elder had a look of suspicion, but when they received the pill recipes and saw the contents, they were both stunned. Then, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. Longevity pill, not old-time tea, this was exactly what was recorded in the 2 pill recipes. Of course, this longevity pill didn't really mean immortality, but it was a type of pill that increased one's lifespan. This pill was useful for all cultivators, and even kings could take it. Moreover, depending on the effect, it could increase one's lifespan by 30 to 100 years. Don't underestimate this lifespan. Although it wasn't much for normal cultivators, for those elders who were about to die, it was a life-saving straw, not to mention 30 years, even if it was just an extra year, these people would still fight over it. One had to know that there was only hope if one was alive. Maybe one day they would break through. And once they died, there would be nothing left, therefore, no matter if you were an ordinary person or a top king, lifespan would always be something that everyone pursued. And now, Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan. This was too shocking. Not old-time tea's effect was similar. It didn't directly increase one's lifespan, but it slowed down one's aging in another way. This kind of thing also made people go crazy. One had to know that when those elders reached their old age, their qi and blood would be depleted, and their strength would decline. It was impossible for them to reach their peak. This was the reason why the blood qi in his body had withered. However, the immortal tea could alleviate this situation. At least, it would prevent his cultivation from dropping too much in his later years. If he took it for a long time, it could even stabilize his cultivation. Moreover, it had the effect of maintaining one's appearance. This was especially important for female martial artists. Women were born to be beautiful. Other than longevity, they also pursued beauty. This was not old-time tea, it could achieve this, hence, if these 2 items were taken out, it would definitely shock the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, countless people would go crazy over them. Young master, is this true? The 9th elder and the 9th elder were shocked. No wonder the young master was so confident. With these 2 miraculous elixirs, he could definitely amass a large amount of wealth. Not only wealth, but also relationships. After all, the elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were extremely precious. There would not be many of them. At that time, it would not be something that could be bought with money. Lin Xian had found these 2 items in the inheritance of King Danyu. However, the herbs needed to refine these 2 items were extremely precious and rare. They were probably extinct in the outside world. However, Lin Xian had obtained the herbs to refine these elixirs in the remote Sky Mystery Land. Hence, he thought of these 2 elixirs. Even King Danyu might not have refined the longevity elixir back then. This was because it was too precious. Young master, although these elixirs are rare and precious, others might not believe it. The 9th elder voiced out his worries. Indeed, elixirs that could increase one's lifespan were too shocking. Those martial artists might not believe it so easily. With regards to this, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. However, he had already thought of a solution. Hence, he asked, are there any big forces in Tianwu continent that are having special activities recently? For example, birthday banquets and such? The 9th elder thought for a while and said, young master, now that you have reminded me, there are indeed 2. One is the current Xianxia of Deity Sword Villa. He is celebrating his 1000th birthday. Deity Sword Villa was a top 6th rank sect. Its strength was only slightly weaker than the sovereign families. It could be said that it was very powerful. Now that Xianxia of Deity Sword Villa was celebrating his birthday, he would probably invite the entire Tianwu continent. Deity Sword Villa. Lin Xian muttered, then narrowed his eyes. When exactly is this birthday banquet? 2 months later. Alright, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. He did not know Xianxia from the Deity Sword Villa, but he had seen the Sword Venerable from the Deity Sword Villa before. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the other party's character. Because last time in the remote sky secret realm, everyone was fighting over the blue wind sword, but that sword's sovereign did not make a move against him. It could be imagined that the other party's character was trustworthy. Sword sovereign, I prepared a big gift for you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he asked, anything else? Yes, there's another one. It's the Shen family. The Shen family? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's right, it's the Chen family. The ninth elder said, 1 month later, a little princess of the Chen family will celebrate her birthday. This is also a grand occasion in the Sky Martial continent. At that time, all the young talents of the various sects will definitely gather at the Murong family. I've never heard of the Chen family's little princess? Lin Xian asked. He knew that the Murong family had a little princess, and that was Murong Qingqing. However, he really did not know about the Chen family's little princess. But thinking about it, she shouldn't be too bad. Actually, young master does not need to be surprised. Not many people know about this. I'm afraid that only those top powers and families know about it. Oh, why is that? Logically speaking, the other party was the Chen family's little princess. She should not be any worse than Murong Qingqing. Such a person was definitely an outstanding talent of the younger generation in the Sky Martial continent. But the ninth elder's meaning was that not many people knew about it. Actually, this Chen family's little princess is also a pitiful person. The ninth elder said slowly, she was indeed a stunning person in the past. Furthermore, she was extremely beautiful. She was not any worse than Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian nodded. However, this made him even more puzzled, since she was such a person, why did they hide her? Could it be that the Chen family has some other motive? It's not that the Chen family intentionally hid her. It's just that something happened in between. 3 years ago, the Chen family's little princess left the Sky Martial continent on a long journey. When she returned, she coincidentally encountered the awakening of her bloodline. However, during the process, something went wrong and she suffered a backlash from her bloodline. As a result, she was burned. Her meridians were damaged. On the outside, her skin and appearance were burned. It was rumored that the Chen family also had an extremely powerful bloodline. Furthermore, the little princess bloodline at that time was even more powerful. Even the Chen family's king could not do anything about it. Therefore, that year, the Chen family's little princess lost her cultivation and her appearance was destroyed. After that, although she survived, she lost all hope. Gradually, there was no news of her in the Sky Martial continent. This time, it was her 20th birthday. Presumably, the Murong family wanted to use this opportunity to form a marriage alliance with another family. Marriage alliance? Her entire body was burned. How could she form a marriage alliance? Lin Xian frowned. Although she was burned, her status is still there. After all, she is a direct descendant of the Chen family. I'm afraid there will be many warriors coming to propose marriage. After all, to be able to form a relationship with the Chen family is everyone's dream. She's also a pitiful person. Lin Xian sighed. What's the name of the Chen family's little princess? Oh, I know this. She's called Xianxia. Ninth elder said. What? What did you say her name was? Lin Xian jumped up. Xianxia. Ninth elder was puzzled. Could it be that young master knows her? Lin Xian was stunned. A scene appeared in his mind. It was in an underground palace, and a beautiful young woman said to him. Lin Xian, you must come to the Sky Martial continent to find me. In the end, the young woman only left behind a crescent-shaped pendant and then left. After that, Lin Xian came to the Sky Martial continent, but there was no news of Xianxia. The Sky Martial continent was too vast. It was extremely difficult to find a person. Lin Xian thought that he would never see her again in this life. But he did not expect to hear news of her now. So she was actually the Chen family's little princess, so the reason why there was no news of her all these years was because something happened to her. The Chen family had probably sealed off all news of Xianxia. No wonder he did not hear anything. Jingqiu, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Xianxia had met with such a miserable fate that even a king could not do anything about it. It could be said that there was no hope of recovery in this life. But it was different now. Lin Xian knew about this matter, and he also had the old-time tea in his hands. With this miraculous spiritual tea, he believed that it could completely heal Xianxia's injuries. He went into seclusion to refine the longevity pill and everlasting old-time tea. With Lin Xian's current strength, refining 8th grade pills was no problem at all. If he used the 1000-beast cauldron, he could even refine 9th grade pills. The longevity pill was very special. Its grade was not fixed and could fluctuate. The lowest grade was an 8th grade pill, and the highest grade could even surpass 9th grade pills and reach the level of divine medicine. According to the grade, the lifespan of the longevity pill was different. Lin Xian could now refine 8th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 30 years or 9th grade pills that could increase lifespan by 50 years. After thinking about it, Lin Xian finally refined an 8th grade pill that could increase lifespan by 30 years. The spiritual herbs needed to refine these pills were extremely precious and could not be found in the outside world. Lin Xian did not have many of them either. It could be said that the more he used, the less he would have. Therefore, he only took a little of them and planted the rest in the mysterious space of the small sword in his body. Since the purple thunder bamboo could be planted there, other spiritual herbs could be planted there as well. Lin Xian tried it and found that the spiritual herbs that he used to refine the longevity pill could all grow here. This made him completely relieved. This way, he did not have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Because the spiritual energy in this mysterious space was abundant and the growth speed was much faster than the outside world, he could quickly obtain rich spiritual herbs. Not only that, Lin Xian also planted an immortal tea tree inside. The immortal tea did not need to be refined. It only needed to be plucked from the leaves of the immortal tea tree to make tea. However, the leaves were very rare. The one in Lin Xian's hand only had 30 leaves. He did not eat the longevity pill, but he drank the immortal tea. He found that the effects were surprisingly good. The leaves of the immortal tea tree were too few now. If there were more leaves in the future, he could give these to his friends. Long-term consumption could definitely strengthen one's martial arts foundation and even preserve one's youth. Lin Xian was refining pills and cultivating spiritual herbs in preparation for the birthday banquet of the Shen family's little princess. Not only him, but the other families were also preparing because they knew that this was not a simple birthday banquet. Behind this banquet, there was also the purpose of marriage. Although the little princess of the Shen family was disfigured, she was still a direct descendant of the Shen family. Moreover, her father held great power in the family. Therefore, to be able to marry such a woman was extremely good for every family. At the very least, he would be able to climb up the Shen family's tree and even become a core member of the Shen family. Therefore, although those young disciples were unwilling, the elders of the family tried their best to matchmake them. Shuiyu, Wuji Palace. This was a very famous building in the Blood Realm because its owner was a martial saint. Wu Zun's strength was extraordinary, and he had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, he had a noble status. As the son of the Vice Palace Lord of the War God Technique, it could be said that he was second only to one person. At this moment, he was sitting in the main hall, quietly listening to the reports from his subordinates. Beside him stood a handsome young man. However, this young man's face was as cold as ice, without a trace of expression. This person was the famous young master Ling Feng of the Sky Martial Continent. He was also the son of a martial saint and the grandson of the Vice Palace Lord. At this moment, he said coldly, although the little princess of the Shen family is disfigured, she is still very useful. Therefore, this time, we must obtain the marriage alliance. Young master is right. At the side, a few martial saints in armor also responded. Previously, we had some conflicts with the Shen family in the remote sky secret realm, which caused our relationship to break. If we can marry the little princess of the Shen family this time, we will definitely be able to mend the cracks from before and even improve our relationship. At that time, with the full support of the Shen family, I think we can easily take down the War God Palace. Yes. Above, the martial saint on the throne nodded slightly after hearing this. Then, he asked again, by the way, you said that Lin Zhan's son has appeared and his strength is not bad? Indeed, he has appeared and defeated Yan Feng and Duan Tianxing. This boy's speed of growth has indeed exceeded our expectations. We must kill him as soon as possible to prevent him from causing trouble. The martial saint frowned slightly. Yes, but that boy should be well protected now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him in a short period of time. That's true. Since they know the boy's identity, they must be prepared. The martial saint tapped lightly on the void with his finger. Instantly, a sonorous sound was heard and the entire space seemed to be frozen. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy. No one dared to say a word and everyone lowered their heads respectfully. At this moment, the handsome and cold young master Ling Feng spoke. He's just a boy. Father, you don't have to worry about him. Just leave it to me. All right, I'll leave the matter of the youngsters to you. The martial saint nodded. He was very confident in his son. After all, the title of young master Ling Feng was not for nothing. As for the marriage alliance candidate, let the fifth brother go. Yes, I will inform the fifth young master now. In fact, not only the War God Palace, the Morong family, Merry Woods, Divine Bird Palace, Deity Sword Villa and other major forces all chose their outstanding disciples to participate in the banquet. This time, they must obtain the marriage alliance, Immortal Martial Academy. This place was extremely peaceful. There were no fluctuations because of the birthday banquet of the little princess of the Shin clan. This was because the Immortal Martial Academy was an independent power and did not participate in the struggles of other powers. Its responsibility was to cultivate and nurture talented disciples. Of course, Lin Xian's matter was an exception. This was because Lin Xian's father, Lin Zhan, had helped the Immortal Martial Academy in the past. This was why the dean of the Immortal Martial Academy was willing to help Lin Xian. In the courtyard, the 10th elder's figure appeared, holding an invitation card in his hand. Young master, the invitation card is in our hands. We can set off now. Oh, I know. Lin Xian took in a deep breath. This time, he must save Xianxia. This time, Lin Xian only brought Yufei with him. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the rest stayed in the Immortal Martial Academy and the auction. The Crimson Divine Dragon went into seclusion to refine the dragon blood. But it was just a banquet. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could definitely handle it. As for the 9th elder and 10th elder, they hid in the shadows and followed silently. As long as Lin Xian's life was not in danger, they would not show themselves. Let's go. Lin Xian summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle and set off. Naturally, young Master Ling Feng's men found out about his actions. Instantly, the news reached young Master Ling Feng. He's just a piece of trash and he wants to attend the Shin family's banquet. He's courting death. Young Master Ling Feng snorted. In his opinion, Lin Xian must be thinking of marrying into the Shin family to obtain a powerful assistant. However, young Master Ling Feng would not allow such a thing to happen. Go find a few people and make a move on the way. Cripple that brat for me. Don't kill him. I want him alive. Bring him here. Young Master Ling Feng's voice was cold and emotionless. Yes, I'll arrange it now. Instantly, a martial artist who was like a shadow said respectfully. Wait. Young master, please instruct me. Hearing young Master Ling Feng's words, the martial artist who wanted to leave immediately stopped in his tracks. That kid is not weak now. Send some 8th heaven reverends. Forget it, let's send a message to the Skynet organization and ask them to send some people to bring that kid here. Yes, I'll do it now. Instantly, the martial artist left quickly. However, young Master Ling Feng's eyes flashed and his lips curled into a smile. So what if those people know your identity? I'll send the strongest assassin organization to kill you. I don't believe you can escape. Offend me? I'll let you know what hell is. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world. Because the Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that's me. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lin Xian had completely left the Immortal Martial Academy's territory. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the golden-feathered divine eagle and cultivating silently. Beside him, Yufei used his spiritual energy to create a spiritual energy palace for Lin Xian to use. Not bad. You've improved a lot recently. Looking at the spiritual energy palace, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Actually, I have to thank you, Brother Xian. If it wasn't for the treasures you gave me, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. Yu Fei was very grateful. His strength had already reached the sixth heaven reverend realm. Moreover, his martial soul was very special. It was the shadow martial soul, which was good at sensing and spying. It could be said that it was very suitable for intelligence work. Lin Xian nodded but didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He had the most heavenly treasures in his hands, so he would not waste any time cultivating. At the same time, there were 4 figures behind him. They were moving swiftly in the void like ghosts. It has already been a day. Now that he has completely left the territory of the Immortal Martial Academy, we can make our move now. Alright, be careful later. Don't kill that brat. Just cripple him. Don't worry, big brother. We are professionals. Capturing a brat at the 7th heavenly layer is not a problem. The 4 of them were extremely confident as they sped up. In front of him, the golden feather divine eagle spread its wings and soared. Its speed was fast and steady. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. At the side, Yu Fei also frowned with a solemn expression. Older brother Xian, there seems to be a situation. My shadow martial spirit has sensed that something is wrong with the surrounding aura. Lin Xian was quite surprised by the shadow martial soul's effects. He didn't expect it to be able to sense such minute changes. One should know that even a demonic beast like the golden feather divine eagle didn't sense any danger. There is indeed danger. Be careful later and protect yourself. There's no need to attack. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yes. Yu Fei knew Lin Xian's strength. He was someone who could even defeat Meng Tian and the others. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, he had still underestimated this sneak attack. In front, back, left, and right, the space suddenly split open. 4 long swords flickered with cold light as they pierced towards Lin Xian's head and heart. This sneak attack was too sudden. As a result, the 4 long swords were less than 10 feet away from Lin Xian. Moreover, this attack was extremely fierce and contained the powerful aura of an 8th heavenly layer venerable. 8th heavenly layer venerable. For 8th heavenly layer venerables, in an instant, Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew that there was a change in the situation and that someone was here to sneak an attack. However, he didn't expect the other party to be 4 8th heavenly layer venerables. One should know that they were 8th heavenly layer venerables. They were peerless powerhouses in the eyes of the world. Yet now, there were 4 of them. Furthermore, they were charging toward Lin Xian together. This was a sure-death situation. Brother Xian, be careful. Yu Fei roared crazily and was about to stand up to block and attack. In fact, the 9th elder and the 10th elder, who were hiding in the dark, looked extremely solemn. Both of them couldn't help but attack. However, Lin Xian said coldly, "No need, I'll do it myself." Hearing that, the 9th elder and the 10th elder froze. They hesitated for a moment but did not attack in the end. In the next moment, a large hand of spiritual energy pressed down on Yu Fei and formed a spiritual energy shield to protect him. On the other hand, a powerful energy burst out from Lin Xian's body and quickly formed 4 huge fists that blasted in all directions. The 2 fists in front and behind flickered with purple and white lightning and were extremely violent. The 2 fists on the left and right were pitch black. Black flames danced on them with a strange aura. The 4 fists appeared together and quickly blasted towards the 4 long swords that were piercing towards them. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard as violent energy exploded. The 4 fists were extremely terrifying and instantly forced the 4 long swords back. After the earth-shattering sound, the 4 figures retreated pathetically. They slid a few hundred feet in the air before coming to a stop. They were 4 black-clothed men. Their bodies were shrouded in black fog and were extremely strange. However, their killing intent was extremely monstrous. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly, their faces were filled with shock. He blocked it? How is that possible? Impossible, how did this kid do it? They were so shocked that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. The other party had actually forced all four of them back in an instant. How was that possible? One had to know that they were 8th level supremacies and top assassins. Therefore, they were extremely strange and no one could investigate them. When the four of them joined forces, they could already kill a top figure among 8th level supremacies, let alone a mere 7th level supremacies. However, they had failed. Damn it, everyone, be careful. This kid is too strange. The leader was a middle-aged man. Originally, he didn't care about this mission at all because the other party was only a 7th level supremacies. In his opinion, the other party had only angered young Master Ling Feng and sent them to assassinate him. However, he now realized that he was very wrong. This wasn't an ordinary 7th level supremacies, it seemed that this mission wouldn't be completed so easily. Even the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. It seems that we have underestimated the young master. That's right. Isn't his strength a little too terrifying? Is he really only a 7th level venerable? Forget it. The young master is too mysterious. We can't see through him. What we can do is to support him as much as we can. The two of them shook their heads and stopped talking. However, their expressions showed that they were very excited. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. This made them even more confident that Lin Xian could lead them to take back the Palace of Gods. In front of them, Lin Xian stood up slowly after punching the 4 assassins. Then, he looked at the 4 of them coldly. Any last words? Leave them, Lin Xian said coldly. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you forced us to retreat? The middle-aged man snorted as his killing intent soared. Then, the 4 assassins soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian again. Stubborn. Since that's the case, go to hell. Lin Xian snorted. He stomped his foot and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Humph, he's just a 7th heaven honorable. Does he really think he can fight against us? The middle-aged man snorted and shouted, attack with all your might. Just leave him with a breath. The remaining 3 assassins responded. Then, a violent aura exploded from their bodies as they unleashed their martial souls. The leftmost assassin's martial soul was a crimson bat. It was attached to his long sword and he quickly stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his fist and threw a punch. A layer of black flames covered his fist. Boom, in the next moment, the black fist landed on the assassin in black. Immediately, the long sword in the assassin's hand burned together with his arm. Then, it exploded. Ah! The assassin screamed and quickly retreated. He wanted to seek protection from his companions. As expected, the other 3 assassins changed their direction and charged at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was faster. Another punch blasted out, directly blasting the injured assassin into pieces. The sky was filled with a bloody mist, and the pungent smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. Everyone was stunned. 8th level venerable, that was a genuine 8th level venerable. He was actually blasted apart by 2 punches, the scene was simply too shocking. Damn it, I must kill him. The remaining 3 assassins went berserk and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, the 3 of them moved together, determined to take down Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as ice. Above his fist, a black flame burned fiercely. It was like the fire of hell, strange and cold. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step. His speed was extremely terrifying, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Competing in speed? How can you possibly be a match for us? The 3 assassins sneered disdainfully. He quickly turned his body. Fight against it. However, in the next moment, one of them let out a terrified scream. What? How can you keep up with me? The assassin was too terrified. One had to know that as assassins and 8th level venerables, their speed could be said to be extremely fast. Not many people of the same level could keep up with them. However, the young man in front of them had a lower cultivation level, but his speed was faster than theirs. They could not accept that at all. However, Lin Xian did not answer at all. He only raised his palm and slammed it downwards. His palm was covered in black flames like a flaming demonic mountain, and it instantly enveloped the assassin. Bang! The assassin could not dodge at all and was smashed into a bloody pulp. In just an instant, another 8th level assassin was killed. In just an instant, another 8th level assassin was killed. Shocking, it was really too shocking. For a moment, the entire scene was extremely silent. In the void, there were only black flames crackling and burning. The expressions of the remaining 2 assassins finally changed. They realized that Lin Xian did not kill their companion by luck, but by actual strength. Although he was only a 7th level venerable, his combat power had already surpassed theirs. Thinking of this, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, the information is wrong. Retreat quickly. We must inform young Master Ling Feng. The middle-aged man transmitted his voice, and then the 2 of them turned around and fled into the distance. Facing Lin Xian, they did not dare to fight at all. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Lin Xian sneered, but he did not chase after them. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Then, a ball of black flames appeared in his eyes and quickly surged out. Like clouds. In front, the 2 assassins in black fled quickly, and they were overjoyed when they sensed that Lin Xian did not chase after them. That's great, he didn't chase after them. As long as they can escape this calamity, we must report to young Master Ling Feng when we return and send out stronger assassins. However, not long after the 2 of them flew out, one of the assassins in black suddenly screamed. Countless black flames inexplicably rose from his body, burning fiercely. Damn it, get lost. The assassin in black had a pained expression as he quickly circulated his spiritual power to form a strong defense to resist. At the same time, a wave formed around him in an attempt to extinguish the black flames. However, it was completely useless. In just an instant, the defense on his body was burned, and his entire body turned into ashes in the black smoke. In the end, nothing was left. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged assassin who wanted to escape was stunned. His muscles stiffened, and he was extremely terrified. He did not dare to escape at all. How could he escape? The other party had killed his companion in an instant with just a look. Such terrifying strength could only make him feel despair. Who exactly are you? Are you a human or a ghost? This is impossible. How can you have such powerful strength? In the end, the surviving middle-aged assassin was about to go crazy. Killing an 8th level supremacy with just a lift of his hand was probably something only a 9th level supremacy or above could do. However, the other party was only a 7th level supremacy. Not only him, but even the 9th elder and the 9th elder who were hiding in the void were stunned and could not believe it. Is this the young master's strength? He's really powerful. Previously, they were quite dissatisfied with Lin Xian's order because they felt that the young master was a little arrogant. However, now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Because those 4 assassins were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The green robe on his body fluttered in the wind. His eyes were extremely deep, and there were flames flashing in them from time to time. He did not answer the middle-aged assassin's question. Instead, he said slowly, "You didn't run, which means that you're still very smart. Speak. Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a quick death. You want to get information from me? Don't even think about it." The middle-aged assassin's expression was ferocious. The black fog on his body rolled, making him look extremely sinister. His speed was so fast that he was at the peak of the 8th heaven venerable realm. No one of the same cultivation level would be able to catch up to him. It seemed that the middle-aged assassin had used a secret technique to escape. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. 2 balls of black flame surged out of his eyes and instantly flew into the sky. Then, the 2 balls of flames rapidly enlarged in the void and burned all over the sky. Finally, they formed a cage made of black flames and instantly enveloped the middle-aged assassin. Boom boom boom, an earth-shaking roar sounded, and a black cage floated in the void, trapping the middle-aged assassin. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly arrived outside the cage. "Even if you kill me, you won't get any information." The middle-aged assassin gritted his teeth, his voice filled with determination. As an assassin, his life was not the most important thing. Keeping secrets was the most important thing. Lin Xian did not ask any more questions. With a thought, a black flaming hand appeared from the black cage and grabbed the middle-aged assassin's head. In the next moment, Lin Xian flipped his palm, and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm. Beast Slave Seal. The black light flickered and instantly disappeared between the middle-aged assassin's brows. Soon, the middle-aged assassin gave up resisting and floated in the void like a puppet. Lin Xian did not kill him. Instead, he planted a beast slave seal on him and made him a complete slave. The flames in the sky disappeared and returned to Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian also put his hands behind his back and had no intention of attacking again. At this moment, there were no obstacles around the middle-aged assassin, but he did not escape. Not only that, but the black fog around his body also dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He wore a set of black soft armor with tiny needles on it. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, master." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Return to your organization and gather information for me. Remember, don't expose yourself and don't make Ling Feng suspicious." "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged man nodded with a respectful expression. If one looked carefully, they would find that her expression was normal. There were no signs of her being controlled at all. This was the power of the 10,000 beast cauldron. With Lin Xian's beast slave seal, no one below the king realm would be able to detect it. "Alright, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand. After that, the middle-aged assassin bowed respectfully again, and then his body turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in the air. Seeing that the middle-aged assassin had left, Lin Xian's golden feather divine condors back. "Alright, the trouble has been resolved. Let's go." Lin Xian sat down with his legs crossed. "Ah? Okay." Only then did Yu Fei recover from his shock. He then asked with a puzzled expression, "Older brother Xian, are we really going to let that person go?" "Don't worry, he's my man now. Nothing will go wrong." Fei Fei nodded to Fei 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 to Lin Yu Fei nodded. Although he didn't understand, he believed in Lin Xian. In the next moment, he activated his spirit energy again and condensed it into a palace. Then, he urged the golden feather divine condor to continue flying. Yu Fei didn't understand, but the 9th elder and the 10th elder who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Did the young master control that assassin just now? It should be. Judging from the assassin's respectful manner and his attitude towards the young master, he must have controlled him. Otherwise, the young master wouldn't have let him go. The 10th elder also took a deep breath. This kind of control technique is too terrifying. Even an 8th heaven venerable realm martial artist couldn't resist at all. Don't think about it. The young master is too mysterious. We just need to loyally assist the young master. The 9th elder was indeed very excited. After seeing Lin Xian's methods, his confidence increased greatly. The group flew quickly towards the Shen family's palace. At the same time, the mysterious middle-aged man also returned to the Skynet organization. No one would have thought that the famous assassin of the Blood Realm would have an organization like this. It was a lively street with shops everywhere. The people who came and went were all ordinary people. Even if there were martial artists, they were all weak martial artists. Venerables were very rare. It could be said that this was a very ordinary town. However, the middle-aged assassin landed on the street. At this moment, the black soft armor on his body had disappeared and was replaced by ordinary clothes. Not only that, but he had also changed from a murderous god to an ordinary person. No one would think that he was an assassin of the Skynet organization. The middle-aged assassin, Falcon, entered a very ordinary shop at this moment. It was a tailor's shop. There were only a dim-sighted old man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy inside. When the two of them saw the middle-aged man, Falcon, walk in, they nodded slightly and no longer paid attention to him. Falcon also nodded slightly and quickly passed through the shop and came to the backyard. Soon, he walked in front of a withered willow tree in the backyard. With a slap of his hand, a black hole appeared on the ground. Without any hesitation, Falcon leaped into the black hole. In the next moment, the black hole disappeared and the ground returned to normal. Falcon, who entered the black hole, seemed to have been teleported by a formation and arrived at an extremely mysterious place. This was the Skynet organization. Falcon, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you back so soon? Falcon, who was originally normal, became weak at this moment. Blood gushed out of his body as he crazily shouted. The mission failed. Hurry and inform young Master Ling Feng. Seeing Falcon on the verge of collapse, the surrounding assassins all panicked and rushed forward to save him. Falcon, are you okay? He's seriously injured. Hurry and send him for treatment. The group of people did not suspect anything. They thought that the mission failed and Falcon was seriously injured. On the other hand, Falcon buried his face deep into the darkness, but the corners of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Half a month later, Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation. This was also an extremely powerful nation in the Tianwu continent. The imperial family of the Windy Nation was also a top 6th grade sect. The headquarters of the Shen family was not in the Windy Nation, but Shen Lingchuan was here. Shen Lingchuan was the 9th son of the Shen family's patriarch and an elder with real power in the Shen family. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, and he had many important resources in his hands. He could be said to be an important figure in the Shen family. And he was also Shen Jingqiu's father. This time, Shen Jingqiu's birthday banquet was held in the Windy Nation. After Lin Xian and his group arrived at the Windy Nation, they felt the festive atmosphere. In the sky, rare beasts flew, and on the ground, there were many chariots galloping. These rare beasts had powerful warriors sitting cross-legged on them. Obviously, these were warriors who had come from all over the Tianwu continent to attend the birthday banquet. Blue Ice City. The atmosphere in the city was very lively, and the people who came and went were all aristocrats. The 9th elder had already made all the necessary arrangements, so Lin Xian was given the best and most luxurious residence in the city as soon as he arrived. This was the power of the Palace of Gods of War, the power of a king family. Lin Xian and the rest stayed there temporarily, waiting for the banquet to start. During this time, Yu Fei didn't stay idle, and started to gather information in the city. Brother Xian, I'm almost done. Yu Fei sent the information to Lin Xian. Although there are many families here, there are only a few families that have hopes of marriage. Among them, Wu Zun has sent a young man called Duan Fei. It is said that he is the 5th young master of the Duan family. The Merry Forest has sent the 7th young master, and the Morong family has sent the 6th young master. The Divine Bird Palace has sent the 2nd saint. The Deity Sword Manor has sent the 3rd sword son. Hearing the report, Lin Xian nodded slightly. These families were probably the top families, and they had the most hope of marriage with the Shen family. The other families didn't have much hope, and these people didn't come here for marriage, but to find their own powers to strengthen their families. It could be said that this birthday banquet was basically an exchange between the major powers, an exchange between the younger generation. These people actually treated Jingqiu's birthday banquet as a business deal, and they even want marriage? How despicable. Lin Xian snorted, a bunch of trash, how can they be worthy of Jingqiu? Soon, the day of the birthday banquet arrived. Lin Xian brought Yu Fei, the 9th elder, and the rest out of the palace, and walked towards the Shen family's mansion. The road was bustling with people, and it was very lively. Along the way, the 9th elder muttered to Lin Xian, young master, we are not in a good situation now, so don't make enemies at the banquet. I know. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. He knew that the Palace of Gods of War was not in a good situation now, and it was not good to make enemies. So, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others, but if there was someone who dared to provoke him, then sorry. Just as they were talking, a low sound came from behind, like thunder, and the ground started to shake. Bang 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 bang, it was as if the earth was about to split open. The surrounding warriors also turned their heads and their expressions changed drastically. F***CK, get out of the way. Berserk beast. The group of people quickly retreated, opening up a path. It turned out that there was a huge golden lion running over from behind. It was an ancient beast. Its entire body was golden, as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily mighty. On the back of the golden lion sat a young man with an arrogant look on his face. Originally, there were many people on this road, so no one was riding on their mounts. However, the young man had no scruples as he led the golden lion on a rampage. There were even quite a few martial artists who were too slow and were sent flying by him. The golden lion roared in all directions, galloping like lightning. In the end, it actually charged towards Xianxia and the others. Wherever he passed, countless strong wind blades were created. They were extremely sharp, cutting out terrifying cracks on the ground. Many of the wind blades even flew towards Xianxia. Not good. Yu Fei's expression changed drastically. He could feel at least 10 wind blades flying towards them. Then, his expression changed, and he looked extremely furious. The golden lion was abnormally powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general, which was equivalent to an 8-star supremacy or even stronger. Such a demon beast was abnormally terrifying. Ordinary warriors would not dare to provoke it at all. Now, they were just walking peacefully, but the other party was causing trouble for them for no reason. Xianxia's expression was normal. He had no intention of intervening because such a small matter did not require him to do anything. As expected, the ninth elder snorted coldly. A powerful aura surged from his body like an invisible hand and slapped towards the side. Instantly, the wind blades were slapped away. However, their expressions did not ease because the golden lion leaped and flew over their heads. It landed in front of them and blocked the entire street. When Yu Fei and the others saw the young man on the golden toilet paper, their expressions immediately darkened. Duan Fei, the 5th young master of the Duan family, was also the person sent by the martial supremacy to form a marriage alliance with the Shin family. Hearing Yu Fei's voice transmission, Xianxia's expression also darkened. He did not expect to meet the other party here. However, before he could say anything, someone beside him roared angrily. "Who is it? How dare you commit murder on the street and injure the disciples of the Xianxia clan?" A burly man roared crazily. As it turned out, that stretch of wind blades earlier not only attacked Xianxia, it also enveloped all the martial artists in the vicinity. Hence, many of them were injured now. The wind blades were not simple. They were sent out by the golden lion and could be said to be extremely terrifying. Hence, the ordinary warriors were all injured by the wind blades. Among them, many disciples of the Xianxia clan were also injured by the wind blades. Hence, the burly man was so angry. When the surrounding warriors heard the burly man's roar, they were also shocked. Xianxia clan, it's actually a 6th rank sect. I didn't expect it to be them. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. Yeah, Xianxia clan is a 6th rank sect and they have the Xianxia 13 guardians. They are very powerful. Look at the burly man's aura. He's very powerful. I'm afraid he's one of the 13 guardians. It's possible. Things are going to get serious. That young man riding the golden lion is probably not simple. After all, not many forces dare to use an 8-star demon general as a mount. Yeah, he's at least a disciple of a 6th rank sect. Looks like there's going to be a show to watch this time. The crowd hid in the distance and discussed animatedly. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice sounded from behind. Xianxia clan is nothing. How dare you provoke our young master Duan? You must be tired of living. As he spoke, a group of people riding powerful demon beasts quickly came from behind and stopped beside the golden lion. Then, these warriors all said respectfully to the young man on the golden lion, "5th young master, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. How could a bunch of trash hurt me?" The young man looked arrogant and sneered disdainfully. The surrounding warriors were unusually angry. First, they were attacked for no reason, and now they were called trash. How could they not be angry? However, the other party's group was too big. They did not dare to fight back. However, the burly man from the Xianxia clan did not seem to have such concerns. His character was irritable to begin with. Moreover, he had just been attacked. Now that he was being humiliated, how could he endure it? "You're courting death. Who are you calling trash? Little bastard, believe it or not, I'll cut your head off and kick it like a ball." Although the burly man knew that the other party's identity was extraordinary, he could not hold it in anymore. How dare you? You're courting death. You must be tired of living. Do you know who our young master is? How dare you speak so rudely? Kneel down and cut off your tongue. Then, I can spare your life. If you offend us, your Xianxia clan will die a horrible death. On the golden lion, Duanfei sneered. Did you hear that? Hurry up and do as I say. Are you waiting for your clan to be destroyed? Humph, how arrogant. I don't think you can destroy my Xianxia clan. The burly man snorted coldly. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The pressure of an eighth heaven supremacy enveloped the surroundings. Humph, you're only an eighth heaven supremacy. You're a peerless expert in the eyes of ordinary people, but you're nothing to us. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and accept your death. You're asking for death. The burly man from the Xianxia clan was furious. He had never been humiliated like that. Hence, he stomped his foot and charged forward like a wild beast. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Beside Duanfei, an elder in grey robes exuded killing intent. However, Duanfei waved his hand and stopped the elder in grey. Elder, there's no need for you to do it. Let me do it. I haven't exercised for a long time. Today, I'll play with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanfei's figure flashed and flew forward like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of the burly man. The burly man from the Xianxia clan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Duanfei to be so bold as to fight him alone. This time, he would let Duanfei know how powerful he was. Raging waves, the burly man threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged out like a wave. The power contained in the punch was extremely strong. A seventh heaven supremacy would probably be blown apart immediately. However, Duanfei sneered. His body became extremely strange. In an instant, he dodged the fist shadows that filled the sky. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped the burly man. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Then, the burly man from the Xianxia clan trembled and retreated. The fist shadows that filled the sky instantly disappeared. The burly man also retreated in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was a clear handprint on half of his face. What? How is that possible? He dodged it. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. Originally, they were very dissatisfied with Duanfei's group because the other party's attitude was too arrogant, and actually insulted all of them. However, none of them dared to make a move. Fortunately, the big man from the Xianxia clan had made a move. Everyone was overjoyed, thinking that the burly man would be able to teach the other party a lesson. However, he had never imagined that the arrogant young man would be so powerful. With just one move, he had forced the big man from the Xianxia clan to retreat. Impossible. How could you break my fist technique? The muscular man from the Xianxia sect also had a look of disbelief on his face. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. However, Duanfei only sneered in disdain. His body disappeared like a ghost, and the crisp sound of a slap rang out once again. The burly man was sent flying again, and a bright red palm print appeared on the left side of his face. I already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Duanfei said disdainfully, today, I'll properly teach you how trash should speak. After saying that, his figure flashed again and he quickly flew forward. Not good. Seeing Duanfei's actions, the burly man from the Xianxia sect's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he roared, Fleetfoot stride. Now, he did not dare to fight against Duanfei, because Duanfei's strength far surpassed his. Therefore, he immediately used the Fleetfoot stride. Although the burly man had a huge body and was as steady as a mountain, when he used the Fleetfoot stride, his speed was extremely fast. Most people present could not even see his trajectory clearly. However, Duanfei sneered, competing with me in speed? You're really looking for death. He sneered. Then, his expression became even more blurry, and the palm in his hand slapped down wildly. Slap, slap, a series of slaps rang out. The burly man kept retreating until he finally crashed into a wall. His entire face was completely swollen, like a pig's head. Elder. The disciples of the Xianxia sect were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. They screamed crazily, and the burly man was so angry that he went crazy. Disgrace. This was an absolute disgrace. Duanfei was stronger than him. He could have won in one move, but Duanfei did not do so. Instead, he kept slapping him. Not only was he slapping his face, but he was also slapping the Xianxia sect's face. The surrounding people were also extremely shocked. They did not dare to speak. There was nothing they could do. Even an 8th Heaven Venerable was slapped repeatedly. They were no match for Duanfei. How dare you insult the Xianxia sect? I'll kill you. The disciples who were tracking Duanfei's movements finally could not hold it in anymore. They charged forward as if they had gone crazy. Stop. Come back. The burly man roared crazily. He knew how powerful Duanfei was. His disciples were no match for Duanfei. If they charged forward now, they would undoubtedly die for nothing. However, the disciples did not stop at all as if they had gone crazy. Humph, a bunch of ants dare to behave atrociously in front of me. Duanfei was very disdainful. He raised his finger, and several cold rays of light flew out like lightning. No. Seeing this, the burly man let out a cry of despair. The cold rays of light were so powerful that no one below the 8th Heaven Venerable realm could withstand them. The cold rays of light were like ice blades, emitting a shocking murderous aura. As soon as the aura was released, everyone was shocked. Even the crazy disciples trembled and regained their senses. When they saw the cold rays of light flying towards them, their faces were filled with despair. However, they could not dodge them at all. Just as the disciples were about to die, the void trembled. An invisible hand seemed to form in the air and instantly slapped the cold rays of light away. What? He's not dead. Someone attacked him. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The burly man from the Xianxia sect also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Duanfei's face darkened. Someone actually dared to attack him in front of him. He must have a death wish. In the next moment, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you attack me in front of me? Break your arms and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you and the people around you will all die. Hearing this, the martial artists around Lin Xian were terrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. However, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Instead, he turned around and looked at the disciples from the Xianxia sect. Are you all okay? Thank you for saving us. We're fine. The disciples looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. The burly man kept thanking him. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Seeing that Lin Xian ignored him, Duanfei's face became extremely gloomy. He looked at the people from the Xianxia sect and then revealed a sinister smile. Don't think that you can avoid this just because someone saved you. I'm not happy today, so all of you must die. Humph, I admit that you're powerful. However, the Xianxia sect is not to be trifled with. If we really fight, I guarantee that you won't be able to gain any advantage. How dare you threaten us? How dare you threaten us? The guards beside Duanfei sneered. Let me tell you. We are from the Palace of Ares, and our young master is the 5th young master of the Palace of Ares. Do you think that with our status, we would be afraid of the Xianxia sect? What a joke. What? The Palace of Ares? They are from the Palace of Ares. The surrounding crowd was shocked, but the warriors from the Xianxia sect were in despair. The Xianxia sect was indeed a powerful 6th-grade sect and did not fear other factions, but they had no hope against the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Ares was a sovereign family, an existence above any other faction. No one expected that the arrogant young man before them was from the Palace of Ares. Since when did the Palace of Ares have such scum? Why didn't I know? At that moment, Lin Xian spoke. Scum like you shouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Palace of Ares. We don't have trash like you. What did you say? Say it again. Duanfei was enraged. I'm not from the Palace of Ares? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The surrounding guard sneered. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Kid, I think your head was kicked by a donkey. How dare you say that we're not from the Palace of Ares? What a joke. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. A few of the guards retracted the light on their bodies, revealing black armor. On the armor, there was a blade and a sword that crossed each other. It was the totem of the Palace of Ares. That's the symbol of the Palace of Ares. They really are from the Palace of Ares. Originally, the crowd was still doubtful when they heard Lin Xian's words. However, when they saw the symbol on Duan Fei and the others, their faces were filled with despair. No one dared to impersonate the symbol of the Palace of Ares. However, the ninth elder snorted. How dare you talk back to the young master? Slap them. Young master? What? The guards beside Duan Fei sneered. However, before they could finish their words, they were sent flying by a huge palm of light. The people who had spoken rudely were all sent flying. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head, and all their teeth fell out. How dare you hit us? You dare to attack the palace of gods of war. The group of people crawled up from the ground, looking extremely ferocious. In front of the young master, you have no right to call yourselves members of the palace of gods of war. The ninth elder's voice was cold with a strong killing intent. Young master? Duan Fei was taken aback. Then, as if he had recalled something, he let out a cold laugh. So it's you. You still dare to show up? You're courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He now knew Lin Xian's identity. Originally, we were still thinking about how to find you, but we didn't expect you to come out on your own, and even come here to die. The heavens are helping me. Fifth young master, are you saying that this brat is that person? The guards around Duan Fei were also shocked. Ha ha ha, let me kill him to prevent future troubles. Many people revealed murderous looks. There's no need for that. I'll do it myself. Duan Fei grinned savagely. Of course I have to kill such a good prey myself. After saying that, he stood out again and stared at Lin Xian. In the next instant, his entire person became blurry and turned into a ray of light. The palm in his hand was raised high and slapped toward Lin Xian. It looked like he wanted to repeat his previous action and slap Lin Xian a few times. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Lin Xian was going to be unlucky. One had to know that Duan Fei was someone who could even oppress an 8th-level supremacy, let alone Lin Xian, a 7th-level supremacy. But this time, they were wrong. Lin Xian looked at Duan Fei, who was flying toward him, and stood still like a mountain. He waited until Duan Fei was close before he attacked. This attack was like a bolt of lightning, swift to the extreme. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and that sound made everyone's hearts tremble violently. However, the one who was hit was not Lin Xian, but Duan Fei. Duan Fei screamed and flew backward. Half of his face was swollen, and all of his teeth were broken. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and could not believe it. Even the guards that Duan Fei brought were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. You dare hit me? Duan Fei shook his head frantically. Impossible, how could you hit me? I don't believe it. And the answer he got was another slap. Slap, 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 a crisp sound rang out, and Duan Fei flew up like a top again. In the end, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and he did not look human at all. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Duan Fei was mad with anger. He was the 5th young master of the Duan family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? The surrounding cultivators were also shocked and could not believe it. One had to know that Duan Fei was very terrifying. Previously, such a powerful Xianxia sect expert had been defeated by him. But now, he was beaten up by a 7th-level supremacy. This was unbelievable. Duan Fei could not take it anymore, so he charged at Lin Xian again. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a trace of thunder surged out of his fingertip, quickly forming a sword chi that slashed forward. Poof, the thunder sword pierced through Duan Fei's heart, nailing him to the ground. Ah! Ah! Duan Fei screamed in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He did not expect Lin Xian to kill him in one move. No. Can. Boom, Duanfei's head tilted, and he died. It was a pity that he did not believe that Lin Xian could kill him, so he did not even activate his defensive armor. This scene shocked everyone. The burly man from the Xianxia sect's mind went blank. He could not believe it. Was this really a 7th level supremacy? It was too terrifying. The surrounding people were even more terrified. The young master of the Duan family was dead. This was a shocking event. 5th young master. The people from the Duan family went crazy and quickly came to Duanfei's side. Bang, one of the guards pulled out the thunder sword, while the others took out elixirs in an attempt to save Duanfei. However, this sword contained the burly man's sword soul and was extremely powerful. The moment it pierced through, it destroyed Duanfei's life force. Now, even the Daluo golden pill could not save him. Ah, the guards shouted crazily with ferocious expressions. Brat, you dare to kill the 5th young master. You're dead. You, all of you must die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the 5th young master. The group of guards roared angrily. Among them, the gray-robed elder's hair was flying, and his body was full of killing intent. He was Duanfei's guardian and was responsible for his safety. However, now that his master had been killed, he could not report to his superiors. Therefore, now, he had to kill Lin Xian to atone for his sins. With a roar, the gray-robed elder walked over quickly like a god of death. On the side, the golden lion also roared. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it raised its huge environmental beast claw and slapped at Lin Xian. Ah! The surrounding crowd screamed. A powerful 8th heaven supremacy and a terrifying 8-star demon general were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time. The gray-robed elder was extremely powerful and was an extremely powerful existence even among 8th heaven supremacies. The golden lion beside him was even more terrifying. Probably not many 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. At this moment, these two terrifying existences were charging towards Lin Xian at the same time, causing everyone's expression to change. However, Lin Xian's expression was normal. He waved his arms and faced the enemy. A dazzling sword chi appeared on his left hand and slashed towards the gray-robed elder like a peerless divine sword. On the other hand, he executed the dragon-capturing hand with his right hand. Two true dragon-like spiritual energy hands rushed forward quickly. Boom, the sword chi was sharp and carried boundless blood-red killing intent. It was extremely violent and instantly slashed the gray-robed elder's body, causing a loud boom. Although the gray-robed elder was powerful, he had no choice but to dodge the sword chi. His body retreated quickly like a ghost. What? He retreated. Everyone was shocked and could not believe that such a powerful gray-robed elder was actually forced back by a single strike. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The dragon-capturing hand that Lin Xian executed transformed into two huge dragons and quickly coiled around the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared crazily. The golden blood on its body soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky red. The powerful force caused the entire city to tremble. However, even so, it was still unable to break free from the dragon-capturing hand's restraint and was trapped by the two huge dragons. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. That was an 8-star demon general. Moreover, it was an ancient mutated beast like the golden lion. It was extremely powerful, no 8th heaven supremacies could fight against it. Perhaps only 9th heaven supremacies could subdue it. However, a 7th heaven youth had trapped the golden lion with a single strike. This was simply too shocking. Although the Duan family cultivators were furious, they were all stunned when they saw this scene. They did not know what to do. The gray-robed elder stabilized himself and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the other party to be so strong that he could withstand both his and the golden lion's attacks at the same time. This wasn't good news for them. After all, there were two elders from the Palace of War Gods following behind them. Both of them were extremely powerful existences. Even he did not have any confidence in defeating them. Therefore, the gray-robed elder snorted coldly and decided to retreat. He would wait until he gathered more people. Anyway, he knew that Lin Xian was going to attend the Shen family's birthday party. As long as he brought his man here before the party ended, he would definitely be able to kill him. Go. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and led a few powerful guards to rescue the golden lion. Then, he flew out of the city. Bang bang bang, but soon, they were bounced back. Countless ripples appeared in the originally transparent void. It was as if an invisible wall had trapped them. What's the situation? The gray-robed old man's face was gloomy as he had a bad premonition. The surrounding warriors were also alarmed. Elder, it's not good. We're trapped here. There are invisible walls in all directions. What? He dared to trap us. Hearing this, the gray-robed elder was shocked. Stop struggling. You won't be able to break this array in a short period of time. Lin Xian said coldly. Under his feet, there were mysterious inscriptions spreading in all directions. He was the one who had set up the invisible array. At this moment, the surrounding warriors had already retreated out of fear. Therefore, only the Duan family and Lin Xian were in the array. Brat, you are too arrogant. Although you had the upper hand just now, it doesn't mean that you can kill us. The gray-robed elder roared. You will know if I can or can't. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He had no intention of letting these people go. Elder, what should we do? The Duan family warriors asked. This array is indeed strange. If we forcefully break it, it won't be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, what we need to do now is to fight with the other party. The Shen family probably knows about the commotion here. Don't worry. As long as we wait for the Shen family to arrive, we will be safe. Don't forget that the Shen family is our Duan family's friend. Yes, this is the Shen family's territory. That brat won't dare to do anything. Hearing the gray-robed elder's words, the Duan family warriors were relieved. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with ferocious expressions. I don't believe that no matter how strong this brat is, he can resist all of us. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill him? All right. The gray-robed elder nodded. He also decided to give it a try. Everyone, listen to my order. Attack. When the 15 Duan family warriors heard the order, they immediately drew their swords and sabers and unleashed a powerful aura. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Young master. Seeing the warriors charging over, the ninth elder shouted softly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There was no need. He would do it himself. Hearing this, the ninth elder nodded and retreated to the back. If they were still worried about Lin Xian before, they were not worried at all after the battle just now. This was because they now knew that Lin Xian was extremely powerful. No one in the 8th heaven of the honorable realm could hurt him. Seeing that Lin Xian was attacking alone, the 15 Duan family warriors immediately revealed a sinister smile. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all above the 7th heaven of the honorable realm. Many of them had even reached the peak of the 7th heaven. Although their strength was not comparable to an 8th heaven of the honorable realm, they were a team and could unleash powerful array techniques. It could be said that they were the elites of the Duan family. The 15 of them kept changing their positions in the air and formed a strange array. They quickly charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the sabers and swords in their hands erupted with dazzling light as they slashed out quickly. The 15 rays of light were extremely bright like rainbows. With the support of the array, their power was even more terrifying. Even an 8th heaven of the honorable realm would not dare to take it head-on. Not only that, the golden lion and the gray-robed elder did not hold back either. Instead, they quickly unleashed two terrifying attacks. The gray-robed elder unleashed a spiral-shaped ray of light that easily tore through the void. It carried a biting cold murderous intent. On the other side, the golden lion's vital energy and blood soared into the sky. It condensed into a golden lion shadow in the air and quickly pounced towards Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, endless killing moves surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. The Duan family? It's time to collect some interest. Lin Xian muttered. An extremely sharp light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a strange black flame flashed across them. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul, the blood sword inheritance and the black flame martial soul in his body circulated together and erupted with terrifying energy. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by a boundless sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the sea of blood was made up of streaks of blood-colored sword qi. Not only that, but there were also countless black flames in the sea of blood. They danced and emitted a terrifying heat. Even those martial artists outside the array formation felt a temperature that made them tremble. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian waved his arm. The Lone Star sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword radiance as he slashed forward. The sea of blood surged. The sword radiance was like a blood-colored dragon as it roared in all directions. In an instant, the attacks flying towards Lin Xian from all directions were quickly melted by the sea of blood and black flames. Not only that, everything in the path of the sword qi began to burn. Whether it was the 15 terrifying attacks, the gray-robed elder's sword qi, or the golden lion's shadow, all of them were burning. It was a shocking scene. Although no one could hear it, they could imagine it. Not only that, but there were also countless screams. Among them, 7 warriors were swept by the blood-colored sword and immediately burned. They only had time to scream once before they were burned to ashes. Not only them, but even the armor on their bodies was burned to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. It was as if they had never appeared. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. The sword radiance in his hand flickered, and the sea of blood and black flames surrounded him. At this moment, his aura was fierce and murderous. He was like a peerless god of death with a terrifying killing intent that could crush everything. It was as if everything in the world had to bow down to him under this aura. What? He broke the Duan family's elite formation in an instant. And he killed half of them. How is this possible? The remaining warriors of the Duan family were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. The golden lion let out an uneasy roar. He's not human. He's a demon. Run! Someone screamed. Finally, the remaining warriors were scared. They turned and ran, not daring to fight anymore. They had long lost their previous arrogance. At this moment, they were like stray dogs, trying to escape. There was nothing they could do about it. Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying, directly destroying all their confidence. Not to mention those people from the Duan clan, even more than half of the martial artists outside were paralyzed on the ground at this moment, breaking out in cold sweat. Trying to run? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as boundless black flames strangely gushed out. In the next moment, the 8 fleeing figures froze on the spot. They found that their bodies were completely frozen and did not listen to their commands. Not only that, a terrifying and boundless feeling of panic rose from the bottom of their hearts. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, their bodies suddenly burst into flames. Balls of black flames burned fiercely, blooming with hellish light. Not only their bodies, but even their armors and defenses were set ablaze, emitting cracking sounds. In the end, the 8 of them screamed miserably. Nothing was left behind, only a ball of flames rolling on the ground. In an instant, all 15 martial artists were annihilated. What? Impossible? How is this possible? The gray-robed elder's face turned ugly. Then, he looked at the golden lion. Don't hide your strength anymore, hurry up and kill him. Roar! The golden lion roared furiously and raised its huge head. Then, it quickly charged towards Lin Xian. It was like a small golden mountain. As it moved quickly, the entire ground buzzed and trembled. Not only that, with every step it took, the golden lion's aura became stronger. In the end, the golden aura that filled the sky dyed the entire sky golden yellow. Meanwhile, the golden lion's aura had also reached its peak. The huge golden palm slapped over and instantly turned into a small mountain. It descended from the sky and exploded the entire void. At the same time, 9 illusionary figures appeared behind the golden lion. They were like real ferocious beasts. Each of them was extremely powerful and could easily tear an 8th heaven supremacy apart. This time, the golden lion was truly enraged. Stars! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he pointed his arm towards the sky. Instantly, countless sword qi shot into the sky and collided with each other in the sky. There was a burst of dazzling light, forming countless star-like light balls. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they quickly descended. The stars in the sky descended with powerful energy and quickly bombarded the 9 illusionary figures. Immediately, the 9 golden lion illusionary figures were destroyed. Not only that, Lin Xian's palms continuously formed seals and countless rays of light in the sky condensed again, forming a huge body. Xianxia. It's the ferocious beast, Xianxia. In the distance, the martial artists screamed in horror when they saw this scene. He could actually summon Xianxia. That was too terrifying. Countless people were shocked. However, some 8th heaven supremacies shook their heads. It wasn't the real Xianxia, but a manifestation of spiritual energy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their hearts also trembled violently. It was simply too shocking to be able to manifest such a terrifying ferocious beast. In the sky, a vast sea of spiritual energy quickly condensed and formed the terrifying Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia appeared, it roared into the sky and quickly charged forward. Immediately, it broke the golden lion's huge golden claws. Roar, blood splattered everywhere as the golden lion roared angrily. It had never thought that it would suffer such a great loss in the hands of a human youth. Meanwhile, the surrounding people were stunned. In just one move, Xianxia had injured the golden lion. One had to know that it was just an illusion. It was actually so terrifying. The gray-robed elder's face was also pale. He knew how powerful the golden lion was and that even he couldn't defeat it. However, in just an instant, the golden lion's huge paw was broken. However, the golden lion was an ancient mutated beast after all and was very powerful. It had reached the level of an 8-star demon general. Although its paw was broken, its aura didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more ferocious. With a furious roar, the golden lion's figure quickly pounced on Xianxia. Immediately, the two beasts collided rapidly in the void, creating a deafening roar as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck. Luckily, it blocked it. Seeing that the golden lion had gone crazy, the gray-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian sneered. In the next instant, his palm changed again. Immediately, the void trembled and a huge shadow appeared. What? It appeared again. No way, how could his spiritual energy be so strong? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was because they knew that it required an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to condense something like Xianxia. Perhaps even an 8th heaven supremacy could only condense one. However, now, a 7th heaven supremacy youth actually had the energy to condense something else. This was simply too shocking. The gray-robed elder's expression changed as his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, we can't let him succeed. It was already difficult for the golden lion to fight against a Xianxia. If the other party used another skill, the golden lion would not be able to block it. At that time, he would be in danger. The gray-robed elder did not hesitate. He took out a half-earth rank artifact from his storage ring. Then, he turned into a gray light and quickly stabbed at Lin Xian. The sword was silent and there was a dazzling light around it. If one did not pay attention, they would not have noticed it. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. It was a giant golden bird. Its huge body covered the entire sky. Sky Rock, it's the ancient beast Sky Rock. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew that it was only condensed by spiritual power, they were still shocked by the aura. It was too realistic. If one did not know the inside story, they would have thought that the ancient beast Sky Rock had been resurrected. In fact, this was normal. The 9 changes of the firmament was an earth-rank martial art. Its power was unpredictable. Moreover, Lin Xian still had the great dragon sword soul that could simulate everything. Therefore, the ferocious beasts were no different from real beasts except that they were not alive. The moment the Sky Rock appeared, it displayed a terrifying aura. Then, its sharp claws grabbed at the void and locked onto the gray-robed elder. In the next moment, a huge force rushed toward the gray-robed elder and sent him flying. The half-earth rank artifact was broken in half. The gray-robed elder's body was sent flying and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying human-shaped crater. The terrifying sound shook the sky. The momentum had alarmed the Shin family's martial artists. In fact, it was not only the Shin family's martial artists. The martial artists of the major forces in Blue Eye City were all alarmed. At this moment, those people ran over to watch the show. However, no one made a move. The Shin family had also sent a few elders to rush over. These elders were furious. They did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in Blue Eye City. This was obviously looking down on the Shin family. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous here. However, in the next moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Following that was a terrifying aura. What, the ancient beast Sky Rock? How is this possible? The three elders of the Shin family were extremely shocked. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. After that, the three of them sped up at the same time. The moment the giant Sky Rock appeared, it sent the gray-robed elder flying. Then, it stared coldly at the golden lion. Instantly, the golden lion's fur all stood up. He felt a great sense of threat. With a furious roar, it fiercely slammed into the Xianxia, forcing it to retreat. However, Xian did not give it a chance. Sky Rock transformation, golden sword. The seal on his palm changed as Xian activated his killer move. Suddenly, the huge body of the heavenly Pung in the sky emitted a blazing light. Every feather on its body turned into a golden sword that pierced downwards. For a moment, the entire space was filled with golden swords. 108,000 swords were all stabbing towards the golden lion. The golden lion king was extremely furious, but he couldn't resist at all. Soon, he was pierced by countless golden swords and his huge body was nailed to the ground. Blood flowed, converging into a river, releasing a pungent bloody smell. What? The golden lion king is dead. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the cultivators from the various major forces were extremely shocked. That was because the golden lion king was extremely brave. Even they were not confident of defeating him, but now, he was slaughtered so easily. The gray-robed elder was also stunned. His eyes were filled with fear. Now, he finally understood that the young man in front of him was not someone they could provoke. However, at this moment, three powerful auras came from afar, accompanied by an angry roar. Who dares to cause trouble in Blue Eye City? Hearing this voice, the gray-robed elder was ecstatic. He shouted crazily, "Friends of the Shin family, save me!" The three powerful auras turned into three figures and stopped in the sky. They were a man, a woman, and an elder. The three of them were the elders sent by the Shin family. The three of them looked at the scene in front of them. Their pupils constricted and their faces were filled with shock. In particular, the huge corpse of the golden lion king shocked them. They naturally knew who had died. They were warriors sent by the Duan family, a force that was not weaker than them. However, at this moment, they were killed by someone. When they saw Duan Fei nailed to the ground, the three Shin family elders could not help but cry out. They did not expect that not only was the Golden Lion King dead, but the most important person, Duan Fei, was also dead. "The three of you, save me!" The gray-robed elder shouted crazily again. "Elder Duan, don't worry. We will ensure your safety." The three of them had always been on good terms with the Duan family, so at this moment, they naturally wanted to fight on the gray-robed elder's side. After saying that, the three of them quickly rushed over. Looking at the three figures, Xian smiled. The battle just now had destroyed the formation he had set up, so there was no space enchantment around them. The three Shin family elders were naturally unimpeded and quickly came to the gray-robed elder's side. However, the smile on Xian's face grew wider. He slowly raised his arm and pointed forward. Void-shattering finger. Suddenly, a purple light flew out like lightning and instantly streaked across space. "Oh no! You're courting death. How dare you!" The three of them roared and joined forces to stop him. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They did not expect Xian to dare to attack in front of the Shin family. However, it was all in vain. The void-shattering finger disappeared without a trace and was extremely mysterious. In an instant, it passed through the combined defense of the three and pierced through the gray-robed elder's glabella. Poof, a thumb-sized hole appeared in the gray-robed elder's glabella, and blood splattered everywhere. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Until his death, he still could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him under the protection of the three great experts of the Shin family. Plop, the grey-robed elder's corpse fell, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The surrounding crowd was stunned. For a moment, the scene was extremely silent and extremely strange. The three experts of the Shin family were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. However, in the next moment, the three of them trembled in anger. Impudent, he was too impudent. Lin Xian dared to kill in front of them. He did not take them seriously at all. Moreover, the person who was killed was their ally and a member of a sovereign family. They could not explain this at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them looked at Lin Xian with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. Brat, you're too impudent. Kneel down and accept your death. Come back with me obediently and accept your punishment. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. However, Lin Xian remained calm. The ninth elder and the 10th elder behind him snorted and quickly walked forward to protect Lin Xian. How dare you question our young master? Does the Shin family want to start a war with the Ares palace? Hearing that, the three experts from the Shin family froze and stopped in their tracks. They looked at the 9th elder and the 10th elder, their expressions fluctuating. What did you say? You said he's your young master. The middle-aged man among the three frowned. What young master? Why don't I know him? No matter who he is, he has to be judged by the Shin family for committing murder in Blue Ice City. Who do you think you are? How dare you judge our young master? Get lost. The 9th elder shouted angrily. The terrifying sound wave turned into a torrent of energy. It quickly charged forward. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted angrily and similarly struck out with his palm. The two waves of energy exploded, and the middle-aged man from the Shin family was forced back dozens of steps. The blood in his body was in turmoil. What? How is this possible? The other two elders' expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the old man in front of them to be so terrifying. The middle-aged man who was forced back was trembling. He opened his mouth with difficulty but only spat out a mouthful of blood. I can't be bothered with you juniors. If I remember correctly, Chong Kong is here. Ask him to come out and see me. Ordinary martial artists might not have heard of this name, but the three Shin family experts and the people from the surrounding major forces all trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chong Kong was the number 1 elder in Lingchuan Mansion and was also the 7th elder in the Shin family headquarters. Such a person's strength was terrifying. He was definitely not someone the three experts from the Shin family could compare to. Haha, Mo Yun, your temper is still so irritable. At that moment, an old laugh sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and the three experts of the Shin family also became respectful. Greetings, Elder Chong Kong. The three of them bowed respectfully to the void. Elder Chong Kong, could it be that Elder Chong Kong really came? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect to see such a terrifying person here. Sure enough, in the next moment, the void fluctuated slightly, and an old figure appeared before everyone. Humph. Seeing that figure, the 9th elder coldly snorted. Chong Kong, these juniors of yours aren't much. They actually dared to scold my young master. Do as you see fit. Young master? At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions because they could tell that the 9th elder did not fear the Qin clan's elder Chong Kong at all. This meant that the other party's status was definitely not inferior to Elder Chong Kong's. Such a person would at least be a core elder of a sovereign clan. However, to be addressed as young master by such a person, his identity was simply unimaginable. Could it be that this young man is also a core disciple of a sovereign clan? Everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Elder Chong Kong narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Lin Xian. Mo Yun, could this be the young master of your palace of war? Of course. Hearing this, some people gasped. The young man in front of them was actually the young master of the Palace of War. No wonder the other party dared to kill the Duan clan's martial artists and even dared to kill the Duan clan's 5th young master. Strictly speaking, Duan Fei was probably not even a 10,000th of the young man in front of him. One had to know that the Duan clan was not the true master of the Palace of War. They were only under the vice palace master. The young man in front of them was the son of the palace master of the Palace of War, Lin Zhan. His identity was even more honorable than Elder Chongkong and the others. After knowing Lin Xian's identity, the three experts from the Qin clan immediately broke out in cold sweat. Putting aside the strength of this identity, just this identity alone was enough to kill them thousands of times. In an instant, the three of them were terrified and their bodies trembled slightly. The vast Sky Elder also bowed slightly. "Greetings, young Master Lin." "Elder Chongkong, you're too polite." Lin Xian nodded slightly to return the greeting. If it was before, he would definitely respectfully address the other party as senior. However, it was different now. His identity had become the young master of the Palace of War. It could be said that other than a few people, no one had a more honorable identity than him. Therefore, even if he met the core elders of the Qin clan, he would only nod slightly. "I didn't know young Master Lin was here. Please forgive me if I didn't take care of you properly." Elder Chongkong bowed slightly, then turned around and said to the three Qin clan warriors, "The three of you, come over and apologize to young Master Lin." "Young Master Lin, we have eyes but failed to recognize you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time." "It's fine." Lin Xian said indifferently, "My enemy is only the Duan clan. Everyone else can be my friends." Lin Xian's words undoubtedly expressed his stance. He would not rest until the Duan clan was dead. As for the other forces, as long as they allied with the Duan clan, they would be his enemy. Elder Chongkong narrowed his eyes after hearing that. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce. It was really beyond his expectations. One should know that the situation at the Palace of War was not good. Palace Master Lin Zhan was in seclusion, causing the Duan clan to become stronger and stronger. They were already suppressing the Palace of War's main branch. However, the young man in front of him was still doing this. This meant that he definitely had some confidence that he did not know about. It seemed that he had to re-evaluate his attitude towards the Palace of War. Elder Chongkong's thoughts turned. He decided to discuss this matter with the other upper echelons of the clan. Following that, Lin Xian and the others were welcomed into the Qin clan's residence under the invitation of the Qin clan's elders. Looking at Lin Xian's back view, everyone was filled with emotions. Originally, they thought that he would be in big trouble for offending the Duan clan. However, they did not expect his identity to be so shocking. Not only that, his strength was even more shocking. With a raise of his hand, he finished off the grey-robed elder, the golden lion, and other terrifying existences. This young man will probably become the next famous young giant in the Tianwu continent. That's right. How old is he? He's already so terrifying. I'm afraid that the Tianwu fourth young master was only like this back then. Everyone exclaimed. Then, they seemed to have thought of something. His motive for coming to the Qin clan at this time is definitely not simple. Could it be that he's also here for a marriage alliance? That's possible. It seems that the birthday banquet later will be lively. Everyone was excited and walked towards the Qin clan. The Qin clan's residence was abnormally majestic. It was even several times larger than the palace. At this moment, the Qin clan's residence was brightly lit with experts gathered. It was abnormally lively. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people. After all, there were not many people who were qualified to have Elder Chongkong lead the way. Such a person's identity was definitely very honorable and rare. Therefore, everyone knew each other. After bringing Lin Xian to the VIP room, Elder Chongkong left. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. Beside him, Yufei was extremely excited. "Brother Xian, I'm not dreaming. Right? Even the Shen family is so polite to us?" He was really confused because he had never thought that a sovereign family would be so polite to them. This was something that he would never have dared to dream of. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian was the son of the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. This was too shocking. "It's nothing. As long as you follow me, one day, I will lead you to surpass the entire Tianwu continent." Lin Xian had such confidence. There were many people in the VIP room, and they were all sizing up Lin Xian and the others. Those who could enter were at least from the top-rank 6 sects, and they might even be from the sovereign family. As for Lin Xian and the others, they had never seen them before, so they were very curious. However, when they saw the insignia on the 9th elder and the 10th elder's robes, their hearts trembled. A blade and a sword crossed each other. This was the robes of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it appeared on the 9th elder. The meaning was self-evident. Needless to say, these 2 elders were definitely from the Palace of Gods of War. Looking at their strength and cultivation, they were also core elders in the Palace of Gods of War. As for the young man in front of them, needless to say, his identity was extremely honorable. Therefore, many sects and families came to strike up a conversation. Lin Xian was also swirling his wine. As he tasted it, he thought carefully about who among these people could become allies with the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, a few more cultivators were invited into the VIP room. This time, the leader was not Elder Chong Kong, but a young man. This young man was very handsome, and could even be said to be beautiful. His appearance made many women jealous. The young man invited the guests into the VIP room and was about to leave when he inadvertently glanced at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he was momentarily stunned, and his beautiful eyes abruptly shrank. This expression was caught by Lin Xian and he frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the youth had such a shocked expression. However, before he could think about it, the young man was already walking towards him. "You're Lin Xian?" The pretty boy asked tentatively. "I am." Lin Xian nodded. "And you are?" "My name is Xianxia. My father is Shen Lingchuan." "Oh, so it's the young master of the Shen family. Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the young master in front of him. Come here for a moment. I have something to tell you in private." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators revealed doubtful expressions, but Lin Xian nodded slightly. "All right." He could somewhat guess the young man's intentions. "Ninth elder, I will go out with him for a while. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." After explaining, Lin Xian followed Xianxia out of the VIP room. Lin Xian followed behind the young man and shuttled through the Shen family mansion. They avoided many hidden sentries and arrived at the depths of the Shen family mansion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless upon seeing such an abnormal situation. After all, this was the Shen family mansion. However, Lin Xian was skilled and bold. Moreover, he had guessed the young man's intentions, so he wasn't too worried. After bringing Lin Xian to a secret room, Xianxia couldn't wait to ask, "Do you know my sister?" "Your sister? Is she Jingqiao?" "Sure enough, you do know my sister." "That's right, you're Lin Xian." Xianxia was excited. "You look exactly like my sister. Big brother Lin, can you help me with something?" "What do you need my help with?" "Is it related to your sister?" "Yes, can you help her escape?" "Escape?" Xianxia sighed. "My sister is really pitiful. First, something went wrong with her cultivation, and now she's being used as a tool for marriage. I know she's in despair. As her younger brother, I can't just sit by and watch. Escaping isn't the best way. Moreover, with the Shen family's strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape for long." Lin Xian shook his head. "How about this, tell your sister to find me. I have a way to help her out of this predicament." "What? There's another way?" Xianxia was excited. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he said again, "Don't worry, I'll call my sister over." Not long after Xianxia ran out, he came back. Not only that, he also brought someone back this time. It was a person wrapped in darkness. Her body was covered in black sand, and even her face was covered with a thick veil. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. Those eyes were bright and twinkling like stars. They were very beautiful. When Lin Xian saw those eyes, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He knew that the figure in front of him was the girl he met 3 years ago. But he didn't expect that reality would be so cruel. In 3 years, such a beautiful and intelligent girl had fallen to such a state. But fortunately, there was always a way out. He now had the spirit medicine to cure her. "You're Lin Xian?" The figure in front of him spoke faintly. Her voice had become hoarse and low, not at all like a young girl should have. She looked deeply at Lin Xian, then lowered her head. Her hands gripped her clothes uneasily, and her body trembled slightly. She was like an injured kitten, very timid. Looking at the pitiful person in front of him, Lin Xian felt a pang of pain in his heart. "It's me. I've come to find you as promised." But hearing Lin Xian's words, Xianxia finally couldn't help but cry. She had suffered too much in the past 3 years. Now, in front of Lin Xian, she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian slowly walked in front of Xianxia and said gently, "Since I'm here, I won't let you suffer any more." "But I'm in this state," Xianxia lowered her head. Her tears wet the veil on her face. "Don't worry, I can cure you," Lin Xian said gently. "What?" Hearing this, Xianxia's body stiffened. Xianxia, on the other hand, exclaimed, "You can cure my sister? Really? Big brother Lin, is this true?" Xianxia couldn't believe it. Because in the past 3 years, her family had thought of countless ways to cure her, but none of them could cure her. Because that wasn't an ordinary flame, but the purest power of the bloodline. Even a king couldn't suppress it. But now, Lin Xian said that he could cure her. This was shocking. "Don't worry, I can definitely cure you." As Lin Xian spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade teapot and a jade cup from his storage ring. "Drink this, and you'll get better. Trust me." "What? Drink this?" Xianxingqiu's body trembled. To be honest, in the past 3 years, she had been in despair because she didn't believe that there was anything in this world that could cure her. But she believed in Lin Xian. A warm current flowed into her body, following her meridians and quickly flowing through her entire body. Following that, a warm feeling rose from her body, as if the pain caused by the bloodline power had lessened by a lot. "Is this enough?" Xianxingqiu asked timidly. However, before Lin Xian could reply, Xianxia screamed, "Sister, your voice." "Voice? What's wrong with my voice?" Before she could finish speaking, Xianxia was also stunned, because she found that her voice was no longer low and hoarse, but had become clear and crisp, like an aureole. This was her original voice. Could it be that this cup of tea was so miraculous? As soon as she drank it, there was a change. Now she was extremely excited, because she now completely believed that the spirit tea brought by Lin Xian could cure her. Not only that, after her voice recovered, Xianxia felt that her body was itchy, as if half of her old skin was falling off. "Alright, go back and prepare. You can't meet people like this. Don't worry, you will get better. Just treat these 3 years as a dream, forget it," Lin Xian said gently. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian, her face blushing, then she nodded heavily and ran out like a deer. "Brother Lin, is my sister really cured?" At the side, Xianxia was also extremely shocked. Even if he was the young master of the Shen family and had countless treasures, he still could not believe what was happening in front of him. One must know that his sister's illness was something that even the king of the family could not cure, but now, with just a cup of spirit tea, his sister had recovered by more than half. "Don't worry, your sister will definitely amaze everyone today." Lin Xian was extremely confident. "From today onwards, your sister will still be the pearl of the Sky Martial continent." The main hall of the Shen family was brightly lit and bustling. A stalwart middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman came to the main hall hand in hand. These 2 people were Shen Lingchuan and his wife. Their arrival caused the entire main hall to quiet down. Although it was quiet, the atmosphere did not weaken. His body became more active than before. Below the stage, countless young talents from various forces were eager to give it a try. They wanted to display their most outstanding appearance so that Shen Lingchuan and his wife would take a fancy to them. They all knew that behind this birthday party, there was a marriage alliance, but no one cared about Xianxia. That was because they knew that the other party had long been disfigured and had lost his cultivation. He was simply a cripple. What they cared more about was who Shen Lingchuan would favor, because once he did, it was very likely that he would become an important figure in the Shen family. Everyone's goal was to establish ties with the Shen family, a royal family. As for Xianxia, even if they married her, they would not take a second look at her. Shen Lingchuan and his wife stood at the front and looked at the countless young talents below. they sighed in their hearts. The things that had happened in the past 3 years had made them so worried that their hair had turned white, but they didn't want their daughter to continue being so hopeless. Therefore, they planned to find a handsome young man to marry their daughter. Although they knew that most of these people were here for the Shen family, they still hoped that someone would appear and treat their daughter with sincerity. However, seeing the current situation, Shen Lingchuan and his wife were extremely disappointed. They knew that it would be difficult to find a suitable young man today. However, since the birthday party had been held, of course, it had to continue, and it had to be extremely lively. At the beginning of the party, there were some congratulatory speeches. Everyone didn't care about these and listened casually. However, not long after, the elder on the stage suddenly changed his tone. Our Shen family's little princess is ready. Now, let's welcome our beautiful and adorable little princess to the stage. Hearing this, many people below the stage curled their lips and didn't take it seriously. There was nothing wrong with a little princess, but beautiful and adorable was nowhere near it. Who didn't know that the Shen family's little princess had long been disfigured? However, Xianxia was the star of this birthday party, so these people still glanced at her casually. However, with just one glance, they were all stunned. In front of the main hall, the door on the left suddenly opened and a beautiful figure walked in. At this moment, Xianxia's black robe was gone and replaced by a very beautiful long dress. Not only that, the veil on her face was also taken off. However, she was still a little timid. This was because in these 3 years, other than her parents and brother, she didn't have any contact with anyone else. Now that she was facing so many people, she couldn't help but feel nervous and even more timid. However, in the end, she still mustered up her courage and took a step forward. The moment she took a step forward, she instantly felt that all the eyes in the main hall were focused on her. Instantly, her face turned red, and her heart pounded even harder. She secretly glanced in front of her and realized that there was no hatred or disdain in those people's eyes. This allowed her to let out a slight sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and finally arrived at the main hall. In the main hall of Hui Hong, a beautiful girl stood quietly like a fairy in the human world. She was like the brightest star that lit up the entire sky. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Who on earth was this girl who was as beautiful as a fairy? Why haven't they seen or heard of her before? Could she be the little princess of the Shen family? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe that this beautiful girl in front of them was the legendary person who had suffered a backlash from the power of the bloodline and had her face disfigured and her cultivation destroyed. This was too unbelievable. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were also shocked, especially Mother Shen. Her eyes were full of shock. You are Jingqiu, Qiu'er? Mother, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Shen Jingqiu was confused. She had left in a hurry and didn't look at herself in the mirror, so she didn't know what was going on with her. However, looking at these people's shocked expressions, she knew that she was no longer the same person she had been when she was burned. Qiu'er, you are my Qiu'er. That's great, you have finally recovered. Mother Shen hugged Shen Jingqiu and cried happily. Beside her, Shen Lingchuan's eyes were also red and his body was trembling. This powerful man, who held great power in his hands, was also filled with emotions at this moment. He didn't expect his daughter to recover her looks one day. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of. Father, Mother, I am Qiu'er. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me? Shen Jingqiu was so anxious that she was about to cry. For the past 3 years, only her parents and little brother had been with her. If her parents didn't recognize her now, her life would be over. The surrounding martial artists were all in an uproar. What? This beautiful girl is Shen Jingqiu, the legendary cripple? They did not expect the legendary person to be so beautiful. They were at a loss of what to do. At the same time, they gritted their teeth. Who was the one who spread the news that the little princess of the Shen family was disfigured? It was too abominable. They were afraid that Shen Lingchuan and the rest had already seen their previous behavior. It seemed that this marriage was impossible. Damn it, Shen Lingchuan is a sly old fox. He actually thought of such a test. Yes, we were all deceived. I did not expect him to spread such rumors for his daughter's happiness. I really did not expect it. Many people thought that Shen Jingqiu's previous negative news was deliberately spread by Shen Lingchuan. His purpose was to find someone who truly loved his daughter. But they did not know that Shen Lingchuan and his wife were more shocked than all of them, because they did not know that their daughter could recover her original appearance one day. After Shen Jingqiu found out that her appearance had recovered, she was so emotional that she cried. "Brother Lin Xian, it's brother Lin Xian. He saved me." Shen Jingqiu knew that it must be that cup of spiritual tea that had completely healed her injuries. Thinking of Lin Xian, she suddenly smiled through her tears, revealing a beautiful smile. Suddenly, the young warriors in the hall were all mesmerized. Many of them could not help but walk forward, wanting to strike up a conversation with Shen Jingqiu. Now their intestines were green with regret. If they had shown a little bit of concern for Shen Jingqiu before, they were afraid that things would be different now. Seeing those impulsive young warriors, the guards of the Shen family rushed over to maintain order, fearing that there would be a riot in the hall. Mother Shen pulled Shen Jingqiu and quickly left through the side door. "Qiu'er, let's go. Let's find a place to tell Mother what happened." Mother Shen's face was anxious. As for how the birthday banquet would turn out, she did not care. Now, her daughter was the most important thing in her eyes. Seeing Shen Jingqiu leave, the young warriors in the hall were even more excited. Originally, they were a little reluctant about the marriage alliance. But now, they wished they could break their heads to snatch the spot. Those older generation figures weren't to be trifled with. Thus, the various elders and patriarchs of the various large powers all came over to curry favor with Shen Lingchuan. Shen Lingchuan was naturally in a good mood, but he did not mention a word about his daughter's marriage. Previously, he had only wanted to find someone who treated Qiu'er sincerely because he had no other choice. But now, his daughter has recovered her looks and has become the pearl of the Sky Martial continent. As for the marriage alliance, to hell with it. "Young Lord Lin Xian, our master invites you over." Elder Chongkong personally came to invite Lin Xian over. Although he didn't know why Shen Lingchuan wanted to invite Lin Xian over, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Because he had also heard about Shen Jingqiu's matter, he was also extremely shocked after hearing the news. Lin Xian wasn't surprised that Shen Lingchuan wanted to meet him because he was very confident in the immortal tea. Furthermore, he knew from the situation in the Great Hall that Shen Jingqiu had completely recovered. Shen Lingchuan and his wife were naturally very curious about how Lin Xian could recover from an injury that even a king couldn't treat. They would definitely be extremely shocked. At this time, his role in this matter would be revealed. Thus, Shen Lingchuan would definitely come to find him. "Young Lord Lin, master is inside. You can go in." Elder Chongkong brought Lin Xian to a hall. Lin Xian nodded before pushing the door open and entering. Shen Lingchuan and his family were inside, chatting and laughing non-stop. Until now, they were still very excited. "Big brother Lin, you're here." Xianxia immediately ran over when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled at him before looking at Shen Lingchuan and his wife. "Madam Shen from the Shen family." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Young Lord Lin, please take a seat." Shen Lingchuan and his wife were very excited as they invited Lin Xian in. Shen Jingqiu's face was also red. "Big brother Lin Xian, you're here." Shen Lingchuan and his wife had already found out from their daughter that this young man in front of them had given their daughter a cup of spiritual tea. Thus, her injuries were all healed. When they heard this news, they were extremely shocked. Needless to say, that spiritual tea was definitely a rare treasure. An injury that even a king couldn't treat could be healed by a cup of spiritual tea. This was too shocking. Shen Lingchuan and his wife thought that Lin Xian had an ulterior motive for coming here. However, when they found out that their daughter and Lin Xian had known each other for 3 years, they immediately changed their minds. Thus, they couldn't wait to find Lin Xian. "Young Lord Lin, I heard from Qiu'er that you gave her a cup of spiritual tea. May I know what kind of spiritual tea it is?" Shen Lingchuan was very curious. "You're being too polite. Qiu'er and I are good friends, so you should just call me Lin Xian. Young Lord or whatever sounds a little distant." "Alright then, I'll call you Nephew Lin. You don't have to call me Patriarch Shen. How about Uncle Shen?" Shen Lingchuan smiled. "Alright, Uncle Shen. I obtained this spiritual herb in the Hidden Sky Secret Realm. It's called the Immortal Tea. It can heal all injuries. If you consume it all year round, it has the effect of retaining your youthful appearance. Just nice, I brought a pot today. Uncle Shen and Auntie Shen, please have a taste. With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out the pot of immortal tea. He poured a cup for everyone. As soon as the spiritual tea was served, an extremely fragrant aura gushed out and filled the entire room. Even without drinking, just smelling it made one feel refreshed. Shen Lingchuan and his wife looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One had to know that they held high positions and were extremely important figures in the Shen family. Thus, they had seen many treasures. However, they had never seen anything like the immortal tea. Thus, the two of them could not wait to take a sip. Soon, the two of them were shocked because they felt a mysterious energy circulating in their bodies. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. No wonder it can cure Qiuer's illness. Shen Lingchuan was very excited. Nephew Lin, do you have any more of this spiritual herb? I would like to buy some. It was extremely precious to be able to cure an illness that even kings could not. Thus, Shen Lingchuan wanted to buy some from Lin Xian in case he needed it. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you in terms of price. Furthermore, I will support you in the matter of the Palace of Aries. Lin Xian had cured their daughter. He was their family's benefactor. Thus, Shen Lingchuan did not hesitate to express his attitude. Thank you, Uncle Shen. Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed like he had completed half of his goal. At least he had obtained Shen Lingchuan's support. However, there was still the other half that he had to complete. Uncle Shen, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but I still have a use for the immortal tea, Lin Xian said. Speaking of which, I still need your help with something. Oh, what is it? Just say it. Shen Jingqiu added, Big brother Lin Xian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry, my father will definitely help you. It's not a big deal. I just need Uncle Shen to spread the news about the immortal tea. You mean? Shen Lingchuan's eyes flashed. Soon, I will hold an auction in the Blood Realm. The immortal tea will be on the auction block. However, the effects of the immortal tea are too shocking. I'm afraid no one will believe me. Shen Lingchuan understood. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted the Shen family to help spread the news. Indeed, the effects of the immortal tea were too shocking. Normally, he wouldn't believe it either. However, after witnessing his daughter's incident, he knew that the tea was miraculous. Others didn't know. They wouldn't believe it either. Therefore, Lin Xian needed the Shen family's help. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shen Lingchuan chuckled. I wonder when the auction will be. I'd like to go and take a look. Lin Xian took out an invitation from his storage ring and handed it to Shen Lingchuan. Then I'll welcome you, Uncle Shen. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. Brother Lin Xian, are you leaving? Shen Jingqiu's eyes were filled with reluctance. Shen Lingchuan and his wife sighed. After 3 years of suffering, Shen Jingqiu had become extremely introverted. Other than them, she probably wouldn't talk to anyone else. They couldn't go on like this. Shen Lingchuan's mother thought for a long time and felt that Lin Xian was reliable. Therefore, she said in a low voice, Young Master Lin, why don't you take Qiuer with you? What? Lin Xian was stunned. Shen Jingqiu's eyes flashed with excitement. Qiuer has just recovered from a serious illness. She has just regained her looks, but her confidence hasn't recovered yet. I think you should take her to see the outside world. It'll be better for her. Temperament. However, my current situation is very special. I'm afraid there will be a lot of dangers if you follow me. To be honest, Lin Xian also wanted to take Shen Jingqiu away, but he had other things to do now. Moreover, the Duan clan would not let him off. Lin Xian didn't want Shen Jingqiu to get caught up in such a fight. Brother Lin Xian, Qiuer will protect herself well. Shen Jingqiu said pitifully. She was afraid that Lin Xian would not want her. Nephew Lin, don't worry. I don't think those people from the Duan family have the guts to harm my daughter. Lin Xian thought for a moment and then nodded. All right. Big brother Lin Xian, you agreed? That's great. Shen Jingqiu cheered. Then, Lin Xian left the main hall with Xianxia and walked towards the VIP room. When he saw Lin Xian bring back a girl as beautiful as a fairy, Yu Fei was stunned. The ninth elder and the other two were also shocked. Young master, this is? Oh, she's Shen Jingqiu, Shen Lingchuan's daughter. She's coming with us this time. Qiu'er greets the two grandpas. Shen Jingqiu said timidly. What? Shen Lingchuan's daughter, the little princess of the Shen family. The ninth elder and the other two were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to go out for half a day and kidnap the little princess of the Shen family. It seemed that the two sides were very close. Brother Xian, my idol, I worship you. Yu Fei's face was full of tears. The ninth elder and the other two kept nodding. As expected of the young master, his methods are indeed powerful. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu's face turned red and she seemed very nervous. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the ninth elder and the other two. Then, he turned to Shen Jingqiu and said softly, Don't worry about them, let's go. Under the night sky, a golden-feathered divine eagle quickly flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The people sitting on it were Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the others. Not long after they left, the news of the immortal tea spread quickly. Soon, all the major forces knew that there was such a miraculous spiritual tea in the world. Not only could it retain one's youth, it could even heal injuries that even kings couldn't. Because this time, Shen Lingchuan showed himself and Shen Jingqiu's transformation was obvious to everyone. So, although everyone was still a little skeptical about the immortal tea, most of them already believed it. So, everyone came to ask about the immortal tea. However, Shen Lingchuan shook his head and said that he didn't know anything. He only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned in 2 months at the Shuiyu Immortal Martial Auction. Everyone had some impression of the Immortal Martial Auction because the purple spiritual pill was auctioned there before. It was a spiritual medicine that could improve one's martial soul. It could be said that it was a sensation for a while. However, after that, the Immortal Martial Auction didn't sell anything special. So, everyone gradually forgot about it. But they didn't expect that the immortal tea would be auctioned again. Instantly, all the major forces sent people to gather information quickly. Even Lin Xian and the others heard the news. So, Lin Xian sent the 10th elder back to the Immortal Martial Auction to take care of the situation. The rest of the people followed Lin Xian to the Deity Sword Villa. The Immortal Martial Auction was very busy now because there were people coming to ask about the immortal tea every day. Because Lin Xian had told them not to leak the news, Wang Li and the others only said that the immortal tea would be auctioned at the auction. This made the countless forces even more curious. Actually, people were like this. The more you didn't say, the more curious they would be. So, more and more people were curious about the immortal tea and planned to come take a look 2 months later. The Immortal Martial Academy was bustling, but the Duan clan was gloomy. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the Duan clan was very heavy. It was as if they would explode at any moment. First, the news of the Skynet organization's failure to assassinate Lin Xian came. Then, they heard that Duan Fei and the others died in the Blue Ice City. This was undoubtedly a huge news. One had to know that Duan Fei was the 5th young master of the Duan clan. However, he was actually killed on the street. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Duan clan. Young Master Ling Feng was furious when he found out. So, he quickly sent a large number of experts to the Blue Ice Layer to kill Lin Xian. He also asked the Shen clan to cooperate. However, Lin Xian left in the middle of the night. They couldn't find him at all. The Shen clan's attitude also became very strange. It was as if they weren't willing to have too much contact with them. This made young Master Ling Feng abnormally furious. Trash, a bunch of trash. Young Master Ling Feng's face was gloomy. The aura on his body erupted, instantly engulfing the entire hall. So many experts, but they can't even find a 7th firmament venerable brat. What trash? Young master, you can't blame us. That brat left in the middle of the night. Moreover, he cured the Shen clan's little princess. I guess the Shen clan will help them now. Looks like our information was wrong and underestimated him. Humph. He's just a brat. I don't believe he can do much. Lin Zhan and his family have been suppressed by the Duan family. What can a brat like him do? Increase the manpower. We must find that brat. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Prince Lingfeng looked cold. Then, he asked, what's with the undying tea? The immortal martial auction and the Shen family are keeping it a secret. We can't get any information from them. As for the other forces, they don't know anything. Prince Lingfeng clenched his fist when he heard his subordinate's report. I didn't expect that brat to have such a treasure with him. I was too careless this time. I actually let him get close to Shen Lingchuan. If that's the case, I'm afraid the entire Shen family's attitude will change. When we find him, search his soul and take the undying tea from him. If we fail this mission again, don't come back to see me alive, Prince Lingfeng snorted. His subordinate quickly said, don't worry, Prince. We will do it now. The Duan family moved quickly. On the other side far away, Lin Xian found out about the news through the beast slave seal. He snorted. The Duan family didn't learn their lesson. They still dared to find trouble. It seemed that after the auction was over, he had to deal a heavy blow to the Duan family and extinguish Prince Lingfeng's arrogance. Lin Xian patted the golden-feathered mystical eagle and said, speed up. Instantly, the golden-feathered mystical eagle screeched and flapped its wings. It flew quickly like a bolt of golden lightning. At this speed, they would reach Deity Sword Villa in 10 days. Deity Sword Villa started to get busy. After all, it was Zhuangzhu's 1000th birthday. It was an important event for Deity Sword Villa. The martial artists who came out of the Shen family didn't go back. Instead, they turned around and headed to Deity Sword Villa. After all, according to the rules, Deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet wasn't any worse than the Shen family's. It might even be better. After all, Xianxia was just a little princess of the Shen family. On the other hand, Deity Sword Villa was celebrating the birthday banquet of the clan master. On the way, Lin Xian did not cultivate. Instead, he carefully examined the situation inside Xianxio's body. Although the burns on her body had healed, Xianxio's cultivation had fallen behind a lot. Lin Xian wanted to refine some pills to help him increase his cultivation. Brother Lin Xian, how is it? Can I still cultivate? Xianxio asked timidly. Silly girl, don't worry. Of course you can cultivate. When we reach the Deity Sword Villa, I will refine some elixirs for you to consume first. Don't worry, with me around, I can definitely help you improve your cultivation in a short period of time. Really? That's great. Qiaoer can finally cultivate. Xianxio was very happy. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that she had suffered too much in the past 3 years. He didn't expect that even cultivation had become a luxury. Don't worry, I will definitely help you recover completely. Lin Xian swore in his heart. In fact, it wasn't difficult to help Xianxio improve her cultivation. This was because Lin Xian had hundreds of elixirs that could increase cultivation. However, he was worried about the power of the bloodline and Xianxio's inner demons. As the little princess of the Shen family, Xianxio and Morong Qingqing had the same bloodline. However, something went wrong during the awakening of the bloodline, which led to the incident 3 years ago. Now that Xianxio had fully recovered, the power of her bloodline would be awakened again. When that happened, she would have to face the same situation as 3 years ago. However, Xianxio was probably traumatized now. She must be very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If things went wrong, the tragedy would happen again. This was what Lin Xian was most worried about. Power of the bloodline? Let me look for it. Lin Xian started to flip through the pill formulas left behind by King Danyu and Wine Lord. After half an incense's time, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Found it. Heavenly Treasure Spirit Protection Pill, a type of pill that specifically targeted the power of the bloodline. With it, Xianxio would be extremely safe when she awakened the power of her bloodline. It would protect her from any backlash. However, this pill alone wasn't enough. Xianxio was very afraid of the power of her bloodline. If she didn't get rid of this fear, she wouldn't be able to awaken the power of her bloodline. It seemed like it wasn't easy to get rid of the inner demons in Xianxio's heart. At least, the pill alone wouldn't be able to cure it. It seemed like he had to use illusions to let her experience it and overcome it herself. This process wasn't simple and couldn't be carried out in the deity Sword Mountain matter. Hence, he could only wait for the matter here to end and return to the immortal martial academy. After finding a solution, things were much easier. Hence, Lin Xian started to chat with Xianxia. Brother Lin Xian, can you tell me about your experience? Xiao wants to know. Alright. Lin Xian rubbed Xianxia's head. Then, he said gently, then I'll start from when I left the Xia country. Hence, in the following days, Lin Xian started to talk about his experience. His experience could be said to be full of twists and turns. It was very shocking. Not to mention Xianxia, even the ninth elder was shocked when he heard it. This was because he didn't expect someone to be able to go through so many dangers and come out unscathed. Lin Xian was probably the only one capable of such a feat in such a dangerous story. Lin Xian and the rest passed through the boring flight and finally arrived at the deity Sword Mountain matter. After knowing that the young master of the Ares Palace was coming, the deity Sword Mountain matter sent out the highest standards to welcome him. However, when they saw who it was, many disciples and even the elders were stunned. Lin Xian, why are you here? Many of them had been to the remote sky secret realm before. Hence, they recognized Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Could it be that you are the young master of the Ares Palace? After hearing this news, everyone gasped. Initially, they thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they didn't expect him to be the young master of the Ares Palace. This change in status was worlds apart. Luckily, they didn't go against him back then. This was what everyone in the deity Sword Mountain matter thought. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, please come in. A group of elders respectfully welcomed Lin Xian and the others in, and provided them with the best pavilions and palaces. There were still more than 10 days before the actual birthday banquet began. Hence, Lin Xian didn't go out. Instead, he went into seclusion to refine some elixirs for Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia's cultivation was only at the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that it was very low. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried. This was because Xianxia was the same as the dark red divine dragon. She only lost her cultivation realm. As long as she had enough energy, she could quickly recover. As expected, in these 10 days, Xianxia consumed the elixirs refined by Lin Xian. Her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds and she directly broke through to the honorable realm. This kind of speed of improvement was unheard of. Young master, how did you do it? Isn't this too magical? The ninth elder was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. I'm afraid even a 9th grade alchemist wouldn't be able to do this. Perhaps only the legendary Saint Elixir has this kind of effect. Indeed, ordinary spirit pills couldn't achieve this kind of effect. Only the legendary Saint Elixir could. However, Xianxia's situation was a bit special. Firstly, her cultivation level had only dropped, so it was easier for her to recover. Secondly, the secret was in Lin Xian's pills. Lin Xian didn't use ordinary medicinal herbs to refine these pills. Instead, he used spiritual herbs obtained from the remote sky secret realm. They were at least a few thousand years old. The effect of these medicinal herbs far exceeded that of the outside world. That was why these pills had such terrifying power. Perhaps in the entire Tianwu continent, only Lin Xian dared to use so many thousand-years-old spiritual herbs to refine. Other alchemists probably didn't have the financial resources to do so. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to refine it. That was why Lin Xian was able to achieve such a terrifying speed of improvement. Xianxia felt the energy in her body and was very excited. She didn't expect that in just a few days, her cultivation level would rise to the Venerable Realm. Although it was only the first heaven of the Venerable Realm, it was still very shocking. Brother Lin Xian, you're so nice. The little girl looked at Lin Xian with a gentle face. Lin Xian rubbed her head, alright, go and cultivate by yourself. It was not enough to just increase her cultivation level. Xianxia needed to consolidate the energy herself. Therefore, the little girl nodded and obediently went to cultivate. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched lazily and walked out of the alchemy room. He had been refining pills for the past few days and was indeed a little tired. It was just right to take advantage of the time when the little girl was cultivating to relax. It had to be said that the pavilion provided by the deity Sword Villa was indeed not bad. The furniture and decorations inside were all made of trees that were more than 1,000 years old. There was also a huge spirit gathering array below. It made the entire pavilion abnormally rich in spirit chi. Not only that, even the ordinary wine and fruits were some extremely precious spirit wine and spirit fruits. Opening the window, Lin Xian was lying on a reclining chair made of 1,000-year-old flame wood. He was holding a cup of top-grade spirit wine and slowly sipping it. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel exceptionally warm. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, the door opened and Yufei quickly walked in. Older brother Xian, people from the Xianxia sect request an audience. Xianxia clan? What are they doing here? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you save the people of the Xianxia clan in the Blue Eye City? This time, the big man brought the people of his clan to thank you. So that's how it is. Come, accompany me to take a look. Lin Xian stood up from the 1,000-year blazing wood recliner and casually placed the top-grade spirit wine on the table. Finally, he raised his hand and set up a small array to protect Xianxia. Then he went out with Yufei. This pavilion had a total of 3 floors. Previously, Lin Xian and Xianxia had been cultivating on the 3rd floor. Now, they were heading to the hall on the 1st floor. In the hall, there were indeed people from the Xianxia sect. Not only was there the big man from the Blue Eye City, but there were also 2 middle-aged men. The 2 men's auras were not weak at all. They had also reached the 8th sky of the Venerable Realm. They were even stronger than the big man from before. It seemed that the 3 of them were all experts of the Xianxia sect. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian walking over, they immediately stood up. The big man among them even said respectfully, "Young Master Lin, you're here. Have a seat. Don't be so polite." Lin Xian waved his hand and then sat on the main seat. Then, he ordered Yufei, serve the 3 of them spiritual tea. Not long after, 4 beautiful maids quickly walked in from outside. Each of them held a cup of top-grade tea in their hands. Although the spiritual tea was not as good as the immortal tea in Lin Xian's hands, it was already very good in the outside world. Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he asked calmly, "Why have the 3 of you called me here? Don't tell me you're just here to thank me. Young Master Lin, let me introduce you." The big man from the Xianxia sect stood up and pointed at the 2 people beside him. He said, "These are my 2 senior brothers. The 3 of us are from the Xianxia 13 guardians. I'm the 9th brother. This is my 7th and 5th brother. Young Master, you can call us Xinjiu, Xinwu, and Xinqi. The 3 of us are here to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "The Duan family has gone too far. We also know about the situation of the Palace of Gods of War. So, we're willing to join your side and become your ally." "Oh, you're willing to ally with me?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, it would be great. "Don't worry. As friends of the Palace of Gods of War, I, Lin Xian, will not mistreat you." "Thank you, young Master Lin." After hearing that, the 3 of them thanked him in advance. Young Master, there's one more thing," the 3 big men said hesitantly. "What is it?" Seeing that the 3 of them were a little embarrassed, Lin Xian asked with a smile. Xinjiu scratched his head. "It's like this. We also know about the immortal tea. Also, we know that the auction is under your name. I wonder if young Master can give the 3 of us an invitation. Otherwise, we won't even be able to get in." Indeed, although the Xianxia sect was a 6th-rank sect, the effect of the immortal tea was too shocking. If too many people went and they couldn't get their hands on it, or if the auction was booked by a king family, they would have no chance at the immortal tea. "Oh, I see. That's easy. Yufei, give the 3 of them an invitation." Immediately, Yufei walked down the stage and took out a golden invitation from his storage ring. "Thank you, young Master." The 3 of them took the invitation and beamed with joy. Next, the 3 of them chatted with Lin Xian about some cooperation. Then, they left. Not long after Shinjiao and the other two left, Elder Jiao came. As soon as he came in, he asked, "Young master, has the Xianxia sect joined the alliance?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Xian nodded. "That's great. The Xianxia sect used to be neutral and didn't help anyone. I didn't expect them to stand on our side this time." "It's nothing. Speaking of which, the Duan family is too arrogant. They really think they're invincible and don't care about anyone. Just wait and see. They'll be in trouble." Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, they were getting stronger and stronger. As for the Qing family, although the Morong family and the Shen family didn't fully support them, they had Morong Qingqing and Shen Lingchuan. At least, they would support him. Also, the Celestial Martial Arts Academy was his solid backing. Moreover, there was the addition of a sixth-rank sect, the Xianxia sect. It wouldn't be long before the Deity Sword Villa also stood on their side. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Lin Xian believed that when old-time tea and the longevity pill were released, the other families and forces who were watching would definitely rush over. "Young master, can the longevity elixir really increase one's lifespan by 30 years? Even an old man like me is tempted." Elder Jiao was doubtful. Indeed, he had never heard of an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. However, since the young master could take out the everlasting old tea, the effects of the longevity elixir should be real. He had drunk the everlasting old tea before, and the effects had shocked him. He was afraid that even the best spiritual medicine could not achieve such an effect. He had no doubt that if a person consumed the everlasting old tea for a long time, he would definitely have a strong body. Finally, it was time for the Deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet to begin. The scale of the banquet this time was even bigger than Shen Jingqiu's banquet. At the back mountain of Deity Sword Villa, there was a bamboo hut. A middle-aged man stood outside the bamboo hut. The middle-aged man had a white face and no beard. He had an imposing appearance, and he had a sharp sword essence and the aura of a superior. It seemed that he was not only an expert in the way of the sword, but he was also an expert who held great power and had been in a high position for a long time. "Uncle Master, the banquet is about to start. Are you really not going? This time, all the superpowers and Qing families are here. There might be some rare treasures at the banquet. When that time comes, it might be able to extend your lifespan." "I am not going. I don't have much time left. I think I only have 1 month left." An old voice came from inside the hut. "Uncle Master, how can that be? You are the honorable sword. You are the glory of Deity Sword Villa. You will not fall so easily." It turned out that the person in the hut was the honorable sword. However, the surprising thing was that the voice was too old, and it had a strong aura of death. It did not sound like the honorable sword from a few months ago in Hidden Heaven's secret land. "I am old. I can't take it anymore. Remember, you are the Zhuangzhu of Deity Sword Villa. You are the future pillar of Deity Sword Villa. As for me, I will become history. I will only exist in people's memories." It turned out that the middle-aged man was the Zhuangzhu of Deity Sword Villa. No wonder he had such an aura. At that moment, Xiao Zhuangzhu heard what the honorable sword had said and sighed deeply. He knew that the honorable sword was right. He probably only had 1 month left to live. Who would have thought that the sword venerable, who once shook the sky martial continent, would end up in such a desolate state? However, there was nothing he could do. Forget about him, even a king-level figure wouldn't be able to do anything, because this was a natural aging process, a heavenly Tao that couldn't be defied at all. No one could escape the cycle of life and death. Thinking of this, he sighed again. His body moved, turned into a sword light, and left the back of the mountain. Only the upper echelons of Xinjiang Villa knew that Sword Venerable did not have much lifespan left. Therefore, although the atmosphere of the birthday banquet was lively, the upper echelons were extremely worried. However, none of the guests knew about this. This time, there was an extremely powerful force among the incoming forces. This was because it was not a single force, but an alliance of several different forces. This was the Duan family. This time, the Duan clan had sent out their third young master. At the same time, they had brought along a large number of elders and guards for protection. They were afraid that the same thing that happened in Blue Ice City would happen again. Not only that, but the Duan clan did not come alone this time. They came together with a young master of the Shin clan and 5 rank 6 sects. The Shin clan used to have a good relationship with the Duan clan. Although Shen Lingchuan's branch was supporting Lin Xian now, the Shin clan was too big. Shen Lingchuan's branch was not the only core, so there were other core forces supporting the Duan clan. For example, the young man in front of them was called Shen He. He was a core disciple of the Shin clan. His branch was also a direct disciple, and he did not have a good relationship with Shen Lingchuan. Therefore, when Shen Lingchuan stood on Lin Xian's side, his branch directly stood on the Duan clan's side. In addition, there were several successors of rank 6 sects. They were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation. Brother Duan, is it really necessary to use such a big force to deal with a young boy? A young man looked disdainful. His name was Wei Wufeng. He came from Jingdao sect, a rank 6 sect. He was also the chief disciple of Jingdao sect. His status was not much weaker than Duan Li's. Brother Wei, don't underestimate this person. My 5th brother was killed by him in Blue Eye City. Brother Duan, you worry too much. Although your 5th brother was killed, it should be done by the elder beside him. With that boy's strength, it's absolutely impossible. What we need to guard against is only the elder beside him. As for that boy, leave him to me. I can deal with him with 1 slash. Wei Wufeng was very arrogant and showed off his ability. Jingdao sect was a famous existence in the Tianwu continent. It was even as famous as Deity Sword Villa. Moreover, as a bladesman, he had a domineering aura. Wei Wufeng had also cultivated Jingdao sect's secret technique, the sky-dominating golden saber art. He had an extremely arrogant aura. Therefore, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Duanli nodded slightly when he heard Wei Wufeng's words. He had not seen Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes. What happened before was just a rumor. It was inevitable that it was exaggerated. Moreover, he knew the strength of the young man in front of him. He had once killed an 8th level venerable with 1 slash. He could be said to be extremely powerful. When the time came, there was no need for him to show up. He could just let Wei Wufeng deal with Lin Xian. Even if there was danger, it would be Wei Wufeng who would be in danger. It would definitely not affect him. Thinking of this, Duanli smiled and said, "That's true. The rumor was exaggerated. He's just a boy. How can he be compared to Brother Wei? By the way, have you heard? It's said that Deity Sword Villa Sword Venerable is dying. I estimate that he only has 1 month left." Another young man sighed. I didn't expect that the Sword Venerable who shook the continent would be so miserable now. Many people sighed. Duanli also nodded slightly. He had also received the news. Therefore, his main purpose this time was to rope in Xianxia of Deity Sword Villa. Because Deity Sword Villa Sword Venerable was dying, and the most powerful person now was Xianxia. Moreover, the opponent was Nagato. Therefore, as long as Xia Zhuangzhu was on their side, the entire Deity Sword Villa would fight with the Duan family. With the support of Deity Sword Villa, the Duan family's power would be even stronger. Thinking of this, Duanli sneered proudly. However, his laughter soon stopped. His face became extremely gloomy because he saw a figure. Lin Xian. He had not expected him to finally come out. The few young skyprides beside him also turned their heads to look. Among them, Wei Wufeng's eyes were shining with a shocking light. The old man behind him should be the elder of the Palace of Gods of War. He's actually a 9th heaven supremacy. No wonder that brat is so arrogant. He has a 9th heaven supremacy protecting him. Everyone sneered. It seemed like the incident in Blue Eye City was just a legend. The one who did it must be the 9th heaven supremacy. Duanli's expression darkened. He was just a piece of trash. How could he deserve the title of young master of the Palace of Gods of War? The Palace of Gods of War belonged to the Duan clan. Lin Xian naturally sensed the hostility from the crowd and frowned slightly at once. Brother Xian, it's those people from the Duan clan again. They even joined forces with many rank 6 sects. One of them is the young master of the Shen clan. Yu Fei said. Shen clan? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Fei explained, the Shen clan is very powerful. It's not just Shen Lingchuan's bloodline. It's normal for other Shen clan cultivators to work with the Duan clan. Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't surprised. Wasn't the Palace of Gods of War also divided into two factions? The bigger the clan, the more intense the internal conflict. The Shen clan was no exception. It was just that the Shen clan had a Qing realm cultivator to suppress them. It's the Shen clan again. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and said coldly, ignoring them. Yes. Yufei followed behind Lin Xian and stopped paying attention. The ninth elder also snorted. However, the Duan clan didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. A group of people walked over. Soon, Duan Li, Wei Wufeng, and the others blocked the path. Get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way. Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to fight with them at the deity Sword Villa's birthday banquet. However, Duan Li and the others were extremely arrogant and didn't move aside. At this moment, the young master of the Shen clan, Shen He, stared at Shen Jingqiu and said, "Hey, isn't this Sister Jingqiu? Why are you here? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" Shen Jingqiu hadn't interacted with outsiders for 3 years, so she didn't know how to answer. However, Shen He continued, "Oh right, I heard that you recently took in a servant called Lin Xian or something. Is he here yet?" Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding people pounded wildly. Many of them even retreated quickly. Who was Lin Xian? That was the young master of the Palace of Ares. He was a young prodigy who had recently been in the limelight. However, at this moment, he was being called a servant. This was definitely looking for trouble. However, Shen He was indeed qualified because he was also a disciple of a Qing clan. Therefore, they didn't dare to say anything about the battle between the young masters of two Qing clans. She only hoped that the fish in the moat would not be implicated. When the people behind Shen He heard this, they laughed maniacally. They were here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. Lin Xian's face darkened. Beside him, Yufei and the ninth elder were also furious. This was especially true for the ninth elder, who was emitting an extremely powerful aura. No one could insult Lin Xian, even if the other party was from the Shen family. On the opposite side, Shen He's cousin, Xin Yuan, also sneered, "That's right, Sister Jingqiu. Where is that servant, Lin Xian? Why don't you bring him out for us to meet?" "Nonsense, brother Lin Xian is not a servant. He's my friend." Shen Jingqiu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Her body trembled as she shouted with all her might. However, this delicate voice was mercilessly drowned out by the maniacal laughter of the crowd. In the end, the little girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Ninth elder, break their legs and throw them out." Lin Xian's face darkened as he gave the order. The ninth elder stood out and was about to make a move. However, a few guardian elders from the Shen family also came out and confronted the ninth elder. "Haha, Elder Mo Yun, there's no need to be angry. They're just juniors. Let them settle it themselves." Although the guardian elders' auras weren't as strong as the ninth elders, they could still contend against the ninth elder if they joined forces. Thus, the ninth elder was restrained for a moment. "Looks like you want me to do it myself." An icy intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. "I'll fight you. Let me see what kind of ability you have as a young master, or is your reputation undeserved?" Wei Wufeng took a step forward and grasped the golden saber at his waist. Instantly, a violent saber intent condensed on his body, as if a peerless saber had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Oh no, it's the chief disciple of the Jingdao faction," someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. "What? You're talking about Wei Wufeng? Legend has it that he killed an 8th heaven venerable with a single saber strike. It can't be, right? Such a powerful prodigy actually pledged allegiance to the Duan clan?" Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Meanwhile, Shen He and Xin Yuan sneered. "If you want to fight us, you'll have to go through Brother Wei first." Ha 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 ha. They weren't worried at all because they knew Wei Wufeng's strength very well. Lin Xian was probably no match for him at all. Duanli didn't say anything, but a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This scene was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see what means Lin Xian had to contend with them in front of so many people. At the same time, he also wanted to let everyone know who the real owner of the Palace of Gods of War was. Lin Xian looked at the young man holding the golden saber, and instantly frowned. "Who do you think you are to fight with me?" "Scram!" Lin Xian berated. "What? He dares to berate Wei Wufeng? I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome." The surrounding cultivators were terrified, and they even distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Shenhe and Shenhe laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, he dares to insult Wei Wufeng. This time, he's dead for sure." Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's berating, Wei Wufeng's hair stood on end, and a boundless violent aura surged from his body. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled out the golden saber at his waist and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. "Go to hell, brat." This slash was as fast as lightning and extremely fierce. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. The moment he pulled out the long saber, he disappeared on the spot. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shenhe and Shenhe. His palms were like dragons, and he quickly reached out. What? This was impossible, the saber missed. Wei Wufeng was shocked, but Shenhe and Xin Yuan behind him screamed. This was because they realized that Lin Xian had already attacked them. "You dare to attack me?" "Scram!" The two brothers were shocked, and at the same time, they were furious. They quickly punched forward. Lin Xian was powerful, but the two brothers were not to be trifled with. Both of them were at the 8th heaven. At this moment, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Lin Xian if they joined forces. However, they soon realized how ignorant they were. That was because their attacks were instantly disintegrated in front of Lin Xian. Not only that, but an extremely powerful force came from Lin Xian's palms and bombarded their arms, instantly breaking their arms. Crack crack, two bone-cracking sounds were heard, and Shenhe and Shenhe immediately screamed. What, the Shen brothers' arms were broken? How is this possible? It was only now that these people reacted. The few elders of the Shen family were also shocked. Their figures flashed, and they wanted to attack. However, the 9th elder was like an ancient mountain, standing in front of them. Who was the one who said that we should let the younger generation solve their own problems? Why, you can't take it anymore? The 9th elder sneered. He was not worried about this from the beginning because he knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. As expected, the two brothers from the Shen family were in big trouble. Kid, how dare you hurt me? You're dead. I'm going to tear you into pieces. If you offend us, you won't be able to live on this continent. Shenhe and Xin Yuan roared ferociously. Humph, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Lin Xian snorted. Who are you calling a servant? Kneel down. Lin Xian stretched out his palms, forming two terrifying palms that grabbed at Shenhe and Xin Yuan. In the next moment, the terrifying force caused the two of them to kneel on the ground. Bang! Bang, bang! Lin Xian waved his arms, controlling the huge palms of light, causing the two brothers to kneel on the ground and kowtow continuously. Every kowtow was extremely forceful, creating a deep pit in the ground. Terrifying cracks spread under everyone's feet. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's strength, they had never seen it before. Now, they finally saw it with their own eyes. Not only was he powerful, he was simply too powerful. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant, causing the two young masters of the Shen family to kneel and kowtow. Perhaps only Lin Xian would dare to do such a thing. The two young masters of the Shen family were pressed to the ground and kowtowed, making banging sounds. Soon, the two of them were bleeding from their heads, and the ground was destroyed beyond recognition. However, Lin Xian still had no intention of stopping. Kid, you're courting death. The elders of the Shen family finally could not take it anymore. Even with the 9th elder stopping them, they charged at Lin Xian crazily. With the help of the elders from the Duan family and other 6th-rank sects, 2 elders from the Shen family finally broke through the 9th elder's line of defense and rushed towards Lin Xian. Little thief, how dare you insult my Shen clan? Die. The two of them were like wolves and tigers. Their expressions were abnormally ferocious. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions like two peerless ferocious beasts. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "You too, kneel down as well." After he finished speaking, two large hands appeared in front of him. Like coiling dragons, they viciously grabbed forward. In the next moment, two powerful 8th-level venerables, the elders of the Shin family, appeared. Like a weak little lamb, it was caught by two big hands, unable to resist at all. Plop, bam bam bam, the two Shin family elders were pressed to the ground by Lin Xian and quickly kowtowed. The scene was too spectacular. Two young masters of the Shin family and two elders of the Shin family lined up in a row, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing non-stop. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, and the entire ground was smashed with countless cracks. The four of them were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, but they were unable to shake off the four large light palms above their heads. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Horrifying, too horrifying. Even the young masters and elders of the sovereign family were not spared. This Lin Xian was simply unscrupulous and arrogant to the extreme. It seemed that unless there was no other choice, they absolutely could not become enemies with him. This was what almost everyone thought. Even the chief disciples of the 6th-rank sects beside Duanli were horrified. Duanli's face was even more gloomy, but he was ecstatic. Lin Xian's actions were even more serious than killing those people from the Shin family. This was completely humiliating them and slapping the Shin family's face. From this moment on, Shinhe's line would completely fall out with Lin Xian. This was undoubtedly a great thing for their Duan family. Not only that, but he also wanted to add fuel to the fire and continue to blow things up. Therefore, he quickly stood out and reprimanded Lin Xian loudly. They were the young masters and elders of the Shin family, and you actually dared to humiliate them like this. Do you want to start a war with the Shin family? At this moment, the four people kneeling on the ground gritted their teeth and roared, "Kill us if you can, or you're dead meat. I'll return today's grudge 100-fold in the future. Brat, I won't let you off." The four of them seemed to have gone crazy, as if they would not rest until one of them was dead. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian cultivated the blood sword legacy, so the killing intent on his body was much stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, when the killing intent appeared, the temperature of the entire space dropped rapidly. Everyone trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. The four people kneeling on the ground were even more shocked. They did not doubt that if they dared to be presumptuous again, Lin Xian would really kill them. Stop. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Then, a dignified middle-aged man walked over quickly with the disciples of the deity Sword Villa. When he saw the scene before him, his eyelids twitched violently. However, he calmed himself down and said coldly, "Today is a joyous day for the deity Sword Villa. Don't you think you've gone overboard by fighting here? Protector Ding, you've come at the right time. This brat is too despicable to fight in the deity Sword Villa. I think we should capture the troublemakers and throw them all out." Duanli said sinisterly. The four people kneeling on the ground screamed crazily, "Protector Ding, save us." Protector Ding looked at the four people on the ground, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, let's stop and let them go. No matter what, I'm the young master of the Palace of Ares, and I represent the Palace of Ares. However, these four people dared to insult me. They're not just insulting me, they're insulting the entire Palace of Ares. How can I let them go so easily? Or do you think that the Palace of Ares is a pushover?" Lin Xian looked at Protector Ding and did not back down. As soon as he came up, he could tell that Protector Ding was exchanging glances with Duanli and the rest. He must have been bribed. Humph. The deity Sword Villa is not a place where you can behave atrociously, even if you're the young master of the Palace of Ares. I'll give you one last chance. Let them go. Otherwise, don't blame the deity Sword Villa for being impolite. Protector Ding's face darkened and a dangerous aura surged from his body. It seemed that if Lin Xian continued to oppose him, he would really take action. Seeing Lin Xian's tough attitude, the surrounding people's eyelids twitched violently. Lin Xian was too arrogant. He even dared to go against the deity Sword Villa. One should know that this was the lair of the deity Sword Villa. There were countless sword experts. Even if Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Ares, he would not be at an advantage if they were to fight. When Duanli saw this, he smiled sinisterly. It seemed that Lin Xian was more impulsive than he had imagined. He dared to openly defy the deity Sword Villa. This was the best outcome for him. It would be best if both parties could fight and he could reap the benefits. Lin Xian, stop it now. You're too arrogant. You're not protecting the Palace of Ares' reputation, you're embarrassing it. I think you're not fit to be the young master of the Palace of Ares. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out by the deity Sword Matter. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold when he heard the voice. Duanli had been jumping up and down to provoke him previously. Now, he still dared to stir up trouble. Did he really think he was so easy to bully? With a cold snort, Lin Xian's lightning martial soul rushed out of his body and charged forward. The lightning martial soul was purplish-white and extremely mysterious. It had an unusually violent power and was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Duanli in the blink of an eye. The lightning martial soul raised its hand and slapped Duanli's face. What? Duanli was scared silly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian still had the strength to attack while suppressing 4/8 heaven supremacies. Suppressing 4/8 heaven supremacies wasn't an easy task. Probably only a 9th heaven supremacies could do it easily. However, Lin Xian did it with a 7th heaven supremacy's cultivation. This was shocking. However, everyone thought that Lin Xian must have used all of his strength to do this, and had no strength left at all. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would soon let them know what ignorance was? Facing Duanli's clamor, Lin Xian easily sent him flying. Duanli was also an 8th heaven supremacies. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even block a single move from Lin Xian. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Controlling 4/8 heaven supremacies didn't take much effort at all. Young master. The Duan family elder reacted and immediately pounced on Duanli. Half of his face was completely smashed and blood splattered everywhere. If Lin Xian hadn't held back, that palm strike would have even crushed his head. You're courting death. How dare you injure my young master? I'll kill you. The few elders of the Duan clan also had crazed expressions as they glared fiercely at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. He said coldly, if you don't want to kneel in front of me like the 4 from the Shin family, I advise you not to make a move. Hearing Lin Xian's threat, the Duan clan's elder trembled with anger. However, no one dared to make a move because they couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. If they acted rashly, they might have to kneel down and kowtow in front of everyone. That would be worse than death. Therefore, those Duan clan elders didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that his words had scared off all the Duan clan's elders, the surrounding people were shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Behind them, Protector Ding's expression was extremely ugly. He had brought people to warn Lin Xian to stop. But the other party didn't listen at all. Not only did they not release the Shin family, they even crippled Duan Lily in front of him. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but this is the deity Sword Villa after all, so I advise you to stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? How can you be impolite? Lin Xian sneered. Can you represent the entire deity Sword Villa to start a war with the Palace of Gods of War? Or do you think you can beat me? Protector Ding was speechless and trembled with anger. He couldn't do either of the two things that Lin Xian said because he wasn't Shuangzhu at all, so he couldn't represent the entire deity Sword Villa. Moreover, although he was stronger than Duanli and the others, he was only an 8th level supremacy and hadn't broken through to the 9th level. Therefore, he really didn't have any confidence in fighting against Lin Xian. Since you can't make the decision, don't embarrass yourself here. Go back and let someone who can make the decision come. Lin Xian was furious. Originally, he wanted to give a big gift to the sword supremacy of the deity Sword Villa, but he didn't expect to be suppressed by the deity Sword Villa before he even gave the gift. How could he be happy? Even if he wanted to cooperate with the deity Sword Villa, he had to let the deity Sword Villa know about his strength before that. Young Master Lin, give me some face and stop now. Right at this moment, another aged voice resounded. Although this voice was old, it was surging with boundless energy. There was even the pressure of the 9th level. "Greetings, Great Elder." When Protector Ding and the others heard this voice, they immediately bowed to the void. Great Elder? Could it be the Great Elder of the deity Sword Villa? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Great Elder to be alarmed. Lin Xian also stopped what he was doing and stopped the 4 from the Shen family in front of him from kowtowing. His eyes flickered as he looked at the void and said loudly, "I'm here to celebrate Zhuangzhu's birthday. I'm not here to cause trouble. It's just that some flies are too annoying. They keep jumping around in front of me. You can't blame me for this. It's our fault. We didn't treat you well. I hope young Master Lin can forgive us." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. "I can stop, but what I said before has to be effective." "What did you say?" Protector Ding asked subconsciously. "Break their legs and throw them out of the deity Sword Villa." What? Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse to let go even when the Great Elder of the deity Sword Villa stepped in. The 4 from the Shen family who were kneeling on the ground had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes were filled with despair. If they were really thrown out today, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Tianwu continent tomorrow. In the void, the Great Elder didn't say anything. However, everyone could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the entire space was tense. The Great Elder must be angry too. Finally, the Great Elder's voice rang out, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course, I always mean what I say," Lin Xian said proudly. Then, without waiting for the Great Elder's response, he attacked with lightning speed and quickly broke the legs of the 4 from the Shen family. Then, he kicked them into the sky one by one. The 4 of them screamed and turned into shooting stars, disappearing into the sky. Everyone's mind went blank. Their heads were about to explode. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to do this. This was completely a slap to the Shen family's face. They were afraid that both sides would fight to the death. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He turned around and walked towards the back. Behind him, Wei Wufeng saw Lin Xian walking towards him. His body trembled. A look of fear appeared in his eyes and he subconsciously retreated to the side. Lin Xian didn't even look at him. Instead, he returned to Xianxia and led the few of them to the VIP seats. He sat down boldly. Wei Wufeng's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he was extremely arrogant and claimed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one slash. But now, it seemed that he didn't even have the courage to face Lin Xian. It was really sad. The Great Elder was stunned. He had not expected Lin Xian to be so ruthless. After a long while, he spoke again. "Great! Great! Great! You are indeed a supreme talent in the limelight. I am impressed by young Master Lin's methods. Old man, don't be upset. Even if the Shen family is looking for trouble, they won't look for deity Sword Villa. Moreover, I am here to give deity Sword Villa a big gift." Lin Xian said casually to the void. "Big gift? What gift?" The Great Elder was not the only one who was confused. Everyone was confused. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously and said, "What gift? You will find out later." Everyone was unhappy with the way Su Mo kept them in suspense. However, no one dared to say anything. The Duan family snorted coldly. Duanli gritted his teeth as he stared at Lin Xian's back view. His body was trembling. Now, he had already consumed a spirit medicine, and half of his smashed face had recovered. However, he would never recover from the humiliation unless he killed Su Mo with his own hands. The Great Elder could not think of anything that Lin Xian could give. However, he said in the end, "Deity Sword Villa will wait for young Master Lin's gift." Su Mo's attack was swift and violent. Previously, he was too proud and left the protection of the Duan family's elders. The Duan family's elders and the people from Deity Sword Villa did not expect Lin Xian to make a move. Therefore, they were not prepared. Slap, the violent lightning palm hit Duanli's face and sent him flying. The palm hit was merciless. Half of Duanli's face was smashed. His body spun 18 times in the air before he fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe what had happened. Soon, the people from Deity Sword Villa stepped forward and suppressed the matter. Although the matter had ended, everyone could not calm down for a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Those who wanted to work with the Duan family in the future would have to discuss whether they were qualified to offend Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about the comments of the crowd. He wanted to be domineering and let everyone know how powerful he was. Because only in this way could he ruthlessly strike down the Duan clan's arrogance. Otherwise, his side was incomparably weak, and he was afraid that no forces would be willing to cooperate with them. Moreover, the 4 people from the Shen clan that he had beaten up previously were not a big deal because he knew that those people were enemies of Shen Lingchuan's bloodline. Even if he killed those people, his relationship with Shen Lingchuan's bloodline would not change. It was precisely because he knew this that Lin Xian had acted so fiercely. Not long after, the Deity Sword Villa's banquet began. Xia Zhuangzhu was like a sword god as he went to the main seat. He had also heard about what had just happened, but there was no displeasure on his face at the moment. Good wine, good food, singing and dancing followed one after another. The atmosphere in the Deity Sword Villa was unusually lively. Everyone seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. However, the Duan clan was gnashing their teeth with ferocious expressions. Damn it! How dare he hit me? I won't let him off. Duanli roared in a low voice. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. Don't worry, young master. I've already made arrangements. Now, it's not just us, the Shen clan has also organized people. We'll definitely be able to kill him on the way back. Not to mention him, even the 9th elder beside him won't be able to escape this time. Humph, let him be arrogant for a while more. When the time comes, I'll let him know how powerful I am. Hearing the elder's reply, Duanli revealed a ferocious smile. This time, he would definitely kill the other party. However, before that, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to rope in the Deity Sword Villa. What's the point of just drinking? Xia Zhuangzhu, I brought you a few good treasures this time. Duanli found an opportunity to stand up and say in a clear voice. Young Master Duan, you're too polite. Since you're here, there's no need to bring gifts. Xia Zhuangzhu said with a chuckle. The surrounding warriors' hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. They knew that the Duan clan was about to make a move. This was because when they came previously, they had already sent gifts. However, if Duanli still wanted to send gifts at this moment, they would definitely not be ordinary gifts. At the very least, they would be some rare treasures. This time, I brought 3 gifts for Senior. Duanli's face was full of confidence, as if he was very confident in the gifts he brought. Since it's a gift from young Master Duan, it must be rare treasures. Why don't you take it out and let us all have a look? Protector Ding said. He had already received benefits from the Duan clan, so he naturally had to speak up for Duanli at this moment. However, the Great Elder asked in a deep voice, Zhuangzhu, what do you think? Xia Zhuangzhu narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Since it's young Master Duan's good intentions, I naturally can't reject it. Moreover, since it's a treasure, of course, it should be shared with everyone. If young Master Duan is willing, you can naturally take it out and share it with everyone. Of course. Duanli came this time to show off. Now that he had such an opportunity, how could he miss it? Then, he took out a treasured sword from his storage ring. The first gift is naturally a top-notch treasured sword. This sword is called Wind Cutter, and it's a quasi-earth rank treasure. However, it's not an ordinary quasi-earth rank treasure. This longsword has a fragment of an earth rank treasure. What? A fragment of an earth rank treasure? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. An earth rank treasure was an extremely powerful existence. Even if it was a fragment, it was not something that ordinary martial artists could see. Once this quasi-earth rank treasure had a fragment of an earth rank treasure, its power would definitely surpass that of an ordinary quasi-earth rank treasure. It could be said that it was an extremely precious existence in the Tianwu continent. No one expected that the first treasure would be so precious. The martial artists from the Deity Sword Villa were also shocked. Then, they looked forward with burning gazes. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that the Windcutter sword was not any weaker than his Lone Star sword. It seems that the Duan clan has really put in a lot of effort to rope in the deity sword villa. However, he was not worried at all because the item in his hand was more precious than any other treasure. Let me see what else you can take out for the remaining 2 items. Lin Xian raised his wine cup and planned to admire it. The Windcutter sword is indeed a good sword, not bad. Not bad. Even Zhuangzi nodded his head in satisfaction. Duanli smiled proudly and placed the Windcutter sword aside. I think Xiao Zhuangzi will be more interested in the second treasure. Oh, what is it? Xiao Zhuangzi was also curious. Since Duanli could take out such a precious treasure sword, it meant that he definitely had something good in his hands. The only thing that could make him more interested was probably related to the way of the sword. Everyone was guessing and they were even more curious. Duanli stood there calmly with a confident smile on his face. When everyone's curiosity reached its peak, he slowly took out the second treasure from his storage ring. What, a wooden statue, what's so strange about it? When everyone saw Duanli take out a 3-foot-tall wooden statue, they were immediately puzzled. As for the elders of Deity Sword Villa, their hearts were beating wildly as their eyes revealed a shocking light. This is... Even Lin Xian was surprised. He narrowed his eyes and stared ahead, his gaze flickering. It was indeed a wooden statue, but it was not an ordinary statue. There were 3 sword scars on it. The 3 sword scars were not deep, but they contained an extremely mysterious power. This aura, could it be a sword scar left behind by a king? Lin Xian frowned, he did not expect the Duan family to take out such a treasure. It is indeed a sword scar left behind by a king. I did not expect the Duan family to be willing to spend so much. At the side, the 9th elder's face was also ugly. If they did not have the longevity pill that could increase their lifespan, they would have lost. A sword scar left behind by a king was something that no swordsman could withstand. Sure enough, when Xiao Zhuangzi saw the wooden statue, he also stood up. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he stared at the wooden statue. Could it be that this sword scar was left behind by a king? Xiao Zhuangzi is indeed powerful, to be able to see the crux of the matter with a glance. Duanli laughed, that's right, the 3 sword scars were left behind by a king. Furthermore, it was the Iron Sword King whose name shook the Sky Martial continent. What, a sword scar left behind by the Iron Sword King? Immediately, all the elders and martial artists were shocked. One must know that in the Sky Martial continent, a king represented the highest fighting strength. As long as it was a king's item, it would be the most mysterious and precious. They did not expect that they would be able to see a sword scar left behind by a king at the birthday banquet. This gift was indeed too precious. It far surpassed the Windcutter sword from before. Furthermore, all the great families knew about the Iron Sword King's deeds. The Iron Sword King was a legend. With an iron sword, he rose from the bottom and fought all the way until he became the Sword King of his generation. That was an extremely inspirational and shocking story. However, no one had expected that they would be able to see the sword scars of the Iron Sword King. Xiao Zhuangzi, do you like my gift? I like it, I really like it. Young Master Duan is too considerate. Xiao Zhuangzi laughed loudly. His cultivation was high, but it was still a little lacking compared to the Sword Sovereign back then. Moreover, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and it was very difficult for him to take another step forward. But now, he saw hope. With these 3 sword scars, he believed that he could make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, he would be able to reach a height that even the Sword Venerable could not reach and become a Sword King. Seeing Xiao Zhuangzi's appearance, Duanli also smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that his second gift was indeed not bad. It had moved Xiao Zhuangzi. Thinking about it, the matter of the alliance should be in the bag. However, Duanli did not intend to give up just like that. Instead, he once again placed the wooden figure to the side. There's no rush. I have a 3rd treasure here. What? There are still treasures. Everyone was shocked. These 2 treasures were already very precious, especially the second one. It could be said to be a rare treasure. It seemed that everyone did not expect that this was not the end. Duanli still had to take out a 3rd treasure, to be able to be used as a treasure at the bottom of the chest, the third treasure should be even more extraordinary. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with anticipation. Lin Xian also nodded. Indeed, the first two treasures were very tempting. It seemed that the third treasure was also extraordinary. As expected of the Duan clan, they actually had so many good things in their hands. This time, Duanli took out a square box from his storage ring and slowly opened it. A golden pill was revealed inside. I think everyone should have heard of my Duan clan's supreme divine medicine, the undying golden pill. As long as you still have a breath left, no matter how serious your injuries are, you can immediately recover. What? It's that magical undying golden pill. Could the third treasure be the undying golden pill? Everyone was in an uproar. They had heard of the undying golden pill's effects, and many people had seen it with their own eyes. It was truly a rare divine medicine. However, only the Duan clan had this kind of divine pill, and only a few of the Duan clan's higher-ups had it. No one expected that such a precious pill would be given as a gift to the deity Sword Villa. The elders of the deity Sword Villa also had red eyes and their breathing quickened. The first two treasures were already very precious, but they did not expect the third one to be even more precious. With this pill in hand, it was undoubtedly an extra life. Therefore, they looked forward with burning eyes. Xianxia was also shocked, and a burst of ecstasy surged from his heart. The deity Sword Villa did not have such a divine pill. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly asked, "Can this undying golden pill cure a dying person?" "That depends on the situation. If it's a serious injury or dying, then it can definitely be cured. If it's a natural death, then there's nothing we can do. After all, life and death are reincarnations. This is the heavenly Tao, and it cannot be defied." Duanli also knew about the sword venerable, so he could only answer truthfully. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuangzhu sighed slightly. Indeed, it could not cure the sword venerable. However, fate was not like this, and he could not go against it. Even if he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, the undying golden pill was already an exceptional divine pill. The three treasures floated in the void, and each of them was shocking. Now that the three of them were given to the deity Sword Villa, it could be said to be a super big gift. Even if the deity Sword Villa was a top-rank sect, they could not help but be tempted. Seeing that Xiao Zhuangzhu had accepted the three treasures, Duanli smiled with satisfaction. He knew that as long as Xiao Zhuangzhu accepted the gifts, the alliance would be finalized. He only needed to wait for the birthday banquet to end, and then he would talk to Duanli privately. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Xian proudly, and his eyes were full of provocation. He sneered, "Aya, a small disciple of the Duan clan has given out 3 gifts. I wonder what young Master Lin has given to the deity Sword Villa. It must be an exceptional treasure. Why don't you take it out and let us see it? You're the young master of the Palace of Ares. You can't give something too shabby." Duanli sneered in disdain, and his words were full of mockery. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Indeed, although Lin Xian had suppressed the Duan clan previously, the Duan clan had completely returned the favor and even gained the upper hand. Because the 3 treasures were all rare treasures, no one could think of any treasure that Lin Xian had that could be compared to the Duan clan. It seems that the Duan clan has won the battle between the 2 parties. Yes, there's no other way. Whether it's the King's Sword Scar or the Undying Golden Pill, they are too precious. It's hard to find anything else to compete with them. I'm afraid that Lin Xian has no hope of winning over the deity Sword Villa. Protector Ding also snorted coldly. He was very happy. Previously, Lin Xian even dared to talk back to him, which made him very unhappy. Now that Lin Xian was being suppressed by the Duan family, he was naturally happy. Even the great elder narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Young Master Lin, you said that you would give deity Sword Villa a big gift. What gift is it? Can you take it out now?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it seemed like the great elder was also unhappy. It was no wonder. Previously, Lin Xian talked back to the great elder and made him lose face. Now, he naturally wanted to return the favor. Zhuangzhu had also heard about this matter, but he did not take it seriously. Moreover, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War, so he had to give him face. Hence, he smiled faintly. young Master Lin has already given us his gift. It's very good. I like it very much. I think everyone should not be so conflicted. Why don't you try some more spiritual wine? Everyone knew that Zhuangzhu was trying to smooth things over. Duanli looked at Lin Xian and sneered, then slowly sat down. No matter what, they had already completely suppressed Lin Xian. The final victory would definitely be theirs. The elders of the Duan clan also had complacent smiles on their faces. But soon, they could not smile anymore. This was because Lin Xian slowly stood up and said loudly, "That's right. I do want to give Deity Sword Villa a big gift. It's a super big gift. After seeing my gift, you will know that the 3 treasures from before are just a drizzle." Pfft. Pfft. Hearing this, everyone spat out their wine and then looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Drizzle? Stop fooling around. Those were peerless treasures. Whether it was the King's Sword Scar or the immortal golden pill, each of them were extremely precious. How could they be considered drizzle? Duanli was so angry that he jumped up. Humph, I think you are just jealous. Jealous that my Duan family can take out so many treasures. Drizzle? Do you have a brain? How can those things be called drizzle? Duanli was very angry. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly, "You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Is your face itchy again?" Feeling the killing intent, Duanli's eyelids twitched. He had just been slapped by Lin Xian. If it was not for the recovery pill, he would not be able to recover so quickly. But now, Lin Xian was threatening him. But in next to no time, he sneered because he felt that Lin Xian was merely clamoring with him, and that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to take out any treasures. But they did not to Duanli. Was Duanli obviously, Duanli, what's the use of just having a strong tongue? If you have the ability, why don't you take out the treasure and open our eyes? Humph. I want to know, is there anything on the Martial Heaven continent that can surpass the 3 treasures I took out? Please. The people from the Divine Sword Villa were also suspicious, especially the great clan elder and protector Ding. Their faces were filled with suspicion. However, they did not dare to openly go against Lin Xian. They could only say, "If young Master Lin has any treasures, why don't you take them out for everyone to see and open our eyes?" You will see. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he took out an invitation from his storage ring. This is an invitation to the Immortal Martial Auction. There will be an auction in the Blood Realm next month. I hope that Zhuangzhu can come. Invitation? That's a gift? Everyone was stunned. Duanli laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's just a lousy invitation. I thought it was something. You dare to treat this as a gift? You even shamelessly said that my treasures are drizzle? What a joke. Lin Xian, I admit that you are strong. But isn't it too much to deceive everyone?" The surrounding people were also discussing. Even the elders of the Divine Sword Villa had ugly expressions. They felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. But soon, these people stopped talking. There were even many exclamations. Because they realized that the golden invitation was emitting a faint blue light under the sun, as if it was a sea of stars. This light, why does it look like the legendary thing? Could this be the Starry Ocean Gold? An older generation figure exclaimed with a face full of shock. What? Starry Ocean Blue Gold? Impossible. Many people cried out in alarm. However, a few powerful old men's eyes lit up as they stared fixedly at the golden invitation card. Starry Ocean Blue Gold? What is that? A young warrior did not understand. Is it very precious? Nonsense, that's a material for refining an earth-rank treasure. You say it's not precious. What, a material for refining an earth-rank treasure? This time everyone was shocked. Earth-rank treasure was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. The materials needed to refine it were rare treasures that could not be bought with money. It was even rumored that there was a king-rank refiner who wanted to refine an earth-rank treasure. But because he could not find the right materials, he could not refine it in his lifetime. One could imagine how precious the materials were. And now, Lin Xian actually had the materials to refine an earth-rank treasure. This was too shocking. Moreover, What was even more shocking was that these materials were actually used to make the invitation. What a waste. What a waste, what a prodigal, a group of old men slammed the table, feeling heartache. Such a precious metal was used to make an invitation. It was more than a waste. It was simply a waste to the extreme. Those people from the Divine Sword Villa were speechless. They did not think that a small invitation would have such a terrifying origin. And Duan Li's face was dark and gloomy. This was a direct slap to the face. He had just mocked the other party and thought that the other party's invitation was not worth mentioning. In the end, a huge piece of information was revealed. The invitation was actually made of an extremely precious metal. If this was not a slap to his face, then what was? Damn you, prodigal. It's just a lousy invitation. Why use such a precious metal? The palace of Ares will be squandered by you sooner or later. Duan Li roared. Although he was gritting his teeth, his tone was full of jealousy. Isn't it just some metal? What's so great about it? At most, it's comparable to the Windcutter sword. But my King's Sword Scar and indestructible golden core are extremely precious. They can't be compared to some metal. Duan Li snorted. Hearing this, many people nodded. Indeed, although the starry ocean blue gold was precious, there were too few people. It was impossible to beat Duan Li's 3 treasures. At most, it was comparable to the Windcutter sword that contained an earthrank fragment. No one knew how to compare the remaining 2 treasures. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, they were very confused. At this time, Zhuangzhu said with a smile, I'll accept the invitation. I wonder what the auction will be. Manor Master Xia chuckled and said, I'll accept the invitation. What exactly are we going to buy at the auction? He was indeed curious. An invitation was made of extremely precious metal, so the auction would not be simple. Not old-time tea, Lin Xian said calmly. What? Not old-time tea? Countless warriors exclaimed, their faces full of shock. In the past month, the legend of not old-time tea had spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Warriors everywhere were talking about this magical spiritual tea. It was a wound that even a king could not heal, but it was healed by a cup of spiritual tea. This was too shocking. Therefore, everyone was asking about not old-time tea, but they could not find any exact information. They only knew that this spiritual tea would be auctioned soon. However, he didn't expect to hear news about old-time tea from Lin Xian. I've heard of this spiritual tea. Its effect is amazing. It is worthy of an invitation made of starry blue gold. Xiao Zhuangzhu asked someone to take the invitation and put it away carefully. Since it's young Master Lin's invitation, I'll definitely go personally. Not for anything else, but for not old-time tea. Xiao Zhuangzhu wanted to go personally. Duan Li's face was gloomy. He did not expect Lin Xian to release such explosive news at this time. What kind of gift is this? It's just an auction qualification. It's not like you're giving not old-time tea to Xiao Zhuangzhu. Lin Xian, you are too stingy. Indeed, Lin Xian only gave an auction qualification, not old-time tea, so everyone thought that it was not as good as Duan Li's gift. However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, Xiao Zhuangzhu, please forgive me. This is not old-time tea. I don't have much of it, so I can only auction it. But I can briefly explain the effects of not old-time tea. First of all, long-term consumption can preserve one's youthful appearance. It can also improve the warrior's physique and improve the warrior's life level. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. They were not very shocked, because there were other things in the Tianwu continent that could do these 2 things. However, they couldn't sit still any longer. Lin Xian continued, other than that, it can also slow down aging. Even in the later years of a martial artist's life, they can still maintain their qi and blood without weakening. Maintain your combat strength and realm. What? Slow down aging? Maintain your realm and combat strength. Everyone exclaimed and their eyes were filled with shock. The older generation figures, in particular, were all excited. This was because in the later years of a martial artist's life, their qi and blood would dry up, and their realm would drop. Their strength would not be as strong as before. Sword Venerable was a good example. He was a half-step king back then, but in his later years, he only had the strength and cultivation of an 8th heavenly layer venerable. It had to be said that it was truly a pity. However, it was not old-time tea that could solve this problem. This was really shocking. Those old men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their expressions abnormally excited. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian continued, the last point is the healing effect. As you all know, old-time tea can cure injuries that even the kings can't. So, I don't need to tell you how precious it is, right? No need. No need. Young Master Lin, when will the auction start? And the invitation card, what's the use of it? Can't people enter without an invitation card? The group of old men were very excited and quickly asked. Old-time tea will be held at the Shuiyu Immortal Martial Auction on the 5th of next month. As for the invitation card, it's limited. Anyone who receives an invitation card can definitely attend the auction, and they will all be seated in the VIP seats. As for those who don't receive an invitation card, they can also attend. Of course, it depends on luck. If you're late and don't have a seat, then I can only apologize. Hearing this, many people suddenly became worried. Especially the older generation figures, because old-time tea's effects were too shocking. Now that the whole continent knew about it, if they were late, they might not be able to enter. Young Master Lin, do you still have an invitation card? Why don't you give me one? Young Master, name a price. How much is it? I'll buy it. Everyone asked, wanting to get an invitation card first to ensure that they were qualified to attend. Seeing this heated scene, Duan Li's face darkened and his teeth almost shattered. Damn this guy, he's really pissing me off. Duan Li was about to go crazy because the great situation he created was actually resolved by Lin Xian with just a few words. Now, almost no one mentioned his 3 treasures anymore. Everyone was asking about old-time tea and the auction. Looking at the lively crowd, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. Sorry, my level is not high enough, so I won't give out an invitation card. Hearing this, everyone was depressed and wanted to vomit blood. This was too direct. Although they were not as strong and powerful as Zhuangzhu, they were still elders of big families and sections. Such a direct rejection made them want to find a hole to hide in. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. The standard of this auction is higher than you think. Because at the auction, other than old-time tea, there will be a more precious and magical elixir than old-time tea. What? A more magical elixir than old-time tea? What's that? Everyone was confused because old-time tea was beyond their knowledge. Now, Lin Xian said that there was a more magical elixir than old-time tea. This made them unable to guess. Could it be the legendary divine elixir? Everyone guessed, but they quickly denied it. That kind of elixir had not appeared for thousands of years. How could it appear in the hands of a level 7 venerable? Seeing that everyone was guessing, Lin Xian said loudly, everyone, there's no need to guess. I brought the elixir, and it's my gift to Deity Sword Villa. What, the mysterious elixir is for Deity Sword Villa? Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. No wonder he didn't give old-time tea. It turned out that he was going to give a more precious elixir than old-time tea. I knew it. Who is Lin Xian? He's the young master of Palace of Ares. How could his gift be bad? Everyone was discussing and was very excited. However, the Duan family's face was gloomy. Duan Li even said fiercely, nonsense. I want to see how you're going to deal with this later. He had already thought about it. As long as Lin Xian's elixir was not good or was not as good as his immortal golden elixir, he would start mocking him and ask him to get lost. Deity Sword Villa was also in an uproar. The first elder also asked in a deep voice, there's such an elixir in the world? You'll know soon enough. However, this elixir is indeed for Deity Sword Villa. It's not for Zhuangzhu. What? Isn't it for Villa Master Xia? Today was Xia Zhuangzhu's 1000th birthday, but Lin Xian said that the elixir was not for Xia Zhuangzhu. What was he doing? The great elder and the others' faces turned black because they felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. Xia Zhuangzhu smiled and said, if it's not for me, who is it for? Who in the Deity Sword Mountain Villa can gain young Master Lin's favor? Honorable Sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he slowly spat out the two words. What? Honorable sword. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Zhuangzhu, the great elder, and the others in the deity sword mountain villa were all shocked. Especially Xiao Zhuangzhu, his entire body was emitting a shocking aura. He stared at Lin Xian and said, Honorable sword is not feeling well recently and can't come. Why don't you pass it to me and I'll pass it to him? Lin Xian shook his head decisively and said, No, I have to pass the elixir to Honorable Sword personally. Don't worry, as long as I tell him the information about the elixir, I guarantee that he will come back. Everyone was even more confused. Xiao Zhuangzhu asked, Why must Honorable Sword come personally? Is there something special about the elixir? Lin Xian said loudly, It is indeed special because this elixir can increase one's lifespan. Boom, Xiao Zhuangzhu's chair cracked and a shocking crack appeared on the ground. When he heard what Lin Xian said, he did not control his emotions and his aura leaked out, creating a terrifying aura. What did you say? An elixir that can increase one's lifespan? Xiao Zhuangzhu's voice was trembling. It was too shocking. He did not expect Lin Xian to say such shocking words. Not only him, but all the warriors in the hall were shocked. They had never heard of an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. If it was true, it would be too shocking. Duanli suddenly stood up and screamed, Nonsense, how can there be an elixir that can increase one's lifespan? That's right, life and death reincarnation, that's the way of heaven. What does a little kid like you know? How dare you boast so shamelessly? The Duan clan's elder also snorted coldly. They didn't believe there was any medicinal pill that could increase lifespan. That was something that had never appeared in the martial heaven continent. Nothing is impossible. You don't know because you're ignorant. You're just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. How would you know how vast the world is? Lin Xian glanced at the Duan clan and sneered. However, after the commotion caused by the Duan clan, the others were all bewildered because this piece of news was too shocking, and they were unable to believe it. Even Xiao Zhuangzhu regained control of his emotions and asked in a low voice, Young Master Lin, is what you said true? This matter was too important and he had to get to the bottom of it. If it was true, then there was hope for the Sword Sovereign. Lin Xian took out a pill box from his storage ring and said in a clear voice, This pill is called the longevity pill. It can increase your lifespan by 30 years. What? 30 years of life? Everyone's hearts trembled. Originally, they thought that it would be good if it could increase their lifespan by 1 or 2 years, but they never thought that Lin Xian's words would be so shocking. You can say whatever you want. How do we know if it's true or not? The Duan clan still didn't believe it. Lin Xian was rather confident, whether it's true or not, please ask Senior Sword Sovereign to come out and test it. Humph, what kind of status does Senior Sword Sovereign have? If this pill of yours is poison, wouldn't that be taking his life? Hearing that, Lin Xian stared at Duanli, Is your brain kicked by a donkey? What good will it do me if Sword Sovereign dies? Furthermore, this is the headquarters of the deity Sword Villa. Do you think that if Sword Sovereign dies, we can escape? Calling you an idiot is already praising you. Hurry up and scram. Don't jump around in front of me. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. Lin Xian warned Duanli, then turned to look at Xiao Zhuangzhu. I think Xiao Zhuangzhu should know Senior Sword Sovereign's condition better than anyone else. Are you really not willing to give it a try? Lin Xian was rather confident. Not to mention that these people were doubtful, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they would still give it a try. As expected, Xiao Zhuangzhu, the great elder, and some other higher-ups quickly discussed and finally decided to give it a try. Sword Sovereign only had less than a month left to live. Even if this longevity pill didn't work, it was fine. If it worked, then they would have profited. Young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask Senior Uncle Sword Sovereign. With that, Xiao Zhuangzhu's body flashed and rushed to the sky. He flew towards the back mountain of the deity Sword Villa. Not long after, he returned, and there was an old man with him. However, when everyone saw the old man's figure, their hearts trembled violently. Because he was too old, everyone couldn't believe that this was the Sword Sovereign who once dominated the continent. That old man's body was extremely thin. Only a layer of skin was left. His white hair had all fallen off and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked like a skeleton. Not only that, but there was also a thick aura of death around him. It seemed that Sword Sovereign couldn't hold on for much longer. Indeed, time was merciless. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't escape death. Everyone couldn't help but feel sad. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He sighed in his heart. Even a peerless expert like Sword Sovereign couldn't escape death. Perhaps even a king couldn't escape death. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he still had a long way to go. He didn't want to be like this in his old age. In front of him, Xiaozhuangzhu and Sword Sovereign's figures slowly landed on the ground. Although Sword Sovereign was incomparably old and had a thick aura of death around him, he was extremely excited at this moment. His sunken eye sockets were emitting a shocking light. Because he had heard the news on the way here, he was even more shocked about the longevity pill. "Little friend Lin, do you really have the longevity pill?" Sword Sovereign's voice was low and hoarse. It was as if two pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I do have it. It's in my hands. Don't worry, Senior Sword Sovereign. Today, I will give you a heaven-defying life and let you live for another 30 years. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the longevity pill in front of Sword Sovereign. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Heaven-defying life and let him live for another 30 years. If it was true, then this would be the most shocking thing in the history of Sky Martial Continent. The pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was pure white and emitted a mysterious aura. "Martial uncle." At the side, Xiaozhuangzhu wanted to say something, but Sword Sovereign suddenly reached out. His skeletal hand quickly grabbed the longevity pill and swallowed it. Not to mention 30 years, even if it could increase 1 year, 1 month, or even if it was poison, he would still swallow it without hesitation. Because he was already standing on the edge of death. There was nothing worse than this. Seeing the Sword Venerable swallow the longevity pill, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Not to mention the other warriors, even Yu Fei, Shinjingqiu, Elder Jiu, and the others widened their eyes. Because they did not know what the effects of the longevity pill were. Only Lin Xian had a face of confidence as he stood with his hands behind his back. The entire hall was abnormally quiet. Everyone was careful not to disturb the atmosphere. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a low sound rang out in this silent space. It was like the morning bell, the evening drum, or the muffled thunder. Everyone widened their eyes because they realized that the sound came from the Sword Venerable's body. The Sword Venerable's withered and thin body gradually became stronger. The withered hair that had fallen off also grew back, and it was all black hair. His old skin became smooth like a baby's. The thick death aura dissipated and was replaced by a majestic life force. The Sword Venerable has been reborn. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They did not dare to imagine that a person who was about to die at any time would be rejuvenated and become stronger again. This was such a heaven-defying thing, but it really happened in front of their eyes. The people of Deity Sword Villa were even more excited, especially Xiaozhuangzhu. His entire body was trembling with excitement. Impossible. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Below, the Duan family warriors' faces changed greatly, especially Duanli. His face was dark and filled with despair. He did not believe that there was actually someone who could go against the heavens and seize life force. Damn it, what kind of pill is that? How could he have such a treasure? Duanli was about to go crazy. Other than shock, he was filled with despair. Because he had the upper hand previously, but now he was beaten to a pulp by Lin Xian. After the Sword Venerable recovered, he would definitely cooperate with Lin Xian and the others. Their Duan family would not have any chance at all. Not only that, if Lin Xian still had the longevity pill in his hands, then not only Deity Sword Villa, but all the other forces in the Sky Martial Continent would be scrambling for it. Because every major force had a peerless expert who was about to die. Those people did not want to die. In order to increase their fate, they would do all kinds of crazy things. No, I have to kill him. Duanli discovered that this matter was already out of their control. Lin Xian had already become their Duan clan's peerless enemy. How many people did we send to kill Lin Xian this time? Duan Li asked. We have a 9th Heaven Venerable on our side. We have 10 8th Heaven Venerables and 37th Heaven Venerables. It should be the same with the Shen family. 2 9th level Venerables and 28th level Venerables are definitely enough to kill Lin Xian and the others. An elder of the Duan clan said in a low voice. It's not enough. Quickly get people to double the number. This time, we must kill him. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, if news of the longevity pill spreads, our Duan clan will be in danger. Duan Li's expression was ferocious. This time, he must kill Lin Xian. Just as Duan Li was planning his assassination, Sword Venerable had already completed his rebirth transformation. His condition seemed to be better than when he entered the Hidden Sky secret realm. He let out a long roar that pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out. That power was like a vast ocean that wanted to shatter the void. This is 9th Heaven Venerable. Oh my god, it's actually the aura of a 9th heaven. This is unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the longevity pill would really allow Sword Venerable to recover and increase his cultivation by a large margin. Previously, Sword Venerable had fallen to the 7th Heaven Venerable, but now he had recovered to the 9th Heaven Venerable. Although he couldn't compare to his peak, he was still very powerful. Martial uncle, how do you feel? Xiao Zhuangzhu asked anxiously. My strength has recovered a lot, and the death aura in my body has been removed. Indeed, I can live for about 30 years now. Sword Venerable's voice was loud and clear with a strong vitality. Boom, everyone was shocked when they heard that. They didn't expect that a pill could really extend one's life by 30 years. This was absolutely heaven-defying. In an instant, everyone stared at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Sword Venerable also bowed to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, thank you for saving my life. Senior Sword Venerable, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a huge rock was lifted. Now that he had cured Sword Venerable, Deity Sword Manor would definitely side with him. Not only that, the news of the longevity pill would probably spread across the entire Tianwu continent. At that time, there would be countless major forces scrambling to cooperate with him. This was what he ultimately wanted. As expected, after Sword Venerable's voice fell, the surrounding people went crazy and started asking questions. Young Master Lin, will the longevity pill appear in the auction? Young Master Lin, how many longevity pills do you have? How much is one pill? Can I buy it now? Young Master Lin, I'm the sect leader of Earth Fire Sect. How about we be friends? I'm the Great Elder of Heavenly Water Sect. Can I cooperate with Young Master Lin? All sorts of voices were heard. These people all wanted to buy the longevity pill and cooperate with him. In an instant, all the martial artists in the main hall moved. Duan Li and the rest were completely forgotten. Even the people from Deity Sword Manor did not care about them. Looking at the scene, even Elder Jiu, Shen Jingqiu, and Yufei gasped. They did not expect a single pill to cause such a commotion. These were all top-notch elders and seniors of the various major powers. Now, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was hard to imagine. Lin Xian waved his hand and asked the crowd to quiet down. Everyone, today is Zhuangzhu's birthday banquet. So, it's not suitable to talk about cooperation. However, I can tell you that the longevity pill will definitely appear in the auction. If you want to buy it or talk about cooperation with me, we'll meet at the auction on the 5th of next month. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up again. They decided that even if they had to risk their lives, they would participate in the auction on the 5th of next month. After that, the auction continued. Lin Xian and the rest were respectfully invited away by Deity Sword Manor. At the same time, Sword Venerable and Xiao Zhuangzhu left. In a secret room, all the higher-ups of Deity Sword Manor, Lin Xian and the rest were seated. Young Master Lin, it's all thanks to your pill that I can live for another 30 years. Sword Venerable was grateful. Xiao Zhuangzhu, who was beside him, said, not only are you the benefactor of Martial Uncle, but you are also the benefactor of Deity Sword Manor. Don't worry. We will support you fully, young Master Lin. Next, Lin Xian stayed in the deity Sword Villa for a few more days. Firstly, the deity Sword Villa wanted to thank him and treat him well. During this time, the Sword Venerable wanted to spar with Lin Xian. Rather than a spar, it was more of an exchange and imparting of knowledge. After all, the Sword Venerable was a half-step king and Lin Xian had saved his life. Therefore, he wanted to impart his own sword Dao to Lin Xian. One had to admit that the Sword Venerable was indeed a peerless expert. Some of his experiences in sword Dao had enlightened Lin Xian. Although the exchange between the two had only lasted for 2 or 3 days, it was equivalent to 2 or 3 years of cultivation for Lin Xian. In other words, in just 3 days, Lin Xian's sword Dao cultivation had improved. This was something he had never expected. Not only that, there was something else that made him even happier. Zhuangzhu had invited him to comprehend the sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword Monarch. This was undoubtedly a piece of good news. When Duanli had taken out the wooden statue, Lin Xian had also been tempted. After all, the sword scars left behind by a king were extremely precious. If he could comprehend 1 or 2 of them, it would definitely be of great benefit to his sword Dao. Lin Xian did not expect that Zhuangzhu would invite him to comprehend the sword scars together. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, he quickly entered the sword pavilion and started to comprehend the 3 sword scars together with the Sword Venerable and Xia Zhuangzhu. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending and cultivating, the Duan clan's people outside were extremely anxious. Damn it, it's been 5 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that the kid has secretly escaped? A few elders' faces were gloomy. Impossible. All the paths back to the Blood Realm have been sealed by us. As long as the kid shows up, we can definitely find him. Let's wait a little longer. I don't think they will leave so soon. After all, they are going to discuss the cooperation with the deity Sword Villa. Duanli gritted his teeth. Humph, no matter how good your discussion is, I'm afraid it's useless. Dead people don't need cooperation. This time, I must catch him. Make him kneel down and kowtow to me 10,000 times. Then, I will slowly torture him to death. The 2 brothers, Chen He and Chen Yuan, had also come. There were also the 2 elders, all of them had come. They were abnormally ferocious. Previously, they had been forced to kowtow in front of everyone by Lin Xian, who had broken their legs and thrown them out. This caused them to lose a lot of face, so they didn't hesitate to use heavenly treasures to quickly recover from their injuries. Then, they led their clan's experts and swore to kill Lin Xian to relieve the hatred in their hearts. It could be said that the scale of this hunt was unprecedentedly large. Duanli and the others were confident that even a 9th heaven venerate would not be able to escape. While Duanli and the others were surrounding and killing Lin Xian, the entire Sky Martial continent was in a frenzy. News of the longevity elixir spread quickly as the martialists of the various factions left. Soon, the entire continent knew about it. It was a type of divine medicine that could defy the heavens and seize life. It allowed the dying Sword Venerable to return to normal and even increased his lifespan by 30 years. This was like a heavy stone that shook the entire Sky Martial continent. Everyone went crazy, especially the older generation figures. They didn't have much lifespan left and were dangerously close to death. But now, there was hope in front of them. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian again. They hadn't expected that such a precious elixir would also come from Lin Xian. Furthermore, it would be auctioned next month along with old-time tea. Immediately, the entire Sky Martial continent went crazy. Countless martialists moved out, heading to the Blood Realm. They had to obtain the right to be auctioned. A single elixir had caused the entire continent to go crazy. This was probably something that had never happened before. Not to mention the ordinary martialists, even the martialists of the sovereign clans were excited. Many of the older generation figures issued orders. They had to obtain the longevity elixir at all costs. Of course, other than the Duan clan, no one wanted to kill Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. If Lin Xian was assassinated, the Palace of Gods of War's Lin Zhan faction would probably go crazy. Hence, the other families only hoped to obtain the longevity elixir at the auction or cooperate with Lin Xian. However, the Duan clan was different. When they heard the news, they immediately sent out countless assassins to kill Lin Xian. That was because the longevity elixir was too heaven-defying. It was enough to wipe out the advantage they had previously. Hence, they had to capture Lin Xian. They even wanted to obtain the elixir formula of the longevity elixir. If they could obtain the elixir formula and control the longevity elixir, they would be able to control the entire Sky Martial continent. The Palace of Gods of War's Lin Zhan faction and the Immortal Martial Academy's Ding Xian and the others naturally knew how powerful it was. Hence, they all sent experts to the deity Sword Mountain Manor to bring Lin Xian back. However, Lin Xian stayed at the deity Sword Mountain to comprehend the 3 sword scars. It had to be said that King Realm experts were too powerful. Just 3 sword souls contained a myriad of changes and were extremely profound. Lin Xian, the Honorable Sword and Xia Zhuangzhu comprehended the 3 sword scars for 3 days, but they still couldn't completely comprehend them. However, Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to simulate the 3 sword scars and memorized them deeply in his heart. That was because he couldn't continue comprehending the 3 sword scars here. He had to leave. Through the Beast Slave seal, he found out from Falcon that the Duan clan had sent a large number of experts to kill him. Hence, he had to leave quickly. Seeing that the Honorable Sword and Xia Zhuangzhu hadn't woken up from their comprehension, Lin Xian didn't disturb them. Instead, he left the deity Sword Mountain Manor after informing the Great Elder. Lin Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he used the Blood Sword secret technique to create a clone and quickly soared into the sky. His real body brought Xianxia and the Ninth Elder with him as they left quickly. Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, so his clone had also become stronger. Although his battle prowess was inferior to his speed wasn't any slower than his. That clone was like a meteor sword light as it quickly flew through the air. It didn't conceal itself at all because its goal was to attract the attention of the Duan clan. Sure enough, not long after, the Duan clan warriors who were lying in ambush saw the figure in the sky. Which kid is it? That kid has come out. When the Duan clan warriors saw the figure, they were immediately overjoyed. However, Duanli frowned. Why is it only him? Where are the people around him? Young master, could it be a trap to lure us away? Some of the Duan clan elders were also suspicious. It's possible. Humph. Insignificant tricks. You want to lure us away? You must be dreaming. Send a few people to beat down that figure. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, kill him. The rest of you, quickly search other places. Once you find Lin Xian and his companions, immediately report back. Yes. Duan Li's plan was well thought out and comprehensive. However, he missed out on one thing, which was the speed of the clones in the sky. Ordinary martial artists could not catch up to them. Even an 8th level honorable would not be able to catch up immediately. Soon, news came back, young master, it's not good. They're too fast. We can't catch up. Can't catch up? Duanli and the other elders stood up. We can't even catch up to an 8th level honorable? We can't catch up for now. Hearing this, Duanli's face darkened. What's going on? Is it true? But what about the people around him? They might have stayed in Deity Sword Villa and did not leave. An elder guessed. Impossible, I don't believe it. Duanli shook his head. However, the surrounding elders sighed. I don't believe it either. However, it can't be a clone. Putting aside whether he can create a clone, his speed is not something an ordinary person can achieve. It was better to kill by mistake than to let someone go. Elder, it's up to you. Duanli turned around and said respectfully to a figure. The figure had been sitting cross-legged and did not care about the situation around him. When he heard Duanli's words, he opened his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out. In the next moment, the figure disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Duanli sneered again. Humph, I don't believe you can escape from an elder of the 9th heaven. 2 hours had passed, but there was still no news from the elder of the 9th heaven. This made Duanli and the rest anxious. Damn it, how is this possible? How can a 7th level brat be so fast? Even a 9th level honorable can't catch up to him? Everyone was shocked and anxious. If that was really Lin Xian, the situation would be bad if he ran away. While they were waiting anxiously, a small array beside Duanli suddenly flashed and lit up. There's news. Seeing this, Duanli and the rest were shocked. They quickly activated the array. Indeed, in the next moment, a voice came from the array. Clone, it's fake. Damn it, it's really a clone. Duanli snorted, don't try to fool me with such a small trick. Everyone, search with all your might. That brat definitely didn't run far. Immediately, everyone began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others moved quickly. They knew that a doppelganger couldn't hide for long, but it would be extremely beneficial to them if they could buy a little more time. Sure enough, during this half a day, they were safe and sound. No one came to search for them. However, half a day later, many figures appeared in the surroundings. It seems that the clone has been seen through. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Young master, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let those people hurt you in the slightest, the ninth elder said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. He trusted the ninth elder's strength. After all, the ninth elder was a venerable of the ninth heaven. He was worried about Xianxia and Yufei. Xianxia had just broken through to the venerable realm. It could be said that she did not have much combat strength now. Xiaoer, follow me closely later. Don't be afraid, Lin Xian said softly. Yes, I know. Brother Lin Xian will protect me. Xianxia nodded. Lin Xian rubbed her head, then looked at Yufei, follow me closely later. Don't make a move. Got it, Brother Xian. Yufei nodded in agreement. Let's go. In the next moment, a powerful light surged out of Lin Xian and the ninth elder's bodies, enveloping Xianxia and Yufei as they flew quickly. The two of them were like lightning. They were extremely fast. However, there were more and more people around, so it didn't take long for Lin Xian and the others to discover them. Over there, I found them. A warrior exclaimed. Immediately, the nearby warriors all rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Some warriors even shot out signal flares to summon them. Humph. The ninth elder snorted coldly. Immediately, a terrifying aura rose from his body. An earth-shattering force pierced through heaven and earth. Immediately, the entire sky froze. Those warriors and the signal flares that flew up were all crushed in an instant. This was the power of a ninth heaven venerable. Instantly, everyone was annihilated. After 15 minutes, the Duan clan and Xin clan's troops finally arrived. They sensed the smell of blood in the air, and their expressions changed instantly. Oh no, looks like our people have been annihilated. That brat must have run in this direction. Suddenly, these people sped up. Among them, there were 3 figures who were extremely fast. These 3 were the venerables of the ninth heaven. This time, in order to hunt down Lin Xian, the Xin clan and Duan clan sent out a total of 4 ninth heaven venerables. Among them, one was chasing Lin Xian's clone and hadn't returned yet. The remaining 3 were all here. At this moment, they exploded with extreme speed. Behind these people, there were more than 28th heaven venerables and dozens of 7th heaven venerables. These people were all using their full strength and flying rapidly. As for the warriors below 7th heaven, Duanli didn't let them go at all. Instead, he let them search quickly. This was because it was useless even if these people went up. They wouldn't be of any use at all. After an hour of such a large-scale search, they finally saw the figures of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian naturally also just found out about the auras of Duanli and the others. However, his expression quickly darkened. 3 ninth heaven venerables. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He felt 3 abnormally strong auras. Damn it, the Duan clan actually sent out 9th heaven venerables. And 3 at that. The ninth elder's expression changed drastically. 3 ninth heaven venerables were extremely terrifying. He couldn't fight against them at all. Even if he could fight against 2 of them, there was still 1 ninth heaven venerable left. There were dozens of 8th heaven venerables in the surroundings. These combined forces were an extremely strong force. Lin Xian probably couldn't fight against them at all. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. However, he wasn't anxious. The three ninth heaven venerables weren't a dead end yet. Ninth elder, it shouldn't be a problem for you to hold back two ninth heaven venerables, right? Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder's expression was filled with shock. Young master, could it be that you want to fight against the remaining ninth heaven venerable? No, that's too dangerous. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian was only a seventh heaven venerable. No matter how strong he was, killing an eighth heaven venerable was already his limit. Against a ninth heaven venerable, it was absolutely impossible. Because a ninth heaven venerable was already the last heaven of the venerable realm. The gap between them was extremely huge. However, Lin Xian was relatively confident. Don't worry, I won't joke around with my life. If I use all my trump cards, even killing a ninth heaven venerable won't be a problem. Lin Xian indeed had such confidence. He had many trump cards in his hands. Moreover, he had recently made a breakthrough in Sword Dao, and his strength had increased greatly. Thus, he could still deal with a ninth heaven venerable. Of course, this was also thanks to his doppelganger that lured away a ninth heaven venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with four ninth heaven venerables. Seeing that the people behind were getting closer and closer, Ninth Elder also nodded. That's good. Young master, you must protect yourself well. If you can't stop them, don't fight them head-on. The Palace of Gods of War can't do without you. Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the people behind were still flying over quickly, surrounding Lin Xian and the others. The three ninth heaven venerables were like three mountains, standing in front. More than 28th heaven venerables and dozens of 7th heaven venerables formed a thick encirclement. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian, I've finally caught you. Let's see how you're going to die this time. An extremely arrogant voice traveled over. After this voice, Duanli, Shenhe, and Xingyuan quickly flew over. Among them, Duanli had a smug expression, while Shenhe and Shenhe had sinister expressions, glaring at Lin Xian. Brat, today is the day you die. I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. Shenhe and Shenhe were like demons, their voices filled with boundless killing intent. Meanwhile, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The previous time was just a small punishment. I didn't think that you guys would still not repent. This time, you guys came to die on your own accord. Don't blame me. Die? Are you an idiot? There are so many people, do you think you can kill me? Shenhe was sinister. This time, we've sent ninth heaven elders. Believe it or not, they can crush you to death with one finger. At the side, Duanli also sneered. Lin Xian, stop struggling. If you want to die a quick death, I advise you to kneel down obediently and count out 10,000 times to us, then hand over the secret recipe of the longevity pill. I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know the taste of hell. A group of people surrounded Lin Xian, laughing arrogantly. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they played with him like a cat playing with a mouse. You're too ignorant. Do you really think ninth heaven venerables can save your lives? Lin Xian sneered as his gaze swept past Duanli, Shenhe, and Qinyuan. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the three of them couldn't help but tremble. However, they soon began to laugh wildly. What an idiot. Do you really think you're invincible? Not even a ninth heaven venerable was worthy of his attention. Who do you think you are? You're just a 7th level venerable. Shenhe cursed loudly, his expression agitated. However, in the next moment, he screamed, his eyes filled with fear. This was because a ball of black flame suddenly rose from his body and instantly enveloped his entire body. Damn it, scram. Shenhe was furious. He was an 8th level venerable after all, so the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. However, he could not extinguish the black flames at all. It was only at this moment that Shenhe was truly terrified. He quickly shouted, Elder, save me. Not only Shenhe, but everyone else was stunned. This was because they had not seen anyone make a move at all. However, Shenhe had suddenly burst into flames just like that. This was really too strange. However, they also knew that it was most likely only Lin Xian and the others who had made a move. Hence, for a moment, most of them glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others, wanting to see through them. Meanwhile, the ninth heaven elder of the Shen family also made a move swiftly. Countless rays of light flew out from his palm and turned into water dragons that quickly pounced on Shen He, wanting to extinguish the black flames. However, before the water dragons reached him, Shen He screamed tragically and was burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Their expressions were filled with fear. This was too terrifying. An 8th level venerable had been burned to ashes in an instant. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that they still couldn't see how the other party had made a move. For a moment, Duanli and Qin Yuan both looked at Lin Xian with fear. Just now, they had mocked and ridiculed the other party with Shen He. However, in the blink of an eye, Shen He had died. The impact of this on them was really too great. When they thought of Lin Xian's previous words, they were filled with fear. Could it be that even a 9th level venerable really couldn't protect them? The expressions of the 3 9th level venerables also darkened, especially the 2 9th level venerables from the Shen family. Their expressions were abnormally furious. A young master of their family had been killed right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the two of them didn't even have time to help. This was a slap to their faces. What made them even more shocked and furious was that they didn't even see who had made the move. However, based on their instincts, they knew that it should be that person called Lin Xian who had made the move. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's make a move. We must kill them here today. The 3 9th level venerables discussed with each other. Then, they quickly attacked. 2 of the 9th level venerables flew toward the 9th elder. Meanwhile, the 9th level venerable who had shot out the water dragons previously was staring at Lin Xian. Young master, be careful. The 9th elder reminded. Then, he charged toward the 2 9th level venerables and unleashed his powerful battle strength. Lin Xian nodded slightly. His expression was extremely solemn. After all, this was his first time fighting against a 9th level venerables. In front, the water dragon venerable stared at Lin Xian and the others. He sneered and then pressed out with a finger. Instantly, the finger became as big as a mountain. It descended from the void and enveloped Lin Xian, Xianxia, and Yufei. That terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. That finger could easily kill any 8th celestial layer supremacy. Yufei was extremely nervous. Xianxia also looked uneasy. She gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He raised his hand and shot out the 1,000-beast cauldron. The black little ding floated above Xianxia and Yufei. It released a black light that enveloped the two of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His entire body released violent lightning. Then, he threw a punch toward the sky. The lightning fist lit up the surroundings. It was extremely fierce and it quickly blasted toward the heavenly pillar-like finger. Humph, you overestimate yourself. When Duanli and the others saw this scene, they sneered. The water dragon venerable sneered. There was a difference of 2 levels between the two of them. How could Lin Xian block his attack? Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The heavenly pillar-like finger stopped in midair. It couldn't continue descending because it was blocked by a lightning fist. This fist was naturally from Lin Xian. What? This is impossible. How could he block the attack of a 9th level venerable? Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The water dragon venerable's pupils constricted. Then, his expression became ferocious. He sneered and increased the strength of his finger. Then, he pressed down again. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. The air exploded. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. The lightning fist below also exploded completely. It turned into countless lightning dragons and quickly bombarded the finger, causing an extremely violent explosion. In the end, the heavenly pillar-like finger was blown to pieces. Lin Xian also took 5 steps back. How could this be? That guy is not injured? That was a 9th heaven supremacy. Every one of them was a peerless powerhouse, while the other party was only a 7th heaven supremacy. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. However, they could not accept the fact that the battle between the two parties had turned out like this. Lin Xian took 5 steps back and stabilized himself. Then, he laughed loudly. Is this the power of a 9th heaven? It's not that impressive. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. His battle intent was high, and he was like an unsheathed sword. On the other side, the 2 9th heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder were also shocked. They did not expect such a situation to happen. Kill him. Kill him. Duanli shouted crazily. He had a bad feeling about this. Therefore, he ordered the 8th heaven supremacies around him to attack. He did not believe that they could not kill a 7th heaven supremacy with so many people. The water dragon supremacy was shocked. He was a 9th heaven supremacy, but he could not do anything to a 7th heaven brat. If news of this got out, he would lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Behind him was an empty sea. 9 water dragons were formed in the sea, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Then, the 9 water dragons quickly soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the 9 water dragons soared and charged toward the void where he was standing. Instantly, the void exploded. Big brother Lin Xian, watch out. When Xianxia saw this, she was so scared that her face turned pale. However, when she saw Lin Xian dodge, she sent another mouthful of water at him. Roar! The 9 water dragons roared and tore the sky apart. One of the water dragons waved its huge dragon tail and swept it toward Xianxia and Yufei. This attack was extremely powerful. If they were hit, the 2 of them would probably die immediately. Clang, however, this terrifying attack hit the black light screen and made a deafening sound. However, it did not break the light screen. The huge rebounding force even sent the dragon tail flying. What? It didn't break. This time, even the venerable water dragon was shocked. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Xian's 2 companions to vent the hatred in his heart, but he didn't expect that the small black cauldron would be so powerful. The protection it formed was so strong that even his terrifying attack couldn't break it. This kid was actually so strange. However, the venerable water dragon did not give up. He controlled 8 water dragons to besiege Lin Xian while the remaining water dragon bombarded the black light screen again. However, Lin Xian was not worried. That was because that was the 10,000 beast cauldron, a complete earth-tier treasure. It was not something that a 9th heaven venerable could blast open. Without any worries, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and charged at the 8 water dragons. He moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of one of the water dragons in an instant. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light flashed, creating an ear-piercing explosion in the void. The powerful force caused the entire void to tremble. With a slash of the sword, the water dragon let out a mournful howl. Its body split from the middle and fell to the sides. Plop! Its huge body smashed into the void, instantly stirring up countless violent winds. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's figure disappeared again, flying toward another water dragon. All of this happened in an instant. Hence, when everyone reacted, they discovered that one of the water dragons had already disappeared into the void. This scene made Duanli and Xinyuan extremely nervous. They roared crazily and summoned many 8th heaven venerables to protect them. This was because they discovered that they had really underestimated Lin Xian's battle prowess. He could even break through the attack of a 9th heaven venerable so easily. He was really too terrifying, the venerable water dragon roared angrily. He didn't expect that the other party would break through one of his water dragons. Instantly, his expression became extremely gloomy. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted violently, and he shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his body moved hundreds of meters horizontally. A huge void crack appeared where he was originally standing. That terrifying sword light made the venerable water dragon's eyelids twitch wildly. Damn it, really damn it. A mere 7th heaven venerable actually dared to attack him. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party's battle prowess was really too strong. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a 7th heaven venerable could unleash a battle prowess that wasn't inferior to his. He didn't know that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul and had recently comprehended the three sword scars of the Iron Sword Monarch. It could be said that his battle prowess was extremely powerful. Sword light flashed, and Lin Xian's figure appeared at the side. His expression was incredibly serious when he saw that his attack had missed. This was because he realized that the senses of a ninth heaven venerable tier cultivator were really too sharp. Furthermore, his speed was not inferior to his own. As expected of a true peerless powerhouse, he was indeed incomparably powerful, far from what an eighth heaven venerable could compare to. However, since the other party dared to kill him, only death awaited him. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand and shouted, "Stars!" Instantly, countless sword lights soared into the sky, turning into stars one after another that floated in the void. Then, they quickly blasted towards the venerable water dragon. Water dragon, monstrous water suppression. The venerable water dragon waved his hand, and immediately, 8 water dragons circled around each other. The dragons opened their mouths and spat out endless seawater, forming a huge wave that blocked all the stars. Boom! Boom, boom! The waves collided with the stars, erupting with an unparalleled energy that caused the entire world to tremble. Luckily, he blocked it. When Duanli, Xinyuan, and the rest saw this scene from afar, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the venerable water dragon couldn't block it. However, now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't that heaven-defying. He could only contend with a ninth heaven venerable. He can't be so powerful. He must have consumed some elixir or used some secret technique to be able to contend with a ninth heaven venerable. The two of them didn't believe that this was Lin Xian's true battle prowess. At the side, Xinyuan also nodded desperately. Let's wait and see. As time passes, he will definitely lose. The two of them looked gloomy as they nervously watched the situation in front of them. However, soon, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. This was because they realized that Lin Xian was flying towards them. Damn it, stop him. Go, go, don't let him come over. Duanli and Xinyuan both shouted crazily, their expressions extremely nervous. The two of them knew that Lin Xian was now comparable to a ninth heaven venerable. He wasn't someone that they could fight against. Instantly, the 8th heaven venerables around them received the order and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so they wouldn't engage in close combat with him. Instead, they opened up a distance and used their advantage in numbers to suppress him. Fire Phoenix facing the sky, Lightning Snake Fist, Sky-Splitting Strike. In an instant, dozens of 8th heaven venerables launched fierce attacks, and countless energy blasted forward rapidly. Dozens of 8th heaven venerables attacked, and the momentum was even more terrifying than a 9th heaven venerable. A sword light slashed the huge flaming phoenix apart, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. They saw Lin Xian walk out of the endless sea of energy flames unscathed, and their scalps went numb. In the distance, the venerable water dragon was also furious. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. With a long roar, his entire body was like a blue bolt of lightning as he charged over at high speed. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. Using the illusory demon steps, a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of wind and thunder. He was extremely fast. He clenched his fists, and the power of thunder and fire surged, forming a sword of ice and thunder and a sword of flame. Wherever he passed, thunder and lightning spread, and a sea of fire overflowed. The terrifying sword cut through all the attacks. In an instant, he arrived beside Duanli and Xinyuan. Immediately, Duanli and Xinyuan's scalps went numb. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Kid, I want you dead. Xinyuan counterattacked crazily. He pounced at Lin Xian like a wild beast. Duanli was more sinister. He detonated a half-earth-rank treasure and flew into the distance to seek protection. Lin Xian flew quickly and dodged the explosion of the half-earth-rank treasure. Xinyuan was not so lucky. Half of his body was smashed, and he was only left with half a life. The 8th level venerables who came to help were also sent flying by the energy wave of the explosion. They could not get close at all. The venerable water dragon roared ferociously. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, one of the two young masters of the Shen family was dead and the other was crippled. He would not be able to explain this when he returned. With a roar, he quickly pounced at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let Shen Yuan go. After dodging the explosion, he quickly waved his sword. Meteor slash, a sword light flashed past like a meteor. It was extremely dazzling and quickly slashed through Shen Yuan's body. Blood sprayed and a head flew. Shen Yuan's corpse quickly fell and smashed into the ground from the void. No. Seeing this scene, the venerable water dragon roared madly, but it couldn't change anything. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The venerable water dragon roared. Together with the 8 water dragons, he launched a crazy attack. However, Lin Xian dodged all of them. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to resist. Duanli's face was also filled with fear. He had almost died at the other party's hands, but fortunately, he had escaped. Elder, save me! Duanli flew towards the Duan clan's 9th heaven elder. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure. He snorted coldly. A black flame flashed in his eyes. Black flame martial spirit, devouring spirit. Within Lin Xian's eyes, 2 balls of black flames quickly surged out. In the next moment, the fleeing Duanli let out a frantic scream. Countless black flames surged out from his body and quickly burned. Impossible, I won't die. How could I possibly die? Duanli cried out madly, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He had clearly escaped, but why was he still burning? He did not know that the black flames were Lin Xian's black flame martial spirit, and it was the origin source flame of the heavenly netherbird. It was extremely mysterious, and it was not something that an 8th heaven honorable could resist. In endless unwillingness and regret, Duanli was burned to ashes. In the end, nothing was left. When the crowd saw this scene, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Was this young man a human or a ghost? He was actually so terrifying. Not only could he resist a 9th heaven honorable, but he could also kill an 8th heaven honorable with a raise of his hand. This was really too terrifying. At that moment, everyone had the urge to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let them go? He quickly shuttled through the crowd like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, someone would die. Behind him, the venerable water dragon was extremely frantic. He realized that he could not catch up to Lin Xian at all. All of you, come over. In the end, he roared and gathered the remaining martial artists to gather around him. This was because only by his side could they survive. The others had no way of surviving against Lin Xian. Immediately, those martial artists rushed towards the venerable water dragon as if they had gone crazy. You're too naive. I've said that 9th heaven honorable can't protect you at all. Lin Xian's red lotus armor quickly surged out of his body. Then, he flew towards the venerable water dragon. Seeing this, the venerable water dragon was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Xian to actually dare to walk into his trap. Previously, he could not catch up to Lin Xian and could not use his full strength at all. However, now, he had no more scruples. This was because those 8th heaven honorable were already under his protection. As long as Lin Xian dared to look for him, he was absolutely confident that he could kill him. Indeed, Lin Xian was charging over. Water Dragon Bullet. In the next moment, the venerable water dragon waved his fist and punched out. Countless light balls the size of houses condensed and filled the entire void. They flew towards Lin Xian quickly. Skyrock Seal, Golden Sword. Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers and a sky rock flew out from between his fingers. Instantly, it filled the entire void. Its huge body emitted countless rays of light and formed 108,000 golden swords that pierced forward. In an instant, those blue light balls were pierced through by the golden swords. Not only that, the sky rock's huge sharp claws grabbed the water dragons in the air as if it was going to crush them. 8 dragons soaring to the sky. The venerable water dragon retreated and quickly dodged the attack of the sharp claws. Then, he commanded the 8 water dragons to pounce on the huge sky rock. The 8 water dragons were like 8 heavenly swords. They were extremely blue and released the power of the Deceiver sect. In an instant, the Sky Rock was sent flying. Sky Rock slays the dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian channeled his powerful spiritual energy and poured it into the Sky Rock's shadow in the sky. Suddenly, the golden Sky Rock roared and released a powerful force. Its wings flapped like heavenly blades and instantly cut 2 water dragons in half. It waved its golden claws and crushed a water dragon under its feet. In an instant, only 5 of the 8 water dragons were left. However, the 5 water dragons devoured the corpses of the other 3 water dragons and became even bigger. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed over quickly. The dragon claws waved and directly grabbed the Sky Rock's body, tearing a huge crack in it. The other water dragons circled around as if they wanted to strangle the entire sky. In the distance, the venerable water dragon snorted and commanded the 5 water dragons to completely cover the Sky Rock's body. "Kid, compared to me, you're still too inexperienced." Lin Xian snorted and thought, "It's too early for you to say that." Sky Rock transformation, fuse. With a roar, the huge Sky Rock in the sky once again emitted countless rays of light and blasted the 5 dragons away. Then, it circled down and rushed to Lin Xian's arm and completely fused with Lin Xian's right arm. "Let me show you what a real dragon slayer is. You're courting death. I'll kill you too." The venerable water dragon roared. 5 dragons sealing the sky, attack. In the sky, 5 water dragons circled around each other, forming a giant dragon diagram that pressed down on Lin Xian. The terrifying pressure caused the entire sky to darken. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his arms. His palms were like the heavenly rock, extremely ferocious. He reached out his palm and grabbed one of the water dragons. Then, he pulled hard and the water dragon was broken into 2 halves. Not only that, Lin Xian let out a long howl and threw a punch at the 5 dragons diagram. Instantly, a hole was punched in the blue dragon diagram. Fortunately, the water dragons were formed by spiritual power. Otherwise, the punch would definitely cause the sky to be dyed red with blood. Even so, the scene was extremely terrifying. A giant hole suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It looked extremely ferocious. The venerable water dragon's face turned ugly when he saw this. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian used the heavenly rock divine fist in his right hand while a dazzling sword chi surged in his left hand like a golden divine sword. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword chi ruthlessly slashed the 5 dragon picture, immediately cutting it in half. The 5 dragons were all cut apart, wailing as they turned into spirit chi. From the beginning until now, the venerable water dragon had been suppressed, which made it difficult for him to be confident. Now that Lin Xian had slashed the 5 dragons diagram, the venerable water dragon was even more shocked. Not only that, but the 2 ninth heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder in the distance were also shocked. They realized that a 9th heaven supremacy could not suppress Lin Xian at all. This was completely different from what they had expected. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only a 7th heaven supremacy and that any 9th heaven supremacy could kill him. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond their imagination. Even the venerable water dragon was suppressed. Although the venerable water dragon was only a venerable in the early stage of the 9th heaven, not everyone could suppress him, let alone a 7th heaven warrior. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Terrifying energy surged over like a mountain torrent. What? Another 9th level venerable? The 9th elder's expression was ugly, and Lin Xian also frowned. However, the venerable water dragon and the others were indeed ecstatic, and they even let out ecstatic cries. "Ha ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Brat, let's see how you die this time." The venerable water dragon laughed sinisterly. He had been too aggrieved before. Now, the 2 ninth heaven venerables could definitely kill the other party. Humph. Lin Xian humped coldly. He could also sense the urgency of the situation, so he planned to use his ultimate technique to cripple a 9th heaven venerable tier first. Bending his finger, Lin Xian aimed at the venerable water dragon and growled. Void-shattering finger, a ray of finger radiance shot towards the venerable water dragon at lightning speed. The venerable water dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't see the attack, but his instincts as a cultivator made him feel danger. Therefore, he subconsciously moved to the side. Pooh! A ray of finger light that was like a flood dragon slammed into his left arm, instantly creating a transparent hole. The venerable water dragon was in pain, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was because the finger had almost pierced through his heart. If he hadn't taken a step back, he would probably be dead now. Damn brat, he actually has such a terrifying martial technique. The venerable water dragon's face darkened. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. Xianxia also sighed. As expected of a 9th level venerable, he could even dodge this. He didn't attack again because the 9th level venerable in the distance had already arrived. Whoosh, a figure descended. This was a middle-aged cultivator. His expression was cold, and his aura was icy cold. Duan Ao, your family's Duanli has already been killed by this brat, the venerable water dragon said. Boom, hearing this, the venerable called Duan Ao's face darkened, and his aura suddenly exploded. What did you say? Duan Ao's voice was a little ferocious. Soon, the venerable water dragon recounted what had happened. After knowing the truth, Duan Ao's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Xianxia. Brat, go to hell. Duan Ao's arm shook, and a purple spear appeared in the void. Then, the spear vibrated and charged towards Xianxia. Boom, the spear radiance was like a dragon and as thick as a mountain, piercing towards Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia stretched out his heavenly rock palm and grabbed in front of him. This scene was extremely shocking. A 7th level martial artist had actually grabbed the attack of a 9th level venerable with his bare hands. This was too unbelievable. Duan Ao hadn't been there before, so he didn't know about Xianxia's battle. When he saw this scene, he immediately sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, he soon frowned because he realized that his spear had been grabbed by the other party. But how was this possible? He was a 9th level venerable. Just the pressure of this spear alone could kill a 7th level venerable. But now, the other party had actually grabbed his spear. Damn it, what's going on? Duan Ao's face was extremely ugly. The venerable water dragon's face was also ugly. I forgot to tell you that this brat has the battle power of a 9th level. What? How is this possible? Duan Ao was shocked. He really couldn't believe that a 7th level venerable had the battle power of a 9th level venerable. However, he soon believed it. On the opposite side, Xianxia grabbed the purple spear with one hand, then roared angrily. He shook his arm and immediately lifted the spear. On the other side, Duan Ao was also mentioned. What? Duan Ao was going crazy. He felt as if he was dreaming and couldn't believe it at all. Boom, in the next moment, he was thrown out by Xianxia. He only came to his senses when he hit the ground. Everything was real. This is even more rubbish. It's not even as good as the previous one. Xianxia shook his head. Brat, you. Die. Duan Ao stood up from the ground with a murderous aura. Previously, he was only shocked, so he didn't fight back. Otherwise, how could he lose to a brat? With a roar, Duan Ao held the spear again and charged forward. Clang clang clang, the spear's shadows filled the sky, but they were all blocked by Xianxia's sword. The more Duan Ao fought, the more frightened he became. At this moment, the venerable water dragon rushed over from behind. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to kill this brat. Brother Xianxia. Brother Xian. Seeing this, Xianxia and Yufei were worried. The two of them were protected by the 1,000-beast cauldron and were very safe. However, Xian was in danger now. Young master. In the distance, the 9th elder was also anxious and wanted to rush over. Hee, where are you going? Your opponent is us. The two 9th level venerables sneered. Although the two of them were only in the early stage of the 9th heaven, the two of them together were enough to hold back the 9th elder, who was in the middle stage of the 9th heaven. Xian was indeed at a disadvantage against the two of them. Not only that, he was in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Clang clang clang, countless attacks landed on the Red Lotus armor, making earth-shattering sounds. Lin Xian's body kept retreating. Haha, brat, you're dead. Haha, kid, you're dead meat. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for the two of us. The venerable water dragon and Duan Ao sneered as they looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. The two venerables' auras were powerful enough to crush everything. Hence, they didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian roared as he felt the terrifying aura. His black hair fluttered, and he was like a god of war, unstoppable. In the next instant, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated rapidly and let out a ferocious dragon roar. A green jade-like dragon-shaped sword chi appeared in front of him. Once the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it exploded with a terrifying aura. The entire space was cut into dozens of pieces. The eighth heaven venerables in the distance were trembling, and many of them fell from the sky. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon's expressions also changed because the aftershock hit them and made a thunderous sound. This was too shocking. That was just the aftershock, and it already had such a terrifying aura. The defensive energy shields on their bodies were cut open. What is this thing? Their expressions were very ugly. As ninth heaven venerables, they were far superior to eighth heaven venerables in terms of strength, speed, and defense. In other words, cultivators below ninth heaven venerables couldn't break their defense at all. However, a seventh heaven venerables had just used a sword shadow, and the aftershock had cut open their defense. This was like a myth. This kid is too strange. Hurry up and kill him. We can't let him attack. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon were shocked. They quickly attacked, not giving Lin Xian any chance. The two of them were like lightning, releasing powerful auras. They even used their martial souls to attack Lin Xian. 1 second. They only needed 1 second to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was faster than them. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and quickly swung it. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out quickly, and the entire space became distorted. This sword caused the entire world to lose its color. All the eighth heaven venerables trembled, unable to resist. Even the ninth heaven venerate's body stiffened. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon were the first to bear the brunt. The spiritual power in their bodies was almost condensed, and they could not resist this aura at all. No. The two of them were terrified. They knew that it was impossible for them to block this sword chi with their own strength, so they decided to flee. However, they had underestimated the dragon-shaped sword chi. Just as they thought of running away, the sword chi had already slashed down in front of them. Puff, 2 blood-curdling screams rang out as blood splattered everywhere. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the void. Among them, Duan Ao had one of his arms chopped off, and the venerable water dragon was even more unlucky. He was directly split in half and couldn't be more dead. A single sword strike had killed one 9th level venerable and injured the other. This was really too shocking. The world was silent. Everyone's minds were blank. They didn't dare to imagine. After an unknown period of time, a martial artist screamed, "Run!" Instantly, the 8th level venerables fled in all directions. As for the family mission, they could go to hell. Duan Ao's face was also filled with fear. He was covered in cold sweat as he clutched the wound on his broken arm. He found it hard to imagine that a 7th level martial artist could actually unleash such a terrifying sword strike. He had almost lost his life. Run, now, he didn't dare to fight at all. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place quickly. Of course, that was what he did. Duan Ao's body swayed, and he used all his strength to transform into a ray of blood light and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. However, he had just unleashed the dragon sword soul and used up a lot of energy. Now, his face was pale, and his spiritual power was not flowing smoothly. However, he still unleashed his black flame martial soul. In his eyes, 2 black flames spun strangely and flew forward quickly. In the next moment, Duan Ao, who was running away, screamed. However, he was a 9th level venerable after all. He didn't die immediately, and the black flames didn't extinguish. In an instant, Duan Ao's body was burning, and he was anxious as he quickly fled into the sky. In the end, all the martial artists on Lin Xian's side fled. Only the two ninth-level venerables who were fighting with Ninth Elder were left. Lin Xian's face was pale. He took a deep breath and turned to stare at them. Suddenly, their eyelids twitched, and they felt extremely uneasy. They didn't feel this way even when facing the powerful Ninth Elder. Go quickly. The two of them didn't dare to stay at all and quickly rushed into the sky. They had no choice. They had seen the scene of Venerable Water Dragon being killed. It was like cutting tofu, and ninth-level venerables couldn't resist at all. The two of them weren't much stronger than Venerable Water Dragon, so they weren't confident at all that they could resist this sword strike. The best way now was naturally to escape. Seeing the two ninth-level venerables escape, Ninth Elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, he then looked at Lin Xian in shock. Young master, no need to ask. That's my sword soul. Lin Xian only mentioned it and didn't go into detail. However, the Ninth Elder's heart was filled with shock. Sword soul, young master sword soul is actually so powerful. He's only at the 7th level of the martial heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. A martial artist's martial soul was usually related to their cultivation. He had never heard of a 7th level venerable's martial soul being so powerful that even a 9th level venerable couldn't resist it. However, today, he finally saw it for himself. Lin Xian took out a few pills to recover his spiritual power and quickly consumed them. Then, he waved his hand and kept the 1,000-beast cauldron. Big brother Lin Xian. Big brother Xian, are you okay? Xianxia and Yufei quickly flew over. The two of them were very worried. I'm fine. I'm not injured. I just used up a lot of energy, Lin Xian said. Let's hurry up and leave. The Duan family probably won't only send these people. It'll be difficult if more experts come. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he could only fight against two 9th level venerables. He couldn't do anything more. The three of them nodded and didn't say anything else. They soared into the sky and quickly left this place. Lin Xian's guess was right. The Duan family didn't just send these people. When they found out that Lin Xian had the longevity pill, they sent out an extremely powerful team. There were more than 10 9th level venerables and even one peak 9th level existence. Such a team was extremely terrifying. It could be said that no one below the king realm could fight against them. However, the Palace of Gods of War and the Immortal Martial Academy weren't to be trifled with either. They sent out cultivators of a similar level to stop the Duan family. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't encounter too many obstacles on his journey. Finally, he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. When they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But fortunately, they left safely. After returning to the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian arranged for everyone to rest. He also quickly slept, then immediately got up to study the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. His current strength was strong enough to fight against 2 9th level venerables, but in his opinion, it was still not enough. Because the Duan clan was too strong, an existence equivalent to a king clan. Facing such an enemy, he could not relax. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. After 2 days, Lin Xian adjusted his condition to the peak, then went into seclusion to comprehend the 3 sword scars. At this moment, there were still 7 days before the auction began. He had to comprehend the 3 sword scars in these 7 days. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. The day before, Lin Xian came out of seclusion, his aura unusually sharp. In these few days, he relied on his strong comprehension ability to forcefully comprehend the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. Now, his strength had increased again, and the great dragon sword spirit had also recovered. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian brought Xianxia and the rest to the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction was unusually busy. During this period of time, it was managed by the 10th Elder, Wang Li, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brotherly, can we succeed in this auction? Yeah, do the 2 items that Brother Xian took out really have such heaven-defying effects? Many disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were nervous because the effects of the Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill were too heaven-defying. Until now, they felt like they were dreaming. Don't worry, when has Brother Xian ever made a mistake? Since he took out these two items, they must have the legendary effects. Wang Li encouraged many disciples, but to be honest, he did not have much confidence in his heart. Because all the information he knew was from rumors. He had never seen the real Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill. The only thing he could do now was to do his best to prepare for the auction. Half a day later, Lin Xian brought Xianxia and the rest to the immortal martial auction. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others were excited. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded with a smile. All of you have worked hard. When the auction is over, I will give everyone double the amount of elixir resources. Thank you, Brother Xian. The group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples cheered. They normally enjoyed more resources than the other powers, and now that Lin Xian was giving them double the amount, how could they not be happy? Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Xian was also in a good mood, so he quickly walked into the auction house. Young master, you're here. As soon as they entered the auction hall, the 10th elder hurried over. I heard that those people from the Duan clan made a move midway. Young master, are you injured? It's fine, those guys can't hurt me. How are your preparations? Lin Xian asked. Everything is ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded, then instructed again, the standards of our auction this time are very high, so we have to screen the people who come to the auction. There are two main bases for my judgment. First, only core elders or sect leaders of 6th rank sects and above can enter. Second, if your personal wealth reaches 10 billion spiritual stones, you can also enter. These two conditions were too shocking. One had to know that no auction had set such rules before. However, this auction was different. Whether it was old-time tea or the longevity elixir, they were all heaven-defying divine items. Ordinary warriors didn't have the wealth to buy them, and only the top warriors had the chance to buy them. That was why Lin Xian had set such a standard. Moreover, the main purpose of this auction was to rope in these top powers and make it easier for both sides to cooperate. Setting a threshold was right, eliminating unnecessary trouble, and making the entire auction safer. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Oh right, have the invitations been sent out? They've been sent out, Wang Li quickly said. Very good, when those people with invitations come, you must invite them to the VIP room. Also, don't let anyone from the Duan clan in. If you find them, break their legs and throw them out. Yes, Brother Xian. After giving these instructions, Lin Xian took Xianxia to the back to rest. However, not long after, Wang Li ran over to report, Brother Xian, Blue Eye City Shenlingchuan and Master Shen are here. Oh, they're here so early. Take me to them quickly. Lin Xian stood up. Beside him, Xianxia also cheered, Daddy is here. Lin Xian and Xianxia walked outside and quickly saw Shenlingchuan and his wife, as well as Xianxia. Dad, Mom. Xianxia ran over happily. Qiao. Sister. The family was reunited. Lin Xian also laughed and said, Uncle Shen, Auntie Shen, why are you here so early? I had no choice. Your old-time tea is too magical, and recently there was news about the longevity elixir, so I had to come early. Oh right, is the news about the longevity elixir true? Can it really defy fate? It's basically true. As for the specifics, you'll know when you meet the Sword Venerable. Lin Xian knew that these big shots did not dare to believe it at the moment, but when the Sword Venerable arrived, everyone would believe it. Alright, then I'll wait for your good news. Shenlingchuan smiled. Uncle Shen, this way please. I've already prepared rooms for you. Qiao, accompany your parents. Lin Xian let Wang Li bring Shenlingchuan and his family into VIP room number 1. After Shenlingchuan arrived, the martial artists from the other big powers also arrived one after another. Suddenly, the entire Windy City was filled with all kinds of ancient beasts, spiritual boats, and war chariots. These were not ordinary beasts or war chariots, but extremely precious treasures. Usually, one would not be able to see even one of them. But now, there were countless rare beasts and ancient war chariots. Perhaps only the immortal martial auction could create such a grand scene. The big shots arrived one after another, and it was unusually lively. Wang Li and the rest were about to go crazy. Although these big shots had restrained their auras, they were still very terrifying. They received them carefully, afraid that they would anger them. But soon, Wang Li and the rest knew what it meant to be strong, and their confidence increased significantly. At first, someone was making a scene. It was a 9th level honorable, and he was not from any big power. He was just a lone cultivator, and he had a bad reputation. He belonged to the demonic sect. That person was called Monk Shui. He was bald, but his aura was vigorous. He carried a white bone club on his back, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Just because a disciple of the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a little slow in receiving him, he was angry and injured the disciple. Humph, what a mortal martial auction. If you anger your grandfather, I'll tear this place down. Although Wang Li and the rest were furious, the difference in cultivation was too great. They were no match for the 9 honorables. Therefore, the atmosphere was awkward. The experts from the major forces looked on with flickering eyes. No one dared to make a move because this was a matter of the celestial martial auction. If the other party couldn't even handle such a small matter, there was no need for the old-time tea and longevity pills to be auctioned. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Monk Blood became even more arrogant. Hurry up and tell that Xianxia to come out. Tell him to give me 100 servings of old-time tea and longevity pills and I'll let you go. You're courting death. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious when they heard that. Some of them even wanted to rush forward. However, they were all stopped by Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong. Don't be rash. The other party is a peerless expert. If you rush forward, you'll only be courting death. You might even become a joke. Go and inform the 9th and 10th elders. The disciples nodded and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Where are you going? Stay here for me. Monk Blood sneered. He then stretched out a huge palm and grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was like a mountain, covering everyone. Wang Li and the rest changed their expressions. Many of them even felt numb. This aura was not something they could withstand. Just as they were about to be smashed into a bloody mist, a sword radiance flew out from the auction house. The sword radiance was like a rainbow. It flew out from the auction house quickly and slashed at the huge palm. Suddenly, the huge palm was cut in half like a piece of tofu. Ah! Monk Blood screamed and quickly retracted his hand. His eyes were filled with fear and viciousness. He did not expect someone to be able to cut his hand in half. However, this was not the end. After the sword radiance cut his hand, it flew towards him quickly. Damn it! Get lost! Monk Blood was furious. He waved his arm and 18 palm shadows flew out. They joined together and blasted forward quickly, trying to destroy the sword radiance. Poof! Poof, however, it was all in vain. The sword radiance was extremely sharp. It pierced through the 18 palm shadows and cut off Monk Blood's head. His head fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. Even until his death, he did not believe that someone could kill him with a single move. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were completely stupefied, while the experts of the major powers had grave expressions on their faces. That was a 9th heaven venerable tier, an existence that was as powerful as them. However, he had actually been killed by a single sword strike from someone else. This was really shocking. Who is it that possesses such terrifying strength? At that moment, everyone's eyes were on the auction. Humph, if you dare to behave atrociously at the auction, only death awaits you. An old voice rang out with a sharp aura. Following which, the void flickered, and a figure appeared before everyone. Sword Venerable. Seeing that figure, everyone was shocked because they realized that the figure was the Sword Sovereign whose name shook the entire continent. No wonder this was the case. Most likely, only Qingqing would be able to kill a 9th heaven venerable with a single sword strike. It was rumored that the Sword Venerable did not have much lifespan left. He only had 1 month left. But now, it seemed that the other party was full of vitality and didn't look like he was dying at all. It seemed that the rumor of the longevity pill was true. Everyone was excited. They realized that the longevity pill was really too miraculous. Among them, many elders who didn't have much lifespan left clenched their fists. This time, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to obtain the longevity pill. With the Sword Venerable's appearance, the others naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Even the Ninth Heaven Venerables became cautious. Wang Li and the others gathered their men and quickly carried Xueshang's corpse away. They also cleared the path. Soon, the bloodstains on the ground were washed clean. Only a faint smell of blood remained in the air. Seeing that no one dared to act rashly, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they straightened their backs. This was because no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the auction. Things went very smoothly. Lin Xian also nodded slightly regarding Xueshang's matter. Now, there were some things that didn't require him to do it all to deter those who had bad intentions. It seemed that the effects of the longevity pill were better than expected. Brother Xian. Yu Fei walked over quickly. What? What's the matter? The Duan clan is here. Yu Fei's expression was a little heavy. Those people are really shameless. They chased after us previously, and now they dare to come out. How despicable. With our relationship, I don't think the other party will send anyone important. They must have sent some small fries to investigate the situation. Don't bother about them. Just break their legs and throw them out. Don't worry, Brother Xian. I know what to do. Yu Fei was excited at the thought of throwing the Duan clan out. You rascal. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more impressive? In the VIP room, Morong Qingqing was wearing a long dress. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. It's fine if it's the others, but this Duan clan must be dealt with harshly. This is just the beginning. I will let them know the consequences of plotting against the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Xian's eyes flashed coldly, but it quickly disappeared. Here, I just brewed the immortal tea. Try it. Lin Xian poured a cup of spiritual tea and pushed it in front of Morong Qingqing. Although she didn't drink it, the fragrance of the tea filled the entire room. Just as Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were drinking tea, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the auction house. It was a young man in his 20s named Duan Feng. He was also a young master of the Duan clan. However, compared to Duan Li, his status and strength were far inferior. Even so, he was still very arrogant. His entire nose was pointed to the sky. There were two old men behind him. Their auras were around the eighth firmament of the supremacy realm. Although Duan Feng was arrogant, he didn't dare to cause trouble openly. He just swaggered towards the auction house with his people. However, he was soon stopped. How dare you stop me? Are you courting death? Do you know who I am? Duan Feng's face darkened. This was because the moment he was stopped, he sensed countless gazes sweeping over him from all directions. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. That was because this auction house wasn't a place that anyone could enter casually. There were two prerequisites, either one had a status or one had money. Those who were stopped were all people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone naturally despised such people. Now that Duan Feng was stopped, it attracted countless mocking gazes. Damn it, are you blind? Don't you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Duan Feng was furious. I'm a member of the Duan clan. You dog, how dare you stop me? Don't you want to live anymore? However, the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples' attitude was unusually firm. The Duan clan isn't on our invitation list. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What? You're courting death. You're really courting death. You're even threatening our Duan family? I'll teach you a lesson today, you ignorant fool. Duan Feng snorted and was about to attack. At that moment, a cold shout was heard, stop. What's going on? How dare you cause trouble in front of the auction? Do you want your legs broken and thrown out? A young man could not do it. Brother Fei, the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciple shouted when he saw the young man. The young man was Yu Fei. He walked out when he heard the commotion outside. Duanfeng glanced at him and said coldly, "You're the one in charge?" Seeing Yufei nod, he continued, "Who did you find? You don't even know our Duan family. How despicable. If you know what's good for you, get him to kneel down and apologize. I'll cripple one of his hands and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude today." Duanfeng was obviously here to cause trouble. After Yufei heard that, he said with a smile, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's our negligence." Hearing that, the surrounding people were stunned. Since when did Lin Xian become so polite? Weren't they sworn enemies? Even Duanfeng was puzzled, let alone the surrounding warriors. He knew the relationship between the two families. It was already good enough that the other party did not attack him directly after he provoked him. However, he did not expect the other party's attitude to be so good. "At least you have some knowledge. Hurry up and get him to kneel down and apologize." Duanfeng's nose was in the air, looking very arrogant. However, Yufei ignored him. Instead, he turned around and took out a sign from his storage ring. "Sorry, it's our negligence. I asked them to hang this sign up yesterday. Who knew that they would forget? However, it's not too late to hang it up now," Yufei said with a smile. Then, he hung the sign on the wall. Everyone was curious and looked over. Then, they all burst out laughing. Because there was a line of words written on it, "Duan family and dogs are not allowed to enter." Seeing these words, the surrounding warriors were laughing so hard that they almost choked. Duanfeng took a look and almost fainted. The two elders behind him were also trembling with anger. This was humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. It was not a slap in the face, but a kick in the face. What kind of status did the Duan clan have? How dignified were they? To be humiliated in such a manner? Thinking of this, the three of them trembled in anger. "You dare to insult my Duan clan? You're dead meat." Duanfeng and the other two looked ferocious. However, Yufei stopped smiling and said coldly, "Break their legs and throw them out. You're courting death. How dare you touch me?" Duanfeng went mad. However, Lin Xian had already made arrangements. So, as soon as he finished speaking, an expert came out and instantly broke the three people's legs. Then, they threw them out like dead dogs. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Everyone just laughed and no one paid attention to it. The moment the auction house was fully seated, the doors of the auction house closed. Without any external light, the entire hall suddenly darkened, but soon, it lit up again. Because on the ceiling, countless fist-sized pearls were flashing like stars. For a moment, the lighting in the hall was just right. Moreover, a ball of gentle light lit up on the auction stage in front of him. Then, an old figure walked over quickly. It was the auctioneer, the 10th elder. He first greeted everyone to liven up the atmosphere, then went straight to the main topic. "Ladies and gentlemen, there are two items in this auction. They are the old-time tea and the longevity elixir. Now, let's begin the auction of the old-time tea." As he spoke, the 10th elder flipped his palm, and 30 emerald green leaves appeared on the auction stage. Each leaf was stored in a high-quality jade box. There were a total of 30 leaves neatly arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are 30 leaves of the old-time tea. There are 5 leaves in a group, and they will be auctioned 6 times. In other words, you only have 6 chances to get the precious old-time tea. As for when the next auction will be, I don't know. So, please cherish this opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall boiled with excitement. They did not expect there to be so little old-time tea. There were only 30 leaves in total. It was not enough to drink. Originally, they wanted to use it as a regular spiritual tea to improve their health and prolong their aging. But now, it seemed impossible. It seemed that it could only be used as a rare medicine to heal serious injuries. But no matter what, no one wanted to miss out on the old-time tea. The auction now began. The starting price was 1 million spiritual stones, and each increase must be no less than 100,000. 1 million spiritual stones was not a lot, but it was only the starting price. No one cared about it. Because everyone knew that the final price was far more than that. Even if the starting price was 1 spiritual stone, these people would not be surprised. Sure enough, as soon as the 10th elder finished speaking, someone bid 10 million. In an instant, someone offered 10 times the starting price. But no one cared. The old-time tea was worth more than that. Sure enough, the following prices climbed steadily. 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, the price climbed rapidly, and the atmosphere of the auction gradually surged to a peak. 2 billion. A voice came from the VIP room. The bidder was Xianxia, who was in VIP room number 1. These big shots dealt with each other all year round, so when the voice came out, they all knew it was Xianxia. Xianxuan's strength and status were extremely powerful, and the news of the old-time tea first came from the Xian family. So when he bid, everyone gave him face. In the end, the first old-time tea was sold for 2 billion. After getting 5 jade-like leaves, Xianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was different from those people. He had directly felt the magical effects of the old-time tea, so he was naturally at ease with this old-time tea. Of course, the result was also very good. He got the first one. He did not participate in the following auction, but the powerhouses of the big forces began to fight. The second one was sold for 5 billion. The further it went, the more expensive it became. When the last group was sold, even the 10th elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Because the final price reached 11 billion. This kind of final price was really too outrageous. One had to know that a half-Earth level treasure was about 1 billion. And these 5 leaves could buy 10 half-Earth level treasures. It had to be said that it was really too precious. When all the old-time teas were sold, the 10th elder did not continue. Instead, he let everyone rest for a while and also left the auction stage. Next were some singing and dancing performances, and all kinds of spiritual tea, spiritual wine, and snacks began to be provided in the main hall. Everyone ate a little and then rested for a while. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. However, they didn't dare to truly relax. Everyone was tensed up because they knew that the next auction was more important. Because there was something more precious than old-time tea. That was the longevity elixir. If old-time tea was a treasure that was collected by those big shots in case of emergency, then the longevity elixir was something that every martial artist longed for. Because it could prolong life. Not just 1 or 2 years, but 30 years, for those dying old people, 1 or 2 days was already a luxury, let alone 30 years. Therefore, they would do anything to get the longevity elixir. After half an hour, the 10th elder walked onto the stage again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats because they knew that the second auction was about to begin. As expected, the 10th elder was as decisive as ever. He announced the second auction as soon as he stepped onto the stage. The second auction item is called the longevity elixir. I'm sure everyone has heard of its effects. That's right. It can increase one's lifespan by 30 years. Everyone knows that life, old age, sickness, and death is the law of nature. It is irreversible. However, the longevity elixir is so heaven-defying that it can take one's life and increase one's lifespan by 30 years. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how precious it is. Seeing everyone's heated gazes, the 10th elder smiled and said again, there are a total of 4 longevity elixirs being auctioned this time. What? 4? Why are there only 4? Yeah, that's too little. Hearing the 10th elder's words, everyone was stunned. In their opinion, there should be at least 10 longevity elixirs. Who would have thought that there would only be 4 longevity elixirs? 4 longevity elixirs were too little. How many powerhouses and high-ranking officials were there? Adding them all up, it was a terrifying number. 4 longevity elixirs were not enough. Seeing the dissatisfaction of those people, the 10th elder took a deep breath. Of course, he knew that 4 longevity elixirs were very little. However, this was Lin Xian's idea. Lin Xian naturally had his reasons for doing so. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The longevity pills were precious to begin with. If such a treasure appeared in large quantities, it would give people the impression that it was worthless. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. He wouldn't let a large number of longevity pills appear in front of everyone. Therefore, he only took out 4 pills for the countless experts to fight over. Only the treasures that one had obtained after expending countless amounts of wealth would be cherished. It would also better reflect the value of the longevity pill. Therefore, even if the powerhouses below complained, Lin Xian's decision would not change. The 10th elder had received Lin Xian's reminder, so he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Now, the first longevity pill will be auctioned. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment must be at least 1 million. Hearing the 10th elder's voice, the experts' faces turned ugly. However, they had no choice but to participate in the auction. At the very least, they had to obtain a longevity pill first. The rest could be discussed later. The longevity elixir was much more precious than the old-time tea. Therefore, the price of the longevity elixir skyrocketed from the very beginning. Soon, it broke through the 1 billion mark. 5 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion, last time, the last set of old-time tea was auctioned off for 11 billion, but now, the first longevity elixir had broken through that price. No wonder Lin Xian had set a threshold for the auction. At this auction, those with less than 10 billion should not even think about it. 15 billion. Xia Zhuangzhu of the deity sword Villa bid. 17 billion. This was the first elder of the divine bird palace. Although they had a good relationship with the Duan family, Lin Xian did not do anything to them this time. Therefore, he could participate in the auction now. 18 billion. The Heavenly Fire sect was also a top 6th rank sect. The bidder was an old man with long hair and beard. His whole body was covered in flames, forming a flame robe that draped over his body. 20 billion. At this time, Shen Lingchuan from VIP room 1 spoke again. Haha, this old man also wants to play. 23 billion. This time, the bidder was an old man. He had a head full of white hair, but his face was as delicate as a baby's. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were very lively, like an old urchin. This was a powerhouse of the Merry Woods. You guy, aren't you practicing the heavenly immortality art? Why are you still here competing for the longevity elixir? The elder of the Morong family also spoke. 21 billion. Hearing this astronomical price, Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. Even Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. 20 billion, this was a huge amount of wealth. However, he also knew that the further one went, the weaker the effect of spirit stones. At least, some of the extinct treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. For example, if he did not take out the longevity elixir for auction, these people would not be able to buy it even if they had countless spirit stones. Morong Qingqing gritted her teeth. You guy, can't you give me a longevity elixir for free? Give it to you? What do you want it for? You're so young and beautiful. Lin Xian laughed. Humph. Morong Qingqing lightly snorted, then said, of course I'm not using it for myself. It's not that I can't give it to the Morong family. Lin Xian tapped his finger on the table, then looked at Morong Qingqing and said, but don't you want to do something? Something? What do I want to do? Morong Qingqing tilted her head with a puzzled expression. For example, you can kiss me a little, or go warm the windows. Go to hell, you bastard, you're too despicable. Morong Qingqing's face immediately turned red. Lin Xian continued to laugh. What, are you shy? Since you're going to marry into my family sooner or later, why don't you do it now? I can give your family a few longevity elixirs. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing's face turned even redder. She scolded in a low voice, go to hell, I hate you the most. Sigh, if that's the case, then it's really a pity. Lin Xian sighed heavily, but his eyes were full of smiles. Then, he picked up the immortal tea, took a sip, and looked down once again. The bidding in the main hall became more and more intense. In the end, the first longevity elixir was bought by the Morong family at a price of 30 billion. Instantly, the other king families and rank 6 sects sighed. Among the king families, other than the Duan family, the rest were all present. However, not many people from the Palace of Gods of War came. Because of Lin Xian, they didn't need to bid. If there was a need, Lin Xian could provide it for free. As for the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian also gave one to Dean Xian. Therefore, the main competitors were the Morong family, the Shen family, and the Merry Woods. As expected, the second longevity elixir was bought by the Merry Woods at a price of 40 billion. The third longevity elixir was bought by the Shen family at a price of 53 billion. Everyone, this is the last longevity elixir, and there won't be any more in the future. Everyone, this is the last longevity pill. There won't be any more longevity pills in the future. What? There won't be any more longevity pills in the future? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Many people even went crazy and kept fiddling with their hair. Previously, they couldn't bear to bid and wanted to wait until the next auction. Who would have thought that it would be a peerless longevity pill? The longevity pill would only be auctioned once and would not be auctioned again. Why is this happening? No way. Can't we buy it even if we have money in the future? The crowd went crazy. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction, the 10th elder hurriedly explained, "Everyone, the longevity pill is heaven-defying. I'm sure everyone knows that it requires extremely precious herbs. To tell everyone the truth, these herbs are all extinct. The young master obtained some in the hidden sky secret realm. That's how the longevity pill came about. However, these pills are limited and have been around for a long time. Once used, there's no replacement. That's why the longevity pill is limited. The more you use, the less you have." Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. That's right, the longevity pill was a peerless longevity pill. Furthermore, the herbs used to make it could not be found in the Tianwu continent. Even if these people were anxious, there was nothing they could do. No, even if I have to risk my life, I have to get the last longevity pill. If we miss this chance, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. The older generation went crazy and did not hesitate to take out all their wealth to exchange for a longevity pill. Soon, the price rose from 10 billion to 30 billion. It did not slow down and soon broke through the 500 mark. The third auction was 50 billion, but this time, the price did not stop there. Instead, it rose rapidly. 60 billion. Suddenly, a low voice came from the main hall. The voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. Not only that, the older generation and the experts of the various large families trembled when they heard the voice. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the voice. Even the peerless experts of the large factions narrowed their eyes. That was because the power of the voice had surpassed that of a ninth heaven supremacy. Of course, he had not become a true king, but he was not someone these people could compete with. A half-step king, everyone was shocked. They did not expect such a person to appear in the auction. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the situation. A half-step king was a terrifying existence. Even Sword Venerables peak. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Inside the palace, many people extended their souls to search for that half-step king. Humph. A cold snort caused everyone's mind to tremble. They hurriedly withdrew their soul power and didn't dare to casually probe. This was naturally a warning from that half-step king. As an existence that surpassed the supreme experts, he possessed supreme prestige. How could he allow others to casually probe him? Fortunately, the other party only gave them a warning and did not attack them. Otherwise, many of the people present would not have suffered heavy injuries to their souls. It was even possible for them to become idiots. It's clear that he's someone we haven't investigated before. On the martial heaven continent, kings and half-step kings were extremely powerful existences. So these people all knew about them. Even if there were some hidden kings who didn't come out all year round, these large powers still knew about them. But the person in front of them was not one of them. Although his origin was strange, his strength was a genuine half-step king's. That's why no one dared to raise the price. Of course, the king families were an exception. This was because their families also had half-step kings. Moreover, not only did they have half-step kings, but they also had supreme kings. They were the peak of the continent, therefore, they did not fear that mysterious half-step king. 63 billion. Morong family's elder bid again. 65 billion. Shen family's elder bid. 68 billion. Merry Woods' elder bid. That mysterious half-step king snorted coldly, 75 billion. The sudden increase of almost 10 billion made those king family's elders suck in a breath of cold air. Although the longevity pellet was good, the price was too ridiculous. Moreover, it seemed like the other party was determined to get it. Even if they continued to bid, there would be no result. Therefore, the three king families stopped bidding. In the end, the fourth longevity pellet was won by the mysterious half-step king at the price of 75 billion. The items in this auction were all sold. Those king families who got the longevity pellet let out a sigh of relief. Those warriors who did not get it were extremely envious. In the VIP room, Lin Xian drank the last mouthful of old-time tea and stood up. It's my turn now. He did not plan this auction simply to sell items. He also wanted to rope in these powers. Therefore, at the last moment, he still needed to make an appearance. The hall was extremely lively. Everyone was about to leave when they saw another figure appear on the auction stage. Seeing that figure, everyone sat down again. They realized that it was Lin Xian. They knew Lin Xian's identity very well. Not only was he the owner of the auction, but he also provided old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Therefore, Lin Xian's appearance made these people very suspicious. At the same time, they also had unlimited hope. Is there a turning point? Some people were excited, especially those who did not get old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Young Master Lin, are you really not going to sell the longevity pellet in the future? If you're not selling the longevity pellet, then what about old-time tea? There should be more of that, right? A group of people asked one after another. The hall was very noisy. Lin Xian said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm here to talk to you about this." Hearing this, everyone quieted down. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. I have old-time tea and longevity pellet, but I really don't have a lot. What? You have both? Then why don't you auction them? Everyone was first shocked, then dissatisfied. Why should I auction them? Lin Xian asked calmly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths but could not say the reason. Yes, why should he auction them? The longevity pellet belonged to him. He was free to do whatever he wanted. To tell you the truth, I still have some old-time tea. But I really don't have many longevity pellets left. All the longevity pellets I have can be counted on one hand. Young Master Lin, just say what you have in mind, an elder from the Heavenly Fire sect said. Hearing that, the others nodded. Indeed, if Lin Xian did not want to sell it to them, they could have just kept it to themselves. But now that he said it but did not want to auction it, it meant that there must be other ways to obtain it. As expected of someone from a large faction, he was smart. Lin Xian was secretly delighted and said again. There are indeed other ways to obtain it. From today onwards, I will establish a first-class hall. In the first-class hall, we will provide old-time tea. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Judging from his words, he should have a lot of old-time tea. How can we enter the first-class hall? Many people were tempted because long-term consumption of old-time tea could also slow down aging. Very simple. Become an ally of the Palace of Gods of War and you can enter the first-class hall. My first-class hall not only has old-time tea, but also other rare spiritual wine and spiritual tea. I guarantee that they are all of the best quality, but they are all clearly priced. Lin Xian's meaning was obvious. If one wanted to buy old-time tea, they had to enter the first-class hall first. Otherwise, no matter how rich they were, they would not have the right to buy it. As for the meaning of being an ally, they all understood. Now, Lin Xian and the Duan family were fighting fiercely, fighting for the leadership of the Palace of Gods of War. In the past, the Duan family was powerful and was about to take control of the Palace of Gods of War. But ever since Lin Xian appeared, he turned the situation around in an extremely short time. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was going to counterattack. If you want to join the first-class hall, you need to prove your allegiance. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Lin Xian said slowly. Indeed, he would not let anyone who wanted to fish in troubled waters enter the first-class hall. Hearing that, the large families fell silent and stopped thinking about this matter. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Of course, I will give everyone some time to consider this matter. I believe that after you drink old-time tea, you will know how to make a decision. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Lin Xian was very confident in old-time tea. However, they had only heard of the legend of old-time tea and had never really tasted it. It seemed that he could only ask those who had taken photos of old-time tea later. Young Master Lin, where are the longevity pills? Does Class 1 Hall have it as well? Finally, someone asked the most important question. When these words came out, everyone was extremely shocked. Lin Xian explained, I'm sure everyone knows how precious the longevity pill is. To tell you the truth, I only have 5 left. Among these 5 pills, 3 of them extend one's lifespan by 30 years, and 2 of them extend one's lifespan by 50 years. What? 50 years? Many people's eyes turned red when they heard this. Who would have thought that Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan by 50 years? Young Master Lin, if you have any conditions, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Some of the more impatient elders couldn't wait any longer. Kill 3 core elders of the Duan clan, get a longevity pill. Kill young Master Ling Feng, get a longevity pill. Kill Wu Zun, get a 50-year-old longevity pill. Kill the head of the Duan clan, get a 50-year-old longevity pill. Lin Xian's voice echoed throughout the hall. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's conditions were to assassinate the higher-ups of the Duan clan and the head of the Duan clan. That was too shocking. After all, the Duan clan was extremely powerful, equivalent to a king clan. The head of the Duan clan was the deputy palace master of the Palace of Aries, and his son, Wu Zun, was a peak venerable. Young Master Ling Feng was also a representative of the younger generation of the mainland, but Lin Xian wanted to assassinate them. That was too crazy. There were a total of 5 longevity pills. First come, first served. If you were late, you would get nothing. Lin Xian reminded them again. Everyone's mouth twitched. To be honest, they were really hesitant. Although the longevity pill was good, the Duan clan was also extremely terrifying. Once the assassination failed, the Duan clan would definitely retaliate crazily. Thus, no one dared to make a decision. However, at this moment, the mysterious half-step king asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. If you can bring their bodies back, the longevity pill is yours," Lin Xian said. "No way, is that mysterious half-step king going to attack the Duan clan? This is earth-shattering news." When the news of the longevity pill reached those hidden clans, someone might make a move again. Yeah, the Duan clan is in danger this time. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He actually used such methods to mobilize the heroes of the world. Everyone was shocked. In the following days, the news spread like a storm, instantly spreading throughout the entire Sky Martial continent. For a moment, everyone was talking about this matter. When the Duan clan found out about this, they were furious. Damn it, damn it. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he shouted like an angry lion, scaring the people around him into kneeling on the ground. They had never seen young Master Ling Feng so angry because in their memories, young Master Ling Feng had always been like an iceberg-killing god, controlling everything. However, the other party was now exposed. It could not be helped. It was because of Ling Xian's kill order. Speaking of which, they also had an assassin organization, and it was the top assassin organization in the blood field. However, compared to the other party, their assassin organization was incomparably weak. Because the other party's reward was too terrifying. It was the longevity pill. It was a divine medicine that could be auctioned for 80 billion. It could even defy the heavens and take one's life. Everyone was tempted by such an item. Although it was difficult for some large factions to make a decision in a short period of time, it was hard to guarantee that no one would not secretly make a move. For a moment, the entire Duan clan was facing a great enemy. Not only that, some of the Duan clan's resources, mines, and shops were all affected. Because they wanted to join the elite hall. They had to show proof of their loyalty. Since the Duan clan was on guard and could not kill, they could only take action from the resources. Therefore, within a day, the Duan clan's businesses were severely affected. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side of the Palace of Aries was rapidly expanding. This change was like a violent storm, swift and decisive. In a short period of time, the entire situation had undergone an earth-shattering reversal. Lin Xian looked at the news in his hand and nodded continuously. The effects of the old-time tea and the longevity pill were indeed amazing. Just the elite hall alone had attracted many sixth-rank sects to join. Among them were some sects that had previously relied on the Duan clan. However, they had now defected and joined them. The Wang clan had not joined yet, but their attitude had changed. Many of the sects that had cooperated with the Duan clan had now withdrawn. It would not be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. The Qing clans hadn't joined yet, but their attitudes had changed. Many of the clans that had worked with the Duan clan had withdrawn. It wouldn't be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. Lin Xian knew that the Duan clan would be able to take it during this period. He handed over the matters here to the ninth elder and the rest, while he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. Firstly, he wanted to give Xianxia more than one illusory array to get rid of her inner demons. Secondly, he wanted to forge the Red Lotus armor. In the remote sky secret realm, he had obtained many natural treasures. Other than precious spiritual herbs, he had also obtained many materials for forging weapons. Now, he had enough materials to forge an armor. Therefore, he wanted to forge it. This way, even if the Duan clan retaliated, he would have the ability to protect himself. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Xianxia back to the Immortal Martial Academy. He didn't return to the freshman area. Instead, he asked Dean Xian to find a safe and secluded place for him. Soon, he found a mountain peak. It was located in the core area of the academy and was very safe. Moreover, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the environment was friendly. It was very suitable for cultivation. After settling down, Lin Xian started to set up the formation. His attainments in formations were terrifying. Even the formation masters of the Qing clans might not be able to compare to him. Therefore, setting up an illusory array was nothing to him. However, in order to achieve the best effect, Lin Xian spent 120% of his effort and a day to set up an illusory array. Qiao, it's up to you now. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Xianxia nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother Lin Xian. I can do it. The little girl was also very serious. She knew that this was very important to her. After taking a deep breath, Xianxia quickly walked into the illusory array. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to stay here for 2 days to check on Xianxia's condition. If there was no danger, he would forge the Red Lotus armor. However, the situation changed after a day because the dark red dragon flew out of the demonic beast bag. Kid, I'm awake. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that your recovery failed? How could I possibly fail? Am I that weak? That's not right. If you succeed, shouldn't you be shouting in the sky? Why are you so honest now? You didn't even celebrate your breakthrough? Bah. Am I so shallow that I have to make a fuss just because I've recovered my strength? The dark red dragon god blushed, but fortunately, his entire body was red, so there was no awkwardness at all. Humph, kid, you followed me for so long, but you don't understand me at all. You've only recovered to the 9th heavenly layer, what's there to be happy about? Although it was humble and said that it was unhappy, its tail was already wagging. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Alright, we'll celebrate when you return to the challenger level. I have a task for you. Help me look after the illusion array. Where are you going? The dark red dragon god asked. Then, he glanced at the array in front of him and exclaimed, "Io, this array is engraved well. Kid, you've improved." Lin Xian was a little proud of himself. Then, he said, I'm going to refine the Red Lotus armor. The person inside is my friend. Look after her. Don't let anything happen to her. After giving his instructions, Lin Xian left. The dark red dragon god looked inside and saw a hazy figure. It's a little beauty. This kid is good. He's quite fast. He actually found another beauty. How shameful, how depraved, the dark red dragon god muttered. Then, he brought out the little white monkey. The two of them hugged spiritual fruits and spiritual wine together and ate heartily. On the other side, Lin Xian was in seclusion to refine the red lotus armor. With a wave of his hand, the thousand-beast cauldron appeared. At the same time, countless materials floated in the air. These materials were very precious. Each of them could make the experts of the Tianwu continent go crazy. Many of them were even materials to refine earth-rank treasures. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the blueprint. Moreover, his soul power was strong. That was why he could inscribe the inscriptions on the blueprint bit by bit. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the armor. While Lin Xian was refining the armor, the outside world was not peaceful. Under the huge temptation of the longevity pill, someone finally made a move. The star mineral vein. There was a huge mineral vein here. Inside it was the precious metal star steel. This mineral vein was the property of the Duan family. The star pills dug out here could be used to make weapons and armor. It could be said that it was very important. Moreover, it was a special situation. Therefore, the defense here was even tighter than before. Not only that, there was a core elder of the Duan family overseeing it. This elder was a ninth heaven honorable realm expert. He was not an early ninth heaven honorable realm expert. Instead, he was a ninth heaven honorable realm expert. His strength was equivalent to the ninth elder. With such a powerful person overseeing it, the Duan family was very assured. The night was slightly cold. The entire mineral vein did not stop working. Sonorous knocking sounds could be heard. Some key places were even heavily guarded by patrolling guards. However, in the dark night, a few figures floated over quickly like ghosts. These 5 people were very fast and did not reveal any auras. Therefore, even though the patrolling guards were very vigilant, they did not notice them. These 5 people were of all shapes and sizes. One of them was a fatty. When he passed by a group of guards, he sneered and a ball of dark green mist surged out of his palm. Next, the green mist waved and instantly enveloped a group of 10 people. Woo-woo, immediately, those cultivators did not even have time to scream before their bodies turned into a pool of pus. The 5 of them did not stop. Wherever they passed, the groups they encountered all disappeared silently. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. The 5 of them looked at each other, took out their knives, forks, and sticks, and quickly rushed forward. Boom, the auras of the 5 people erupted. It was very terrifying. They joined together and cooperated with the terrifying attacks. They quickly blasted forward. Immediately, the majestic palace collapsed with a bang. Huge rocks flew everywhere, and the ground sank. Everything within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. Some of the nearby cultivators did not have time to escape at all and turned into a bloody mist in the attack. In an instant, the entire mine sounded an alarm. Countless cultivators and guards gathered here. In the ruins in front of them, there was also an angry shout. "You're courting death." This voice was like thunder. It exploded with a bang, forming a violent air blade that blew away all the surrounding ruins. An old figure stood on the ground. The old man was dressed in a dark green robe that was incomparably resplendent. However, at this moment, his face was abnormally cold. A terrifying gaze burst out from his ancient eyes. It was like a fiend god spear that pierced through the void. "How dare you cause trouble in the Duan family's mine? You're courting death." In the distance, there were countless martial artists rushing over in a frenzy, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The 5 black-clothed men sneered, and one of them, a tall man, shouted coldly and attacked. Immediately, the 5 of them attacked the core elder in front of them. The great battle erupted, and it was abnormally intense. The core elder of the Duan family was full of confidence. But very soon, he let out a cry of surprise. "You guys are actually all 9th level supremacies." He was simply too shocked to think that the 5 people who killed him were actually all 9th level supremacies. Although they were only at the initial 9th level, their strength was still very terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage 9th level martial artist could contend against 3 initial stage supremacies, at most 4. If there were 5, they could not contend at all and could only retreat. Now, the Duan family's elder was facing such a situation. "Old man, today is the day you die." The 5 of them roared, erupting with energy that could tear heaven and earth. After a great battle, the Duan family's core elder fought with all his strength, but he still could not escape and finally lost his life here. Seeing the strongest core elder being killed, the surrounding martial artists were all scared out of their wits and fled one after another. Similar things were happening in many places of the Duan family. Of course, some succeeded, and some failed. But no matter what, the Duan family suffered heavy losses, and even a few core elders were killed. For a time, it set off a huge uproar in the entire Tianwu continent. The Duan family was incomparably furious, and fought back with all their might, but there were too many assassins, and they were very scattered, so the effect they achieved was minimal. In the end, the Duan family had no choice but to recall all the important elders and martial artists. However, they did not sit still and wait for death, but quickly sought an alliance, preparing to counterattack again. For a time, there were also many forces that joined. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and the situation in Tianwu continent became more and more tense, while Lin Xian's side was rather quiet. With the help of the illusory array, Xianxia finally overcame her heart demon, and awakened the power of bloodline again. And on Lin Xian's side, he also successfully refined an armor. That armor was bright red all over, emitting light, and engraved on it was very complicated and profound. Lin Xian tested it out and found that this armor alone could block 70% of the attacks. In other words, if a 9th Heaven Venerate attacked him, the armor would be able to block 70% of the attack. As for the remaining 30%, he could rely on his powerful body and defense to block it. It had to be said that this was a good way to save one's life. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian called Yufei over and asked about the situation outside. After learning about Chang Kuang of the Duan clan, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In a month's time, a few core elders of the Duan clan were killed. However, these people were killed by different forces. Therefore, no one had been able to gather the heads of 3 core elders, and no one had been able to exchange them for the longevity pill. However, Lin Xian was in no hurry. It had only been a month. As time passed, someone would definitely succeed in a sneak attack. "Where's the 9th elder?" Lin Xian asked. 9th elder returned to War God Palace. "I heard that he had something important to do." Yufei said. "Return to the Palace of Ares? Forget it. Let me know when he comes back. Also, continue to monitor the Duan clan's actions. If there's anything unusual, report to me immediately." After arranging the following matters, Lin Xian accompanied Xianxia to cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Xianxia had recovered her bloodline power, and her cultivation had also increased rapidly. Now, she had already reached the 4th Heaven Venerate realm. Lin Xian felt that the outside world was too chaotic, so he decided to let Xianxia cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Anyway, it was very safe here, and the outside world couldn't attack. Moreover, there were many people of the same age here, and they could interact with each other. Xianxia happily agreed to the suggestion. In the next few days, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing was still to cultivate Firmament 9 and Void Shattering Finger. Now, he could already form 2 Void Shattering Finger, and he could use 3 types of seals with Firmament Transformation. Not only that, but his cultivation had also been increasing. Now, he was about to reach the peak of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian's side was going smoothly, but the Duan clan didn't have it easy. They were completely targeted, and now, they didn't even dare to leave their house. Facing this situation, the Duan clan's patriarch and martial venerable could still keep calm and cultivate silently. However, young Master Ling Feng couldn't tolerate it at all. He was young and arrogant, and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now, he was suppressed by a 7th Heaven Venerate realm brat to the point that he couldn't leave his house. This was a great humiliation to him. Therefore, he decided to retaliate fiercely. "Where is that brat now?" Young Master Ling Feng asked. "Young Master, that brat is now in the Immortal Martial Academy. We can't enter at all." Damn that brat, he hid very well. But does he think he's safe now? Young Master Ling Feng's expression was cold. How many people can we mobilize? Our Duan clan's people are completely targeted, especially those core elders. I'm afraid that they will be assassinated the moment they leave. Moreover, Lin Xian's side is definitely watching us, so we can't mobilize the forces of our Duan clan. The subordinate said. In that case, only the subordinate clans and Skynet are left. Inform the assassins of the 8 great clans and Skynet to gather. Tell them that there's a mission for them. Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinate's expression turned cold. Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice, since that brat is hiding in Tianwu Academy, we'll lure him out. Young Master, you mean, it's simple. Arrange 3 fake assassinations and spread the news that 3 of our core elders have been killed. After that, arrange for our men to bring the fake heads to exchange for longevity pills. Young Master, could it be that you want the longevity pills? But the other party will definitely check it. Fool. I don't want the longevity pills. Can't you think of a way to lure that brat out and check the goods somewhere else? When he falls into our trap, his life and death will be up to me. Young Master is wise. If that brat really falls into our trap, he's definitely dead. Remember, send more 9th Heaven Venerate Realm experts. The 8th Heaven Venerate Realm experts must be the elites. It's best if they can use combination formations. This time, we must succeed. Yes. The subordinate replied and left quickly. Seeing his subordinate leave, a cruel smile appeared on young Master Ling Feng's face. No one can make me suffer. Lin Xian, you're the first. However, you'll have to pay a painful price for it. Following which, young Master Ling Feng's plan began to unfold. Soon, the news of the assassination of the core elders of the Duan clan spread. There were even many cultivators who witnessed it. Following that, young Master Ling Feng's plan quickly unfolded. Soon, the news of the Duan clan's core elder being assassinated spread. Many cultivators even saw it with their own eyes. For a time, all sorts of rumors spread. Not long after, another 2 core elders of the Shin clan were killed. Following that was the third. What? Another 3 core elders were killed? Is the Duan clan crazy? Why did they let their core elders come out? Many people were shocked, and many others were suspicious. This is normal. Many of the Duan clan's businesses have been severely affected. Their resources have probably decreased by a lot. If they continue to hide, their resources will probably be cut off. That's why those people took the risk to come out. That makes sense. However, the other party is too powerful. They actually managed to kill the Duan clan's core elders. I wonder if they are from the same faction? That's right. If they are from the same faction, then they can exchange for longevity pills. Immediately, everyone became excited. Countless people continued to keep an eye on the Shin clan. Even more people went to Elite Hall to check if there were any longevity pills being exchanged. At this moment, an ordinary-looking gray-clothed man walked into Elite Hall. That gray-clothed, middle-aged man kept a low profile. Furthermore, he looked ordinary. He also suppressed his aura very low. Hence, no one noticed him in the crowd. Elite Hall's manager did not notice him either. However, after the other party said something, they took him seriously. This is not the place to talk. Follow me to the back. Soon, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man was brought to a living room at the back. Is what you said true? The Elite Hall's manager asked. Of course. How can I lie about something like this? The gray-clothed man said. The Elite Hall's manager said, even so, we still have to inspect the goods in advance. I'm just a messenger. The goods are not with me. Of course, you can inspect the goods, but you can't do it here. The gray-clothed man said, after all, killing the Duan clan's core elders is a big deal. Furthermore, it's 3 of them. If this news spreads, the Duan clan will definitely fight to the death with us. At that time, we might get killed before we even step out of this door. Hearing that, the Elite Hall's manager frowned. What do you want? We can deliver the goods, but we have to go somewhere else. Where? Nanshan City. The elite hall executive officer thought for a moment before saying, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I can only send this news up. As for the outcome, I do not know. It's fine. I can wait here. 3 days. I hope I can get the information I want in 3 days. The gray-robed middle-aged man's expression was calm. Sure. Class 1 Hall will arrange a place for you. After that, the deacon pushed open the door and ordered someone to prepare the room while he quickly reported the matter. Soon, Lin Xian received the news. Lin Xian frowned. Are you saying that someone killed 3 of the Duan family's core elders and went there to exchange for longevity pills? However, they weren't willing to do the exchange at Class 1 Hall and wanted to go somewhere else. The other party did say that. Older brother Xian, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Should we reject the other party? Yu Fei asked. Where did they choose to trade? Nanshan City. Have you explored that place? I have, but I didn't find anything unusual. Furthermore, Nanshan City isn't a force under the Duan family, and it's not too far away from Windy City. Then what kind of strength did the other party have? Did you find out? No, we didn't reveal any signs, and we couldn't find out either. Yu Fei said. Older brother Xian, I didn't do my job well. It's fine. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then asked, what do you think? The other party is too strange. I'm worried that this is a trap. Furthermore, the 9th and 10th elders aren't here. We don't have any reliable experts. After all, the longevity pill is too tempting. If we use experts from other forces, something might happen. Yu Fei spoke of his worries. Indeed, the longevity pill was a heaven-defying divine medicine. Whether it was consumed or sold, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, only very reliable people could use it to exchange. Looks like I can only go myself. Lin Xian sighed. No. Older brother Xian, it's too dangerous. If it's a trap of the Duan family, the consequences will be very serious. Yu Fei quickly dissuaded. Actually, I also think it's a trap, but I still want to take a look. Lin Xian smiled. I've just refined something good recently. It's a good time to try it out. And don't worry, even if the other party has a half-step king, I'm confident that I can safely retreat. Really? Yu Fei was shocked. Could he escape unscathed in the face of a half-step king? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Tell that person that I will go. Yes. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, Yu Fei didn't try to dissuade him. After he left, Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. Duan family, let me see what kind of tricks you can come up with. The dark red dragon said, Kid, don't worry. With me here, you can definitely leave safely. The profound jade platform I refined this time can teleport you 200 miles. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. That's good. Lin Xian was full of confidence. Next, Lin Xian made some preparations. And set off. This time, he didn't bring anyone but the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. He wasn't worried. Firstly, he had just refined the Red Lotus battle armor, which could block 70% of the damage, greatly increasing his safety. Secondly, he had also made breakthroughs in his 2 Earth-class cultivation techniques, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, he had the dark red dragon as a helper. If he really couldn't win, he still had the dark red dragon's profound jade platform, which could directly teleport him away. It could be said that it was very safe. Therefore, he dared to go alone. In the elite hall, the gray-clothed middle-aged man also revealed a smile when he heard the news. However, his smile was somewhat sinister. He knew that the fish had taken the bait, and the next step was to reel in the net. The gray-clothed man waited patiently in the elite hall. 3 days later, Lin Xian arrived. Greetings, young Master Lin Xian. The gray-clothed man slightly bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. I don't have much time. Let's hurry. Alright, young Master Lin, follow me. The gray-clothed man didn't delay and quickly soared into the sky. Lin Xian's figure flashed and followed behind. They didn't speak along the way. After about 4 hours, the gray-clothed man in front suddenly said, "Young Master Lin, Nanshan City is in front." After saying that, he lowered his body and landed in a city below. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced below. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then he followed. Swoosh swoosh, the two of them landed on the street. When they arrived in the city, the gray-clothed man's footsteps were obviously much faster. Soon, he arrived in front of a mansion. The red door was 3 meters wide and 5 meters tall. It was very majestic. There were 2 lifelike statues of strange beasts in front of the door. "Young Master Lin, this is the place. Please come in," the gray-clothed man said. N. Lin Xian nodded without any expression on his face. Seeing that, the gray-clothed man didn't say anything and quickly led the way. When the two of them entered the mansion, the gray-clothed man in front was completely relieved. "It's settled. As long as they come in, they won't be able to escape." They had set up several formations in this mansion. Some were for defense, some were for sealing, and some were for concealing auras. Soon, the gray-robed man brought Lin Xian into a living room. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he sat down in an imposing manner. Soon, a beautiful maidservant brought over some spirit tea. The gray-robed man left after bringing Lin Xian in. At this moment, only Lin Xian and the 2 maids were left in the living room. The 2 maids were making tea very seriously. "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. My master will be here soon." The 2 beautiful maids poured the spirit tea and stood respectfully at the side. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. To outsiders, he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was communicating with the dark red divine dragon. "How is it? What did you find out?" Lin Xian asked. "There are at least 3 types of spirit arrays here. Moreover, these people look ordinary, but they have all concealed their strength." "This is indeed not a good place," the dark red divine dragon said. "It is indeed a trap. Along the way, I have also sensed many powerful auras hidden in this villa. Even the surrounding security is very tight. I am afraid it will not be easy to enter and leave." Lin Xian snorted coldly, but he did not care. He wanted to see what these people could do. Not long after he communicated with the dark red divine dragon, the door opened. Then, 2 figures walked in. The person in front was an old man. His hair was gray, but his vitality was abnormally strong. He was like a furnace. He walked with a majestic gait. His movements were dignified. From the aura he emitted, Lin Xian could confirm that he was a 9th heaven supremacy. Behind him, there was a handsome young man who also had the aura of a peak 8th heaven supremacy. Behind them, there were 8 black-robed men. They had cold expressions and carried swords on their backs. The 8 black-robed martial artists followed into the living room and stood at the side. If one paid attention, they would realize that these people had sealed all the doors and windows of the room. It seemed that they were planning to trap Lin Xian in this room. The tall and dignified old man sat down. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. "There is no choice. The situation is serious. I had to ask young Master Lin to come here personally." "Young Master Lin, did you bring the longevity pill?" "I've been carrying the longevity pills with me." "Where are your heads?" Lin Xian asked calmly. Seeing Lin Xian's confident and calm appearance, the tall and mighty elder's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Disregarding everything else, just this steady aura alone surpassed the vast majority of young martial artists. If such a person was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Duan clan, therefore, he had to get rid of him today. Behind the old man, the handsome young man also revealed a cold smile. In his opinion, Lin Xian was not confident. Instead, he was arrogant and had a death wish. How foolish of him to dare to come to their place alone. "My surname is Du, and my name is Kong. This is my grandson, Du Tianqing." Humph, hearing this, Du Tianqing snorted arrogantly. To be honest, in Du Tianqing's heart, Lin Xian was far inferior to him. In terms of talent and strength, Lin Xian was no match for him. It was just that Lin Xian was lucky enough to become the young master of the Palace of Ares. If this identity was given to him, he would definitely be able to do 10 times, no, 100 times better than Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly and said impatiently, I'm not interested in knowing your name. You just need to hand over the 3 heads of the Duan clan's core elders. As for other things, I'm not interested in knowing. Hearing this, Du Kong's face darkened, and he looked at Lin Xian coldly. Suddenly, the air in the room froze like a mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Du Tianqing also shouted angrily, Lin, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to my grandfather like that? Hurry up and apologize. Lin Xian sneered, who do you think you are? I'm talking to your grandfather. Who are you to speak here? Slap him. Lin Xian's meaning was clear. He was from the same generation as Du Kong, and Du Tianqing was from the same generation as his grandson. Du Tianqing naturally understood what he meant. He was instantly enraged, and even wanted to pull out the long sword at his waist. Tianqing, back off. Du Kong said in a low voice, don't scare young Master Lin. Scare me? You're thinking too much. How can this kind of situation scare me? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, all right, you've been pretending for so long. Even if you're not tired, I'm tired. Show me what you have. My time is precious. Hearing Lin Xian's impatient words, Du Kong frowned. What am I pretending for? You can tell? He suddenly had a bad feeling because Lin Xian was too confident. Could it be that Lin Xian had seen through his trick? But so what? Lin Xian had already come in. There was no way he could escape. All right, stop wasting time. If you continue wasting time, I'm afraid Ling Feng can't wait any longer. Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you already know. Du Kong's face was completely dark, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent, but I'm curious. Since you already know, you still dare to come. You're really courting death. I'm curious because I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. But now it seems like it's really nothing. Lin Xian shrugged, and his face was filled with indifference. Since you already know. Then I'll cut to the chase. Men, kill him. As soon as Du Kong's voice fell, 2 black-cloaked martial artists in the room quickly walked in. With a clang, they unsheathed their swords and charged at Lin Xian. Dazzling saber lights flashed in the air, and with a sharp aura, they slashed at Lin Xian from both sides. It seemed like they wanted to cut off his arms and legs. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The 2 dazzling saber lights in the air seemed to have collided with a giant mountain, and quickly broke in half. What? He blocked it. Behind him, the 2 black-cloaked martial artists' faces changed drastically, and Du Kong's face also darkened. Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and it was replaced by a cold look. His gaze was like lightning, and a dazzling light soared from his body, as if it was tearing the world apart. The sword chi contained a sharp murderous aura, and it was extremely terrifying, like thousands of beasts galloping. With a wave of his hand, 2 sword chi flew out and quickly slashed behind him, instantly cutting the 2 black-cloaked martial artists in half. Instantly, a bloody mist sprayed out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Go, kill him for me. Du Kong roared. He had a bad feeling in his heart, so he did not attack. Instead, he quickly retreated with Du Tianqing. Soon, the other 6 black-cloaked martial artists in the room attacked, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. They were all 8th heaven honorables. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. Countless lightning bolts rushed out and surrounded his body. Then, Lin Xian punched out. Boom, thunder exploded, and it rushed forward together with the fist. The power was too strong, as if the thunder god had descended. Poof. Poof, poof. The 3 black-cloaked martial artists who were charging forward bore the brunt of the attack. They were struck by the violent lightning bolts, and they immediately screamed in agony. Their body defenses and armors shattered instantly, as they could not withstand the powerful power of the lightning bolts. Boom. The 3 black-robed men were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They screamed in agony as they were struck by the violent lightning. Their body defenses and armors instantly shattered, unable to withstand the powerful lightning energy. Boom, then, the three of them exploded as well. The blood mist in the air had yet to dissipate, but Lin Xian's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian appeared in front of the other two black-robed martial artists in a flash. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed their heads and smashed them in the middle. Boom, like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the black-robed man was dead. There was only one person left. However, at this moment, the 2 maidservants who were brewing tea earlier also shouted. They quickly took out 2 thin swords from their storage rings and stabbed at Lin Xian. The 2 swords were at a tricky angle, aiming directly at Lin Xian's vital points. Moreover, they were very fast. They even passed by the black-robed men from before. Who would have thought that these 2 frail girls were actually terrifying assassins? 2 cold lights flashed in the air, instantly slicing through the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly as countless white lightning surged out of his fist. The white lightning was very strange. It carried a cold and violent aura. It quickly formed a demonic beast in the air and pounced forward. In an instant, it enveloped the 2 maidservants. In the next moment, the power of lightning was released. It pierced through their bodies. Plop! Plop! 2 charred bodies fell to the ground, emitting the smell of barbecued meat. When the last black-robed martial artist saw this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly fled outside. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside him. With a kick, he split the man in half. In an instant, 8 black-robed martial artists and 2 assassins were killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was disgusting. Du Tianqing's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. His body began to tremble. Just like him, as a peak 8th heaven martial artist, he usually did not put anyone in his eyes, but the scene in front of him had deeply stimulated him. Those were 8 8th heaven supremacies. They were killed in an instant. This was something that he did not dare to imagine. Originally, he was very arrogant and thought that Lin Xian was inferior to him. However, it seemed that he was very wrong. Du Kong's expression was also very gloomy. Judging from Lin Xian's methods, his strength was definitely not inferior to a 9th heaven supremacy. It seemed that the rumors were true. I admit that you exceeded my expectations. But so what? We have set a trap today. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to escape. Where is the enforcement elder? Du Kong shouted coldly. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and 5 cold figures walked out. The auras of these 5 people were extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the black-robed cultivator from before. Their bodies exuded a violent aura, and their auras showed that they were 5 9th level supremacies. The 5 9th heaven venerables stood in the void like demon kings, firmly locking on to Lin Xian. To the sky, to the sky, to the ground, to be killed, 9th heaven to be. And the sky to sky. To the sky, to the sky. The sky to the sky, to the ground. Assassins. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, formations were activated. Dazzling inscriptions flickered, and the entire villa became a cage. Kill him. Do not leave him alive. Du Kong shouted coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless hidden weapons flashed with a cold light. They flew out of the sky and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. These hidden weapons were poisonous. If a martial artist below the 9th heaven supremacy was hit, he would die from the poison. Lin Xian sneered. He opened his fingers and stretched them forward. Then, countless lightning surged out from his fingertips. They formed a ball of lightning and surrounded him. Immediately, the hidden weapons that filled the sky all crashed into the lightning screen and started to spin inside it. He blocked all of them? The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. The darts that they had shot out were very terrifying. Even a 9th heaven supremacy would not be able to block them easily. However, the other party was able to easily block it. One had to admit that this was simply too unbelievable. However, this was not the end. The darts were all suspended in the air. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they flew in all directions at an even more violent speed. Pu Piu, in the next moment, the martial artists hidden in the darkness all screamed. They had all been hit by the darts and were poisoned. Just when everyone wanted to escape, those darts suddenly smashed open, and those injured martial artists were blown into pieces, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. It turned out that these darts had been injected with the power of lightning and were very powerful. Now that they exploded under Lin Xian's control, their power was terrifying. In an instant, dozens of martial artists died. You're courting death. Die, brat. The 5 Ninth Heaven Exalts were enraged when they saw this scene, and they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. These 5 people were too violent. Even a mid-Ninth Heaven Supremacy could not resist them when they joined forces, let alone Lin Xian. Thus, everyone thought that Lin Xian was really going to die this time. Ruffian Dragon, it's up to you, Lin Xian said solemnly. Don't worry, it's just a few Ninth Heaven Supremacies. I don't care about them. Anyway, I haven't exercised in a long time. I can play with them. The dark red dragon laughed strangely. Then, he flew out like a bolt of red lightning. Where did this snake come from? You dare to seek death? One of the 9th Heaven Supremacies laughed coldly and threw a punch at the dark red dragon. Crack crack, the sound of bones cracking rang out. In the next moment, that 9th Heaven Supremacy screamed. This was because his fist collided with the dark red dragon. However, he did not shatter it. Instead, it was like he had collided with a mountain. That terrifying rebounding force caused his entire palm to shatter. Foolish and ignorant human, you want to contend against this emperor with just this little bit of strength? You're really asking for death. The dark red dragon was like an old monster. He laughed strangely. Then, his body expanded, and he became a dragon that was dozens of feet long. He quickly trapped 3 of the 9th Heaven Supremacies. The remaining 2 quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Die, brat. Those 2 9th Heaven Supremacies attacked with ferocious roars. Although their 3 companions were blocked, the 2 of them were enough. This was because the 2 of them could fight against a mid-stage 9th Heaven Supremacy. Killing a 7th Heaven Supremacy was a piece of cake. Boom boom, 2 balls of energy surged out and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then, they quickly exploded. The void trembled, and a terrifying black hole was torn open. Countless waves of air surged, and the scene was very shocking. Meanwhile, the place where Lin Xian was at was drowned by the turbulence. Haha, die. In the distance, Du Tianqing saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. At the side, Du Kong also heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh whoosh, however, suddenly, countless sword chi flew out of the energy vortex and swept out in all directions, instantly slicing the turbulence in the sky. Then, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine? Everyone was stunned. Countless streaks of sword chi flew out from the energy whirlpool and sliced through the air. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine? Everyone was stunned. Impossible, this is impossible. Du Tianqing screamed. Du Tianqing was indeed stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was the combined attack of 2 9th Heaven Venerables. Its power was definitely terrifying and unimaginable, but Lin Xian seemed to be fine. It was as if the attack just now hadn't hit him at all. How could this be? How could he be unharmed? Even the 2 9th Heaven Venerables were stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and his lips curled up slightly. He was very happy because the Red Lotus armor that he had refined had played a role and blocked 70% of the attack. That was why he was unharmed. As expected of the Red Lotus armor, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was very excited. He was looking forward to how strong his defense would be if he refined the entire Red Lotus armor. Since the 2 of you have finished attacking, it's my turn now. Lin Xian released a powerful aura. Then, he quickly formed seals with his hands. You're asking for death? The 2 9th Heaven Venerables were furious. Although they didn't know how Lin Xian had dodged their attacks, they couldn't tolerate a 7th Heaven Venerables attacking them. Bloodthirsty Ghost Claw. Blood-sucking Blade. The 2 of them roared and used their ultimate techniques. A ghost claw that was 500 to 600 meters long slashed toward Lin Xian. Just the aftershock alone was enough to cause the entire void to crack open, let alone the terrifying consequences of being hit by it head-on. On the other side, a blood-colored blade shot into the sky as if it was going to cut the entire sky open. This was the furious attack of two Ninth Heaven Venerables. Its power was extremely terrifying. Faced with this shocking attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Then, Xianxia's huge body formed in the sky. As soon as it formed, it charged forward with a ferocious roar. Roar, a sound wave rushed out, forming a boundless killing intent. It rushed forward violently, resisting the blood-red ghost claw and shocking long blade. Rumble, the two collided, and the sky collapsed. Skyrock transformation. At the next moment, Lin Xian formed another seal. Another golden celestial pung appeared in the void, looking extremely awe-inspiring. The heavenly pung let out a long cry and swooped down, merging with Lin Xian's fist. Kill! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Like a god of death, he charged forward. Clang! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two of them. The golden heavenly pang's fist whistled as it smashed out. Ghost claws flashed in the sky, but they couldn't block it at all. Bei was instantly blasted apart. Crack crack, on top of that, ghost-clawed Venerable One's palm was also hit, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Damn it, how is this possible? He was terrified, not daring to believe this. That was because not only did his opponent blast away his ghost claw, he even shattered his fist. Retreat, this young fella's too strange. Ghost-clawed Venerable One dared not fight head-on, so it wanted to distance itself from Ouyang. You want to leave? Stay. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. His fingers formed claws like the sharp claws of a heavenly pung, and he grabbed ghost-clawed Venerable One's arm in a split second. Crack, with a forceful pull, ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm was directly torn off. White bones were exposed, and blood spurted out. The scene was shocking. Ah! Ghost-clawed Venerable One screamed in pain, and its face was hideous. Bloodsaber the Venerable One's face changed. He did not expect his opponent to injure ghost-clawed Venerable One in an instant. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm that was torn off quickly burned in Lin Xian's hand. In the end, not even ashes were left. On top of that, numerous black flames danced on Ouyangming's left hand, forming a black flame longsword. Sword light flickered as black sword chi soared into the sky and slashed toward Bloodsaber the Venerable One. Get lost. Bloodsaber the Venerable One was furious. He slashed 32 saber lights with his wild blood saber in a row. The demonic saber lights quickly crisscrossed in the air like a long red river, emitting monstrous killing intents. When the fearsome red saber lights came into contact with Lin Xian's black sword chi, they quickly evaporated and formed numerous red mists. In the end, the 32 saber lights evaporated completely without leaving a trace behind. This is impossible. Bloodsaber the Venerable One's face changed. When he saw the black sword chi that was slashing toward him, he quickly dodged. Even so, he could not avoid it at all. The sword chi formed by the black flames flickered in the air, then it split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the end, 64 black sword chis intertwined to form a sword net, which directly surrounded Bloodsaber the Venerable One. TSS, Bloodsaber the Venerable One could not dodge, so he could only take it head-on. He quickly formed 13 layers of defense and pushed the armor on his body with all his might, preparing to resist with all his might. Nonetheless, when the black sword light landed, the 13 layers of defense in front of him melted like snow and did not stop at all. What flame is this? How can it be so fearsome? Bloodsaber the Venerable One's eyes were filled with despair. He could only pin his hopes on the armor on his body because it was a half-Earth-grade treasure tool, and it had saved him many times. He hoped that this time, it could also block the fearsome flame sword chi. The half-Earth-grade treasure tool was indeed fearsome, and it resisted the sword net in the sky. Bloodsaber the Venerable One heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he screamed in pain. This was because the horrifying high temperature directly passed through the half-Earth-grade treasure and burned his body. Crackle! Crackle! The black flames burned like the fire of hell, emitting a gloomy light. Soon, Bloodsaber the Venerable One was burned into ashes, leaving only his half-earth grade armor. Looking at the armor that was burned full of holes, everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of flame was it? How could it be so fearsome that even a ninth heaven Venerable One could not resist it? On the other side, Ghostclawed the Venerable One was completely dumbfounded. As compared to Bloodsaber the Venerable One, he only lost an arm. He dared not attack again, so he turned and fled. On the other hand, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He pulled out his Lone Star Sword and performed the Star Sword technique. Countless sword cheese gathered in the sky at once, forming stars that quickly fell. One of them directly enveloped Ghostclawed the Venerable One and smashed his body into the ground, forming a bottomless abyss. In an instant, 2 ninth heaven venerables were killed. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Grandpa. In the distance, Du Tianqing's body trembled, and he stuttered, "Why don't we run?" Du Kong also took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also frightened. Although he was a ninth heaven Venerable One, he could not kill 2 ninth heaven venerables so easily. Moreover, looking at Lin Xian, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. "Tianqing, retreat first and spread the news. Ask young Master Ling Feng to send more people," Du Kong said in a deep voice. "Okay." Du Tianqing was already scared out of his wits. When he heard this, he immediately rushed into the sky. But soon, he came back crying. "It's sealed? How is that possible? This villa has a total of 3 layers of formations. Did you not activate all of them?" Du Kong asked with a frown. "No, grandfather. I've already activated all of them, but there's an unfamiliar formation outside. It's not ours at all. Moreover, that formation is very mysterious. I can't open it at all." "There's another formation?" Du Kong's expression changed drastically. Could it be that kid who set it up? Thinking of this, he soared into the sky, wanting to give it a try. Sure enough, after the 3rd layer of formations, he encountered the 4th layer of formations. Du Kong's eyes shone brightly as he roared furiously. His fist was like a divine thunderhammer as it rapidly bombarded the top. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire villa shook. However, the 4th formation flickered with light, and no cracks appeared. Du Kong didn't believe it. His body moved like lightning as he quickly searched in all directions. In the end, he discovered that the entire villa was completely sealed, and there was no way out at all. Not to mention Du Tianqing, even he couldn't break it open. Damn it! How is this possible? Actually, he didn't know that this formation was set up by the dark red divine dragon. With their strength and cultivation, they couldn't break it at all. In other words, this villa had indeed become a heaven and earth cage. However, it wasn't Lin Xian that was trapped, but Du Kong and the others. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. "Everyone, attack with all your strength. You must kill him," Du Kong quickly ordered. At the same time, he took out 3 spirit talismans from his storage ring and quickly burned them. These were 3 voice transmission spirit talismans that could summon 3 middle stage 9th heaven supremacies nearby. Those 3 were stronger than him, and he had left them nearby as a precaution. He didn't expect that they would really come in handy now. In the villa, all the cultivators knew that their way out was sealed. They could only leave if they killed the young man in front of them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone became crazy. "Kill him." All the cultivators attacked crazily. Hidden weapons, sword light, saber light, and palm shadows all rushed toward Lin Xian. Among them, 3 figures were very powerful. They were actually 9th heaven supremacies. With the 5 from before and the 3 now, there was a total of 8 9th heaven venerables, and 1 9th heaven venerables in the middle stage. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful, and could kill anyone. He could even kill 2 mid-9th layer martial highnesses, let alone a 7th layer martial highness realm brat. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. However, no matter how Sir Ling Feng calculated, he still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to easily kill an early stage 9th stage venerable, which led to the current situation. Use the blood explosion talisman. In the darkness, the 3 9th level venerables didn't attack. Instead, they led the other 7th and 8th level venerables to attack from afar. Immediately, many venerables took out spirit talismans from their storage rings, bit their fingers, and poured a small bowl of blood into them. Those talismans turned blood red and released a monstrous killing intent. Then, these blood explosion talismans were tied to the hidden weapons and quickly flew over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of rays of light flickered in the air, like the eyes of demons, incomparably scarlet. In an instant, countless hidden weapons with incomparably violent blood explosion talismans pierced towards Lin Xian. Looking at the sky full of blood explosion talismans, Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword behind him, and a sharp sword chi instantly erupted. Countless black flames wrapped around the long sword, forming mysterious patterns that emitted a terrifying temperature. Moreover, the sword let out a low dragon roar, as if the entire longsword was about to transform into a giant dragon. Kill! Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed forward. The wind whistled, and the sword chi was like a dragon, accompanied by countless black flames. In the next moment, the surrounding blood explosion talismans and hidden weapons burned rapidly because they were swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. The terrifying temperature directly burned the blood explosion talismans. The hidden weapons and blood explosion talismans in front of him also disappeared in an instant. Not only that, those cultivators also let out ear-piercing screams. In front of him, the cultivators screamed as black flames quickly rose from their bodies and burned fiercely. Almost instantly, they were burned to ashes. Lin Xian held the longsword in his hand, and his black hair fluttered. His body exuded a sharp killing intent, and countless black flames rose from under his feet as if they were worshipping him. He was like the god of death as he walked forward. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. That sword just now had killed more than 100 people, and a large area of empty space appeared in the matter. The remaining people were all trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. No. I don't want to die. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and screamed. This fear was like a plague, spreading rapidly. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. However, the entire manor was sealed, so where could they escape to? Lin Xian let out a low roar and unleashed his ice and fire dual martial souls. Instantly, those fleeing cultivators froze, and countless ice spikes drilled out of their bodies while the surface of their bodies burned rapidly. In an instant, everyone was killed. No. This can't be real. In the distance, Du Tianqing screamed, and his face was extremely pale. Meanwhile, the expressions of Du Kong and the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies who were fighting with the dark red dragon changed drastically. Especially the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies, they quickly retreated, not daring to fight anymore. Elder Kong, what should we do? The three of them asked anxiously. Fight. Otherwise, only death awaits. Du Kong's expression was ferocious. We still have people, we still have hope. Furthermore, the 3 senior brothers are still on the way and will arrive soon. By then, the 4 Ninth Heaven Supremacies wouldn't be afraid of him, but we can't stop him at all. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies shook their heads with fear in their eyes. Even if we can't stop him, we have to stop him. As long as we can delay him a little more, we can win. Otherwise, we will all die, Du Kong said in a low voice. This time, we have gathered the strength of the 8 great families. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Indeed, the 8 great families under Prince Ling Feng had sent out elite cultivators this time, and there were still many of them in the matter. However, those are all our hard work. If we die here, our 8 great families will be finished. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies couldn't bear it. You're wrong. If we die, it will be the real end. Du Kong didn't have any emotions. As long as we don't die, the 8 great families can be reformed. Alright, tell them to come out, I understand. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies said. However, they still need some time to come out. Du Kong nodded. Let the weaponry refinement team go first. The Blood Demon team and Half Demon team quickly recover. Yes, the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies agreed. Then, with a flash, they flew into the depths of the manor. Lin Xian held his sword and watched silently. He didn't stop them. This was because he was here to eliminate the source of the problem. Only when those people took out all their hidden strength would he be able to make a move. Otherwise, if he kept them alive, they would be a disaster in the future. Clang, clang. Clang, rumble. The sound of metal clanging resounded in the villa, followed by the ground trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A group of about 50 martial artists appeared in front of him. These people had cold expressions, and their faces had a metallic luster, as if they were not real humans, but metal men. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet such martial artists. Beside him, the dark red dragon frowned. Weapon fusion body refinement? What? Lin Xian did not understand. There is an ancient lost art that can fuse weapons into one's body and cultivate it into an extremely powerful divine ability. You mean these people all have ancient cultivation methods and have cultivated it? Lin Xian was astonished. You succeeded? How is that possible? That kind of cultivation method has been lost, and the requirements for martial artists are very high. Ordinary martial artists can't cultivate it at all. These people probably only heard of the legend of weapon fusion body refinement, but the method is wrong. The dark red dragon shook his head. These people must have forcibly fused weapons into their bodies. It is very dangerous and the process is very cruel. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian also understood that these people in front of him must have cultivated an evil art. These people were really crazy. In order to pursue greater power, they did not hesitate to use such a self-harming method. In front, 50 metal martial artists rushed over quickly like a sharp sword. Soon, these people divided into 5 teams of 10 people and rushed over from different directions. The martial artists in the first team spread out their arms, and there were blades on their arms. Thinking about it, these people must have fused their weapons into their arms. The 10 people were very fast, and in an instant, they were in front of Lin Xian. The arms that had fused with their weapons quickly blasted out, wanting to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist, accompanied by countless lightning, quickly rampaging. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out as he collided with a martial artist who had fused with a giant hammer. Suddenly, the whole space shook, and the ear-piercing roar made many people bleed from their ears. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning, and he was as still as a mountain. The martial artist opposite him took dozens of steps back, and the whole ground was stepped into a ditch. However, his arm was not broken. Lin Xian was also very surprised. As expected of an arm that had fused with a weapon, it was indeed powerful. Compared to martial artists of the same level, it was a whole realm stronger. No wonder these people did not hesitate to harm their own bodies and use such a cruel method. When they saw this scene, Du Kong and Du Tianqing in the distance were overjoyed as well. They realized that they seemed to have found a way to deal with Lin Xian. At least these people weren't instantly killed like before. Go, go. Kill him. Du Kong roared madly. Immediately, the 50 metal warriors received the order, and their figures flashed like lightning, attacking once again. The first squad was like a sharp knife, rushing to the forefront. Giant hammers, sabers, swords, spears, all sorts of strange weapons appeared on the arms of these people. They flashed with a cold light and fiercely attacked Lin Xian. The second team launched a sneak attack from behind. These people had fused their legs together. With a kick, saber light and sword shadows appeared. The legs of those martial artists were like heavenly sabers. They were incomparably sharp and easily cut open the void. Squad 3, Squad 4, and Squad 5, keep up. Some of these people had fused half of their bodies. Some had completely fused, forming metal people. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Even a 9th Heaven Venerable would probably find it difficult to escape unscathed when faced with such a terrifying attack. Lin Xian stood in place and did not move. A cold smile appeared on his face. If it were anyone else, they would probably be helpless in this situation. Because the other party's body was really too tough, they could not blast it open at all. However, he was different. He had a way to deal with these people. No matter how strong you are only metal. You will also melt in the face of fierce fire. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and a ball of black flames appeared in his palm. Indeed, Lin Xian had terrifying black flames that could restrain metal. As expected, when the black flames appeared, those metal warriors trembled. Many of them looked terrified. Faced with the black flames, they instinctively felt a kind of fear. "Don't retreat, all of you, attack. Although he has flames, he might not be able to restrain us," someone shouted. Hearing this, a trace of madness appeared in these people's eyes. With a roar, they quickly charged over like wild beasts. "Stubborn!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He slapped out with his palm, and immediately, a large palm of black flames appeared. This black flame came from the heavenly netherbird's origin flame. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Xian had refined it into a martial soul, so it was even stronger. When it appeared, the entire space became distorted. The first team was even more fiercely attacked. Their arms began to melt under the high temperature. Soon, their hands that had fused with their weapons turned into a ball of molten metal that dripped onto the ground. The metal warriors of the first team let out ear-piercing screams. There was no helping it. It was too painful. Could you imagine the feeling of having your arms melt? They were now suffering this kind of torment. These metal warriors originally had this kind of flaw. If they encountered extremely strong flames, they would not be able to resist at all. However, when they had chosen this path, they had thought that they would be lucky. There were very few such flames in the world. Furthermore, as long as it was not a king-level flame, they would not be afraid at all. However, how could they have known that Lin Xian's flames came from an ancient peerless demonic beast? It was even more terrifying than a king-level flame. Therefore, they had no way of resisting this kind of black flame at all. The large black palm was like a bulldozer that pushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the metal warriors of the first team melted. In an instant, the threat in front of Lin Xian was eliminated. However, at this time, the people of the second team had already charged over. Demonic Blade Kick, Ghost Fire 18 Kicks, Wind Cloud Divine Kick, the shadows of the kicks flashed like heavenly blades and divine swords. They were extremely sharp. If an 8th Heaven Venerable Realm was hit by this attack, he would probably explode immediately. Lin Xian sneered. Without even turning his head, he slapped out with his palm. Suddenly, a black fire dragon flew out from his palm and roared as it circled around. The metal warriors of the second team were instantly enveloped by the black dragon. They let out miserable cries. Their attacks were all burned in the air and then melted. Not only that, but 2 black spears appeared in Lin Xian's palms. They burned fiercely and quickly pierced towards the left and right. The spears were extremely sharp and carried a scorching heat. It was as if the fire god had descended to the world. They instantly pierced through the third and fourth teams. As for the fifth team, Lin Xian glanced at them. Then, black flames appeared all over their bodies. Soon, the 5 teams of the weaponry refinement team were all wiped out. Who? Whoosh! 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 Black flames danced on the ground, burning fiercely. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the weaponry refinement team were nowhere to be seen. Not even their corpses were left behind. This scene was too terrifying. The weaponry refinement team that had been roaring furiously and filled with killing intent a second ago actually had nothing left behind. For a moment, the entire villa was empty. Seeing this scene, Du Tianqing and Du Kong both felt their scalps go numb. Especially Du Kong, who was even more terrified. This was because he knew the power of the weaponry refinement team. They were definitely extremely powerful. Even a 9th Heaven Venerable could not kill them. Those people were formed by the 8 great clans after spending a lot of effort. Back then, a total of 5,000 people had participated in this experiment, but in the end, only 50 people had succeeded. It could be said that this was their secret weapon. Now that they had used it to deal with Lin Xian, it should be very effective. However, who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? Where are the Blood Demon team and Half-Beast team? Du Kong roared furiously, his eyes filled with fear. He had to delay Lin Xian and wait for the other 3 9th Heaven Venerables to arrive. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. Elder Kong, the Blood Demon team and Half-Beast team have not fully recovered yet. The 9th Heaven Venerable broke out in cold sweat. We can't wait any longer. Let them go quickly. We must stop them. Yes, I understand. The ninth heaven venerable gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. Then, he turned around and left quickly like a ghost. Not long after, the ground in front of them suddenly flashed brightly. Two huge hexagram arrays quickly appeared. Then, two groups of people appeared in the light. Transportation array. Looks like some strange fellows have come out again. The dark red dragon looked forward with anticipation. The dazzling light quickly disappeared, and finally, two groups of cultivators appeared on the ground. This time, there were fewer people. There were only about 30 people on each side. In total, there were about 60 people. However, their auras were even more violent than the weaponry refinement team from before. The 30 people on the left were extremely strange. Their bodies were glowing red. If one looked closely, they would realize that it was blood flowing. They were all like blood men. Their cold eyes were extremely red, and they were filled with killing intent. They looked like a group of killing gods. Thinking about it, this should be the blood demon team that Du Kong was talking about. Looking at the killing intent on these people, they should have killed at least 10,000 people. Not only that, their blood seemed to have been stimulated by a secret technique, forming a special energy. However, this method of squeezing out the body's potential meant that these martial artists would not live for long. Being able to live for 10 years was already very heaven-defying. The dark red dragon god had a look of disdain on its face. It was very opposed to this method of extracting energy. Then, it turned its gaze to the people on the right. F*CK, what is this? The group of warriors on the right was even weirder. Some of them had a pair of wings on their backs, some had scales on their bodies, and some had parts of demonic beasts. This was the last group, the half-demon group. What the hell are they? They're neither human nor demon. They're neither fish nor fowl. These guys are really courting death. The dark red dragon shook its head. This should be their final secret weapon, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the blood demons and half-fiends. It seems that in order to obtain great power, they have already turned into demons. This is not something a martial artist would do. Since it's something that shouldn't exist in this world, let it disappear. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. At the front, the blood demons and half-fiends quickly recovered after receiving the order. The eyes of the blood demons on the left exploded with a terrifying red light. Their killing intent was incomparable, as if they had gone crazy. The blood-red killing intent was agitated and shrouded the entire sky. In an instant, the entire manor was dyed blood-red. The 30 people at the front all had materialized killing intent. Then, they soared into the sky and charged at Lin Xian quickly. Killing intent? You're not qualified. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Then, his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Blood Sword Massacre Inheritance, activate. A violent energy instantly exploded from his body. Blood-red sword aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body and quickly covered the surroundings, forming a sea of blood. 2 rays of blood-red light appeared in his cold eyes. Not only that, his black hair danced in the wind and was also dyed blood-red. A shocking and violent killing intent exploded from Lin Xian's body. It swept through heaven and earth, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. If the killing intent of the 30 people at the front were rivers and lakes, then Lin Xian's was a vast ocean, a vast starry sky, boundless and endless. The two were not even on the same level. What? How is this possible? How can he have such a terrifying killing intent? In the distance, Du Kong and the other 9th heaven supremacies were all stunned. How many people did he have to kill to form such a violent killing intent? 100,000? 1 million? Or 10,000,000? They did not dare to believe that a 20-year-old martial artist could kill so many people. How could they know that the reason Lin Xian could display such a violent killing intent was entirely because of the Blood Sword Massacre inheritance? That was the inheritance of a king. It was definitely not something that they could imagine. In front, the 30 cultivators of the Blood Demon group also sensed Lin Xian's aura. Instantly, they trembled uneasily. The killing intent on their bodies also became chaotic and uneasy. Facing Lin Xian, they were no longer charging forward crazily. Instead, they were like trembling kittens. They did not have any resistance at all. Oh no, the consciousness of the blood demon group is about to collapse. Behind them, a ninth heaven supremacy's expression changed drastically. In the next instant, he took out a blood-red bell. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and he shook it rapidly. Dang, 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 strange syllables were heard. When the blood demons heard this, they instantly went crazy. Their trembling bodies also returned to normal. However, the aura on their bodies became even more violent. The veins in their eyes were also so thick that they could not be removed. If an outsider saw this, they would know that these people had completely gone crazy. Attack! The 30 figures were like suicide soldiers who did not care about their lives as they quickly charged forward. Even if they had to self-destruct, they had to kill this young man in front of them. Lin Xian's invitation was even more arrogant. It was as if he had been reborn. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red longsword condensed in front of him. Blood-splitting sky, with a swing of the sword, an unparalleled sword light surged rapidly. It was like a blood-red rainbow that instantly enveloped the 30 people in front of him. Wherever the sword light passed, countless demonic sounds and ghostly howls could be heard. It made one's scalp go numb. At this moment, the entire 30 feet area seemed to have turned into a hellish battlefield. Bang! The blood-red sword light slashed down, and the 30 blood demon cultivators in front of him quickly exploded like dazzling fireworks. One sword, and the blood demon group was annihilated. No. This can't be real. Dream, I must be dreaming. Seeing this scene, Du Kong and the rest went crazy. Du Tianqing even knelt on the ground, trembling, and kept fiddling with his hair. In fact, the other party's killing aura had directly destroyed his mind. He could not resist at all. He could only kneel here and tremble. Below, the half-demon cultivators also went crazy and roared anxiously. They did not even need to wait for orders. They had already charged forward crazily. Just now, Lin Xian's blood-red killing sword aura had already destroyed their minds. Now, they were already in a state of madness. They did not know what danger was at all. That was why they had charged forward crazily. Meanwhile, Lin Xian floated in midair. The blood sea and blood sword around him had not disappeared. Not only that, but they had become even clearer. They even emitted a pungent smell of blood. Today, I'll let you see what a real killing aura is. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not put away the blood sword massacre inheritance. Instead, he used it to the extreme. Dressed in a black robe, his blood-red hair fluttered. Lin Xian held a sword in his hand. He was like a god of death. The boundless blood sea surged in the air, emitting a sound that made one's soul tremble. Bloodthirsty demonic sword, first sword, spirit slaughter. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His killing aura had materialized. His arrogant aura was like a volcano, causing the entire mountain villa to tremble. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a demon. The boundless blood sea surged in the sky, dyeing the entire mountain villa red. 8 streaks of blood-red sword aura slashed out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. The ground split open, and houses collapsed. It was a mess. The 30 half-demon cultivators were also turned into a bloody mist by the 8 streaks of sword aura. At this moment, nothing could stop Lin Xian. Seeing this, the 3 ninth heaven venerables' expressions changed drastically. Du Kong's face was even paler, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, dead. They were all dead. What did he spend? The elites that he had nurtured for decades had all died in this battle. He could not accept this at all. Not only that, but the more serious thing was that the entire mountain villa was now sealed. They could not escape at all. As expected, Lin Xian's second sword was aimed at these ninth heaven venerables. Bloodthirsty demon sword, second sword, slaughtering wind. It was another blood-red sword chi. Wherever it passed, a blood-red gust of wind blew through the entire matter. 4 blood-red hurricanes connected heaven and earth, as if a demon king was walking in the human world. These 4 tornadoes charged towards the 3 ninth heaven venerables and Du Kong respectively. That blood-red hurricane was simply too violent. It contained an invincible aura, as well as blood-red slaughter sword chi. Coupled with the fact that these people had been scared out of their wits by Lin Xian, there was no way they could fight back. Pung pung pung, not long after, the 3 ninth-level venerables were enveloped by the blood-colored hurricane. Although they did their best to resist, the blood-red hurricane gave off countless resplendent sword lights. They were too terrifying and instantly cut these people apart. A gust of wind blew past, and the 3 powerful ninth heaven venerables were reduced to a pile of minced meat. As for the 4th blood-red hurricane, it quickly flew towards Du Kong. Even Du Kong, who was a mid-stage 9th heaven venerable, felt his scalp go numb at this moment. This was because this aura was really too wild. Under normal circumstances, Du Kong would not be afraid. However, this hurricane was unleashed by Lin Xian in an extremely frenzied state. Furthermore, it contained the blood energy of those dead cultivators. He did not dare to resist at all. However, the surrounding paths were all sealed. "Grandfather, do something. Quickly do something. I don't want to die." At the side, Du Tianxing was so scared that he wet his pants. His handsome face was extremely pale. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance from before. He was like a lowly ant. However, Du Kong was silent. As he looked at the blood-red hurricane that was getting closer and closer, he made up his mind, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. His hand was like a ghost claw, and it was as fast as lightning as it grabbed Du Tianxing. Du Tianxing immediately screamed in pain. This was because that hand had already sunk into his flesh, bringing forth a large amount of blood. "Ah! Grandfather, you..." Du Tianxing was both shocked and frightened. He did not know what to do. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Du Tianxing did not believe that his grandfather would kill him with his own hands. However, he did not know this now. The pile of blood quickly condensed in front of Du Kong, forming a fist-sized blood-red ball of light. Then, Du Kong slapped it out. Boom, the blood-red ball of light was formed by Du Kong using a secret method. It was very strange. It required the body of a cultivator as the raw material, so he killed Du Tianxing. The ball of light was like a blood-red moon, flying quickly. Then, it hit the hurricane, causing a tremor like today. The hurricane swept through, and blood filled the air. The entire villa was completely shrouded in it. When everything disappeared, a bottomless pit appeared in front of them, as if it was connected to the netherworld. The 3 arrays that had been set up in the villa were also shattered by the explosion, leaving only the dark red dragon array that was still standing. Du Kong escaped with his life with the help of the blood-red ball of light. He hid at the side and kept panting. Looking at the scene before him, Du Kong's face was extremely pale. His heart was bleeding. This was the secret villa that he had painstakingly built to cultivate elites for the 8 great families. Now, everything was destroyed. There was nothing left. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 100 years. He knew that everything was caused by this abominable kid in front of him. It was this kid who destroyed the 8 great families with his own hands. Anger rose in Du Kong's heart. It was like a raging fire burning in his body. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. The anger in his body retreated quickly as if it had encountered ice. Even Du Kong's body began to tremble. This was because he saw Lin Xian walking towards him. In the distance, Lin Xian held a blood-red sword in his hand. Behind him, there was an endless sea of blood. Step by step, he walked towards him. With every step Lin Xian took, Du Kong's heart sank. In the end, he rolled and crawled away into the distance. "Stop. You can't kill me." Du Kong began to beg for mercy. "Can't kill you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Give me a reason not to kill you. If you kill me, young Master Ling Feng won't let you go." "Idiot." Lin Xian was disdainful. He slowly raised the blood-red sword in his hand. "Don't do it. Don't kill me. I know a lot of secrets about young Master Ling Feng and the Duan family. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Seeing that his threats were useless, Du Kong immediately changed his strategy. He wanted to use his value to exchange for a way out. "You're not even a member of the Duan family. What secrets do you know? I'm afraid you can't even enter the Duan family's core circle." Lin Xian sneered. "Stop struggling. I'll send you on your way. After saying that, Lin Xian raised the blood-red sword and was about to slash forward. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky. Kid, let go of Elder Kong quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. This voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding from above. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look forward. On the other hand, Du Kong on the ground was ecstatic. 3 powerful auras came from the void above. They were extremely violent and made one's heart tremble. 3 mid-stage 9th heaven venerables. Lin Xian frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon also snorted. I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive. Kid, be careful. They seem to have a precious weapon in their hands that can break through the last formation. Treasure? Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked up. Indeed, in the next moment, a blue pagoda suddenly enlarged and smashed downwards like a giant mountain. Boom! Boom, boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a huge crack appeared on the last array. Then, the 3 ninth heaven venerables controlled the blue pagoda again and widened the crack. In the end, the entire array was split into 2. Swoosh! Swoosh, 3 figures with powerful auras descended quickly. Lin Xian held his sword and sneered as he looked at the 3 of them. In front of him was a middle-aged man in a black robe and an old woman in a red robe with a walking stick. The last one was bald and had poisonous snakes crawling all over his body. The 3 of them had powerful auras, and they were like 3 mountains standing there. Behind them, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. Sky Snake Venerable, Red Flower Granny, Taoist Monk Mu, save me! Du Kong shouted crazily. Elder Du, don't worry. We will definitely ensure your safety. The bald Sky Snake Venerable said in a deep voice. Yes, not only that, we will also kill this kid. The middle-aged man in black, Taoist Monk Mu, was also filled with killing intent. Facing the 3 arrogant people, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at the blue pagoda in Red Flower Granny's hand. A fragment of an Earth-stage treasure. No wonder it has such power to break the array. Lin Xian muttered and nodded slightly. Humph. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Since you know the power of the treasure, I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps this way, you can leave a complete corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for tearing you into pieces. Red Flower Granny snorted with a sinister smile. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. His eyes were like lightning as he slowly scanned the crowd. Looks like you guys should be the last reinforcements. Since that's the case, let's end it. Arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to escape today. Angry shouts rang out one after another. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. His entire body was surrounded by lightning and black flames. His entire being was like a god of war, unstoppable. He fused the blood-colored light sword in his hand with the Lone Star sword, and then drew a strange trajectory in the air. Blood-red sword chi, purplish-white lightning, black flames, frost, sword soul. Streaks of terrifying power were unleashed as the Lone Star sword danced through the air. Subsequently, 5 gigantic heavenly swords formed in the sky. Gale Lightning Sword, 5 Sword Gods and Demons Annihilation. Lin Xian performed the Gale Lightning Sword technique in the face of 4 mid-stage 9th tier martial supremacies and close to 100 assassins. Furthermore, it was the final form of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. 5 gigantic heavenly swords appeared in the air. One of them was blood-red in color. With a monstrous killing aura, it slashed towards the 100 martial artists in the distance. Boom, as the sword landed, the ground caved in and the void shattered. The violent killing aura immediately shrouded the 100 martial artists. Screams rang out one after another. Countless people struggled in a frenzy, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, they were all turned into blood mist by the gigantic sword and no longer existed. In an instant, the 100 martial artists were all annihilated. What? Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma had just arrived and had not seen Lin Xian's previous combat strength. Hence, when they saw this scene, their eyelids twitched violently. How could it be? There were hundreds of elites and countless experts. Even they could not kill them in one move. However, the young man in front of them did it. This gave them a bad premonition. The three of you, this brat is extremely powerful. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and attack together. Dukong roared in a frenzy to remind everyone. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other two gasped when they heard that. Then, an incomparable killing intent erupted from their bodies. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other two quickly attacked. Tens of thousands of snakes ran around Sky Snake Supremacy's body and formed a huge flying python that charged forward quickly. Safflower Grandma activated the blue pagoda in her hand and shot out a dazzling light shadow. The power was extremely terrifying and caused the entire void to crack. Taoist Priest Mu moved like a ghost. The black longsword in his hand was as fast as lightning as it pierced toward Lin Xian's back. Dukong, who was on the ground, also roared in rage. He unleashed a violent power and waved his fists to attack Lin Xian. In an instant, the four top experts attacked together. They were determined to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air. He had an extremely arrogant smile on his face. The aura on his body was as sharp as a peerless divine sword. Let's fight. Today, the four of you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud dragon roar rang out from his body. The four gigantic swords in the sky slashed down even faster. A gigantic black sword, which carried countless black flames, like the fire of hell, slashed toward Dukong. A gigantic blue sword, which was releasing endless chilliness, froze the void wherever it passed. It quickly pierced toward Taoist Priest Mu. A purple-white lightning sword, which had an extremely violent aura, pierced through the void and swept toward Sky Snake Supremacy. The last gigantic sword, which was extremely simple, had a faint dragon shadow on it. It was as if a gigantic dragon had pierced through the void and slashed toward Safflower Grandma. In an instant, thunder roared and the wind howled. It was like a scene of destruction. Puff! Puff! Clang! Clang! Ah! The fist shadow of Dukong evaporated in an instant. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half by the black flame sword. His corpse was burned clean, leaving no trace behind. In the void, the gigantic flying snake shadow was pierced through by countless lightning bolts. It screamed and collapsed. Sky Snake Supremacy was scorched black. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The blue ice sword released endless power of ice, which instantly froze Taoist Priest Mu into an ice sculpture. Then, it shattered into countless pieces. The last gigantic sword, which was in the shape of a dragon, emitted a killing intent that could pierce through heaven and earth. It went straight for Safflower Grandma. In an instant, Safflower Grandma was scared out of her wits. She bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blue pagoda, frantically activating it. The blue pagoda enlarged like a huge blue mountain, enveloping her. Clang! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The entire void cracked. Safflower Grandma and the blue pagoda were both sent flying. The four gigantic swords fell. Dukong and Muluoran died on the spot. Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma were also seriously injured. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Tianwu continent. Four venerables in the middle stage of the 9th level fought Lin Xian, but the result was 2 dead and 2 injured. This was too unbelievable. No. This is impossible. How can you have such powerful combat strength? No. This is impossible. How can you have such powerful battle prowess? The surviving Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma went crazy in disbelief. Before they came, they were full of confidence and thought that their plan was flawless. They would definitely be able to eliminate Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the current situation. You're not human. You're a demon, a demon. They were indeed crazy. Even a late-stage 9th heaven supremacy would not be able to have such terrifying power. Stupid. Ignorant. Lin Xian spat. Then, he flicked out 2 void-shattering fingers, instantly piercing through Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma's heads. Plop. Plop, their eyes widened. Before they fell, they were already dead. Even in death, they could not believe that they had been killed so easily. For top experts, 9 ninth heaven supremacies, and hundreds of elite cultivators had been completely annihilated. How terrifying was this young man before them? He could actually fight against the 8 great clans and even kill countless experts. How old was he? He was only 20 years old. Yet, he already had such battle prowess. Perhaps even the kings of the continent could not have such achievements back then. It's over. Lin Xian put away the Lone Star sword and turned to walk outside. When he and the dark red dragon walked out of the villa behind them suddenly burned. Countless black flames swallowed the entire villa like demons. When Lin Xian disappeared in the sky, the entire Nanshan city was shaken. Actually, the experts in the city had already felt the violent energy earlier. However, that energy was too powerful, and they did not dare to go near for fear of being affected. When the force weakened, many experts nearby went to check it out. Then, they were all dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. There was a huge, deep pit in front of them. It covered a radius of 100 miles and was unfathomably deep. The originally majestic villa was gone. Not only the entire Nanshan city, but experts from the nearby cities also flew over. This was because the impact of the previous battle had spread very far. Ordinary cultivators were only shocked by the terrifying pit. However, those experts' eyes widened, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this was where the great clans gathered. Countless elites were gathered. However, at this moment, it was actually destroyed. This was definitely a huge matter, and the Duan clan would probably be incomparably furious. One had to know that the Duan clan's current situation was extremely bad. They were often assassinated, but now, their secret location had actually been destroyed. Who did this? Killing so many people should be enough to exchange for a longevity pill, right? Many people were extremely excited when they heard the news. When this news reached the Duan clan, everyone in the Duan clan was shocked. They couldn't believe that so many elite martial artists and absolute experts couldn't kill a 7th level venerable. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that brat survive? What was going on? Tell me. Young Master Ling Feng roared in anger. The martial artists under him were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. Young Master, we really don't know. The entire manor is suspected to have been leveled, and not a single trace was left behind. I'm guessing that brat must have brought a large number of 9th heaven venerables with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the entire manor. Yes, that must be it. We were careless this time. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Trash, a bunch of trash. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never suffered such a loss before. Send people to investigate. We must find out the brat's whereabouts. If you find out that he's alone, inform me immediately. He was really mad. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find Lin Xian now, he would definitely bring the Duan clan's men and kill them immediately. Not only the Duan clan, but all the top forces and king clans of the Tianwu continent were shocked when they heard the news. Now, the conflict between the Duan clan and Lin Xian was very intense. This was something that everyone knew. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian because the Duan clan was too powerful. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would use 5 longevity pills and cause the Duan clan to fall into an extremely passive situation? Bhutan was already like this, and now there was even news that Lin Xian had destroyed a secret base of the Duan family. This was simply too shocking. On the other side, after Lin Xian left Nanshan City, he didn't return to the Immortal Martial Academy immediately. Instead, he flew to a large forest nearby. Because he wanted to get rid of the killing intent on his body. Previously, during the battle with the 8 great clans, Lin Xian used the blood-colored slaughter sword intent. He was like a god of death, abnormally fierce. The effect of that battle strength was very shocking. However, this killing intent was very fierce, and it would take some time to completely disperse. If he couldn't disperse this killing intent, it would probably affect Lin Xian's mind, and no one would be able to get close to him. In the vast forest, Lin Xian walked slowly. Everywhere he passed, countless trees and rocks were all broken. This wasn't done by Lin Xian at all. It was the effect of the killing intent on his body. Now, martial artists below the 9th heavenly layer wouldn't even dare to get close to him. And Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit to maintain absolute clarity and avoid being affected by the killing intent. Gradually, the blood-colored light in his eyes disappeared. His blood-red hair also gradually returned to normal. The killing intent on his body was weakening bit by bit. 3 days later, Lin Xian returned to normal. It had to be said that the blood-colored killing intent was too terrifying. It was only because he had the great dragon sword spirit that he could maintain his clarity of mind at all times. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. It was hard to imagine how the blood sword monarch had maintained so much blood-colored killing intent back then. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. It's nothing. Kings have their own domains. Thinking about it, the blood sword monarch should have stored all the killing intent in his domain. That's why he could maintain absolute clarity of mind. The dark red dragon explained, a king's domain can be said to have endless magical uses and is very mysterious. When you step into this realm in the future, you'll understand. King's domain? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, his current cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer. He was still far from the king realm. Under normal circumstances, for a 7th heavenly layer venerable to cultivate to the king realm, even if he was a genius, it would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, this was the case if there was no fortuitous encounter. If there was a fortuitous encounter, it would allow one's cultivation to increase in a short period of time. However, this kind of fortuitous encounter couldn't be sought. Some people might not even encounter it in their entire lives. Lin Xian wouldn't place his hopes on such a faintly discernible fortuitous encounter. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer, his great dragon sword spirit had already reached the 8th heavenly layer. Moreover, it was at the peak. It wouldn't be long before it broke through to the 9th heavenly layer. Ruffian dragon, if my sword spirit breaks through to the king realm in advance, will I be able to condense a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This? Ruffian dragon, if my sword soul breaks through to the king realm, will I be able to form a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This? The dragon rubbed its chin and fell into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Xian's situation was quite special. His sword soul was actually able to surpass his cultivation. Theoretically, it should be possible. However, I don't know if you'll be able to control it. The dragon said. Can I? Lin Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, then he would be a huge step away from the king realm. He only needed to find enough energy to awaken the great dragon sword soul. Once the king's domain was formed, Lin Xian believed that as long as he could control the great dragon sword soul, he would be able to control the king's domain. At that time, he would be able to control the king's domain. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go back to the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he turned into a ray of sword light that soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Immortal Martial Academy, Starpoint Peak. This was Lin Xian's new residence. At this moment, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Yu Fei, and the others were waiting anxiously. What do you want me to say? How can you let the young lord go to such a dangerous place alone? The 9th Elder looked at Yu Fei and the others and shook his head. That's enough. These people can't control what the young lord wants to do. Don't scold them. The news has already spread. The young lord is fine, and the Duan clan's manor was completely destroyed. The 10th Elder persuaded. As for Yu Fei and the others, they were covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, a ray of sword light flashed in the sky and landed on the Starpoint Peak. Brother Xian. Yu Fei and the others were overjoyed. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Young lord, you're finally back. Young lord, if you didn't come back, the 9th Elder would have eaten all of them. The 10th Elder laughed. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Lin Xian briefly explained the situation, but it still made everyone's heart palpitate. Oh right, 9th Elder, why did you go back a while ago? Could it be that something big has happened in the War God Palace? Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder and the 10th elder were core elders of the War God Palace. Previously, when the two of them returned together, it meant that something big had happened. That was why Xian was so concerned. Young master, don't worry. Nothing big happened. The two of us went back to bring something for young master. The ninth elder smiled. Take something? What is it? Xian was even more curious. Naturally, these are the cultivation resources that the palace master left for you. Elder Jiu said as he took out a storage ring. The resources my father left for me? Xian was very curious. He quickly took the ring and probed it with his soul force. He was stunned. This is too rich. Bottles of pills, piles of spirit fruits, cultivation techniques, weapons, and defensive equipment. This was simply a mini treasure trove. Xian had only seen such rich resources in the remote sky mystery realm. He had never seen anything else other than that. Ninth elder, these are all for me? Xian confirmed once again. To be honest, he had said that he had to rely on himself to obtain cultivation resources. He did not believe that he would suddenly obtain so many cultivation resources out of thin air, even though these resources were given to him by his father. Young master, don't worry. These are given to you by the palace master. Furthermore, this is only the first portion of the resources. When your strength increases, there will be more resources. There are more resources. So rich. Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, the ninth elder and the 10th elder sighed. Young master, you have suffered all these years. The two of them felt very guilty because these resources were nothing to the core disciples of the king family. However, as the son of the War God Palace Master, Xian had never enjoyed such good resources. It had to be said that it was really hard to be confident. Don't worry, young master. The War God Palace will be your home in the future. The War God Palace will provide you with all the resources you need. Xian asked and found out how extravagant the core disciples of the king family were. It was no wonder that those people's cultivations were so high, and their strength far exceeded that of others. The resources that they usually used were not something that ordinary warriors could imagine. Only Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and many fortuitous encounters could compare to those people. Now that he had become the young master of the War God Palace, he would definitely not fall behind those core disciples of the king family in terms of resources. He probed and found that these resources were divided into 4 parts. The first part was pills that could be consumed by supremacies. Moreover, the effects were very good. The second part was a half-Earth rank artifact that contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. It was very powerful. The third part was a set of battle armor called the Starry Sky Battle Armor. The fourth part was various cultivation techniques and secret manuals that were suitable for supremacies. When your strength increases to half-step King Realm and King Realm, there will be more resources. The ninth elder explained. Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. The first portion of the elixir resources was completely acceptable to him. As for the second portion, the treasured sword named Xianxia contained an Earth-rank fragment treasure, which was indeed very powerful. However, Xian probed and found that it was about the same as the Lone Star sword in his hand. However, the Lone Star sword was a nimble and speed-type sword, while the overlapped mountain sword was a powerful sword. It could be said that they both had their strengths. As for the third part of the Starry Sky Battle Armor, Xian was a little confused. It was different from what he had imagined. It was not a ready-made battle armor, but a very small, star-like stone. Elder, how do I use this? Xian scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Young master, you just need to pour your blood into it. The ninth elder explained, this Starry Sky Battle Armor is very special. It comes from the mysterious Starry Sky Secret Realm. Unlike the battle armor on our continent, it needs to absorb a cultivator's blood before it can be unfolded. Moreover, this battle armor is very powerful. It can block 70% of any attack below the King Realm 70%? Isn't that the same as the Red Lotus battle armor? Xian was tempted. He quickly cut open his palm and placed the blue stone on the wound. Instantly, the stone started to absorb blood like a bottomless pit. Xian was extremely shocked by the speed at which it absorbed blood. Fortunately, the ninth elder had warned him, so he didn't resist. After absorbing about a third of his blood, the stone stopped absorbing blood and quickly merged into Lin Xian's palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian could clearly sense that the blue stone in his palm was like his body. Starry Sky Battle Armor. Lin Xian bellowed, and a set of blue armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body, covering him in an instant. It covered him from head to toe, and only his eyes were exposed. The blue battle armor flickered like stars under the sunlight. After giving it a try, Lin Xian noticed that the Starry Sky Battle Armor was really able to block 70% of the damage. This made him extremely delighted. After all, the Red Lotus Battle Armor that he had just refined was also able to block 70% of the damage. Its effect was extraordinarily good. First of all, the Universal Armor was a complete set while the Red Lotus Armor was only a single piece of armor. According to the blueprint of the Red Lotus Armor, the entire Red Lotus armor should be able to withstand 90% of the damage. In other words, the Red Lotus armor's grade was even higher than the Universal armor. However, the materials used to refine the Red Lotus armor were very precious, so Lin Xian was only halfway done. But now, with the new star armor, it could make up for his lack of defense. With a thought, the star armor quickly disappeared and returned to his body. There was no trace of it on the outside. With another thought, the star armor appeared instantly. What a magical armor! Lin Xian smiled. The ninth elder said, "This armor is indeed magical. Not only is its defense strong, but it can also transform into any form. It's very precious." "Oh yeah, where's the Star Mystery Realm? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder said slowly, "The Star Mystery Realm isn't on the Tianwu continent. It's hidden in the boundless starry sky. The Mystery Realm is very dangerous. It's said that only martial artists above the King Realm can enter. But if you can come out safely, you can at least bring out a piece of star armor." Lin Xian asked, "That means the other King clans also have this kind of star armor?" "The King clans all have this kind of star armor, but there won't be too many. Usually, there won't be more than 10 pieces." "Does the Duan clan have it?" "Yes, before the Duan clan rebelled, they once obtained 3 pieces. One is with young master Ling Feng, one is with Wu Zun, and the last one is with the Duan clan's patriarch," the ninth elder explained. "I see. I didn't expect young master Ling Feng to have such an armor. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort to kill him." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Young master, are you planning to attack young master Ling Feng?" The ninth elder was surprised. Lin Xian nodded, "I do want to attack him. He schemed against me this time, so I have to pay him back. However, we must discuss the plan carefully. We must kill him in one go. Young master, if there's anything you need, just let us know," the ninth and 10th elders said at the same time. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I won't be courteous," Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the Crimson Divine Dragon also came out. When he saw the galaxy armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately exclaimed, "Kid, where did you get your armor from?" "Dad gave it to me." "What do you think? Don't you look handsome in it?" Lin Xian laughed. "Your father gave it to you? Then where did he get it?" "Brat, do you know that this is battle armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race?" "Heaven's Legacy race? What is that?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Even the 9th and 10th elders were puzzled. They had never heard of the Heaven's Legacy race. Thus, Lin Xian told him everything he had heard about the Star Mystery Realm. "The Star Secret Realm is in the sky?" "That's right. That should be a secret realm left behind by the Heaven's Legacy race." "Brat, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain the star armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race," the Crimson Divine Dragon exclaimed. "Heaven's Legacy race? What's that? Is it very powerful?" "Of course it is. The Heaven's Legacy race is a very mysterious race that specializes in all kinds of manufacturing. Moreover, they were very famous in the ancient times and even the ancient times. However, they are too mysterious. Very few people have seen them. Only some of their products have been passed down in the world. The galaxy armor you're wearing is one of them. However, it's a relatively low-level one." "What? This is low-level?" Lin Xian's eyes widened. Of course it's low level. It can only block 70% of the damage. You have the Red Lotus armor, right? That blueprint should also be from the Heaven's Legacy race. What? The Red Lotus armor too? This time, Lin Xian was really shocked. That was a battle armor that could block 90% of the damage. He didn't expect it to be made by the Heaven's Legacy race. This is nothing. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heaven's Legacy race. When you become stronger, you'll know how terrifying the Heaven's Legacy race is. Let me put it this way. A king is very powerful, right? Lin Xian and the others nodded. The Ninth Elder said, of course. They are the pinnacle of existence on this continent. However, the Heaven's Legacy race once created a puppet that can easily tear a king apart. The dark red divine dragon revealed an explosive piece of news. What? This time everyone was dumbfounded. A puppet was able to tear apart a king? No matter how they heard it, it sounded like a myth. The dark red divine dragon snorted. You don't have to make such a fuss. The Heaven's Legacy race is far more powerful than you can imagine. Moreover, the mysteries of this world far surpass your understanding. Cultivate well. One day, when you leave this continent and break through the endless sea, you will know what it means to be vast. Now that you mention it, even I am tempted. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Even the Ninth Elder and the others were shocked. This was because they had only seen some legends in ancient books. They knew far less than the dark red divine dragon. Everyone discussed for a while before calming down. Then, Lin Xian looked at the fourth treasure. It was the cultivation technique manuals. Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were roughly divided into two categories. One was for cultivation, and the other was about the history and knowledge of the continent and martial arts. The cultivation technique was divided into physical and spiritual. The Ninth Elder said, according to the palace master, when a martial artist cultivates, his body and soul cannot be separated. He has to cultivate both. He even proposed the wooden bucket principle, which states that a cultivator's strength is determined by his weakest aspect. Therefore, both the body and the soul must be cultivated. Even if you can't specialize in them, the difference can't be too great. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the closer he got to the end, the more he felt the importance of these two aspects. There were a total of 2 cultivation manuals. One was the Sky Spill visualization art for cultivating the soul, and the other was the Furious Dragon art for cultivating blood qi. These 2 cultivation techniques had reached the level of Earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, they were extremely rare cultivation techniques. Lin Xian had seen many Earth-rank martial arts, but most of them were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and other martial arts with extremely strong attack power. Very few of them cultivated the martial artist's own cultivation techniques. And now, he finally had such a cultivation technique. If a martial artist wanted to unleash extremely strong combat power, he had to be strong first. Only then could he withstand that kind of powerful explosion. In the following days, Lin Xian began to cultivate on Point Star Peak. He did not directly cultivate the Sky Spill visualization art and the Furious Dragon art. Instead, he first looked through the basic martial arts knowledge. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. But after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been overturned. It turned out that some of his previous understandings were not comprehensive and even wrong. Some of the sayings in these books opened his eyes. In the past, because of the existence of the great dragon sword spirit, Wine Lord, and the others, Lin Xian knew that this world was more magical than he imagined and that he had a long way to go. But now, after understanding this knowledge, he finally knew why those people were so strong. The strength of a martial artist was one thing, but how much of it they could unleash was different. For example, for people of the same realm, some could unleash 10,000 pounds of strength, but some could only unleash 5,000 pounds of strength. There were even some who could unleash 12,000 pounds of strength. There was a huge gap between them. There were many factors that influenced it, such as one's own conditions, martial techniques, and experience. Take cultivation techniques, for example, yellow-grade and black-grade cultivation techniques were too crude and could only unleash a portion of a martial artist's strength. Only when it reached spirit-grade cultivation techniques could it unleash a martial artist's full strength. But that was all he could do. Earth-grade cultivation techniques that were above spirit-grade could unleash strength that exceeded the martial artist's own strength. For example, early-stage earth-grade cultivation techniques could unleash strength that exceeded a martial artist by 3 to 5 times. If it was a martial artist with 10,000 pounds of strength, after unleashing an earth-grade cultivation technique, it was very likely that he could unleash 50,000 pounds of strength. This was a difference of 5 times, far surpassing people of the same realm. Just like when Lin Xian unleashed the Gale Lightning Sword technique previously, he directly killed 4 ninth heaven venerables who were far stronger than him. It was estimated that the strength he unleashed at that time was more than 5 times. Not only that, martial techniques and treasured weapons could also be stacked. If a martial artist had an earth-grade martial technique and a high-grade treasured weapon, it was not a problem to unleash more than 10 times the strength. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong. Otherwise, it would be like a baby holding a treasure sword and a peerless expert holding a stone. The result was obvious. As for soul power, it was roughly divided into 2 types. One was object control, mainly used to engrave inscriptions and control objects. The other was illusion, which used soul power to directly attack. Both of them had their own characteristics. For now, Lin Xian was walking on the first path of inscription. For example, Zhao Shue's void sky eyes clearly walked the path of the second type of illusion, directly using soul attacks. Lin Xian currently did not have any thoughts of using illusions to attack, but his great dragon sword soul had both physical attacks and the ability to cut through illusions. Therefore, he was not afraid of being attacked by illusions. After understanding everything, Lin Xian began to cultivate the Tianyan visualization art. This was a way to train one's soul power. There were a total of 9 diagrams, and each diagram was a unique pattern. The further one went, the more complicated it became. What Lin Xian needed to do was to use his soul force to quickly draw out the diagrams. If he could complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a success. Then, he would be able to cultivate the next diagram. Don't underestimate these diagrams. The first one had over 10,000 diagrams, densely packed together. Ordinary martial artists would feel dizzy just by looking at them. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could easily complete the first 3 diagrams. However, he failed to complete the 4th diagram. This aroused his fighting spirit even more, so he had been cultivating the 4th diagram these days. In addition, he also cultivated a cultivation method that strengthened his blood qi, the Furious Dragon Art. This was a cultivation method that increased a martial artist's blood qi and strengthened their physique. The body was a martial artist's capital. Only with a strong body could one withstand the doubled attack power. Otherwise, even if one had a powerful martial skill, they would not be able to use it. The Furious Dragon Art was the best cultivation method to build a martial artist's body. The Furious Dragon Art had a total of 5 levels. Each level could withstand a 5-fold increase in attack power, and it could be stacked. In other words, when he reached the 5th level, Lin Xian could withstand a 25x increase in attack power. 25x. This was an unimaginable number. If he mastered it, he would be invincible in the supremacy realm. For these 2 cultivation methods, Lin Xian even prepared different pills to assist in cultivation. It could be said that he had thought it through very well. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Xian broke through. First, his great dragon sword soul broke through to the 9th level of the supremacy realm. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the supremacy realm. Secondly, he had already mastered the 4th diagram of the Heavens Rise visualization diagram, and his soul power had also greatly improved. He had also cultivated the Furious Dragon Art to the 2nd level. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he did not need to use an Earth-rank martial art to easily kill an early-stage 9th level supremacy. Even a mid-stage 9th level supremacy was not his match. He could even contend with a late-stage 9th level supremacy now. In addition, he had the Starry Sky armor and the Red Lotus armor. The combination of the two could definitely offset 80% of any attack. At that time, even a late-stage 9th level supremacy would not be his match. This time, he had taken another big step towards the king realm. "Young master, you've broken through." The ninth elder and the others were very excited. They could feel a sense of fear from Lin Xian's body. After learning of this situation, the ninth elder and the 10th elder both gasped. How long had it been? The young master's strength had already surpassed them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This was not completely the effect of resources. Even if the core disciples of the king clans were given such resources, they would not be able to improve to such an extent in a short month. Talent, this was definitely talent. Lin Xian's heaven-defying cultivation talent was something that the ninth elder and the others had rarely seen in their lives. Perhaps even the kings of the Tianwu continent could not reach such a level when they were young. This kind of talent is too powerful. The ninth elder praised. The 10th elder also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, whether it is temperament, talent, or perseverance, they are all top-notch. I'm afraid there are very few people in the continent who can be compared to the young master. What young master Ling Feng, what Tianwu 4 young masters? They are just older. If they were the same age as the young master, I'm afraid they would not be the young master's match. The ninth elder coldly snorted. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. He did not care about the title of Tianwu 4 young masters at all. This was because his eyes had already moved away from the same generation. His target were the older generation figures, the kings who stood at the peak. Only those people could arouse his battle intent. However, there was one thing that he had to do. How is the Duan clan recently? At this time, it was time for Yufei to stand out. Reporting to Brother Xian, the Duan clan is already in a terrible state. Many of their core elders have been killed. Moreover, half a month ago, a half-step king gathered the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Yes, it was him. Half a month ago, a half-step king collected the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Yufei reported. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it was him. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Yes, although the Duan clan suffered heavy losses, it wasn't enough to topple them. Moreover, Prince Ling Feng and the martial saint were also attacked twice, but they both failed. There was even a half-step king who died in the hands of the martial saint. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was also greatly astonished. Half-step king was an existence that surpassed the martial saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Saint was also a half-step king when he was at his peak. However, such a ferocious person actually failed in his assassination. Not only that, he was even killed by the martial saint. Just how powerful is this martial saint? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of air, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the martial saint's strength was out of his expectations. However, thinking about it, since the other party dared to use the title of martial saint, it meant that he was extremely powerful. Young master, the martial saint is indeed difficult to deal with. Although he is only in the martial saint realm, his battle strength has already surpassed some half-step kings. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. As expected of the Duan clan, a martial saint had surpassed the half-step king realm, and there was an even more terrifying Duan clan leader above him. It could be assumed that the martial saint wasn't far from the true martial saint realm. No wonder the other party was so ambitious and wanted to seize the Palace of War while Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the other party might have already succeeded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't touch the martial saint right now. However, I won't let that Ling Feng guy go. It's time to settle some things. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Young master, you want to make a move on Prince Ling Feng? Hearing this, the eyelids of the ninth elder and the others twitched. They couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, Prince Ling Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the four peak experts of the younger generation. Furthermore, Sir Ling Feng had the advantage of his age. Therefore, he was much stronger than Lin Xian. Not only that, but he also had countless experts around him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Not long ago, there was a half-step king warrior who tried to assassinate young Master Ling Feng but failed. One could imagine how difficult it would be to assassinate young noble Ling Feng. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wanted to touch young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, please reconsider. Although that young Master Ling Feng deserves to die, now is not the time to make a move on him. Ninth Elder shook his head. The 10th Elder also advised, that's right, young Master. Why don't you wait until you've reached the 9th heavenly layer before making a move? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The Duan clan is powerful. Although they are being suppressed now, it won't be long before they recover from their shock. At that time, it will be too late to make a move. Taking advantage of their current situation, we should make a move decisively. At least, we should get rid of that young Master Ling Feng first. Speaking up to here, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, I don't plan to fight him head-on. I have my own methods. Young Master, if you have any methods, just tell us. If it's feasible, we will agree. But if the success rate isn't high, us old men won't let you take the risk. 9th Elder and 10th Elder spoke in unison. Indeed, Lin Xian had a noble status. He was their young master and their hope. They wouldn't allow any danger to befall Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed very confident. He slowly said, we can set up a trap and make him come out of the Duan clan. Just like how he set me up, we can do the same to him. Hearing this, 9th Elder and 10th Elder were puzzled. Although that's the case, how can we lure him out? The Duan clan is in a bad situation now. With his vigilance, he probably won't come out. Lin Xian smiled. I just destroyed one of his secret bases. He must want to kill me now. If I report my whereabouts to him, he will definitely bring people here. No, it's too dangerous. Elders, I'm not done yet. Why don't you listen to me and make a decision? Lin Xian continued, last time, he sent Skynet to kill me, and I controlled a person named Falcon. This assassin's cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Although he's not the top, he should be considered an upper echelon of Skynet. I want to use him to lure out the leader of Skynet. As long as he comes out, I'm confident that I can control him. How about this? I'll use the leader of Skynet as a spy to send a message to young Master Ling Feng. I'm sure he won't suspect anything. As long as we set up an inescapable net and a killing formation, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Hearing Lin Xian's words, 9th Elder and the others were shocked. What? Young Master, you've also controlled Skynet? They were too shocked. Skynet was an extremely powerful assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Their actions were extremely strange. Moreover, even if they failed, they would self-destruct and no one would be caught. But now, Lin Xian had actually controlled one of their people. This was too shocking. If that's really the case, then this matter might not be impossible. 9th Elder nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill young Master Ling Feng. Although young Master Ling Feng was only of the younger generation, he was a symbol of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the most famous person in the Tianwu continent. If he was killed, the Duan clan would definitely suffer an unimaginable loss. This was also what 9th Elder and the others wanted to see, so they were tempted. However, 10th Elder frowned and said, although that's the case, we're not strong enough to kill everyone in the Duan clan. At most, we'll be able to tie. Don't worry about that. With Ruffy and Long here, we can definitely set up a peerless killing formation. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll definitely kill them. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. Crimson Divine Dragon was very confident. If he was given time to set up a killing formation, he was even confident that he could kill a half-step king. 9th Elder and the others also knew a little about Crimson Divine Dragon's origin. Now that he had spoken so confidently, they immediately let go of their worries. Young Master, what do you need us to do? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Crimson Divine Dragon said, I want to set up a killing formation, and I need some special materials. I'll make a list, and you guys should quickly find them. Indeed, this wasn't an ordinary formation. It was a killing formation that could kill half-step kings, and it needed special materials to set it up. Crimson Divine Dragon waved his claws and quickly made a list. Skynet was an extremely mysterious assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Now that it was controlled by young Master Ling Feng, it had become a sharp sword in his hands. These years, Skynet had assassinated many peerless experts for young Master Ling Feng. Among them, there were many 9th-level venerables, and even peak 9th-level venerables. There were even rumors that Skynet had once assassinated a half-step king at its peak, and had even succeeded. This statement added a bit of ferocity to the Skynet organization. It could be said that Skynet was an extremely powerful organization. Even ordinary 6th-grade sects didn't dare to provoke them. Falcon was an assassin of heavenly kings, and a 4-star assassin at that. Skynet's assassins were ranked from 1 to 5 stars according to their strength. A 4-star assassin could already assassinate any 8th-level venerables. It could be said that they were the backbone of Skynet. On this day, Falcon brought back a shocking piece of news. What? You said you found traces of Lin Xian? Falcon's news shocked many people. Among them, the eyes of several 5-star assassins blossomed with terrifying light. Where is he? Quickly inform the head venerate and young Master Ling Feng about this. Many people moved quickly. However, Falcon shook his head and said, it's useless. Even if young Master Ling Feng knows, I'm afraid he won't have time to counterattack. Because Lin Xian's speed is very fast. I'm afraid he'll reach a safe place soon. At that time, we won't be able to make a move. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. No matter what, we can't let him go this time. I'll go inform the head venerate. Among them, a gray-robed old man said with a grave expression, Falcon, you come with me. The head venerate was the leader of heavenly kings. He was incomparably mysterious. Apart from young Master Ling Feng and a few 5-star assassins, no one else knew what the head venerate looked like. And now, Falcon, a 4-star assassin, actually had the chance to see the head venerate. It had to be said that this was too shocking. At the same time, this also showed how important Lin Xian's information was. After passing through layers of secret passages and arrays, Falcon finally arrived in front of a pavilion. He knew that this was where the head venerate lived. Remember, you only need to tell us what you know. As for other things, you don't need to say anything. The gray-robed old man warned coldly. Milord, don't worry. I know what to say. Falcon nodded respectfully. However, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. Head venerate, I have an urgent matter to report. In the next moment, the gray-robed old man respectfully said. Come in. A cold voice rang out. Then, the pitch-black door in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a gloomy passage that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Falcon took a deep breath and followed the gray-robed elder into the passageway. This was a curved staircase with ancient walls on both sides. Hanging above were oil lamps with flickering flames. Although the stairs were not high, Falcon seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Finally, he arrived at the highest level. There was a large hall there, surrounded by dark green flames. Seeing the flames, Falcon's pupils shrank as he recalled a rumor. That was because this kind of dark green flame used the flesh and blood of powerhouses as lamp oil. Thinking of this, Falcon broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he withdrew his gaze from the green flames and looked to both sides. He saw white skulls hanging on the walls on both sides. Beside each skull was a line of small words. Falcon took a closer look and realized that those were the names and cultivations of the cultivators. He realized that those people were all 9th heaven supremacies when they were alive. The strongest were even peak 9th heaven supremacies. They were densely packed and innumerable. The walls on both sides seemed to be made of white bones. Was this the true strength of the Skynet organization? It was simply too terrifying. Falcon felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. If others knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that 9th heaven supremacies were the backbone of any sect. They were also peerless experts in the eyes of others. However, there were actually countless Ninth Heaven Supremacy skulls hanging in this hall. It was simply too shocking. "Greetings, Head Venerate." The gray-robed old man bowed respectfully. Falcon also withdrew his thoughts and knelt on the ground respectfully. He cowed out and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, Head Venerate." There was a throne made of white bones. It was about 2 meters tall and pure white. It emitted a terrifying baleful aura. At the front of the armrest, there were 2 skulls that flickered with a strange light. Those were the skulls of half-step kings. At this moment, there was a slender palm above the skulls. The slender fingers lightly tapped on the bones. A cold voice resounded in the void, "What business do you have?" "Reporting to Head Venerate, we have discovered Lin Xian's tracks." The gray-robed old man bowed and said, "What?" Hearing this, the voice in front suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged out and instantly covered the entire hall. When this killing intent appeared, the gray-robed old man and Falcon trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were like small boats in a storm that could be swallowed up at any time. "Where is that fellow now? Tell me in detail." "It's like this. This news came from the 4-star assassin, Falcon. How about we let him explain it to you?" The gray-robed old man said and looked at Falcon. Falcon took a deep breath and raised his head to look ahead. He saw that on the cold white bone throne sat an ice mountain-like figure. It was a woman. She sat on the white bone throne like an emperor. She wore a black robe with a blood-red totem on it. She wore a golden mask and her face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of cold eyes without any emotions looked down. "Reporting to Head Venerate, it's like this," Falcon quickly said. Luo Head Venerate heard this and coldly said, "There's no need to report this to Prince Ling Feng. We'll deal with it ourselves." "Yes." The gray-robed old man said respectfully, "This subordinate will go organize people." "No need, I'll go myself." Luo Head Venerate stood up and his cold voice resounded, "That brat is full of tricks. He must have a peerless expert protecting him. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I don't want any accidents to happen this time. So, I'll go myself." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was shocked. How many years had it been since the Head Venerate personally made a move? One had to know that not only did the Head Venerate have a high position, he was also the strongest in Skynet. When Luo Head Venerate made a move before, even those peak 9th layer Venerates would tremble. He never thought that he would have to deal with a brat. In the past, when Luo Head Venerate made a move, even those peak 9th layer Venerables would tremble. Who would have thought that she would have to deal with a brat now? But this was also good. With the Head Venerate making a move, there would be no mistakes. The gray-robed elder also let out a sigh of relief because Lin Xian had given them a lot of pressure during this period of time. The other party had created storm after storm, pressuring them until they couldn't breathe. Now, with the Head Venerate making a move, they could definitely kill him. Falcon knelt on the ground, his heart filled with joy. He was now Lin Xian's slave. His goal this time was naturally to lead the Head Venerate to make a move. Now, it seemed like he had achieved his goal. Since she had decided to personally assassinate Lin Xian, Luo Head Venerate no longer hesitated. She looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "You can leave." Then, she looked at Falcon who was kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "You come with me." "Yes." The gray-robed elder and Falcon respectfully agreed. Falcon then stood up while the gray-robed elder quickly retreated. In an instant, only Falcon and the golden-masked Luo Head Venerate were left in the hall. "Dark Crow, come out!" Luo Head Venerate shouted. Then, the void split open and a strange crow flew out from the darkness, landing on the Head Venerate's shoulder. The crow was completely black, like black jade, but its eyes were blood red. Not only that, its body also had a cold aura. Falcon swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this kind of crow before. This was a type of demonic beast. It was extremely evil and specialized in eating the corpses of experts. It also had powerful illusion and concealment abilities. To an assassin, it was the best companion. However, this kind of crow was extremely rare and hard to feed. In the entire Skynet organization, only Luo Head Venerate had it. Luo Head Venerate waved her sleeve and an invisible force surged out, enveloping Falcon. Then, the two disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky. The dark crow cawed twice, and then its body quickly grew to a size of more than 10 meters. It flapped its wings and quickly disappeared with Luo Head Venerate and Falcon. In a forest not far from Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian sat on a huge rock. On the side, the dark red dragon and the snow-white fox were lazily leaning against each other. The surroundings were very quiet. No demonic beasts dared to disturb them. All of a sudden, Lin Xian opened his eyes as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. He's here. Through the beast slave seal, he was able to learn from Falcon that Skynet had already taken action. Next, he just needed to keep track of their whereabouts. After some time, Lin Xian stood up and said to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey beside him, "They're coming soon. Stop fooling around." Both of them knew the severity of the situation, so they quieted down. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the Blood Sword Legacy to create a Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Apart from him, no one else could tell if this Blood Shadow Doppelganger was real or fake. After having his doppelganger sit cross-legged on the boulder, Lin Xian set up a magic array as a defense for his doppelganger. Then, he brought the Crimson Divine Dragon and the little monkey to hide. With the dark red dragon, even if they hid nearby, they wouldn't be discovered. Not long after they were done, a gray ray of light appeared in the sky. It was the Luo Head Venerate and the others. However, the two of them were hiding in the void and didn't release any aura. Especially the Luo Head Venerate, his entire body seemed to be transparent. If it wasn't for Falcon as a spy, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to discover them. "Head Venerate, that brat is below," Falcon transmitted from the side. "You stay here and don't move. Be careful and hide your aura," Luo Shou Honored Master instructed before flying down. She was very fast and instantly arrived above Lin Xian's doppelganger. "Magic array?" Disdain appeared in the Luo Head Venerate's eyes. Then, she slowly pulled out a treasured blade. The entire process was silent. Although the magic array below looked very exquisite to outsiders, it was useless against her. Her figure flashed and she turned into a flash of light, her speed reaching the extreme. The exquisite magic array didn't have any use as it was pierced through by the Luo Head Venerate. In the next moment, a blade light flashed. Boundless killing intent turned into a fine blade light that instantly slashed down. The entire void was like a mirror, splitting in half from the middle. This blade was clean, efficient, and vicious. No one in the realm of paragons could block it. The figure sitting on the boulder was no exception. His body was instantly split in half. However, the Luo Head Venerate quickly frowned. She noticed that the body that fell wasn't a real person, but a pool of blood. Doppelganger? Her pupils constricted as she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other party actually made a doppelganger here. What did he want to do? Did he lure her out? Or did he run away the moment she made her move? She didn't know. So in the next moment, the Luo Head Venerate's eyes were like lightning as she looked around, wanting to find the person hiding in the dark. However, at this time a burst of applause came from behind. "Amazing, truly amazing. That blade just now, even a peak 9th level paragon wouldn't be able to block it." A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Who?" The Luo Head Venerate's body froze as her hair stood on end. Before she made her move, she had already looked around and didn't find anyone. But now, someone had walked out from behind her. If the other party was an absolute expert, if they made a move against her, she would already be dead. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around. Her body released countless blade lights that formed a defense. "What? It's you." The Luo Head Venerate's expression changed. She didn't think that the person behind her would be Lin Xian. He was the target she wanted to kill. "This was your trap?" The Luo Head Venerate was smart and instantly understood. She gave a cold snort. "You spent so much effort, what is your goal?" While speaking, she quickly looked around to prevent herself from being surrounded. She knew about the Duan family's villa being destroyed. She also knew that Lin Xian had a powerful force in his hands that could destroy 9th level paragons. So at this moment, she was extremely careful. She was afraid of being surrounded by the experts Lin Xian brought. After all, no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of countless absolute experts. Relax, I didn't bring anyone else, Lin Xian said with a faint smile. The Luo head venerate looked around and didn't find anyone. She gave a cold laugh. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? She looked at Lin Xian, the killing intent in her eyes not hidden at all. Although the assassination didn't succeed, it wasn't too late to make a move now. After all, the other party's cultivation and strength couldn't compare to hers. If she wanted to make a move, no one would be able to stop her. One blade, she only needed one blade to kill the other party. One slash, she only needed one slash and she would be able to kill him. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned. Because Falcon quickly descended from the sky and came nearby, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. Master. Falcon respectfully called out, like an incomparably devout believer. Get up. Lin Xian nodded. Luo head sect saw this and was incomparably shocked. Betrayal, someone from their Heaven's Net organization actually betrayed them. This was simply too hard to believe. One had to know that the Heaven's Net assassins were all trained from young, they were absolutely loyal to the organization. Even if they met with certain death, they would self-destruct, they would never reveal any information. It could be said that they were loyal, they would never betray them. But now, someone actually betrayed them, and it was a 4-star assassin. How did he do it? Falcon, why did you betray us? Luo head sect didn't understand. Because he is my master. Falcon's expression was cold, like he didn't recognize Luo head sect. Humph, Luo head sect snorted, although I don't know why you betrayed us, you actually dared to betray the organization, there is no way for you to live. Falcon's betrayal truly made Luo head sect furious. However, Lin Xian just sneered, rather than threatening him here, why not think about his own situation? You spent so much effort to get Falcon to betray us, your goal was to lure me out? Luo head sect sneered in disdain, what, do you think you can kill me with your strength? Kill you? No, no, no. Lin Xian shook his head, you're so strong and proficient in assassination, if you die, it would be a pity. However, if you can become my servant and work for me, then my strength will increase by another notch. That would be the best result. What? You want to get me to betray you? Luo head sect was stunned, then snorted, truly naive. Brat, stop with your flowery words, die for me. Luo head sect shouted, the long blade in his hand slashed down. The saber light was shocking, and the killing intent was shocking. This saber strike was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, even a 9th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian used the Furious Dragon incantation and illusory demon steps at the same time, exploding with 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan dodged the terrifying attack. With a flip of his palm, the 1,000-beast cauldron floated in the air. What? He dodged it? This was impossible. How can he be so fast? Luo head venerate was shocked. She didn't believe it. One had to realize that this saber strike of hers was extremely frightening. There was absolutely no 9th heaven venerated cultivator that could block it. However, the other party's speed was really too astonishing. In fact, it was even faster than her saber light. Her face darkened. She wanted to attack again, but in the next moment, her body trembled. This was because a black ray of light suddenly flew out from the small black cauldron floating in the void and instantly entered between her eyebrows. Ah, Luo head venerate's body trembled as he let out a pitiful cry. Clang, the treasured saber in his hand also fell to the ground. His entire being had descended into madness. Get out of here! Luo head venerate roared, releasing a powerful killing intent. This killing intent condensed into a formless saber that fiercely slashed at the black light. However, she had still underestimated the 1,000-beast cauldron. That was an Earth-grade treasure. Its power was unfathomable. If Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, he might be able to block it. However, Luo head venerate couldn't. Although she was a 9th heaven venerate and her killing intent was shocking, facing an Earth-grade treasure, she had no chance of resisting. However, Lin Xian was also shocked. Last time, when he had subdued Falcon, it had only been an instant. However, this time, after such a long stalemate, the other party still hadn't completely subdued him. It had to be said that this was too shocking. As expected of the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, her strength was truly strong. Lin Xian sighed in shock. Luckily, he had the Thousand Beast Cauldron and the Beast Slave imprint. Otherwise, if he had to face Luo Head Venerate, he wouldn't be able to fight a huge battle. However, even so, using the Thousand Beast Cauldron this time had cost him a broken earth-grade treasure. This price was extremely expensive. After an incense's time, Luo Head Venerate's legs went soft and she sat on the ground. It was as if she had gone through a huge battle and didn't have any strength left. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and flicked it out. Eat it. Luo Head Venerate listened and obediently picked up the pill on the ground and put it in her mouth. Very quickly, she recovered her strength. Master. In the next moment, she stood up and walked over to Lin Xian and knelt down gently. At the side, Falcon also knelt down respectfully. If anyone saw this scene, their jaws would drop. Who was the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, an extremely powerful ninth heaven venerate? Her status was equivalent to the sect master of a 6th-rank sect. Such a person was in existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the sky martial continent, a peerless expert in the eyes of the world. However, right now, she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his finger and gestured, "What's your name?" Luo Bingshan. A moving voice rang out. "Very good, I'll call you Bingshan from now on." "Now, stand up," Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." After receiving the order, Luo Bingshan quickly stood up. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, his head buried deep in the ground. "Bingshan, take off your mask." Lin Xian was very curious, what kind of face was under the golden mask. To be honest, when he saw Luo Bingshan previously, he was also very surprised. He did not expect the leader of the Heaven's Net organization to be a woman. Furthermore, it was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. As a man, he still had this bit of curiosity. "Yes." Luo Bingshan replied respectfully. Then, she stretched out her slender hands and gently took off the golden mask on her face. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground. Without Lin Xian's order, he would not move at all. The golden mask was slowly taken off and a beautiful face appeared in front of him. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so beautiful. Delicate facial features and a white face, she was like a peerless beauty. However, she had a gloomy aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from people. Indeed, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. "Put it on," Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." Soon, Bingshan put the golden mask on her face again. However, from her gaze, it could be seen that she was extremely respectful to Lin Xian. Think of a way to lure Child Lingfeng out. Next, Lin Xian began to assign tasks to Luo Bingshan. After everything was done, Lin Xian let them go back. Looking at their backs, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Child Lingfeng, it's time to settle the score with you." Next, Lin Xian returned to Starpoint Peak and cultivated while waiting for news from Bingshan. During this time, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder had also returned. They had already collected all the materials written by the Dark Red Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon looked at the materials on the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry, although my strength hasn't fully recovered, with these materials, I can definitely set up a king's killing formation." Then, he let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash of red light with all the materials on the ground. Starpoint Peak quieted down again, and Lin Xian also focused on cultivating. The Gale Lightning Sword and Illusory Demon Steps that he had obtained a few years ago had already been trained to greater completion. At first, the 5 swords could kill late-stage 9th-level martial artists, but the Illusory Demon Steps allowed him to be as fast as a peak 9th-level martial artist. Now, his main focus was on Void-Shattering Finger, 9 Changes of Firmament, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram, and Angry Dragon Incantation. These for martial arts were all Earth-class martial arts, and their power was beyond imagination. However, as Lin Xian's soul power and physical fitness improved, the speed at which he cultivated these earth-class techniques also increased. Now, he could already store 3 void-shattering finger and use the first 4 changes of 9 changes of firmament. However, sky spill visualization diagram still hadn't broken through. Lin Xian knew that when he could complete the 5th diagram, no one below king-level martial artist would be able to surpass him in soul power. 10 days later, the dark red dragon sent news that the king's killing formation had been set up. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that everything was ready, and he only needed to wait for Prince Ling Feng to arrive. Not long after, Luo Bingshan also sent news that she had successfully deceived Prince Ling Feng. Great! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had guessed correctly. Luo Bingshan's position was very high, and Prince Ling Feng definitely wouldn't doubt her words. However, Prince Ling Feng didn't dare to be careless. According to Luo Bingshan's news, she had brought a large number of 9th-level martial artists, and many of them were peak 9th-level martial artists. Even a half-step king would have a headache facing such a power. Fortunately, Lin Xian had already arranged the king killing array in advance, which was capable of killing any cultivator below the king realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to contend with the other party. Go! This time, Lin Xian brought along the 9th and 10th elders. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Elder Jiao, and the others landed on a lone mountain. This mountain was called Changling Mountain. It was far away from the city and could be said to be very remote. The trees on the mountain were lush and verdant. Birds and beasts flew away, bringing with them a rich vitality. In one of the empty spaces, the dark red dragon was dancing with joy. The setup is complete. It was finally done. Haha, this emperor is a genius. Lin Xian, Elder 9, and the rest landed and looked around curiously. Where is the array formation? 9th elder was puzzled. The 10th elder also frowned. Is there a formation here? Of course there is. Not only is there a formation, it's a peerless formation. The dark red dragon said proudly. I've set up a king-killing array here. It can definitely kill any cultivator below the king realm. There's also a spatial formation that can trap everyone and prevent them from escaping. It can also prevent us from being trapped. You can say that as long as they come in, they'll definitely die, the dark red dragon said proudly. So powerful? Elder Jiao and Elder Jiao stared. Lin Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. However, the dark red dragon continued, although it's powerful, there's also a shortcoming, and that's the range of the formation. These formations aren't very big. They only cover a mountain. If you want to attack, you have to grasp the timing. Otherwise, if some people can't enter, it'll be futile no matter how strong the formation is. Is it a problem of distance? Indeed, it seems like we need to discuss it properly. However, a mountain is enough, Lin Xian said. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to simulate various battle scenarios. After everything was set up, Lin Xian began to appear in the vicinity from time to time. It didn't take long for the Duan clan to discover him. Reporting to young master, Lin Xian is indeed near Changling Mountain, the scout reported. How many people are with him? Young master Ling Feng asked. He had already heard the news, but now that it was confirmed, he was finally excited. Only 2 elders from the Palace of Ares. So few? Upon hearing this, many cultivators frowned. Young master Ling Feng also asked in a deep voice, are you sure you didn't miss anything? No. The scout reported. However, they're very careful. Moreover, their movement techniques are very strange. They all have methods to conceal their auras. Even I only discovered them after a long time. I see. He must be relying on some special method to think that others won't be able to find him. That's why he dared to bring 2 guards with him. Haha, he's dead for sure this time. Young master Ling Feng was also ecstatic. However, he didn't lose his rationality. We can't be careless. There might be experts hiding in the dark. However, so what if there are experts? This time I'll bring enough cultivators. We must kill him. Listen up, immediately gather 59th level supremacies. Among them, I want 10 peak 9th level supremacies. Also, inform the Skynet organization to let Luo Bingshan bring along a 5-star assassin and follow me. This time, young Master Ling Feng could be said to have mobilized all the forces in his hands. Peak 9th level supremacies were extremely terrifying existences. One of them could destroy a secret villa like the previous one. If 10 peak 9th level supremacies stood together, even a half-step king wouldn't be their match. Only a true king wouldn't be afraid of such a formation. Not only that, but there were also countless 9th level supremacies and the entire Skynet organization. One had to know that Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins who could assassinate peak 9th level supremacies. To be honest, if he hadn't set up a king's killing formation, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to resist. However, now. Ha 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 ha, young Master Ling Feng's speed was very fast, like 10,000 lightning bolts. Not long after, he brought countless peerless experts and quickly set off for Chongling Mountain. As for Lin Xian, he had also received news of Luo Bingshan and was fully prepared. On this day, when Lin Xian left the mountain again, he finally realized that someone was watching him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Then, he quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the vast forest. Behind him, there were many people following. They were faintly discernible, but they didn't make a move immediately. Clearly, they still suspected that there were peerless experts guarding Lin Xian nearby. Soon, Lin Xian gathered the 9th and 10th elders and had them protect him by his side. Then, he slowed down again. The people behind him were still following him at a leisurely pace. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light instantly slashed forward like a rainbow. Endless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. It was extremely terrifying. The 9th elder snorted coldly and then shattered the sword light with a punch. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Come out. As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding air exploded like the roar of 10,000 beasts. However, no one answered him. There were only countless figures flashing in the distance. The 10th elder sneered. This group of people finally couldn't take it anymore. Should we kill them? No hurry. These people are probably just probing. Moreover, that young Master Ling Feng hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. We must make them believe that there are only 3 of us and no extra guards. Only then will young Master Ling Feng appear. All right. The 10th elder sighed. They'll have a good time later. Then, the 3 of them once again traversed through the forest. However, after the probing just now, the people behind them were clearly bolder. Many had even revealed their true bodies and followed behind Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's faces darkened. This was because they realized that many people behind them had extremely powerful auras that far surpassed theirs. There were even peak 9th stage martial artists. Damn it, this young Master Ling Feng is really careful. He actually brought peak 9th stage martial artists. And there was more than one. The 9th elder's expression was ugly. If not for the killing formation, he would probably want to escape now. The 10th elder's expression also darkened. That's right. I also saw a few peak 9th stage martial artists. Moreover, they were all famous experts in the War God Palace. With such a lineup, even half-step kings would probably die. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Not only that, there are also many assassins surrounding us. Those people are all 5-star assassins and can assassinate 9th stage martial artists. Some can even assassinate peak 9th stage martial artists. At this moment, young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were everywhere. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. Even half-step kings couldn't escape. The terrifying assassins were like dark killing gods, hiding in the surroundings, waiting to strike. In the eyes of these people, even 9th heaven venerables were prey, what more Lin Xian and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian had subdued the head venerable of the assassin organization in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out. When it saw the assassins around it, it couldn't help but curse. damn, that guy is too vicious. He actually sent out so many people. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Hearing these words, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was indeed valuable. Perhaps not even a half-step king could enjoy such a situation. Young master, hurry up and do it. I keep feeling uneasy. That's right. These people are too powerful. They can kill us in an instant. If they suddenly attack and we don't activate the formation, we'll really be finished. The ninth elder and the seventh elder's faces turned ugly. The current situation was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they had never truly seen the power of the killing formation. Although the dark red divine dragon had exaggerated, they were still not completely confident. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. No matter. Let's wait a little longer. We must lure them all into the king-killing formation. This time, I'm going to give the Duan clan a big gift. In truth, he originally only wanted to kill young Master Ling Feng. However, he had changed his plan now. He wanted to kill all the cultivators who had come this time. This was because he didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to send out so many people. There were actually 10 Ninth Heaven Venerables, 40 to 50 Ninth Heaven Venerables, and countless assassins. This number was extremely terrifying. It was probably close to half of the Duan clan's strength. If these people were all killed, then the Duan clan's strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. They would suffer heavy losses. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's eyelids twitched. However, they were soon overjoyed. If so many 9th Heaven Venerables and peerless experts died, the Duan clan would probably go crazy. Thinking of the Duan clan suffering heavy losses, the two of them couldn't wait. In the distance, countless cultivators appeared like ghosts. Their terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing everything in the world. The birds and beasts in the mountain all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened, but that aura was like that of a king, deeply suppressing them. The sky also darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a great battle would break out at any time. Young master, I've checked. There doesn't seem to be any hidden elites in the surroundings. There's only that brat Lin Xian and the two elders. Only these few people? Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. This brat is really bold. Until now, he still had some doubts. However, in the next instant, young Master Ling Feng was overjoyed. That was because he saw Lin Xian and the others suddenly rise from the ground and rush into the sky. It was as if they wanted to escape. This meant that the other party was really guilty. However, there were already countless 5-star assassins lying in ambush in the sky. At this moment, they were like ghosts. With shocking long streaks, they ruthlessly slashed at Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, they were once again pushed down the mountain. Want to leave? Not so easy. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. Now, he finally believed that there were no elites protecting Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so pathetically. Go. Break his legs first. Make him kneel on the ground to welcome me. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered as he looked down like an emperor. Instantly, the 7 5-star assassins in the sky and a few 9th Heaven supremacies quickly flew forward. These people were very fast. They were like shooting stars and arrows. Especially the 5-star assassins hidden in the void. They were even more silent. They were like ghosts. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. They couldn't activate the king-level killing array now. They could only use themselves as bait to lure young Master Ling Feng and the others. Hence, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Elders, you must be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. This was because the people who had come were all exceptional elites. Moreover, there were 5-star assassins. Although Ling Xian had completely grasped their positions, he still had to deal with them with all his might. After Lin Xian's warning, the martial artist assassins in the surroundings all moved. A terrifying aura exploded instantly. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it lit up the entire sky. That aura was like a vast ocean, about to swallow Lin Xian and the others. Countless sword lights lit up in the sky. They were like shocking rainbows. With cold killing intent, they ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Xian and the others. When they moved, they were like a sudden clap of thunder. Young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were definitely very strong. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted. His body was like a flickering shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The 9th Elder and 10th Elder also shouted angrily. The two of them joined forces and quickly defended the surroundings. End of chapter 1309. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.